After the apocalyptic game chaos merges with reality, humanity faces extinction. Monsters descend upon Earth, and survival depends on one thing: power within the game. Reborn. 1 week before the global catastrophe, Dong Lei knows what's coming. In his previous life, he watched the world burn. This time, he sells off his entire inheritance, recharging 10 billion into the game to rewrite his fate. When others struggle to survive, he starts with the impossible. An SSS-level talent, passive crazy plunder. Every kill makes him stronger. Every battle breaks the limit. With power that defies reason, he rises from player to god. Determined to conquer both the virtual world and reality itself. Dragon Kingdom, Kyoto. A villa, in a room measuring meters. Suddenly, Dong Lei opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. Dong Lei glanced at the 21st century Dong clock on the wall. July 5, 2275. Reborn? And he was reborn a week before the Chaos game. In 1 week, the open beta of the online game Chaos will begin. Everyone in the world will enter this game in order to survive. Chaos comes to the world, and all races are in disaster. At first, everyone thought it was just a holographic game. Wait for the players to exit the Chaos game. You will discover your power in the game and bring it into reality. Even their props and equipment in the game have been brought into the real world and embodied. After that, all major countries, consortiums, and some terrorist organizations on the entire blue planet. They all join this Chaos game for one goal. That is to become a god and control the entire blue planet world. Dong Lei exhaled and let his mind recover. In his previous life, he was one of the top masters in the Dragon Kingdom. In the battle of the gods in the game Chaos, a large number of players in the Dragon Kingdom faced joint attacks from several major regions, including the Sakura Kingdom, the Ginseng Kingdom, the Lighthouse Kingdom, and the Asen Kingdom. The corpses of the Dragon Kingdom people fell one after another. And Dong Lei relied on his own strength to snatch the artifact from a seriously injured god. The power of Dong Lei's artifact can kill 4. The strongest killers in other regions such as Sakura Country, Ginseng Country, Lighthouse Country, Asen Country, etc. were hunted down. Kill them together. Moreover, Dong Lei led the Dragon Kingdom players to completely unify all regions. Later, after the first year of the game, all the monsters in the game have descended on the blue planet. The entire blue planet has turned into a large Shura hell. In the next 3 years, humans will face the invasion of terrifying alien beasts. Also, the various armies in the world of alien beasts fled and scattered under attack. Finally, a huge and terrifying alien beast emerged from under the ocean of the blue planet. In just a few short seconds, the main city of resisting personnel from various countries was swept across, massacring human beings. Of course, this includes the Dragon Kingdom. There are 51 main cities left in the entire blue planet. All were destroyed by this terrifying giant beast. Human beings have become one of the fossils on the blue planet. Dong Lei's artifact was accidentally lost, which led to the destruction of the entire Dragon Kingdom. He was struck by that terrifying alien beast, which spit out terrifying flames and became. Then, he lay on this bed and was reborn. Thinking of this, Dong Lei's breath became a little confused. Now that they have all been reborn, they must seize the opportunity and give full play to their advantages. Allow yourself to live. That's the most important thing. There are only a few years left. Dong Lei first dialed the number and gave it to Uncle Yang. Uncle Yang is his housekeeper. He has watched him grow up since he was a child, and he is his biggest relative in this life. Dong Lei's mother died in a car accident when he just graduated from college. From behind, Dong Lei didn't even see his mother. Just Uncle Yang, holding 2 boxes. They left Dong Lei a large amount of inheritance, enough for Dong Lei to have enough food and clothing for the rest of his life. Over the years, he has left it to Uncle Yang to take care of it, and he has never asked about it. Now, what he wants to do is to transform the entire mother's inheritance industry. All turned into cash and loaded into this Chaos game. He remembered it clearly. After the Chaos game is launched, there is only a short 5 minutes for Dong Lei to top up. After 5 minutes, the Chaos game system will completely control the operation of the entire game.
At that time, the entire Chaos game will close the recharge channels. At that time, game players did not know that Ba would close this recharge channel. Because all players believe that games are a virtue. Recharging is the best. How could it be possible to close the recharge channel?
After everyone actually entered the Chaos game, they discovered that the gold coins inside had a very small chance of exploding. And, in the black market of reality and games, the exchange ratio of the entire gold coin to cash is as high as 1 to 999. Gold coins are such expensive things. Now, Dong Lei is reborn. There is nothing like investing in the game Chaos to make money. Directly, the assets have increased 999 times. If all his mother's assets were converted into Chaos gold coins, by then, he will not only be the richest tycoon in the game, or in reality, a richer existence. Moreover, as long as he has enough gold coins, he can grow up quickly in the Chaos game. When the time comes, there will be no more dangers to snatching the artifact. Also, after the game equipment is materialized, his artifact will never be lost again. He will destroy all the alien beasts on the entire blue planet, including the terrifying alien beast that destroyed mankind, Tao Shamang. Just as Dong Lei imagined, the phone in his hand was connected. Master Dong. Uncle Yang's voice, which was always warm, came from the phone. When Dong Lei heard Uncle Yang's voice, his nose was sour and his eyes were full of tears. In his previous life, Uncle Yang had gone through so many hardships and died to protect him. Dong Lei took a deep breath, his eyes were sharp. After experiencing his previous life, he knew more clearly how important Uncle Yang was to him. He needed a helper in the game Chaos. So, Uncle Yang was definitely the best candidate. Now, he needed to realize all the industries left by his mother. Then he got into the game. Finish this first, and then talk about other things. Uncle Yang, help me cash out all my mother's inheritance. What? Master Dong. When Uncle Yang heard Dong Lei's decision, he almost said, Master Dong, are you crazy? In other words. In the end, he had no choice but to obey Dong Lei's request. After all, he was just a housekeeper, and everything in the Dong family belonged to Dong Lei. After hanging up the phone, Dong Lei immediately went online to customize a top-level game cabin. 1 week. Uncle Yang, how much liquidity is there after selling off my mother's inheritance? Dong Lei looked up at Uncle Yang and asked. According to Master Dong's request, in just 1 week, only 105 properties including some of the Dong family's real estate shares and other industries can be sold. All sold, and the funds obtained are 13.8 billion dragon coins. Adding the original funds, the total liquidity is 150 million. Uncle Yang held a notebook and reported the specific situation. Are there any other properties of our Dong family? Dong Lei didn't think about it. His parents left him so much inheritance, and couldn't help but ask. There are many more. The market value is probably more than 70 billion. It will take at least half a year. Only then can everything be converted into working capital. If we give you a little more time, we can turn 70 billion into 10 billion. Uncle Yang looked at Dong Lei and said calmly. After all, the amount sold was far lower than the actual price. Forget it, let's keep the others first. Dong Lei no longer had any plans and sold off the remaining Dong family property. I want to keep it and redeem it when I need it later. At that time, we also used these industries to form a game team and enter the Chaos game. Uncle Yang, I have also customized a game cabin for you. You can also play games. Remember to add me as a friend. Uncle Yang breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that Dong Lei was no longer planning to sell. If Mr. Dong wants other things, that's easy to talk about. Okay, Mr. Dong. Dong Lei walked into the game cabin first and opened the game. Welcome to Chaos. Just as Dong Lei gang entered the game, the sound of horns sounded and the sound of horsehoofs sounded. Heroes are fearless. Eternal life. Massacre. Your life is under my control. The Saint chants and all living beings are restored. For loud voices resounded from Dong Lei's headset. Dong Lei was a little excited when he heard it. These are the 4 major professional voices in Dragon Kingdom. The first one is a warrior, the second is a mage, the third is an assassin, and the fourth is a priest. At this time, a systematic voice came. Please name your character. Dong Lei said directly without thinking. Kill the peak. The naming is successful, please choose the career you want. After the system voice finished speaking, 4 options appeared in front of Dong Lei. Dong Lei chose the mage profession without even thinking about it. In his previous life, Dong Lei was also a mage. The character you chose is a mage. As soon as the system's voice fell, a man wearing a Taoist robe and holding a staff slowly appeared. With deep eyes and a loud voice, he said to Dong Lei. The law is like the will. Destroy the miracle. This is the way of the mage. Then, the mage made a puff of smoke and disappeared in front of Dong Lei. Now, there is only 1 minute left before the server starts. Almost 4 minutes were wasted on the scene and career selection just now. After selecting the mage profession, a prompt sound suddenly came from the system. Your character has been selected. Do you want to start drawing random gifts? Dong Lei quickly clicked on the recharge panel next to him without even thinking about it. As soon as the recharge panel was opened, Dong Lei quickly added 15 billion in liquidity to his account. All are converted into gold coins. Your recharge amount is too large. Players, please choose carefully. Do you want to exchange 15 billion dragon coins into gold coins? The prompt sound coming from the system also said slowly. Made Dong Lei a little anxious and said immediately. Yes. As soon as Dong Lei finished speaking, another system voice immediately sounded. Congratulations to the player, you have successfully recharged 15 billion. The gold coins can be exchanged for 15 billion. After hearing this voice, Dong Lei breathed a sigh of relief. For him, this first step has finally been taken. Next, it's time to get into trouble. After returning the recharge panel, the system sounded another prompt. Your character has been selected. Do you want to start drawing random gifts? Sure. At this time, Dong Lei immediately replied. Each player and selected character can randomly draw a gift. There are good and bad gifts drawn, and they are determined randomly. The grades are C-level, B-level, A-level, S-level, SS-level, and SSS-Level. Emperor Dong's goal is Fu. Because, the extraction of this random gift can be continuously changed by spending gold coins. As soon as Dong Huang finished speaking, a ray of yellow light fell on Dong Lei's body. Congratulations, you have obtained the S-level talent, attack damage plus 80%. Are you sure about this gift? No. Draw again. If it were in his previous life, Dong Lei would have agreed immediately. However, now his choice is different. All he wants is an SSS-level talent. A prompt sound came from the chaos system. S-level talent, cherish it very much. Are you sure you want to redraw? It will cost 100,000 gold coins to redraw. Yes. Dong Lei confirmed directly without even thinking about it. As soon as the voice fell, another burst of white light came to his body. Congratulations, you have obtained the B-level gift intelligence damage plus 5%. You redraw. Dong Lei spoke very calmly and continued to draw random gifts again. He wants it very simply, a level given what he wants. With 15 billion in his pocket, he didn't believe that he couldn't draw a god-level talent. Congratulations, you got C-level, magic damage plus 1%. Congratulations, you got A-level, intelligence damage plus 10%. Congratulations, you got SS-level, intelligence plus 300%. Dong Lei kept drawing random talents. I don't know how many gold coins he spent, but Dong Lei still looked calm and continued to draw. Because he knew that if he wanted to get an SSS-level talent, at least 100 million gold coins were needed before he could have the opportunity to draw an SSS-level talent. In the game Chaos, you can't get an SSS-level talent without spending some money. In his previous life,
Don Lei was reincarnated for the first time, and then he got a chance to reset his talent. Each time you reset your talent, you need 10 million gold coins. If you go to draw SSS level talent at that time, you will spend tens of billions or hundreds of billions. If you are unlucky, you may not be able to draw. This time, it is a very rare opportunity. How could Don Lei give up this choice? It is really a big profit. Finally, when 1.5 billion was spent, a game prompt sounded louder. It also woke Don Lei up and smiled. Congratulations, you have obtained SSS level talent, Passive Crazy Plunder. Effect 1, every time you kill an elite unit or above, you will plunder the passive skills and talents of the unit. Effect 2, all your passive skills / talents / buffs / equipment have a permanent duration and cannot be cleared by any effect. Effect 3, all your passive skills / talents / buffs / equipment will be randomly increased by 100 times. After listening to the introduction of SSS level talents from the system, Don Lei was completely confused. What? This? Wow! Plunder the passive skills and talents of this unit? The duration is permanent and cannot be cleared by any effect? Increase the random 100 times? 100 times? 200 times? Super big buff. Don Lei spoke without hesitation. Confirm the talent. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice came from the system. Congratulations, you have selected an SSS level talent. This terrifying talent made Don Lei look shocked, and another system voice came. You have extracted your talent. Do you want to officially enter the game? Don Lei had been waiting for it for a long time, and without any hesitation, he chose to enter the game. A ray of light scattered down, carrying Don Lei and disappearing in place. After a few short seconds, they arrived at an open space. Don Lei looked around and saw the dilapidated houses and broken ground. This is Novice Village. In the Novice Village, many players have already arrived. Wow! The simulation intensity of the scene here is so high. It's so real, this game is a must-play. What level of talent did you draw? I drew an A-level 1, right? A-level talent? Mater. I got a B-level talent. It's so cool. I thought I was very European. Whatever talent he has, is it useful? I have an S-level talent. Maid, what are you talking about? I have an S-level talent. Why are you beeping here? I'm jealous of you. There are more and more players in the entire Novice Village. There was a lot of discussion in the conversation, and there was endless praise and scolding for his talent. Don Lei opened his personal information interface. Kill Peak. Level, LV1. Occupation, Mage. Health. Bar, 100 out of 100. Blue bar, 40 of 40. Magic / physical attack, 8 to 12. Defense, 8. Strength, 7. Intelligence, 13. Agility, 8. Constitution, 7. Critical hit rate, 3%. Lucky value, 1. Potential points, 0. Talent, Passive Crazy Plunder. Skill, Indispensable Cooldown. Package, Newbie Gift Box. Black Iron. Gold coins, 13.5 billion. When Don Lei saw his indispensable cooling, he was stunned for a moment. After turning on the infinite cooldown skill and explaining it in detail, there was another burst of yelling. Ah, that's great. Newbie skills. That's great. Ness. This attracted other novice players to look over. Is this person crazy because he's afraid? I guess his random talent is too good. It may be C-level. I can bear it all at once. Yes, an identity can only be bound to the game once. It seems too difficult. Fortunately, my talent is B-level, so I can still make a lot of money. This indispensable cooling originally reduces the cooling by 2%. It has already made Don Lei laugh out loud, and with the addition of Passive Crazy Plunder, the SSS level talent effect is added. When the random increase is increased by 100 times, the indispensable cooldown has been changed and the skill cooldown is reduced by 200%. That is to say, of all his skills, 2 can be released. In the game Chaos, 2 skill settings are automatically released when the cooldown exceeds 200%. After smiling, Dong Lei looked at his original attributes. The intelligence of 13 is pretty bad. There is also a big gift box for newcomers. Black iron, it's not open yet. So, Dong Lei looked directly at his package, newcomer gift box. Black iron. A gift box for newcomers, every gamer will have it. This is the game Chaos, given as a gift. From the newcomer gift box, you can get some weapons and skills. Pang. You opened a gift box for the newlyweds. Congratulations, you triggered a random 100-fold increase and obtained Evil Mask, Master Level, and Superimposed Damage skill. In front of Dong Lei, a ray of light flashed, and 2 things appeared in front of him. Evil Mask, Legendary. Level, 1. Level, Diamond Level. Physical/magical attack power, 1388 to 1456. Equipment attachments. 1. Intelligence, plus 199. 2. There is a 15% probability that attacking the enemy will increase the penetration damage by 60%, lasting 20 seconds. 3. There is a 15% chance that attacking the enemy will increase the critical hit rate by 60%, lasting 10 seconds. Damage resistance, 2000-2000. Function, Evil Mask, the first equipment of a senior mage, with powerful spell penetration. Superimposed damage skills. Level, 1. Effect, after using, you can learn, LV1 superimposed damage. Function introduction, Advanced Mage Professional Skills 1. It's so abnormal, it randomly increased by 100 times. The basic magic attack power of the Evil Mask alone is more than 1/3. Also, coupled with 199 intelligence, it is equivalent to a base damage of nearly 400. And these 2 attachments plus are so invincible. Ha ha ha. Dong Lei looked so happy that he almost cried with laughter. So excited, so touched. This superimposed damage skill can only be learned after reaching level 40. The damage bonus can be used to add buff to various equipment, which is great. No matter how much you think about it, Dong Lei will equip Evil Mask, Legendary. Moreover, he clicked on the superimposed damage skill. I saw a ray of light shining on his body. There was a sound next to Dong Lei's ears. Congratulations, you have learned the skill, LV1 Superimposed Damage. LV1 Superimposed Damage. Level, 1. Effect, the equipment can increase the damage and damage stack, randomly add a certain damage ratio, and last for 20 seconds. Cooling time, 3 minutes. Blue bar consumption, 30 MP. Proficiency 0 out of 100. Function introduction, Advanced Mage Skills 1. After learning how to superimpose damage, I closed the interface in front of me. Dong Lei wore a blue mask on his face, covering his face. It's a pity that such a handsome face is obscured by this equipment. If you say so, you know how many girls you can hook up with in this game. The body and appearance in the game are exactly the same as in reality. The official announcement of the Chaos game says that it is closer to the reality of the game. This caused some people to yell at people who have low self-esteem about their looks. Suddenly, Dong Lei shook his arm and applied damage skills to his Evil Mask. Congratulations! Evil Mask, Legendary, when your LV1 superimposed damage is pressed, the skill triggers a random 100-fold increase. Evil Mask, Legendary, the equipment is attached with a bonus, with a 100% probability of increasing the critical hit rate of attacking enemies by 200%, and the duration is permanent. Wow! Damn! This SSS-Level, passive crazy plunder, talent is so perverted. Dong Lei was completely shocked and almost stuttered when speaking. If, instead, there was no random 100-fold increase. The LV1 superimposed damage can only increase the critical hit rate by 8% at most. Yes, it's 100% accurate. Also, the critical hit rate has been increased to 200%, and the time has been increased from 10 seconds to permanent.
This SSS level, passive crazy plunder, talent is so awesome. The damage has been superimposed on the evil mask. The next step is to quickly upgrade your level. Then, head to town as early as possible and switch classes to mage.
Now, he still has 13.5 billion gold coins in his backpack.
It took 1.5 billion to get the SSS level, passive crazy plunder. It's really worth it. Now, Dong Lei decided to start spending money to upgrade himself quickly. Inside the village, there is an open porcelain jar. The porcelain jar contains various rare equipment and a level increasing card. Moreover, the probability of this kind of level up card is very high. But when you go to open a porcelain jar, you usually do it for rare equipment. Or speaking of other props, almost no one would open a porcelain jar for experience cards. After walking for a while, we finally arrived at the door of a porcelain jar store. Outside the entrance of porcelain jar, there are already many players on the scene. Made fac. A porcelain jar, ordinary, costs at least 10,000 gold coins. Grab the money. Just. I finally gritted my teeth and bought a porcelain jar, ordinary. I opened a bunch of junk, worse than the new gift box. Black iron. I envy you guys, you spend so much money. Can you give me a porcelain jar, ordinary? Go away. I can drive it myself, and I can't give it to you. Ha! The recharge interface can no longer be opened? Mad, I just wanted to make some money. Is also. Why is there no more? There is no recharge interface anymore.
Now, many players have also discovered that the recharge interface has disappeared.
Dong Lei smiled and said nothing more.
In his previous life, he knew that Game Tianba would turn off the recharge interface.
Dong Lei strode towards the porcelain jar shop. His gold coins were enough for him to spend until the end of the game. Sir, what kind of porcelain jar would you like to choose? In front of Dong Lei stood a man in his 50s with a cheerful expression, a mustache, a hat, and a bulging belly. In front of Dong Lei, a porcelain jar interface appeared. 1. Porcelain jar, ordinary. Price, 10,000 gold coins. 2. Porcelain jar, grade. Price, 100,000 gold coins. 3. Porcelain jar, advanced. Price, 1 million gold coins.
Dong Lei didn't even think about it, he directly, porcelain jar, high level, came first with 100 million. I bought 100 porcelain jars, high end.
Objective. Are you sure you want to buy 100 porcelain jars, advanced? The bearded businessman, with his belly puffed out, bent down with all his strength, his face and eyes narrowed, he was very excited. Sure. After Dong Lei finished speaking, there were 100 more porcelain jars. High grade, in the package. The system reminds you that you spent 100 million gold coins and successfully purchased porcelain jar, advanced. Porcelain jar, high end. Level 1. Level, advanced. Effect, randomly obtain equipment of at least silver level and above, and there is a certain random probability to open higher level equipment. Function introduction, a product from Iwu in the 21st century 100 years ago, but it contains many precious treasures. Porcelain jar, advanced, have at least silver level or above equipment. Moreover, there is a high probability that you can unlock gold level or above equipment. After all, a porcelain jar costs 1 million gold coins. Dong Lei walked into the porcelain jar store and came to a corner. Without thinking about it, Dong Lei started to open the porcelain jar. After a slight touch of the porcelain jar, high level, the product of the 21st century disintegrated. A piece of equipment blooming with light appeared in front of Dong Lei. Congratulations, you opened the porcelain jar, advanced, triggered a random 100-fold increase, and obtained the long-handled battle axe, master level. In front of Dong Lei, a master level long-handled battle axe was suspended. Dong Lei had goosebumps on his arms. Is this okay? Opening a porcelain jar can also randomly increase the effect by 100 times?
Calculating this, he can at least open porcelain jars with master-level equipment.
A piece of master-level equipment costs 1 million gold coins. Almost speaking, everything has a price but no market.
Then, no matter how many porcelain jars he opens, he will never lose money. Thinking of this, Dong Lei continued to drive the porcelain jar, advanced. Congratulations, you opened the porcelain jar, advanced, triggered a random 100-fold increase, and obtained the vampire staff, master level. Congratulations, you opened the porcelain jar, advanced, triggered a random 100-fold increase, and obtained the X gold coin extension card, legendary level. Congratulations, you opened the porcelain jar, advanced, triggered a random 100-fold increase, and obtained the experience card, legendary. Experience card, legendary level, the probability is very high. After opening the 4 porcelain jars, the experience cards were opened.
Dong Lei was a little excited.
He asked for experience cards, legendary level.
Of course, I didn't expect that he could use equipment. All equipment is master level or above, and you can make money every time you open it. Experience card, legendary level. Level 1. Level, legendary. Effect, can increase to 00W experience points. Function introduction, a Jack of Hearts poker card from the 21st century.
In today's era, there are no poker cards anymore, it's all on the internet.
2 million experience points. Great.
Dong Lei clicked excitedly after seeing this experience card, legendary level.
Then, countless fragments of light entered Dong Lei's body. Dong. Dong. Dong.
Congratulations, you have upgraded your level.
You have reached LV2 and gained 10 attribute points.
Congratulations, you have upgraded your level.
You have reached LV3 and gained 10 attribute points.
Congratulations, you have upgraded your level.
You have reached LV4 and gained 10 attribute points. Finally, it stopped when it reached LV9. And a total of 80 attribute points were obtained. After reaching LV9, you need to change your main profession to mage.
In order to continue to climb the level, the extra experience has been temporarily stored. After Dong Lei changes his job, he will continue to give extra experience.
The mage profession is also different.
There are 4 types of mages: spellcaster, spell assassin, spell tank, and spell assistant. Spellcaster is a traditional mage with high explosive power and damage. However, its defense is very low and it can be killed instantly by assassins and other types at any time.
Spell assassin is an offensive
profession with a certain displacement speed, but its explosive power is not as good as that of spellcaster. In the early stage of the game, it is one of the most powerful professions. Spell tank, compared with the battle tank, it has magic damage and tenacious defense. Spell assistant, it is an auxiliary type of mage, assisting the back support and treatment, and its effect is similar to that of the priest profession. Now, at least you need to go to the town to find a professional mage to change your job. The novice village does not have the permission to change jobs.
At least you have to go to the town to change your main job.
Dong Fan did not open the porcelain jar, advanced, again, and decided to change his main profession first. In the novice village, it is impossible to teleport to the main city or other cities. There is a way to teleport to the surrounding towns, but you need to buy a teleport access to teleport. A teleportation access costs 100,000 gold coins. Players who can't afford it need to travel a long distance and pass through the obstruction of strange beasts before they can go to the surrounding towns. Therefore, a large number of players have been hanging out in the novice village at the beginning. It takes a lot of time, or a team situation, to go to the surrounding towns. Dong Lei was intercepted by 2 people just as he was about to leave the corner.
These 2 new players saw Dong Lei going to the porcelain jar.
Then, seeing that the shopkeeper was so good, he nodded and bowed to Dong Lei and sent Dong Lei away.
This Dong Lei must have bought the porcelain jar. So, now it has become theirs. He. Stinky boy, you still wear a mask? Is this equipment? Let me take care of it.
A fat man, touching his lower body with one hand, with a wretched look on his face, walked towards Dong Lei. That's right, kid, put down your equipment in porcelain jars, and we'll let you go.
Next to the fat Shinfu, the short and thin Guoliang nodded, shook his body, and echoed.
In the game Chaos, there is an unwritten rule. That is, in the novice village, if you are not watched by the villagers and the guards, you can rob the other players' things. And the most vulnerable thing in the novice village is the guards here, which have only two people, the guard captain and the guard deputy captain. The villagers of the novice village rarely appear in the corner. As a result, many novice players lose their equipment and items when they are careless. In the eyes of the fat Shinfu and the short and thin Guoliang, everyone is level 1. The profession chosen by the fat Shinfu is a warrior, and the profession chosen by the short and thin Guoliang is an assassin. For a mage, it is simply a piece of cake. However, the two of them did not expect that Dong Lei had already reached level 9. Looking at the fat Shinfu and the short and thin Guoliang, they approached Dong Lei step by step.
Dong Lei really did not bother to pay attention to the two of them, but under coercion, he had to fight back. Dong Lei touched his evil mask. The evil mask instantly burst out with a powerful light, shooting at the fat Shinfu and the short and thin Guoliang. Boom! Boom! With the random 100-fold increase, must absolute cooldown, became a skill cooldown reduction of 200%. Even ordinary attacks can release too. Dong Lei was stunned and did not expect. And the fat Shinfu and the short and thin Guoliang were bombed on the spot and disappeared without a trace. In an instant, the health bars of the fat Shinfu and the short and thin Guoliang were emptied and teleported to the novice village. The two men came to the captain of the novice village guard. Captain of the guard, I want to report. Someone is cheating in the game Chaos. Fat Shinfu came to the captain of the guard and said loudly. Yes, this is not cheating, what is it? We saw with our own eyes that the newcomer can attack twice with ordinary magic. He killed us instantly. Short and thin Guoliang, with a pale face, also murmured to the captain of the guard. Dong Lei went to the other side of the village entrance and did not meet fat Shinfu and short and thin Guoliang again. There are two exits in the novice village, both of which are guarded by two guards. On Dong Lei's side, there is the deputy captain of the guard. Hello? I want to teleport to Nazar town. The dazed deputy captain of the guard recovered his composure, looked at Dong Lei, and asked. Oh? Hero, are you going to Nazar town? You need 100,000 gold coins to buy a teleportation shaft. The deputy captain of the guard took out a teleportation shaft and shook it in front of Dong Lei, showing off a little. Dong Lei looked at the deputy captain of the guard in front of him, and an interface for buying a teleportation shaft appeared. Dong Lei bought 100 teleportation shafts and spent 1,000 W gold coins. Instantly, the deputy captain of the guard changed his face and became amiable. Little brother. Generous. Where do you want to go? I'll open it for you right away. Naza town. Dong Lei shook his head. The NPCs in the game Chaos all worship money and flatter the rich. As long as you are responsible for throwing gold coins in their faces, they will be happy and very polite. After teleporting to Naza town, Dong Lei walked for a while and came in front of a professional mage NPC. Hello? I want to change my job and teach the law. You have reached level 9? You can indeed change your job and teach the law. But the professional mage NPC was about to reveal something. Dong Lei sighed, took out a palm of gold coins from his pocket, and put them into the pocket of the professional mage NPC. In an instant, the professional mage NPC became serious, waved the staff in his hand, and pointed at Dong Lei. Then, Dong Lei successfully changed his main job to teach the law. In Dong Lei's opinion, he would choose the profession of teaching the law. With a 200% cooling and 100 times increase, if he doesn't choose to teach the law, what else can he choose? Congratulations, you have successfully changed your main job to teach the law. Thank you. Dong Lei left here without saying anything more. He went to find a place and opened his porcelain jar, advanced. And this professional mage NPC rubbed his hands, incomparably happy. World announcement, congratulations to the player, Sherfone, for successfully changing his main job. As the first player to change his job, special rewards, good luck +3, gold coin reward 10W gold coins.
Don Lei, who was hiding in the corner, opened the porcelain jar, advanced. The voice of the system came. Congratulations, triggering a random 100-fold increase, rewarding good luck +300, 5000 W gold coins. Then the gold coins are at most 100 gold coins for the professional mage NPC.
In exchange for 5000 W gold coins and good luck 300. This exchange is worth it. Don't think too much, upgrade first.
Don Lei continued to open the porcelain jar, advanced. Countless master-level equipment came out, and there were many experience cards, legendary. Originally, the experience that was stuck, after changing the main job, these opened experience cards, legendary, were used again.
Don Lei's level continued to climb.
Congratulations, you have upgraded your level.
You have reached LV10 and gained 10 attribute points.
Congratulations, you have upgraded your level.
You have reached LV11 and gained 10 attribute points.
Congratulations, you have upgraded your level.
You have reached LV12 and gained 10 attribute points. After reaching LV19, it stopped again. After reaching LV19, you need to complete a second job transfer task to unlock the level. And Don Lei used all the attribute points he got to improve his intelligence.
All 190 attribute points were used for intelligence.
Don Lei opened his personal basic information interface and updated it immediately. Killing peak. Level, LV19. Profession. Mage. Health bar, 1900/1900. Blue bar, 760 of 760.
Magic/physical attack power, 1999 to 2588.
Defense, 8. Strength, 7. Intelligence, 203. Agility, 8. Constitution, 7. Critical hit rate, 3%. Fortune value, 300. Potential points, 0. Talent, passive crazy plunder. Skill, must have cooldown. Wraps, 50, porcelain jars, advanced, vampire staff, master level, etc. Gold coins, 13.44056 billion. Looks like a plain sight. Window, _Taboola equals window, _Taboola.push, mode, thumbspeed 01, container, Taboola below article thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 by 250, target _type, mix. However, this is only level 19, and the basic magic attack power reaches 1999. In addition, the superposition of Evil Mask, legendary, alone. It's a very terrifying strength. Not to mention, after equipped with countless master-level equipment in his package, his strength will only become more terrifying. Generally speaking, many gamers choose mages at the beginning. They all focus on defense and constitution. This allows the mage to resist attacks from some raiding professions. However, for Don Lei, a mage with full intelligence is the most powerful. Later, Don Lei also received the promotion task of level 20. Second job transfer mission for the traditional mage profession, A. Mission introduction, a traditional mage needs to face the challenge of ice and fire. Please kill silver level elite beasts that are not lower than your own level. You need to kill 8 silver level elite beasts to prove your strength. Mission requirements, kill 8 elite silver level beasts that are no lower than your own level. Task time, none. Mission rewards. 1. 10 attribute points. 2. Unlock levels. 3. Unlock mage skills. The second job transfer mission is A level? Mater, there are 8 silver level elite beasts that are no lower than your own level. Don Lei was a little helpless. In his previous life, he would have cursed for this task. Because, generally speaking, one can only defeat bronze level elite beasts at level 19. Now the mission is to give him a silver level elite beast and kill 8 of them. For ordinary gamers, this mission is terrifying to death. However, Don Lei is not an ordinary person.
Don Lei then opened the porcelain jar, advanced, and opened all the remaining porcelain jars, advanced. Congratulations, you opened porcelain jar, advanced level, triggered S random 100-fold increase, and obtained Warden Armor, master level. Congratulations, you opened porcelain jar, advanced, triggered a random 100-fold increase, and obtained Triple Experience Expansion Card, legendary level. Congratulations, you opened porcelain jar, advanced, triggered a random 100-fold increase, and obtained Experience Card, legendary.
The porcelain jar, advanced, equipment opened by Don Lei.
Several of them are master level equipment, and there are also some experience doubling cards and gold coin doubling cards.
The only thing left is the experience card, legendary level.
At this time, it's time to open 98, 99, and 100 porcelain jars, advanced. Congratulations, you opened porcelain jar, advanced, triggered random 100-fold increase, and obtained Hex Devil Gun, legendary. Congratulations, you opened porcelain jar, advanced, triggered a random 100-fold increase, and obtained Thorn Armor, legendary. Congratulations, you opened porcelain jar, advanced, triggered a random 100-fold increase, and obtained Secondary Attack Booster, King level.
What? Secondary Attack Booster, King level?
Don Lei was stunned when he heard the voice coming from the system. Then, joy filled his whole face. The secondary attack value adder means that one more secondary weapon can be used to use one more attack equipment. It is equivalent to one more helper.
No matter what profession, there is only one weapon slot.
As for the secondary attack booster, King level, it has two more
weapon slots.
This secondary attack booster, King level, is very rare. In my previous life, I could get 100 million gold coins per item. Generally speaking, almost no one is willing to sell it. Therefore, it is also a step that has price but no market.
Hex Devil Gun, legendary. Level 15. Level, legendary.
Physical/magical attack, 2565 to 2758.
Equipment bonuses. 1. Intelligence plus 355. 2. There is a 10% probability that attacking the enemy will increase lifesteal by 50%, lasting 20 seconds. 3. There is a 15% probability that attacking the enemy will increase and reduce the movement speed by 50%, lasting 20 seconds. Damage resistance, 2000.
Function introduction, Hex Devil Gun, the first equipment of a senior mage, has a powerful blood-sucking ability. Lifestealing is to damage someone through spells and restore a certain amount of their own health.
Thorn Armor, legendary. Level 15. Level, legendary. Defense, plus 3000. Equipment bonuses. 1. Defense plus 200. 2. Constitution plus 300. 3. There is a 20% probability that the enemy's attack damage will be converted into magic damage and returned to the attacker. Function introduction, Thorn Armor, legendary level, has extremely powerful defense, making the enemy feel as painful as being hit by cotton. Now, there are a lot of Don Lei's equipment that can be used.
The Hex Devil Gun, legendary, alone has an additional intelligence bonus of 355.
You can directly use Don Lei's basic intelligence to increase the attack power by 710. The defensive, Thorn Armor, legendary, is plus 200, and the Constitution is plus 300. It can increase Don Lei's basic defense by 400 points and his basic system by 600 points. There is also added, Vice Attack Booster, King level, to support. Don Lei started to equip himself directly. And he also used the Sub-Attack Multiplier, King level. In the self-information interface, a sub-attack bar appeared. The weapon bar in front of him changed from Evil Mask, legendary level, to Hex Devil Gun, legendary level. And the sub-attack bar was equipped with Evil Mask, legendary level. The body bar was equipped with Thorn Armor, legendary level. Usually a professional player only has 6 equipment bars. They are a weapon bar, a body bar, 2 leg bars, a belt bar, and a necklace bar. And the Sub-Attack Multiplier, King level, is an extra equipment bar. It can be seen how precious Sub-Attack Multiplier, King level, is. Afterwards, Dong Lei equipped these important equipment to his body. And some other defensive equipment, similar master-level equipment, were also equipped.
Then, Dong Lei began to swing his skill, LV1 stacking damage. The equipment on his body increased the stacking damage.
Congratulations!
Hex Devil Gun, Legendary, your LV1 stacking damage has successfully triggered a random 100-fold increase. Hex Devil Gun, Legendary, Equipment Attachment Bonus, there is a 100% probability, attacking the enemy to increase lifesteal by 200%, the duration is permanent.
Congratulations!
Thorn Armor, Legendary, your LV1 stacking damage has successfully triggered a random 100-fold increase. Thorn Armor, Legendary, Equipment Attachment Bonus, there is a 200% probability, the enemy's attack damage is converted into magic damage to return to the attacker, the duration is permanent. Other defensive equipment, Dong Lei does not have such a terrifying existence. After all, the master level is the master level, and the legendary level is the legendary level.
There is still a big difference between one level. Master level requires millions of gold coins.
And the legendary level requires tens of millions of gold coins.
When Dong Lei equipped himself, he exited the equipment interface. Return to your personal information interface.
Window, _Tabula equals window, _Tabula.push, mode, thumbspeed 01, container, Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 by 250.
Target _type, mix. After successfully changing his job, Dong Lei unlocked 2 mage skills.
After the passive crazy looting, SSS-Level talent, the trigger amplification is 100 times. The 2 skills have also been greatly improved.
Then, Dong Lei opened these 2 skills to check. LV1 Resurrection, King Level. Level 1. Effect, it allows game players to revive after death without returning to the novice village or town. Pay attention to one point, players who use this skill will explode equipment after death. And temporarily increase the movement speed.
Resurrection times, 3 times.
Cooling time, 1 day. Consumption of blue bar, 50 MP. Proficiency, 0 out of 100.
Function Introduction, Advanced Mage Skill.
LV1 Talisman Fixation. Level 1.
Effect, fix the enemy within 10 levels higher than your level for 20 seconds.
Cooling time, 20 seconds. Consumption of mana bar, 30 MP. Proficiency, 0 out of 100.
Range, within 10 meters. Function Introduction, Advanced Mage Skill 1. When Dong Lei saw these 2 skills that triggered 100 times, he was stunned.
These 2 skills are a bit abnormal now. LV1 Heavy, you can revive yourself 3 times on the spot.
It means that you can revive yourself 3 times.
And LV1 Fixed, you can fix the enemy within 10 levels higher than the level for 20 seconds.
That is to say, after using the skill, the opponent must be within 10 levels higher than you.
Will be fixed on the spot for 20 seconds. When Dong Lei finished reading his own skills, he exited the personal information interface. Dong Lei was very satisfied with his 2 skills.
Next, he went to Naza Town and went to the battle center to accept military missions.
Naza Town belongs to the Fonglei Empire.
At present, the Earth-covering Empire and the Water Control Empire belong to the evil forces. The Fonglei Empire and the Fire Sun Empire belong to the righteous forces.
Dong Lei came to Naza Town to join the Fonglei Empire. When Dong Lei arrived at the battle center, he was intercepted by a guard holding a shield. The guard looked quite old, as if he had retired and lived in Naza Town. Warrior, do you want to join our Fonglei Empire?
Only if you join the Fonglei Empire can you enter the battle center and receive military missions from the Fonglei Empire. The shield guard, holding a shield, spoke in a relatively gentle tone. Dong Leixiang didn't even think about it, he took out a bunch of gold coins and started stuffing them into the shield guard's pocket.
Then, Dong Lei spoke. I want to join the Fonglei Empire. Well. You originally needed to challenge me. Only after passing the assessment can you become a member of the Fonglei Empire. Now it's needed, congratulations. You have successfully become a warrior of the Fonlei Empire.
The shield guard narrowed his eyes and was very critical of Dong Lei's performance. Originally, the assessment items were also exempted under the temptation of gold coins.
Then, the shield guard took out a badge symbolizing the Fonlei Empire warrior and handed it to Dong Lei.
In front of Dong Lei, this shield guard fought many times. Only then he was willing to let him enter the battle center.
Now, as long as the gold coins are in place, everything will be easy. This time, Dong Lei already knows what it means to be human. Even though this shield guard is an NPC. After all, at the beginning of the game of chaos, the purpose is to make money. You can get out of the fast channel by giving gold coins, just give it. After Dong Lei took it, the shield guard took the initiative to make way for Dong Lei to enter the battle center. Go to the battle center and you can take the military mission of the Wind and Thunder Empire. Money can make the devil go. When Dong Lei got the badge symbolizing the warrior of the Wind and Thunder Empire, a ray of light scattered on Dong Lei's body. Then, a system voice appeared beside Dong Lei's ear. Congratulations, you have successfully joined the justice camp of the Fonlei Empire. World announcement, player, Shirphone, has successfully joined the Fonlei Empire, and is the first warrior to join the Fonlei Empire, with a fortune value of +10 and gold coins of +20 W. After Dong Lei's next amplification, another voice appeared. Congratulations, you have triggered a random 100-fold amplification, and you will be rewarded with a fortune value of +200 and 500 W gold coins. When the world announcement sounded again, a large number of players did not know that Dong Lei had triggered a random 100-fold amplification. And everyone knew that Dong Lei had joined the Fonlei Empire. What? How can this, Killer Peak, be so fast? He just changed his job not long ago, and he joined the Wind and Thunder Empire and became a warrior? Too scary. This upgrade speed is too fast. I am only level 2 now. To join the Wind and Thunder Empire, you must at least change your job in the town and reach level 10 before you can. He is already above level 10? You should have spent less Krypton gold. Otherwise, how can it be so fast? You can also form a team and enter the Chaos game, and then go crazy and slaughter the Black Iron level beasts. That's what you can do. Dong Lei doesn't care what these other players are talking about. He is currently in charge of changing jobs, and he wants to quickly complete his second job transfer mission. This allowed him to explain the level limit, reaching level 20 or above. After Dong Lei entered the war center, he saw an interface for receiving military tasks. This place is a bit familiar to Dong Lei. He used to come here often to receive tasks. At this moment, the military mission interface is displayed in front of Dong Lei. Currently, the warrior is accepting tasks. 1. Discover that the Wind and Thunder Empire has disappeared Thunder Lion Army. SSS. 2. Wind and Thunder Empire Lei Yang General Romantic Legend, SS. 3. Beautiful Under the Cliff. S. 4. Death-killing grass exists in the barren land, A. 5. Without even thinking about it, Dong Lei chose the first mission, discovering the disappearance of the Wind and Thunder Empire and the Thunder Lion Army. SSS. It is a military mission. Of course it is the most difficult mission and has the highest reward. Therefore, Dong Lei chose the first task and clicked to accept it. Congratulations, you have received the mission, discover the disappearance of the Wind and Thunder Empire, Thunder Lion Army. SSS. This mission is very dangerous. Players, please be careful. Then, Dong Lei opened his information panel and checked, discovered that the Fonlei Empire disappeared and the Thunder Lion Army. SSS, task content. Discover that the Wind and Thunder Empire has disappeared Thunder Lion Army. SSS. Level, SSS. Mission introduction, Fonlei Empire. An army of Thunder Lions lost contact with the Fonlei Empire after heading to Shantou Canyon. The Fonlei Empire sent several armies and elite warriors to Shantou Canyon, but there was no news. Please warrior, after going to Shantou Canyon, be sure to carefully investigate the disappearance of the Thunder Lion Army. Mission objective, go to Shantou Canyon to investigate the disappearance of the Thunder Lion Army of the Wind and Thunder Empire. Rewards for reaching the mission. 1. Experience value plus 200W. 2. Gold coins plus 200W. 3. Military value plus 3000. 4. Thunder Lion gift box, epic level.
In Dong Lei's opinion, what he cares most about is the military value. Because the military value can not only be exchanged for military positions, it can also be exchanged for some rare equipment and skills. Even some powerful equipment drawings. After accepting the task, Dong Lei looked at the map and found the Taro Canyon. It is still a long way from Naza Town. Just when Dong Lei walked out of the battle center and was about to go to the Taro Canyon, a figure blocked his way. It was a yellow-clothed girl, standing at the door of the battle center with a smile. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her eyes were like a pool of clear water. This girl's appearance was extremely beautiful, with a jade-like glow, and there was a soft and clear air between her eyebrows.
Hello warrior, I'm Lorlin, the mayor's daughter of Naza Town.
I know you've accepted the mission, discover the missing Thunder Lion army of the Wind and Thunder Empire.
SSS. I want you to take me with you. I'm going to the Taro Canyon to get the Jajai grass.
Dong Lei first looked at the shield guard on the side, taking money from others to help them get rid of disasters.
A gold coin appeared on his palm.
The shield guard himself could see it. Instantly, the shield guard came over and reminded him.
Warrior, the Jajai grass in the Taro Canyon is everywhere. This Miss Lorlin is quite powerful. It's not wrong to take her there. In that case, it's simple. If there is a boss next to the Jajai grass, he is not willing to take the risk.
Money can make the shield guard work harder. Then, Dong Lei first walked to the shield guard and stuffed a bunch of gold coins into his pocket.
There were probably more than 100 coins. In exchange for an important piece of information, he accepted this task. Thank you for your reminder. Dong Lei turned around and said to Luo Erlin. It is my honor to serve you. Then, Dong Lei confirmed the task, the mayor's daughter's request, SSS, on the interface task. In an instant, a task appeared on the interface in front of Dong Lei. Dong Lei clicked and saw the task content of, the mayor's daughter's request, SSS. Task description. Mayor Luo Dongue came back with a sudden serious illness after going out and needed a kind of Jajai grass to treat him. Jajai grass grows in the Taro Canyon. The mayor's daughter, Lorlin, wanted to go there to treat her father's illness. But she knew her own ability and knew she would never return. So, she wanted to follow a warrior to the Taro Canyon to pick the Jajai grass. Mission goal, go to the Taro Canyon and help Lorlin pick the Jajai grass. Mission completion rewards. 1. Experience value plus 50W. 2. Gold coins plus 80W. 3. Military value plus 1000. 4. Lorlin gift box, diamond level. Thank you, warrior, you can take me to the Taro Canyon. Great. Lorlin jumped up and was very happy. So, shall we go now? While she was excited, Lorlin stared at Dong Lei and asked. Well, let's go immediately. Dong Lei wanted to go there immediately to complete the military mission of the Feng Lei Empire. System prompt, LV15 Lorlin's favorability towards you increases by 20%. Congratulations, triggering a random 100-fold increase, LV15 Lorlin's favorability towards you increases by 3000%. Dong Lei smelled a fragrant perfume. Without thinking too much, Dong Lei and Lorlin walked out of Naza Town and headed for the Taro Canyon. At the beginning, along the way, there were always rat tails, black iron level, blocking the way. Rat tail, black iron level, is the most common beast. However, in the novice village, it is considered a small boss. For novice players in the novice village, encountering rat tail, black iron level, is equivalent to encountering the god of death. After all, LV1 novice players have no way to resist the strength of rat tail, black iron level, level 5. Of course, the easiest thing to kill in the novice village is seedling grass, black iron level. Nyawa grass, black iron. Level, 1. Level, black iron. HP, 50. Attack/magic attack, 10 to 20. Skill damage, none. Beast description, this is a lowest level beast, a beast evolved from Bulbasaur. Rat tail, black iron. Level, 5. Level, black iron. HP, 500 of 500. Attack/magic attack, 150 to 200. Skill damage, tail stab, bite. Beast description, a beast that walks in countless places, destroying local plants and villagers' food, cunning and agile. When Dong Lei encountered these rat tail, black iron, beasts, he just threw his hand and attacked them normally. At Dong Lei's original level LV-19, with the blessing of the equipment, Hex Devil Gun. Legendary, in the weapon column. A normal attack will cause fatal damage to rat tail, black iron. It was seen that after the rat tail, black iron, was attacked by a normal attack, a scary red number appeared on its head. -30W. Instantly, the rat tail, black iron, was dead. In front of Dong Lei, a scorched earth appeared. And the rat tail, black iron level, disappeared. At this time, a series of system voices appeared in Dong Fan's ears. Congratulations, you have killed the rat tail, black iron level, and successfully obtained 10,000 experience points. You have triggered a random 100x increase and obtained 5 million experience points. Since your level has not been unlocked, it has been stored in your experience pool. When you unlock it, your level experience points will be automatically increased. Congratulations, you have killed the rat tail, black iron level, and successfully obtained 3 gold coins. You have triggered a random 100x increase and obtained 600 gold coins. Congratulations, you have killed the rat tail, black iron level, and successfully obtained 10,000 experience points. You have triggered a random 100x increase and obtained 3 million experience points. Since your level has not been unlocked, it has been stored in your experience pool. When you unlock it, your level experience points will be automatically increased. On the way to the Taro Canyon, Dong Lei didn't know how much experience points he had earned. All of them are stored in the experience pool. Dong Lei knows that he has successfully changed his job for the second time. Adding the previous experience card, legendary, he has at least hundreds of millions of experience points. Killing ordinary monsters can trigger a 100-fold increase, directly gaining millions of experience points. Along the way, he killed 5 rat tails, black iron level, instead of 100. Moreover, these experience points can also be stored in the experience pool. So Dong Lei went to see how much his experience pool could store. As a result, he found that the experience pool storage had a storage capacity of billions. Experience pool, 300 million/1.5 billion. Function description, every 10 levels up, the experience pool storage capacity can be increased by 1 billion. Congratulations, triggering a random 100-fold increase. You get the experience pool, 300 million/300 billion. Is this okay? Dong Lei was a little confused. He took a look at the experience pool, and triggered a random 100-fold increase. All of a sudden, the experience pool storage capacity of 300 billion is enough for his early use. Moreover, every 10 levels up, the experience pool storage capacity can be increased by 1 billion. Window_Tabula equals window_Tabula_Tabula.push, mode, thumbspeed 01, container, Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 by 250, target_type, mix. Seeing this situation, Dong Lei already wants to start his second career in advance. However, I have to complete my second job transfer first. Also, complete the Fonlei Empire's military mission as soon as possible. After changing jobs for the second time, consider starting your second career. Wow! You are so handsome. You always kill Rat Mongwei, black iron level, instantly. Lorlin discovered that she didn't need to make any effort at all. Dong Lei alone can solve it. In response, Dong Lei smiled and didn't say much. Looking at Lorlin getting closer and closer, his mouth went dry. At this time, the sound of the system came to my ears again. System prompt, LV15 Lorlin, his favorability towards you will increase by 30%. Congratulations, you have triggered a random 100-fold increase, and LV15's favorability towards you has increased by 3000%.
Then, Lorlan held Dong Lei's arm with a shy look on his face.
Well.
Dong Lei stretched out his hand to prevent Luo Erlin from holding it. In his previous life as a young child, he was quite embarrassed about the relationship between men and women. Sister Luo Erlin, it's not good in this place.
Let's go to Yam Canyon. Saving your life is our priority.
Lorlan's face was red, and he lowered his head and responded softly. It seems that her mother's life is no match for her love. After all, the favorability level has already exploded.
Life seems to be no longer important.
Dong Lei and Luo Erlin went through another journey, and Dong Lei's experience pool increased from 300 million to 1 billion.
Experience pool, 1 billion/300 billion. The rat Mongwei, Black Iron level, encountered was easily killed instantly.
Along the way, we also met a group of rat tail elites, Black Iron level.
While passing through a field,
a group of rat-tailed elites, Black Iron level, were watching with stern eyes, eating something in the field.
After discovering Dong Lei and Luo Erlin, everyone became angry and embarrassed.
It seemed like they were quite embarrassed about stealing food.
Run towards Dong Lei and Luo Erlin and attack them. Rat Reckless Elite, Black Iron level. Level, 10. Level, Black Iron level. HP, 1000 of 1000.
Attack power / magic attack power, 452 to 533.
Skill damage, tail sting, bite, fangs.
Alien Beast Sheo, elite alien beasts that walk in countless places, often invading villages and towns to steal villagers' food. See, in front of Dong Lei, he is holding the Hex Devil Spear, legendary, in his hand. Lasers shot out one after another, shooting towards the rat tail elite, Black Iron level.
Boom. 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 -30W. -30W. -30W.
On top of this group of rat-tailed elites, Black Iron level.
Shocking red damage numbers burst out. In an instant, this group of rat-tailed elites, Black Iron level, disappeared. Congratulations, you killed the Rangtail elite, Black Iron level, and gained 30,000 experience points.
Triggering a random 100-fold increase, you gain 1100W experience points.
Because your level has not been unlocked, it has been stored in your experience pool. Your level experience will be automatically increased after you unlock it.
Congratulations, you killed the Rat Tail elite, Black Iron level, and successfully obtained 10 gold coins. Trigger a random 100-fold increase and you get 2,000 gold coins. Congratulations, you killed the Rat Tail elite, Black Iron level, triggered the passive skill of 100% plunder of the unit, and triggered the 100-fold increase.
You obtained Tailthorn, legendary level.
Congratulations, you killed the Rat Tail elite, Black Iron level, and gained 40,000 experience points. Triggering a random 100-fold increase, you gain 3000W experience points.
Because your level has not been unlocked, it has been stored in your experience pool. Your level experience will be automatically increased after you unlock it.
Congratulations, you killed the Rat Tail elite, Black Iron level, and successfully obtained 8 gold coins. Trigger a random 100-fold increase and you get 2,340 gold coins. Congratulations, you killed the Rat Tail elite, Black Iron level, triggered the passive skill of 100% plunder of the unit, and triggered the 100-fold increase.
You obtained Bite, legendary level.
After killing the Rat Mangtail elite, Black Iron level, in this wave, Dong Lei's experience pool is 1.5 billion.
And through the SSS-Level talent, passive Crazy Plunder.
Effect 1, every time you kill an elite or higher level unit, you will 100% plunder the passive skills and talents of that unit. Acquire all the skills of Rat Mangtail elite, Black Iron level.
Dong Lei opened his own interface to see the skills of the Rat Mangtail elite, Black Iron level. LV1 Tailthorn. Level 1.
Effect, release a tail sting to attack, causing 180% of the enemies to be poisoned.
Cooling time, 30 seconds. Blue bar consumption, 10 MP. Proficiency 0 out of 100.
Function, one of the skills of the rat-tailed beast.
LV1 Bite. Level 1.
Effect, a sharp attack, causing 180% of the enemies to be
stunned. Cooling time, 30 seconds. Blue bar consumption, 10 MP. Proficiency 0 out of 100.
Function description, one of the skills of the rat-tail beast.
LV1 Fangs. Level 1.
Effect, Fang's attack appears, and the damage of attacking enemies is increased by 230%. Function description, one of the skills of the rat-tail elite beast.
Dong Lei looked at these skills, and they all became very good under the triggering of random amplification.
So, Dong Lei equipped these skills and put them on his own shortcut keys first.
The skill shortcut keys have 5 columns.
Dong Lei previously equipped LV1 Stacking Damage, LV1 Rebirth, and LV1 Rune Fixing in one column. Now, Dong Lei pulled down LV1 Stacking Damage. And the 3 skills, LV1 Tail Thorn, LV1 Bite, and LV1 Fangs, are all installed on the skill shortcut keys. LV1 Stacking Damage, after all, it provides equipment with random damage ratio.
For attacking monsters, there is no damage, no shortcut keys are needed.
After Dong Lei equipped the skills, he continued to go to the Sweet Potato Canyon with Luo Erlin.
Not long after, they finally entered the Sweet Potato Canyon.
As soon as they entered the Sweet Potato Canyon, they found that the entire Sweet Potato Canyon was full of the shadow of Jejai grass. Jejai grass is everywhere in the Sweet Potato Canyon, and you can pick it at will.
At present, the Sweet Potato Canyon is full of Jejai grass. But after meeting Dong Lei and Luo Erlin, it was bare. When Dong Lei pulled out a Jejai grass, he checked it through the interface. See the functions and effects of Jejai grass. Jejai grass, gold level. Level, gold level. Effect, plus 200 life.
Function description, Jejai grass is a herb that can restore life.
Then, a voice came from Dong Lei's ear.
Congratulations, you have triggered a random 100-fold increase, and you have obtained Jejai Grass Epic Level with an effect of plus 4,000 life.
Luo Erlin, this one is for you. It is enough to save your father's life.
Dong Lei was still kind, and handed this Jejai Grass Epic Level to Luo Erlin. After all, his triggering of a random 100-fold increase does not cost money.
Dong Lei didn't care much about giving her a few more Jejai Grass Epic Level.
After all, in front of them, Jejai grass was everywhere.
Dong Lei had already wanted to pick all the Jejai grass in the Yam Canyon. Thank you, hero. Wow. This is actually Jejai Grass Epic. Then, this Jejai Grass Epic is enough to heal us, father. You are so kind, doesn't know how to thank you. Lorlin was extremely excited holding the Jejai Grass Epic, handed to him by Dong Lei. His blurred eyes stared at Dong Lei's handsome mask, and his body moved closer to Dong Lei. Lorlin's body was almost pressed against Dong Lei's body. System prompt, your favorability with Lorlin has increased by 30%. Congratulations, you have triggered a random 100-fold increase, and your favorability with Lorlin has increased by 5,000%. Lorlin's favorability with you has reached the limit. It cannot be improved any further. Whatever you want to do, Lorlin will agree. No more system prompts. This system voice came from Dong Lei's ear, and only he could hear it. Then, another system voice came out. Congratulations on completing the task, Mayor's Daughter's Request, SSS. You get the task reward, triggering a random 100-fold increase, experience value plus 5650W, gold coins 8340W, military value 20W. Also, get the Lowerland Gift Box, Legendary. From the beginning of the Lowerland Gift Box, Diamond level, to the Lowerland Gift Box, Legendary. Not to mention, the random 100-fold increase in experience value, gold coins, and military value. However, Dong Lei is not paying attention to the reward for completing the task now. He is looking at Lowerland and listening to the voice of the system just now. What do you want to do? Lowerland will agree? Dong Lei touched his chin and laughed meanly, feeling a little excited. It's also good to experience that kind of thing in the holographic game. Thinking of this, Dong Lei laughed wildly in his heart.
After being looked at by Dong Lei, Luo Erlin lowered her head, her face flushed with shyness, and she did not dare to look into Dong Lei's eyes. She held the Jai grass epic level that Dong Lei handed over in one hand, and picked the leaves of Jai grass epic level with the other hand and threw them on the ground.
The medicinal effect of Jai grass epic level lies in these leaves. She is really a good daughter of her father Luo Dongue.
Every leaf thrown down is a contempt for her father's serious illness.
Luo Erlin. Dong Lei shouted at Luo Erlin.
Lorlin raised her red face and responded with a mosquito-like voice, waiting for Dong Lei to approach. Dong Lei took Luo Erlin's hand and said to Luo Erlin,
"Let's go. Let's pick all the Jai grass in the hole. You picked off all the leaves of the Jai grass epic that gave you. Do you want to save your father?" Jai grass epic? Why did pick off the leaves? Also, let's pick all the Jai grass in the hole?
Lorlin was stunned for a moment. This was Dong Lei's request. She was thinking that Dong Lei was pulling her to go into the woods. In the end, he asked her to pick the Jai grass in the Taro Canyon, which made her a little disappointed. The look of expectation that she had just shown suddenly returned to her expression, and she nodded and followed Dong Lei's arrangement. After all, Luo Erlin's affection for Dong Lei had reached the extreme. She had completely obeyed Dong Lei's instructions. She didn't dare to go east when Dong Lei asked her to go east. Afterwards, Dong Lei and Luo Erlin first picked all the Jai grass outside the Taro Canyon. There were at least tens of thousands of Jai grasses picked on the outer edge of the Taro Canyon alone. This exhausted both Dong Lei and Luo Erlin. Both of them were panting, and Dong Lei looked at Luo Erlin, who was wiping his sweat, and asked with a smile,
"Do you feel good? Haven't you exercised like this for a long time?" Lorlin responded with a red face and panting while pulling out the Jai grass.
"Yeah. You pulled out the Jai grass too fast." Next, Dong Lei touched the thousands of Jai grass that Luo Erlin gave him. Since the Jai grass was randomly multiplied by 100 times, all the Jai grass turned into Jai grass epic level. Dong Lei took out a handful of about 100 Jai grass epic level and handed it to Luo Erlin.
"Here.
This handful of Jai grass epic level is enough for your father to be seriously ill many times."
"You're welcome. Tell me if you need it." Luo Erlin found that the Jai grass that Dong Lei handed over was all Jai grass epic level. Luo Erlin stared at Dong Lei with a little confusion and puzzlement. How did he pick it? Why did she pick so many, but there was not a single Jai grass epic level? Dong Lei gave her a handful of Jai grass, all of which were Jai grass epic level. He was really not only too handsome, but also very powerful. Lorlin looked at Dong Lei with admiring eyes, as if he wanted to eat Dong Lei. Her body was already pressed against Dong Lei's arm, and she wanted to hold Dong Lei's arm again. "Dong Lei, thank you. Enough. My father has been seriously ill many times, but he was cured. You are so amazing." Lorlin nodded, took a handful of Jai grass epic and said.
Dong Lei smiled, patted Luo Erlin on the shoulder and said,
"Luo Erlin, you should go back to Naza town and save your father. It will be very dangerous in the Taro Canyon. It is not suitable for you to go in. Now, you have at least hundreds of Jai grass epic enough to save your father. You go back first." Dong Lei in his previous life knew about the situation in the Taro Canyon. It can't be LV-15 Luo Erlin who can bear it. After all, there are gold-level beasts in the Taro Canyon. In that case, he has no problem. But he doesn't want Luo Erlin to become a burden to him. Besides, didn't Luo Erlin want to save her father Luo Dongue? If she didn't save him, he would die. He had already completed Luo Erlin's mission, the mayor's daughter's request, SSS. Luo Erlin also became the Jai grass epic. Things have been resolved, and he also has to complete his, discover the disappeared Thunder Lion army of the Wind and Thunder Empire. SSS. I don't know how dangerous it is. If Luo Erlin is killed at that time, it will be a double death. If Luo Erlin is pregnant, her father will die. Dong Lei knows this very well, and doesn't want to kill two people. In Luo Erlin's opinion, Dong Lei cares about her and doesn't want her to be hurt. He also cares about her father Luo Dongue. In Luo Erlin's opinion, if her father Luo Dongue knew, I guess the next mayor will be Dong Lei. Lorlin nodded, took a handful of Jai grass, epic, and said goodbye to Dong Lei. Before leaving, Lorlin moved to Dong Lei's side, kissed the evil mask Dong Lei was wearing, and said, "Don't forget it." After that, Lorlin strode out of the Taro Canyon. Dong Lei looked at Lorlin's back as he left and murmured, "This fairy almost gave up her father's life." Window _Tabula equals window _Tabula dot push, mode, thumbspeed 01, container, Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 by 250, target _type, mix. Lorlin, I give you a Jai grass, epic, but you actually picked all the leaves. You are really amazing. It's not just in the Sweet Potato Canyon, it's everywhere. If there is only one Jai grass, Lorlin, you can kiss it and kill your father. Also, why did you kiss your evil mask? Just say it if you want to kiss. I will take off your evil mask and kiss you enough. I can't wait. I felt like I missed something when we were pulling grass together just now. Dong Lei didn't say anything more. After sighing, he turned around and walked into the Sweet Potato Canyon. He and Lorlin didn't have any strange beasts outside the Sweet Potato Canyon to stop them. This proves that the safer the situation, the more dangerous it is. But, for Dong Lei, what happened then? He was not panicked at all. After all, his strength was really too strong. As soon as Dong Lei walked into the depths of the Sweet Potato Canyon, a bright light door appeared in front of him. This situation is that Dong Lei encountered a copy in the Sweet Potato Canyon. Copies are encountered by chance, not every time. Maybe the task of, discover the missing Thunder Lion army of the Wind and Thunder Empire. SSS, is in the copy of the Sweet Potato Canyon. So, after thinking about it, Dong Lei walked straight to the light door and went in. At this time, a system prompt and voice appeared on Dong Lei's information interface. Sherphone, you have encountered the Sweet Potato Canyon copy. This copy is a Legion copy, which can provide 300 players to enter. Dong Lei was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. This copy is actually a Legion copy, which is one of the highest level copies. In addition, the difficulty of the Legion copy is very high, generally requiring the guild president and other military personnel with high military and industrial positions to form a large team, dare to enter this kind of Legion copy. Generally, it is impossible for a single player or multiple players to complete the Legion dungeon. However, for someone as powerful as Dong Lei, his powerful strength can crush all. The things in the Legion dungeon will be snatched away by all kinds of people if members of the guild enter. After all, the equipment and items that are dropped from the Legion dungeon are much higher than other dungeons. Therefore, each Legion dungeon is hard won and appears randomly. It will attract the attention of a large number of game players, and even compete for looting. If you want to occupy a place to enter the Legion dungeon, you have to fight hard. Even the NPCs in the Chaos game will compete for it. Don't think that NPCs will not compete with game players for something. All the NPCs in the Chaos game are almost the same as people. There is no difference. The difference is that you can exit the game, but they can't. NPCs will also become more powerful like game players, and compete for various resources. To improve their own strength, they will even kill game players for profit. Dong Lei didn't think much and directly chose to click to enter the Legion dungeon. He didn't summon anyone, and he clicked to enter the Legion dungeon alone. Instantly, a choice appeared in front of Dong Lei. Please choose the difficulty of the Legion dungeon. 1. Easy. 2. Normal. 3. Difficult. 4. Horror. 5. Infiltrate. Dong Lei didn't think about it and directly chose the infiltrate mode. For Dong Lei at present, there is no pressure at all in any dungeon. When Dong Lei chose the infiltrate difficulty, rays of light scattered on Dong Lei's body. Instantly, Dong Lei disappeared from the spot.
After waiting for Don Lei to open his eyes, he had already appeared in a valley. At this time, the voices of the system came to Don Lei's ears. System prompt: you have entered the Fengyan Valley Dungeon, Infiltrative Level. System prompt: since you chose the Infiltrative Level difficulty, your Legion Dungeon benefits will be increased by an additional 3,000 times. System prompt: you feel the influence of the terrible breath, all attributes minus 30%.
System prompt: you feel the influence of the terrible breath, fire attribute resistance minus 30%. It's not over yet. Don Lei's voice came one after another.
Congratulations, you have triggered a random 100-fold increase, and your Legion Dungeon benefits will be increased by an additional 3,000 times.
The dungeon also has a random 100-fold increase? This is also possible?
Don Lei heard the system voice coming from his ear, which made him extremely surprised and shocked. It directly increased the original infiltrative level of the Legion Dungeon by 3,000 times.
This terrible SSS-level talent, passive crazy plunder, made him feel too abnormal.
Originally, there were a lot of supplies in the Legion Dungeon. Now, it is a 3,000-fold increase in benefits, in Don Lei's opinion.
If this trip, I would probably get numb just picking up equipment. Also, the resistance to fire attribute is minus 30%, let Don Lei know. In this Fengyan Valley Dungeon, infiltrating level, the beasts may all be fire attribute beasts. For a traditional mage like him, the damage of fire-attributed beasts is generally high. Compared with other professions, traditional mages are relatively fragile. Therefore, Don Lei was extremely careful after taking a step. In this valley, the high mountain cliffs on both sides almost blocked the sunlight in the sky. Instead, on the walls on both sides of the valley, there was a flickering red light, as if it was a series of wolf smoke. Don Lei held the Hex Devil Gun, legendary, tightly and walked in slowly. Not long after walking, he found many corpses of soldiers wearing warrior armor. On the armor of these soldiers, there was a lion embroidered, and lightning flashed beside the lion. At this time, a system voice came from Don Lei's ear. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the military mission, discover the missing Thunder Lion Army of the Wind and Thunder Empire. SSS.
Because you found the bodies of the soldiers of the Thunder Lion Army, you successfully discovered the mystery of the missing Thunder Lion Army. You get plus 200 W experience points, plus 200 W gold coins, plus 3,000 military value, Thunder Lion gift box, epic. Congratulations, you have triggered the random 100-fold increase, you have gained plus 200 million experience points, 200 million gold coins, 330,000 military value, Thunder Lion gift box, legendary.
Directly let Don Lei get 200 million experience points and 200
million gold coins, and 330,000 military value.
There is also the Thunder Lion gift box, legendary. Don Lei has not opened the previous Lorland gift box, legendary, yet. The rewards for the tasks in this Sweet Potato Canyon are really high. In the future, if there are characters in the Sweet Potato Canyon, you need to take more. Without thinking too much, he walked deeper into the valley. At this time, the sound of war came from the depths of the valley. Don Lei's eyes were sharp, holding the Hex Devil Gun, legendary, and ran in quickly. Deep in the valley, Don Lei watched from a distance and saw more than 10 figures of army soldiers. Was fighting fiercely with a red-spotted tiger beast whose body was covered in flames. Red-spotted tiger, silver level. Level, 20. Level, silver level. HP, 5,000 of 5,000.
Attack power / magic attack power, 1530 to 2540.
Skill damage, Tiger Roar, Iron Claw. Alien Beast Sheo, a powerful alien beast in the silver level. Its body is full of flames. It is a group alien beast and does not seem to be an easy beast to mess with. Standing in front was a woman, wearing a blue battle armor with a bright face. Her skin is as white as snow, with 2 small dimples, and her appearance is radiant and heroic. Absolutely a stunning beauty. Her blue armor was stained with blood and dented in several places. This person is Daphne, the leader of the Thunder Lion Army of the Wind and Thunder Empire. However, the situation she is now in is extremely dangerous.
Daphne was already seriously injured, and her men were facing attacks from the surrounding red-spotted tiger beasts. If this continues, she and her subordinates will definitely die in this place.
What to do?
Daphne bit her, with an angry face, and waved her S. Hack and kill a red-spotted tiger beast that rushes towards him.
This red-spotted tiger was chopped into two halves by Daphne.
A large amount of bloody blood spurted out and was scorched by the hot ground.
Left, a lot of black blood traces.
The remaining 10 or so subordinates, holding, rushed to kill the red-spotted tiger beast.
Captain Daphne, let's fight our way out now so that you can rush out.
That's right, we die, you must survive.
Kill.
Fight a bloody path for Daphne, /. Along with the red-spotted tiger and the strange beast, there are more and more surrounding layers.
It has become very difficult for Daphne's subordinates to break out a bloody road.
Let the soldiers of the Thunder Lion Corps rush out of that road and block them and strengthen them. Daphne, with blood overflowing from her mouth, felt the shadow of death coming over her face after killing a red-spotted tiger. At this time, group leader Daphne encountered two red-spotted tigers attacking her. The leader of the group, Daphne, raised her hand to block it, but was knocked away by the claws of the two red-spotted tigers. It hit the ground heavily and slid several meters away.
Protect! Protect Captain Daphne! Go back and block the two red-spotted tigers attacking Captain Daphne.
The remaining 10 or so men of the Thunder Lion Corps came over to support them, instead of blocking the red-spotted tiger that attacked the regiment leader Daphne. As a result, in Daphne's ears, the voice she least wanted to hear came. If I were stronger, the result would not be like this. If he is strong enough, his subordinates will not scream and die one after another due to his own reasons. Daphne struggled to stand up, and after vomiting a mouthful of blood, she seemed to be at her current strength.
It seems that it can no longer bear the attack of any red-spotted tiger.
At this time, Daphne looked at her subordinates. Already from more than 10 to 2 individuals. These two subordinates stood in front of her and fought with the red-spotted tigers. Accompanied by the skill damage used by the red-spotted tiger, Tiger Roar.
The two subordinates lost consciousness under the influence. They were attacked by other red-spotted tigers and their bodies were separated. Their internal organs and large intestines were scattered on the ground. Now, only Daphne, the leader of the group, is left. After the red-spotted tiger killed all the soldiers in the Thunder Lion army, looked at the leader Daphne. In an instant, the group of red-spotted tigers roared several times, and more than 10 of them attacked Daphne. Seeing this scene, Daphne's expression was extremely complicated and desperate.
She never imagined that she would also face such a desperate situation. She was seriously injured and was unable to resist these red-spotted tigers.
Hey, we'll die too.
Daphne sighed, lowered her head and closed her eyes, waiting for death to come. Suddenly, strong rays of light shot at the dozen red-spotted tigers.
Boom! 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 Every ray of light emits strong sounds and bombing sounds.
Let Daphne immediately open her eyes and look in front of her. Seeing that in front of Daphne, more than a dozen red-spotted tigers fell to the ground, their flesh broken into pieces. Seeing such a scene, Daphne suddenly turned her head and looked in the direction of the light. She saw a man wearing a mask, wearing thorn armor, legendary, and others walking towards her. This man is holding the Hex Devil Gun, legendary, on one hand and touching his Evil Mask, legendary, on the other. Under the normal attacks of the two weapons, looked particularly terrifying. Every attack of Evil Mask, legendary, is a 100% critical hit.
And Hex Devil Gun, legendary, steals the enemy's life 100%. At this moment, Dong Lei's health value is full.
Therefore, there are always numbers +0, +0, etc. in Dong Lei's head.
Dong Lei's attack included using the skills he had just stolen. When sure cooldown becomes a skill cooldown reduction of 200%. Not only can normal attacks be used twice.
Each use of LV1 Fangs, LV1 Bite, LV1 Tail Thorn is equivalent to sending out 2 skills. Attack the group of red tigers, causing a terrifying damage value to burst out from their heads.
-30W. 26W 33W.
In a short period of time, Dong Lei killed all the red tigers that surrounded him. Seeing this, Daphne knew that she would die. No matter who the opponent was, she could kill all the red tigers that came to kill her. Then, she would not be killed by the red tigers. At this time, Dong Lei walked in front of Daphne. Still a step slower, the previous soldiers of the Thunder Lion army all died here.
Only one severely injured Daphne was left, on the verge of death.
If he didn't treat her, Daphne would not be able to get out.
NPCs are different from game players.
When they die, they really die. But unlike game players, they can't go back to the new village or town and revive again.
Dong Lei looked at this beautiful, cold-colored, long-legged leader Daphne, and his interface displayed Daphne's information. LV-19 Daphne, Master, Residual Health State. Character Introduction, the leader of the Thunder Lion Army. What? Daphne?
Dong Lei was stunned for a moment, and didn't think that the person he saw now was actually Daphne. In the later stage of the game Chaos, Dong Lei in his previous life knew the terrifying strength of this Daphne.
In Dong Lei's memory, Daphne later became the Saint of the Dead.
She is one of the most terrifying and powerful saints in the later stages of the game Chaos. With her own strength, she shook all the powerful people in the entire game. She led the undead army, broke through many towns, and slaughtered a large number of players and NPCs.
Daphne's strength in the later stages was very terrifying, close to being invincible.
If it weren't for the gathering of the East Ocean continent, several strong men would have surrounded and killed Daphne in the Thunder Dragon Valley of the Wind and Thunder Empire. Even so, Daphne killed most of the strong men, and was only killed by a strong man after being seriously injured. Therefore, this dead
female saint left a deep impression on Dong Lei.
He knew her terrible strength in the game.
Unexpectedly, he met Daphne in this place.
At this time, Daphne couldn't hold back the blood she had suppressed, and vomited it again, shaking her body, and she might fall down at any time. Seeing this, Dong Lei immediately supported Daphne's body and let her sit on the ground. From the systems package, he took out the JJ Grass Epic Level he had just picked. Dong Lei had tens of thousands of JJ Grass Epic Level in his package, so he took out 5 JJ Grass Epic Level.
JJ Grass Epic Level can restore 4000 HP.
Enough to treat Daphne, who was on the verge of death.
Dong Lei, a young man, directly stuffed JJ Grass Epic Level into Daphne's mouth. He wanted Daphne to chew it up and swallow it herself. But Daphne was unconscious and didn't respond at all. Looking at this charming and cold face, Dong Lei didn't think too much. He could use human methods to inject the medicinal essence of JJ Grass Epic Level into her body. Dong Lei directly put JJ Grass Epic Level into his mouth and chewed it up. Then, Dong Lei didn't swallow the medicinal essence of JJ Grass Epic Level that he chewed up. Instead, he slowly moved his mouth closer to Daphne's mouth. While kissing, the essence of JJ Grass Epic Level was made to enter Daphne's mouth. System prompt: the JJ Grass Epic you fed Daphne has increased Daphne's health by 400. Dong Lei bit 4 more JJ Grass Epic at once, and bit all 5 of them. Dong Lei bit them continuously, opened the unconscious Daphne's mouth, and poured them in. JJ Grass Epic was very bitter, which made Dong Lei a little unhappy. But saving people is the first priority. There is no way to do this. Dong Lei didn't care at all. What about men and women not kissing each other? When kissing, there was no special effort, just focusing on saving people. However, Dong Lei still felt that Daphne, who had a cold face, had such tender lips. Finally, under the treatment of 5 JJ Grass Epic, Daphne recovered a lot of blood. Although the external injuries on the body still exist. But it's no big deal. Seeing this, Dong Lei tried to save people to the end, and then he went to search for the other dead soldiers and the supplies on their bodies. Congratulations, you got 10 gold coins, triggered a random multiplier, and got 3000 gold coins. Congratulations, you got Repair Powder, Gold Level, triggered a random multiplier, and got Repair Powder, Epic Level. Dong Lei looted a bunch of gold coins, repair powder and other supplies from these dead soldiers.
At present, Dong Lei found that his experience pool has reached more than 3 billion, and there are still a lot of gold coins. From more than 13.4 billion at the beginning, it has reached more than 15.5 billion. Since recharging 15 billion, he has earned more than 500 million. Let Dong Lei sigh to himself, did he recharge too much?
Repair powder, epic level. Level, 10. Level, legendary.
Effect, apply to the wound, it can stop bleeding and restore 200 blood points every second. Function introduction, it is a special legendary medicine, which has an effect on external injuries. After reading the medicinal properties of Repair Powder, Epic, he looked at the unconscious Daphne again. Her body was still bleeding, and the external injuries were still very obvious. Dong Lei walked to Daphne, without paying attention to anything, and directly began to dismantle Daphne's blue armor.
The vast fruitful scenery was swaying, and the white skin made Dong Lei swallow a few mouthfuls of water and no longer have any ideas. He was busy healing Daphne's external injuries.
A few minutes later, Dong Lei had healed all of Daphne's external injuries. Daphne's blood volume was also more than half, and the warm-hearted Dong Lei came out of his own. He took out the body equipment robe that he had opened from the porcelain jar, advanced, before and put it on Daphne.
Among them, it is inevitable. After Dong Lei put on the robes and equipment for Daphne, he found a pair of charming eyes. Daphne was staring at Dong Lei, and at this time she gradually woke up. Dong Lei looked at Daphne in his arms, his face became a little embarrassed. In an instant, the air seemed to stagnate and fixed. Finally, Dong Lei took the initiative to ask. How do you feel? Yeah. A lot of recovery. Daphne's fair face was flushed and she answered. Just now. Dong Lei wanted to explain that it was not intentional. Even if the kiss just now untied her blue armor, in order to apply medicine to her, he also gave her the inner armor. It was all to save her, there was no thought. Understand. Thank you. Daphne looked at Dong Lei with blurred eyes. This pair of blurred eyes made Dong Lei seem to have seen it before. Lorlan had stared at him like this before. System prompt, you get 2000% increase in Daphne's favorability. Congratulations, triggering a random multiplier, you get 66% increase in Lorlan's favorability. Daphne's favorability towards you has reached the extreme. It can't be improved anymore. Daphne will agree to whatever you want. Once a cold and beautiful woman falls in love, then she will completely become an accessory to the person who made her fall in love. The voice from the system made Dong Lei smile inwardly. Alas, his charm is too great. Dong Lei asked Daphne, can you stand up now? Seeing Daphne staring at him, wanting to carve Dong Lei into his bones, he nodded. So, Dong Lei helped Daphne stand up. Then, he slowly let go of his hand and let Daphne stand by herself. It seemed that there was nothing wrong. That's good. Now we are going to go deeper into the valley. In the future, Dong Lei did not intend to let Daphne follow him into the deeper part. Including the previous Lorlan, he was more concerned about the life of her father Luo Donggue. However, Daphne had half of her health, and Dong Lei didn't know whether he should take her with him. So, he asked Daphne to see what she thought. After all, Daphne was the leader of the Leisure army, and she also had rich combat experience. I can help you. There are silver-level elite red tigers in the deeper part, with very terrifying strength. Although my current condition is not very good, I still have the strength to fight. Dong Lei frowned when he heard this. Help? I don't need help from others. Hex Devil Gun, legendary, in one hand. Under attack. With a 50% chance, it can steal 200% of the enemy's life. Who can survive? Window _Tabula equals window _Tabula dot push, mode, thumb speed 01, container, Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 by 250, target _type, mix. Thorn armor, legendary, on my body. Under defense. 200% probability, the enemy's attack damage will be converted into magic damage to respond to the attacker. With the current level of alien beast. Who can kill me? Don't die even if you are wrong. After all, I can do whatever I want, and you will agree.
In the Beacon Valley dungeon, infiltration level.
Dong Lei is also worried that Daphne may be in danger if she is alone.
Then he decided to take Daphne deeper inside. After all, this woman stole his young boy's first kiss.
He didn't even give it to Lorlin. It's all to save people. To save people. Okay then, follow me, I'm going to fall behind. Dong Lei sighed, nodded, and said. Good. Seeing Dong Lei's agreement, Daphne was very happy and responded.
Then, Dong Lei took the Hex Devil Gun, legendary, and took Daphne deeper. At this time, a prompt sound came from the system. Congratulations, after healing the leader of the Thunder Lion Army, LV-19 Daphne, Master Level, a random 100-fold increase was triggered. Make him the leader of the Thunder Lion Army, LV-19 Daphne, Quasi-King Level.
What? NPCs can also be randomly multiplied by 100 times? Is there such a hidden effect? This SSS-level talent, passive crazy plunder, is too perverted.
Dong Lei turned his head to look at Daphne, and her expression had indeed changed dramatically. Even though Daphne's blood volume is only half.
However, Daphne's temperament alone has changed a lot. Even more heroic, aloof and indifferent.
But when Dong Lei turned to look at her, she fell into the image of a little woman.
Ha? What's wrong?
Daphne lowered her head, knowing why. Dong Lei suddenly turned around, stared at her, kissed her delicate lips, and asked in a low voice. Apart from Dong Lei, Daphne showed her shy image.
It's okay.
Dong Lei turned around, feeling ashamed of the woman who fell in love, the woman who was willing to listen to him.
However, Dong Lei still couldn't help but believe that this woman's promotion might be very fast.
Then, you need to work harder. Of course, if you want to suppress this kind of woman, it is difficult to protect what you did at that time. If he were to be violated by her, he would definitely die. Although, he was treating Daphne and had no choice but to do so. What is Dong Lei thinking about? He still believes that Daphne, who is extremely fond of him, will change. After all, he doesn't have any territory, guild or anything like that now. If he wants to recruit Daphne to become his member, he has to wait until the time comes. Now, the most important thing is to improve your own strength level. A young man is just a young man, he only thinks about how to recruit Daphne, who will be very powerful in the future. And is thinking about other things? 2 years of my life have been in vain. After Dong Lei and Daphne walked for a while, they saw the huge red-spotted tiger appearing in front of them. The red-spotted tiger roared strangely, discovered Dong Lei and Daphne, and rushed toward them. Red-spotted tiger elite, silver level. Level, 25. Level, silver level. HP, 8700/8700. Attack power / magic attack power, 1890 to 2880. Skill damage, Tiger Roar, Iron Claw, Tail Whip. Introduction to the alien beast, a terrifying silver-level elite alien beast. Its body is full of fireworks, and it is afraid of any provocation. As a result, a ray of light shot past. Boom! 22W. In an instant, the red-spotted tiger elite, silver level, fell to the ground, dead. A bunch of stuff also exploded out. Congratulations, you killed the red-spotted tiger elite, silver level, received 20 gold coins, and gained 330,000 experience points. Triggering a random 100-fold increase, you get 3,500 gold coins and 34,500,000 experience points. Because your level has not been unlocked, it has been stored in your experience pool. Your level experience will be automatically increased after you unlock it. Wow! You killed the red-spotted tiger elite, silver level, in one fell swoop? Daphne covered her mouth, unable to imagine this. Before, she had not yet reacted to the fact that Dong Lei killed the red-spotted tiger, silver level, and injured her. Now, Daphne, who had recovered, saw with her own eyes that she was hit by Dong Lei's ordinary attack. The red-spotted tiger elite, silver level, in front of me was killed just like that? In front of Dong Lei, this red-spotted tiger elite, silver level, is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. It seems that he is still too weak. It would take more than Dong Lei for her to regain her full strength. And Dong Lei heard the sound of the system. Congratulations, Traditional Mage Class 2nd Job Transformation, A, you have completed the kill of a silver-level elite beast. There are still 7 silver-level elite beasts left. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained all the skills of the Red Tiger Elite, silver level, through the SSS-Level gift, Passive Crazy Plunder. Dong Lei opened his information interface and looked at the skills of the Red Tiger Elite, silver level. These skills have all been triggered by a random 100-fold level. LV1 Tiger Roar. Level 1. Effect, release the Tiger Roar, attack the enemy with 300% confusion. Cooling time, 30 seconds. Blue bar consumption, 10 MP. Proficiency 0 out of 100. Function introduction, one of the skills of the Red Tiger Beast. LV1 Iron Claw. Level 1. Effect, a sharp claw attack, attacking the enemy with 270% damage. Cooling time, 30 seconds. Blue bar consumption, 10 MP. Proficiency 0 out of 100. Function introduction, one of the skills of the Red Tiger Beast. LV1 Tail Whip. Level 1. Effect, a tiger whip appears to attack, attacking the enemy with 230% penetration damage. Function introduction, one of the skills of the Red Tiger Elite Beast. Ashamed of being a silver-level elite beast, it is only slightly higher than the previous elite skills of the Rat Tail. So, Dong Lei changed the skill launch shortcut key. The previous elite skills of the Rat Tail were all replaced with the skills of the Red Tiger Elite. LV1 Rebirth and LV1 Rune Fixation are still on the skill shortcut keys. So, LV1 Tail Stab, LV1 Bite, and LV1 Fong were replaced with LV1 Tiger Roar, LV1 Iron Claw, and LV1 Tail Whip. Daphne was so obsessed that she lost her eyes and waited to come back to her senses. I found that Dong Lei had gone far away, so I hurried to catch up with him. At this time, Dong Lei killed the Red Tiger Elite, silver level. Daphne was fascinated by it. Then, she quickly reacted, ran to Dong Lei and reminded him. Dong Lei, there is a gold-level beast in the deeper place. We must be careful. It's very powerful. Dong Lei nodded, didn't say much, and continued to walk in. After walking for a while, it turned to the bottom of the valley. A huge cave appeared. In this huge cave, the roars of various red tigers came. Dong Lei didn't care, and strode into the cave. And Daphne gritted her teeth, a little panicked. She even wanted to hold Dong Lei's hand, but she didn't dare. So, she followed Dong Lei closely. After entering the cave, the next scene surprised Dong Lei a little. Instantly, Dong Lei understood. This, Fengyan Valley Dungeon, infiltration level, actually has mount supplies. It is worthy of the additional increase of 3,000 times in the dungeon income. Generally speaking, there are few mount supplies in the Legion dungeon. At the beginning of the game, mount resources are very scarce. And the Thunderflame Tiger Gold level beast in front of him is huge and burly, very conspicuous. It is more than twice as tall as the red-spotted Tiger Elite, silver level. Sitting alone in the center, lying down and dozing. There are several blue eggs next to the Thunderflame Tiger. They are mount eggs, not pet eggs. Gold-level mounts are very rare and very precious. It takes a lot of gold coins to buy them. The Thunderflame Tiger mount is several times more expensive than other gold-level mounts. When it is sold to some guilds, it is estimated that a lot of gold coins can be earned. The Thunderflame Tiger is the leader of these red tigers, and the red tigers are patrolling around it. Among the red tigers, there are red tiger elites, silver level. At this time, Dong Lei and Daphne appeared. Several red tigers found them and roared, attacking Dong Lei and Daphne. Seeing this, Daphne stood beside Dong Lei with a sword. And Dong Lei made several ordinary attacks, mixed with skill releases. These red tigers had no way to get close to Dong Lei and Daphne. They had already fallen to the ground, deader than dead. With the sound of the bombing, all the red tigers in the cave, including elites, were attracted. They all gathered and attacked Dawn Lei and Daphne. The result is imaginable. Including the Red Tiger Elite, Silver level, they all died in the Hex Devil Gun, Legendary level, in Dawn Lei's hand. Dawn Lei didn't even use the Evil Mask, Legendary level, on his face. The LV1 Absolute Cooldown, passive, became a 200% reduction in skill cooldown. This made Dawn Lei's attack speed very fast. Every normal attack and skill attack. They all attacked twice, attacking the Red Tiger, including the Elite. The Red Tiger's head showed a shocking red digital damage. They all lay on the ground and died instantly. After Dawn Lei killed all the Red Tigers, including the Elite, this Thunder Flame Tiger woke up. The Thunder Flame Tiger stood up, shaking its tiger head, and its eyes were a little shocked. How did these two creatures appear in front of it? Where are its guarding Red Tigers, including the Elite? Why are they all lying on the ground? Dead? Lei Yinhu was stunned when he found his guard, the Red Tiger, including elites. All dead. Suddenly, Lei Yinhu looked up at Dawn Lei and Daphne again. At this time, Dawn Lei looked at Lei Yinhu's attributes on his personal interface. Lei Yinhu, Gold level. Level, 30. Level, Gold level. HP, 35642/35642. Attack power / magic attack power, 4985 to 5880. Skill damage, Thunder Flame, Tiger Hoof. Beast introduction, Lei Yinhu is extremely terrifying and should not be provoked too much. It is a very powerful existence in the Gold level. At this moment, Dawn Lei has killed 8 Silver level elite beasts. System prompts came from his ears. Congratulations, you have completed the Traditional Mage Occupation Secondary Job Transfer Task, A. Congratulations, you have triggered a random 100-fold increase and gained 3,250 attribute points. You have successfully unlocked the LV19 level cap and can reach LV29, you need to complete the job transfer task to unlock it. Congratulations, you have triggered a random 100-fold increase and gained the skill, Spell Surge. Congratulations, you have triggered a random 100-fold increase and gained the skill, Arcane Spirit, passive. LV1 Spell Surge. Level 1. Effect, release a terrifying magic ball that bounces between enemies multiple times, up to 35 times. Each bounce reduces magic resistance by 130%. Cooling time, 10 seconds. Blue bar consumption, 80 MP. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Function introduction, one of the advanced mage skills. LV1 Arcane Spirit, passive. Level 1. Effect, cooling time is reduced by 200%. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Function introduction, one of the advanced mage skills. Congratulations, you have upgraded your level. Upgraded to LV20 and gain 10 attribute points. Congratulations, you have upgraded your level. Upgraded to LV21 and gain 10 attribute points. Congratulations, you have upgraded your level. Upgraded to LV22 and gain 10 attribute points. The experience value in the experience pool was quickly injected, allowing Dawn Lei to upgrade rapidly. It did not stop until it reached LV29. System prompt, your level has reached LV29, and you need to complete the job transfer task to unlock the upper limit. Dawn Lei put all his thousands of attribute points into intelligence. All of a sudden, Dawn Lei's basic magic increased by 35,461 to 36,752. Can't be provoked? Lei Yinhu, I'll give you a blow. Dawn Lei took the Hex Devil Gun, Legendary, and attacked Lei Yinhu. Dawn Lei used the skill, LV1 Tail Whip. With the two skills, LV1 Absolute Cooldown, passive, and LV1 Arcane Spirit, passive. This made Dawn Lei have 400% cooldown. Dawn Lei released the skill, LV1 Tail Whip. From one Tiger Whip, it became 4 Tiger Whips, blasting towards Lei Yinhu. Boom! 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 -105W.
110W, 108W, 112W.
Every time he attacked, the damage that broke out was very terrifying. Lei Yinhu fell to the ground again on the spot. This time he didn't fall asleep, but he was dead. Seeing this, Dong Lei muttered to himself. For tiger whips are really powerful, how can this thunder flame tiger stand it?
I don't think I can stand it. Daphne on the side was surprised. Why is Dong Lei's attack getting more and more terrifying?
Even the gold level thunder flame tiger was easily solved by him.
By the way, this skill attack seems familiar.
Why does it seem like the skill attack of the red spotted
tiger?
Then, seeing Dong Lei talking to himself, he asked curiously.
What's wrong with Dong Lei? It's okay, it's okay.
Dong Lei smiled and scratched his head with his other hand.
Even if there was an evil mask covering it, Dong Lei's embarrassment could be seen.
World announcement: congratulations to the player, Shifeng, for successfully killing Thunder Flame Tiger, Gold Level. As the first player to kill a Gold Level monster, he will be rewarded with 30W gold coins and Fashion Gift Box, Gold Level. World announcement: congratulations to the player, Shifeng, for successfully completing Fengyan Valley Dungeon Infiltration Level. As the first player to complete the Infiltration Level task, he will be rewarded with 50W gold coins and Fengyan Valley Gift Box, Gold Level. You trigger a random 100x amplification and get 6504W gold coins and Fashion Gift Box, Master Level. You trigger a random 100x amplification and get 7878W gold coins and Fengyan Valley Gift Box, Master Level.
For such an announcement, other players were talking about it. Fuck, all the benefits are for him. Who does this player, Shifeng, want? This guy is so terrible. He killed even the gold level Thunder Flame Tigers. How many levels is he already? Maid, I'm still in the novice area, working diligently to clear monsters. Who isn't? After 2 and 4 hours of crazy grinding, I'm only at level 8. What level is this, Slaying Peak, at?
The boss of Slaying Phone is so awesome. This, Killing Peak, has been announced to the world before.
When will I be able to do it again? I don't have to give up the reward. Fortunately, he hasn't killed the diamond level beast yet. I'll be the first to kill him. No one wants to snatch it away.
Some of the top game players and some organizational teams frowned. If Dong Lei is allowed to develop like this, it will be extremely detrimental to them. Thinking of this, a large number of top game players and some organized teams. Everyone is leveling up like crazy, not taking any rest, just grinding monsters like crazy.
Some scenes were created.
Outside the novice village, a large number of players were waiting for the monsters to refresh the situation. At this time, Dong Lei didn't care about this. He quickly went to the center where Lei Yinhu's body lay on the ground, and passed there.
Regarding the things next to Lei Yinhu, Dong Lei was most interested in the Mount Egg. As for the Lei Yinhu corpse, there may be some tiger bones, tiger skins, etc. to replenish HP and MP.
For Dong Lei, he is not interested. After selecting attribute points in intelligence, the MP blue bar is very huge. Enough for him to use for a long time.
Dong Lei doesn't have anything to worry about.
After all, his normal attacks can sometimes solve everything.
Now Dong Lei's normal attack is equal to 4 times.
Dong Lei arrived in front of these Mount Eggs, stretched out his hand and put them into his own package. Congratulations, you have obtained Thunder Flame Tiger, Gold Level, Mount Eggs, *10. Trigger random times 100 times and get 3026, Thunder Flame Tiger, Epic Level, Mount Eggs.
Digging. Is this okay? 3026, Thunder Flame Tiger, Epic Level, Mount Eggs?
I feel like I have recharged too much money. Is this a misjudgment? However, when the time comes to exchange gold coins on the black market, at 1:999, I will probably make crazy money. Now, Dong Lei has not opened the porcelain jar, advanced equipment before, and he has not sold it yet.
Every piece of equipment is a master level equipment.
1 million gold coins are priceless, but there are still several of them.
I killed monsters along the way and got a lot of gold coins.
Now, I have also obtained 3026, Thunder Flame Tiger, Epic Level, Mount Eggs. The price of each Thunder Flame Tiger, Epic Level, Mount Egg, is estimated to be almost 10 million gold coins.
He now has more than 300 million gold coins. After this wave, you will make a lot of money.
It is indeed a 3,000 times increase in income, and with the addition of, it is a random increase of 100 times. Being able to get 3026, Thunder Flame Tiger, Epic Level, Mount Eggs, made Don Legion a bit dumbfounded. At this time, system sounds came from my ears. System prompt: congratulations on passing, Fengyan Valley Deputy, penetration level.
System prompt: congratulations on occupying this secondary map. You can be rewarded with a fixed secondary reward, Thunder Flame Tiger, Gold Level, Mount Egg, and 2,000 gold coins every day. System prompt: if other players from other camps occupy it, you will no longer be able to obtain the fixed rewards of this submap. System prompts: do you want to leave the submap? Leave. After hearing this last sound, Dong Lei looked at Daphne, who was obsessed with him. There was nothing left, so Dong Lei chose to leave. In an instant, rays of light scattered down, covering Dong Lei's body. In an instant, Dong Lei and Daphne disappeared from the place. After a while, Dong Lei and Daphne arrived at Yam Canyon. Before Dong Lei could ask where Daphne was going. Let's go with C, and we will go to Loya Castle recently. Daphne, however, looked at Dong Lei and took the lead in speaking firmly. I'll go with you. Don't leave me here. Dong Lei was stunned for a moment. Daphne, you are the leader of the mighty Thunder Lion army. Dong Lei was a little surprised to actually say these words. Could it be that I, Dong Lei, will sell you out? Won't you go back on your own? It is said that women are road crazy. Are you the same, Daphne? A young boy is a young boy, that's what Daphne said. Dong Lei still can't quite understand. Another man who lived 2 lives in vain. Dong Lei thought for a while and said to Daphne. Okay. Just follow my steps. If you get lost, I won't come looking for you. Afterwards, Dong Lei took the lead and walked towards Luoya City. Lost? Ha ha ha. So, Dong Lei thought I would get lost? Daphne covered her mouth, showing a rare view of a little woman. After smiling, she hurriedly followed Dong Lei. Dong Lei went to Roya City while counting his gains in the sub-city. The previous Lorland mission was completed. Lorland Gift Box, Legendary, has not been opened yet. Also, Leisure Gift Box, Legendary, Fashion Gift Box, Master, Fengyan Valley Gift Box, Master, etc. have not been opened. So, Dong Lei opened all these gift boxes while walking. Dong Lei first looked at the content introduction of Lorland Gift Box, Legendary. Lorland Gift Box, Legendary. Level 1. Level, Legendary. Effect: get a random legendary equipment. Function introduction: the gift box is a random equipment, and the right of interpretation belongs to the game. Legendary equipment? Not bad. But I don't know what kind of equipment it is. So, Dong Lei chose to click to open it. Then, a ray of light flashed, and a necklace appeared in front of him. Gale Necklace, Legendary. Level 15. Class, Legendary. Defense, plus 2560. Equipment attachment bonus. 1. Defense plus 185. 2. Constitution plus 265. 3. There is a 30% chance to increase the damage stacking by 10% when attacking the enemy, which lasts for 20 seconds. Function introduction: Gale Necklace, Legendary, not only has defense, but also has a terrible attack damage feature. Stacking 10% damage is very powerful. For example, the first attack has 100 damage. The second attack, plus 10%, is 110 damage. The third attack, plus 10%, is 121 damage. And at this moment, Dong Lei has a 400% cooldown, and there are 4 attacks at once. In 20 seconds, how much damage will be stacked? Dong Lei put this Gale Necklace, Legendary, around his neck.
Then, he threw a skill, LV1 overlay damage, at Gale Necklace, Legendary. A system voice came from Dong Lei's ear.
Congratulations!
Gale Necklace, Legendary, under your LV1 overlay damage, blessing, can trigger a
random 100-fold increase.
Window _Tabula equals window _Tabula dot push mode thumbspeed 01 container Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement below article thumbnail 300 by 250 target _type mix.
Gale Necklace Legendary Level is an additional equipment bonus with a 130% probability.
When attacking the enemy, the damage will be increased by 135%.
The duration is 20 seconds and the duration is permanent.
The 130% probability has exceeded 100%, so it will definitely be triggered.
135% damage superimposed? Not bad, not bad. Dong Lei even narrowed his eyes with laughter. Even want to do a dance. This, Gale Necklace, Legendary, is already the most perverted piece of equipment among his equipment.
Also, Thunder Lion Gift Box, Legendary Level, Fashion Gift Box, Master Level, and Fengyan Valley Gift Box, Master Level, have not been opened.
So, Dong Lei first picked up the contents of Thunder Lion Gift Box, Legendary Level, and introduced it. Thunder Lion Gift Box, Legendary Level. Level 1. Level, Legendary.
Effect, select one of the equipment, necklace, weapon, body, belt, leg, to explode fixed random equipment. Function introduction, this gift box is the best gift box at the legendary level, and the right of interpretation belongs to this game.
Now, Dong Lei already has legendary necklaces, weapons, and body equipment.
What is still missing is the legendary belt and the 3 equipment slots on the legs. For these 3 equipment slots, Dong Lei used to use those at the division level to deal with them.
Now, some choices must choose legendary equipment. Dong Lei took another look and said, this gift box is the best gift box at the legendary level. So, Dong Lei thought about it and finally chose the equipment, belt. Then, Dong Lei clicked to open the Thunder Lion gift box, legendary level, with his hand. A selection interface appeared in front of Dong Lei. There are 5 choices floating in the clouds, which read, necklace, weapon, body, belt, and leg. Dong Lei didn't think too much and chose the belt equipment. Immediately, a ray of light and a piece of equipment appeared in front of Dong Lei. Gaelic Belt, Legendary. Level, Level 15. Level, Legendary. Defense, plus 2,867. Equipment bonuses. 1. Defense plus 199. 2. Constitution plus 178. 3. There is a 30% probability that when attacking the enemy, the defense stack will be increased by 10%, lasting 20 seconds. Function introduction, Gaelic Belt, Legendary Level, Strong Defense Effect, allowing you to face giant beasts calmly. Wow! It turns out that Gale is a set of equipment. Very good. Very nice. After Dong Lei put on the Gaelic Belt, Legendary, his equipment information interface appeared. After Gaelic Belt, Legendary, Gaelic Necklace, Legendary, appears. These 2 equipment slots began to shine. Then, a systematic voice came over. Congratulations, you combined the Gale suit, Legendary Level, and gained 10% of the basic physical/magic attack. 10% of basic physical/magic attack? Ha ha ha. This wave of opening is similar to the blind box series, super profitable. Ha ha ha. Dong Lei couldn't be happier, and that's not all. Swing a skill, LV1 superimposed damage, on his own equipment, Gaelic Belt, Legendary Level. Voices familiar to Dong Lei reached his ears. Congratulations! Gaelic Belt, Legendary Level, has been added to your LV1 superimposed damage, successfully triggering a random 100-fold increase. Gaelic Belt, Legendary, is an additional equipment bonus, with a 200% probability of increasing the defense stack by 300% when attacking the enemy, and the duration is permanent. TSK, this defense, when I fight strange beasts, my defense becomes more and more explosive. Heartless. This is also a perverted piece of equipment. The best gift box at the legendary level. It is indeed so.
After hearing this system sound, Dong Lei shook his head and
said,
there are also Fashion Gift Box, Master Level, and Fengyan Valley Gift Box, Master Level. Dong Lei chose to start from the reward step by step. The first was the reward from Lorlan, followed by the reward from the Thunder Lion Army. Behind it is the Fengyan Valley Gift Box, Master Level. The last one is Fashion Gift Box, Master Level. So, Dong Lei first took the Fengyan Valley Gift Box, Master Level, and looked at the contents.
Fengyan Valley Gift Box, Master Level. Level 1. Level, Division Level. Effect, randomly obtain a piece of teacher level equipment. Function introduction, Master Level equipment is very rare equipment, and it is already very rare to get it. TCH. It's rare? I have a bunch of stuff in my bag.
When Dong Lei saw this, it was really hard for him to deal with dozens of pieces of master-level equipment, let alone this one.
Then, Dong Lei turned around and looked at Daphne. Daphne has been following Dong Lei, looking at Dong Lei's back. In the best mood, no matter what Dong Lei does, even his back, he feels so handsome. Let Daphne's aloof style completely fall into the hands of Dong Lei. It's a pity that Dong Lei doesn't understand this. She was also afraid that Daphne would get lost.
When Dong Lei turned around, Daphne noticed that several pieces of equipment had been changed on his body, and the ones before him were different.
It seems that Dong Lei has become much stronger. He seems to have become so handsome after changing his equipment. I really want to hug him. Daphne's eyes became blurred, as if possessed. In an instant, Daphne almost wanted to take the initiative to embrace Dong Lei's arms.
This, Fengyan Valley Gift Box, Master Level, is for you.
I have plenty of division level equipment. I gave it to you before. The robes and equipment you are wearing are also from the Master Level. Is it suitable? Do you need to change to something else?
Dong Lei does not want this, Fengyan Valley Gift Box, Master Level.
There are really too many division level equipment.
Therefore, Dong Lei planned to give Daphne this, Fengyan Valley Gift Box, Master Level.
Anyway, Daphne already has the best impression of him. Whatever you ask her to do, she will agree to it. Of course, he will give some of the things he doesn't want to Daphne. This female Daphne will reach the saint level in the later stages. It's better not to be too lazy.
After all, even though the kiss gave a robe and master-level equipment,
it seems like gives too little. I also dismantled the blue armor of the family and showed them all.
When I applied Repair Powder, Epic Level, I touched it for a long time.
Although, it was to save Daphne.
But he also did these things. In Dong Lei's view, generally speaking, such prostitution.
Dong Lei still plans to give more. When I meet this kind of woman who is the most affectionate. Dong Lei is still very square. He gave Luo Erlin a handful of Gujikeo, Epic Level, before Kuo, and asked Luo Erlin to save her father. This handful of Gujikeo, Epic Level, is enough for her to pick leaves while walking. The situation of wasting a large amount of Gage Grass, Epic Level. Even so, Luo Erlin still has a few Jurji Grass, Epic Level, which can heal her father Luo Dongdue. Dong Lei has figured this out. Well, it's quite suitable. Give me such a valuable thing. Not so good. I already have the master level equipment you gave me.
In front of Dong Lei, Daphne is just a little woman. Facing Dong Lei, Daphne's voice became smaller and smaller, her face flushed, and she looked embarrassed.
I'll give it to you. Stop talking nonsense. Giving you this master-level equipment is still a good offer for your defense and attack power. Your own life is very precious. Dong Lei forced it into Daphne's hand and said.
Daphne took this, Fengyan Valley Gift Box, Master Level, and her hand was grabbed by Dong Lei.
Just now, which made her heart very happy.
Since Dong Lei was going to give it to her, she didn't plan to refuse it, and responded like a mosquito.
Well. Thank you.
In Daphne's view, Dong Lei still cared about her and said that her life was very precious. It turns out that I am still very important in Dong Lei's heart.
Let Daphne's favorability towards Dong Lei reach the top. You're welcome. Let's continue to rush to Roya City.
Dong Lei turned around and continued to walk while opening the remaining fashion gift box, master level.
In the entire Chaos continent, game fashions are usually obtained in mysterious stores and system rewards. In addition, game fashions do not occupy the equipment column and can be seen by everyone. Therefore, they are deeply loved by many people. From the price, they are also in a state of speculation. Of course, fashions are the same as equipment. They are all divided into levels. However, even black iron fashions require a high price to buy. Not to mention the later levels of fashions, which are even rarer and more precious. Dong Lei didn't think too much, picked up the fashion gift box, master level, and checked the content introduction. Fashion gift box, master level. Level 1. Level, master level.
Effect: a game fashion item will be randomly revealed, and the master level fashion item will dazzle your eyes. Function introduction: the gift box belongs to the fashion gift box, and the right of interpretation belongs to the game. As Dong Lei opened it, a ray of light flashed, and a pair of blue boots appeared in front of Dong Lei. Congratulations, you have obtained the Bloodthirsty Boots of Fengyan, master level. The Bloodthirsty Boots of Fengyan, master level, fashion item has a blessing feature. Now there are 6 choices for you to choose and confirm.
After that, 6 floating clouds appeared in front of Dong Lei's personal information interface. Each floating cloud represents a choice. 1. Attribute blessing. 2. Skill improvement. 3. Defense enhancement.
4. Intelligence deepening. 5. Damage reduction ratio.
6. Physical damage.
Among them, physical damage, defense enhancement, and damage reduction ratio, Dong Lei will not choose.
Physical damage is to enhance physical attack power. For a traditional mage, it's useless. Defense enhancement increases one's defense.
I already have the Gaelic equipment set and Thorn armor, legendary.
So, Dong Lei is quite confident in his defense. This defense enhancement is really not needed. As for damage reduction ratio, it is indeed okay. However, compared with skill improvement, attribute blessing, and intelligence deepening, it is still quite unnecessary. These 3, skill improvement, attribute blessing, and intelligence deepening, made Dong Lei a little hesitant. At the current level, intelligence is definitely enough. Intelligence deepening also makes one's intelligence stronger. Attribute blessing is an all-round attribute improvement. This is a must for all-round professional players. However, Dong Lei still looked at skill improvement. At present, in Dong Lei's opinion, there is still no skill level improvement. You need to reach level 40 before you can learn knowledge. From now on, you can improve your skills. Each level of skill improvement will have a huge change in damage or other things. Therefore, it is very difficult to improve skills. After thinking for a while, Dong Lei still chose skill improvement and clicked on the floating cloud of skill improvement. Then, the 6 floating clouds turned into 2 floating clouds. Please choose your skill improvement. 1. Choose a single skill to improve by 4 levels. 2. All skills to improve by 1 level. Faced with this choice, Dong Lei scratched his head for a long time before clicking all skills to improve by 1 level. Although, the choose a single skill to improve by 4 levels made Dong Lei very tempted. However, Dong Lei still planned to upgrade all his skills to level 1. In this way, he would have more options in the use of his skills. Dong Lei could be more calm and composed according to the situation he faced. Soon, Dong Lei put on the pair of bloodthirsty boots, master level. A ray of light fell, and the voice of the system came to Dong Lei's ears. Congratulations, you have obtained the fashion feature of Bloodthirsty Boots of Fengyan, master level, all skills are improved by 1 level. At this time, Dong Lei also saw the attribute function of Bloodthirsty Boots of Fengyan, master level. Bloodthirsty Boots of Fengyan, master level. Level 1. Fashion attachment bonus. 1. Intelligence strength constitution plus 320. 2. Fortune value plus 300.
Fashion blessing feature, all skills are improved by 1 level. Function introduction, this is a pair of very beautiful shoes, modeled after a product processed in a field in the 21st century, which is very durable and durable. The fortune value is very difficult to obtain, which can improve some of your own game bonuses and affect some NPC images. For example, it has an impact on the random increase of 100 times in your SSS-level talent, passive crazy plunder. As for random aspects, there is a certain influence on the fortune value. In the past, some players relied on the fortune points to make their luck explode and get some rare equipment. Or they hooked up with some NPC strongmen and women and became their brothers and confidants. Becoming your brother means that you can attack the sub-district and the war for yourself. Becoming a confidant means being your money bag and buying some equipment that you can't afford for yourself. At that time, the fortune points became something that a large number of players wanted no matter what. For Don Lei, increasing his fortune points is a very good thing for organizing a camp or guild in the future. After wearing this pair of bloodthirsty boots, master level, I feel that my steps are like the wind, and the speed of going to Roya City seems to be one step faster. Don Lei has opened all the gift boxes, and now it is his 3rd career transfer task. At present, Don Lei has reached level 29, and he must complete the 3rd career transfer task to reach level 30. So, Don Lei opened the personal information interface, and a colon appeared, which was the 3rd career transfer task. Don Lei clicked on the interface colon, and the interface in front of him automatically jumped to the taskbar. And, the content of his 3rd job transfer was automatically opened. Traditional Mage Occupation 3rd Job Transfer Task, S. Level, S. Task Introduction, a traditional mage, when in trouble, must bravely break the shackles. Task 1, please kill diamond-level elite beasts that are not lower than your own level. You need to kill 10 diamond-level elite beasts to prove your strength. Task requirements, kill 10 diamond-level elite beasts that are not lower than your own level. Task time, none. Task rewards, 1, 10 attribute points. 2, unlock level. 3, unlock mage skills. Task 2, learn about your own professional knowledge and improve your 2 knowledge to intermediate level. Fuck. I just got S level in my 3rd career change. I won't get SS in my 4th career change? I give up. However, the requirements of these 2 tasks are quite high. It's relatively easy to complete, which makes me feel more at ease. After Don Lei cursed, he was relieved. After all, he is too strong now. As for learning knowledge, he has so much military value now, so he can easily exchange for some advanced ones. What's more, learning intermediate knowledge is very simple. And killing 10 diamond-level elite beasts is also quite easy for Don Lei's strength. After closing the taskbar, Don Lei went to his mount bar. Now, if he wants to get to Roya City quickly, it's better to hatch the mount egg he got. As long as he reaches level 20, the mount interface will appear. Don Lei is already LV 29, and it already exists. So, Don Lei opened the mount interface. Mount 1, Mount 1, no hatched egg. 2, Mount 2, need to spend 10 W gold coins to unlock. 3, Mount 3, need to spend 20 W gold coins to unlock. 4, Mount 4, level limit, cannot be unlocked. Except for Mount 1 given by the system, other mounts require a certain amount of gold coins. In addition, the number of mounts is also limited by level. Although, the later mounts will require more gold coins to unlock. But, for 10 W or 20 W gold coins, Don Lei's current assets are really not worth it. Don Lei chose to click to unlock 3 mounts. Shifeng, are you sure you want to unlock 3 mounts? It will cost 300,000 gold coins? Yes. Don Lei answered without any thought. Instantly, the mount interface flashed. Congratulations, you have successfully unlocked Mount 2 and Mount 3. Don Lei did not think much about it, and immediately took out his package and took out 3 Thunder Flame Tiger Epic Mount eggs. And he put Mount 1, Mount 2, and Mount 3 in. At this time, the sound of the system came from my ears, and the interface showed the time. Your Mount 1, Thunder Flame Tiger, Epic, Mount Egg, is hatching. The estimated hatching time is 159 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. You can consume gold coins to increase the hatching speed. Your Mount 2, Thunder Flame Tiger, Epic, Mount Egg, is hatching. The estimated hatching time is 159 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. You can consume gold coins to increase the hatching speed. Your Mount 3, Thunder Flame Tiger, Epic, Mount Egg, is hatching. The estimated hatching time is. It is worthy of being an epic mount. The hatching time alone takes a week. However, you can consume gold coins to increase the speed. Dong Lei would of course make such a choice. He clicked on the mount program and chose to consume gold coins to increase the hatching speed. Within a few minutes, Dong Lei quickly clicked on the mount interface and chose to consume gold coins. A series of system sound prompts kept coming from Dong Lei's ears. Congratulations, you spent 50,000 gold coins, and the hatching time of Mount 1 was reduced by 2 hours. Congratulations, you spent 50,000 gold coins, and the hatching time of Mount 2 was reduced by 2 hours. Congratulations, you spent 50,000 gold coins, Mount 3. At this time, the system's voice changed. Congratulations, Mount 1 successfully hatched the Thunder Flame Tiger, Epic, Mount. Congratulations, Mount 2 successfully hatched the Thunder Flame Tiger, Epic, Mount. Congratulations, Mount 3 successfully hatched. All of a sudden, 3 more Thunder Flame Tiger, Epic, mounts appeared on his mounts. The next 3 voices made Dong Lei completely confused and shocked. Congratulations, the random 100-fold amplification is triggered, and the Mount 1 Thunder Flame Tiger, Epic, has changed. You have obtained the Thunder Flame Tiger, Legendary, Mount. Congratulations, the random 100-fold amplification is triggered, and the Mount 2 Thunder Flame Tiger, Epic, has changed. You have obtained the Thunder Flame Tiger, Legendary, Mount. Congratulations, you have triggered a random 100-fold amplification, and Mount 3 Thunder Flame Tiger, Epic, has changed. You have obtained Thunder Flame Tiger, Legendary. Wow! Wow! Nice! Dong Lei laughed wildly in his heart. It turned out that the previous Thunder Flame Tiger, Golden Egg had undergone a random 100-fold amplification and reached the epic level. Now, after hatching, there is a random 100-fold amplification, and it has become legendary again. You know, the legendary Mount Egg was in Dong Lei's previous life. A legendary Mount Egg can only be bought with 1 billion gold coins. However, it is a pity that after hatching, it cannot be bought and sold. But for Dong Lei, these are not important. Selling an epic Mount Egg alone is also a lot of gold coins. Not to mention, he does have a lot of gold coins. Now, there are so many ways to earn gold coins, not just by selling Mount Eggs. At this time, Dong Lei clicked on Mount 1 and Mount 2, and 2 Thunder Flame Tiger, Legendary, mounts appeared in front of Dong Lei. After the 2 legendary Thunder Flame Tiger mounts came out of the void, they roared wildly. Daphne behind him was completely dumbfounded. She had just opened the Fengyan Valley gift box, Master Level, that Dong Lei handed to her. The system gave her a leg equipment, a pair of elegant and beautiful black silk, Master Level. The attributes of elegant and beautiful black silk, Master Level, are quite good. This surprised Daphne a little and a little shy. Now, Daphne just lowered her head to put on this equipment. Then, she just looked up and saw the 2 Thunder Flame Tiger mounts coming out and roaring loudly. Daphne screamed ah, and fell to the ground. When she fell, Dong Lei turned around and looked at the posture of Daphne just falling. It turned out that Daphne was wearing a single robe, which was similar to a skirt. Now, Daphne's legs wearing elegant and beautiful black silk, Master Level, made Dong Lei look at them a few more times. Suddenly, in Dong Lei's eyes, he seemed to see everything. Dong Lei regained his composure, walked over, and reached out to help Daphne up. Daphne, of course, saw Dong Lei looking at her. She looked shy, lowered her head and dared not speak, and stood up in cooperation. Don't panic. These are just my 2 mounts. Dong Lei explained with an awkward smile. Daphne nodded, did not speak, and looked very shy, with her hands spinning. As a result, Dong Lei walked towards the two Thunder Flame Tiger, legendary, mounts. It made Daphne doubt her own beauty. Could it be? I have put on socks, but I am not as good as these two mounts? Daphne pouted, seeming a little unhappy. However, in Daphne's eyes, these two Thunder Flame Tiger, legendary, mounts were still a little frightened and scared. This Thunder Flame Tiger, legendary? After Daphne recovered, she was even more shocked after seeing the two mounts clearly. The scene in front of her made Daphne stunned with surprise. At this time, Dong Lei approached the two Thunder Flame Tiger, legendary, mounts. The two Thunder Flame Tiger, legendary, mounts stopped roaring and looked at Dong Lei with great kindness and intimacy. They looked like two cats, very cute. Dong Lei opened the information interface of his mount column and checked it. Thunder Flame Tiger, legendary, asterisk. Level, 1. Level, legendary. HP, 8W/8W. Attack, 3456 to 5644. Defense, 8035. Mount attachment bonus. 1. Strength plus 145. 2. Constitution plus 138. 3. Fire resistance plus 122. 4. Movement speed plus 867. Skill damage, Thunder Flame, Tiger Hoof, Flame Tiger Technique. Mount introduction, legendary mount, you deserve it, a very, very powerful mount. 1 asterisk represents 1 star, if you want to advance to 2 stars. You need to devour different types of mounts. You can reach up to 1 star, making the mount reach the peak of its own strength. Generally speaking, it is very difficult for gamers to own a mount. Not to mention, I have to devour the mount to increase the star level, which is very reluctant. Of course, this is the Thunder Flame Tiger, legendary. A Thunder Flame Tiger, legendary, mount costs as much as 100 million gold coins. Who is willing to devour it? And for Dong Lei, if devouring can make the Thunder Flame Tiger, legendary, reach 10 stars. He is still very willing. Nothing else, more gold coins. More mounts. So, Dong Lei chose the Thunder Flame Tiger, legendary, in front of him to devour another Thunder Flame Tiger, legendary. Thus, to increase the star level of the Thunder Flame Tiger. I saw that after Dong Lei clicked on the devouring to improve, the Thunder Flame Tiger in front of him opened his huge mouth and swallowed the other Thunder Flame Tiger. The other Thunder Flame Tiger slowly disappeared, and the one in front of him was promoted by 1 star. At this time, a voice came from Dong Lei's ear. Congratulations, Thunder Flame Tiger, legendary, asterisk, devoured, Thunder Flame Tiger, legendary, asterisk. The random 100-fold increase was triggered, and Thunder Flame Tiger, legendary, asterisk, was promoted to Thunder Flame Tiger, legendary, asterisk asterisk asterisk. After devouring Thunder Flame Tiger, legendary, asterisk, it directly became 3 stars. There was still another Thunder Flame Tiger, legendary, asterisk, and Dong Lei also let this Thunder Flame Tiger, legendary, asterisk asterisk asterisk, continue to devour. The voice of the system continued to come over. Congratulations, Thunder Flame Tiger, legendary, asterisk asterisk asterisk, devoured, Thunder Flame Tiger, legendary, asterisk. The random 100-fold amplification was triggered, and Thunder Flame Tiger, legendary, was promoted to Thunder Flame Tiger, legendary. It just devoured 2 Thunder Flame Tiger, legendary, asterisk, and it reached 4 stars. Dong Lei was so surprised that he kept taking out Thunder Flame Tiger, legendary, mount eggs and kept spending money to hatch them. Congratulations, Mount 1 successfully hatched the Thunder Flame Tiger, epic, mount. Congratulations, the random 100-fold amplification is triggered, and Mount 1 Thunder Flame Tiger, epic, mount changes. You get the Thunder Flame Tiger, legendary, mount. Congratulations, Mount 2 successfully hatched the Thunder Flame Tiger, epic, mount. Congratulations, the random 100-fold amplification is triggered, and Mount 1 Thunder Flame Tiger, epic, mount changes. You get the Thunder Flame Tiger, legendary, mount. Then, the Thunder Flame Tigers, legendary, were released one by one by Dong Lei.
They were devoured by his own 4-star Thunder Flame Tiger, Legendary.
As a result, it originally took hundreds of Thunder Flame Tigers, Legendary, to upgrade the Thunder Flame Tiger, Legendary, to a higher star.
And under the triggering of the random 100-fold amplification, more than 100 were released in front of Dawn Lei. Finally, a huge and ferocious, Thunder Flame Tiger, Legendary, appeared. After that, Dawn Lei continued to devour several Thunder Flame Tigers, Legendary, and upgraded Mount 2's Thunder Flame Tiger, Legendary, to a higher star. Mount 3 could not upgrade to a higher star due to the restrictions of Mount 4. Because, you can't swallow the Mount 1-star Thunder Flame Tiger, Legendary, and the Mount 2-star Thunder Flame Tiger, Legendary. Besides, this is not allowed, and you can't do this.
2 1-star Thunder Flame Tigers, Legendary, appeared in front of Dawn Lei and Daphne.
Thunder Flame Tiger, Legendary. Level 1. Level, Legendary. Mount Stars, 9 stars. HP, 400W/400W. Attack Power, 15321, 16452. Defense Power, 45675. Mount Attachment Bonus. 1. Strength plus 1211. 2. Constitution plus 1354. 3. Fire Resistance plus 1332. 4. Fire Damage plus 1543. 4. Movement Speed plus 9546. Skill Damage, Thunder Flame, Tiger Hoof, Flame Tiger Technique, Burning Fire Falling Star. Mount Introduction, Legendary Mount 1 star, you deserve it. Extremely terrifying and powerful mount.
The huge breath and sharp eyes roared. It seemed to cause a shock under the feet of the Thunder Flame Tiger. A 1-star Thunder Flame Tiger is more than 1 time stronger than a 1-star Thunder Flame Tiger.
The most core thing is that it has fire resistance and fire damage.
For some gamers who focus on fire attributes, it is very important. Plus 1 fire damage is equivalent to adding 1% fire attack power. 1543 points of fire damage is equivalent to 1543% fire attack power bonus. More than 1,000 times the fire damage. And fire resistance, it can also be said that plus 1 is equivalent to offsetting 1% of the fire damage. 1332 fire resistance directly offsets 1332% of the fire attribute, which can be said to be true. The fire damage can't hurt Dawn Lei, who is sitting on the mount. And the movement speed of plus 9546 requires the Thunder Flame Tiger to run at full speed. After letting Dawn Lei sit on it, it feels like the speed of sitting on a train. When these 2-star Thunder Flame Tigers, Legendary, looked at Dawn Lei, they became cute and intimate again.
Like a cat, begging Dawn Lei to touch their fur. Not bad.
After Dawn Lei finished speaking lightly, he turned over on the back of the Thunder Flame Tiger and pointed at the other Thunder Flame Tiger and shouted to Daphne, who was confused. "You get on this Thunder Flame Tiger mount, we can get to Roya City faster."
Me? Yeah. Okay. Daphne was a little surprised that these 2 Thunder Flame Tigers were actually Dawn Lei's mounts. Moreover, they were constantly devoured under Dawn Lei's guidance.
They all turned into 9-star Thunder Flame Tigers, Legendary level.
After responding, Daphne walked to another Thunder Flame Tiger and carefully climbed onto its back. "Sit tight, let's go."
After seeing Daphne on the Thunder Flame Tiger's back, Dawn Lei said to Daphne.
Then, the Thunder Flame Tiger carrying Dawn Lei rushed towards Roya City. And Daphne's one followed them in the same way.
Daphne quickly grabbed the tiger hair on the neck of the Thunder Flame Tiger and leaned down to stabilize herself.
Soon, the 2 Thunder Flame Tigers took Dawn Lei and Daphne and ran towards the royal city at a rapid speed.
The 2 Thunder Flame Tigers ran side by side, their limbs and feet running rapidly.
Gusts of wind blew from Dawn Lei and Daphne, blowing Daphne's hair and face.
And wearing elegant and beautiful black silk, master level, a beautiful dress. Daphne looked particularly beautiful, moving and attractive. Dawn Lei frequently looked at Daphne, and his throat began to swallow. In the end, Dawn Lei stopped the 2 Thunder Flame Tigers and took back one of them to the second column of the mount. Then he summoned a thunder flame tiger on the first mount and said to Daphne with a serious face. Daphne, your thunder flame tiger mount is a little tired after running for too long.
My thunder flame tiger is more durable, just use mine. How could Daphne not know what Dong Lei meant?
How could a 9-star thunder flame tiger get tired? The flushed face, the beating heart, the affectionate eyes, responded in a low voice. Then she took the initiative to climb onto the back of the thunder flame tiger, lowering her head. Then, Daphne was hugged by Dong Lei, and the thunder flame tiger continued to rush towards Roya City.
The shaking along the way and the frequent collisions between the bodies made Dong Lei quite excited.
Because the thunder flame tiger was extremely fast, both of them needed to bend over. Dong Lei smelled the fragrant hair and looked at the white thighs, wearing elegant and gorgeous black silk, master level. This made Dong Lei swallow his saliva frequently, and he still felt a little thirsty.
He didn't know why it was like this. And Daphne was even more shy, holding Lei Yinhu's hair tightly and lowering her head.
Although this was very embarrassing, she seemed to like it very much. After all, the favorability reached the extreme.
Whatever Dong Lei wanted to do, he would agree to it.
This was the dignified leader of the Leisure army, but at this moment he was like a woman.
Dong Lei seemed to gradually understand how to do something.
Instead of stupidly asking others to pull weeds or something like that. Just as Dong Lei was on his way, a voice came from Dong Lei's ear.
World announcement, congratulations to the player, Oma, for successfully changing his main profession. As the second player to change his profession, special rewards, good luck value +1, gold coin reward 3W gold coins.
At this time, the second player reached the second profession.
And Dong Lei has already gone to the third turn mission.
However, when Dong Lei heard this voice, he still frowned.
This Oma was very familiar to Dong Lei in his previous life. A senior professional player in the former Lighthouse country. If Dong Lei did not exist at this moment, the most glorious person is this Oma.
Moreover, the first guild founded by gamers was
founded by Oma.
At that time, he was a top player that most gamers admired.
Moreover, Oma was supported by the major Warzone organizations and consortiums behind him. Oma commanded the Alliance Corps of the major Warzones and attacked their Dragon Country Warzone.
The members of the Alliance Corps attacked and slaughtered the gamers of Dragon Country crazily. A large number of gamers of Dragon Country were attacked and slaughtered so that they could hardly raise their heads. Their equipment exploded and was robbed. A large number of cities in the Dragon Country Warzone were occupied. After the players resurrected themselves in the town, they were killed on the spot by the occupied Oma Corps. They kept exploding their equipment and were snatched away by the Allied Corps. At that time, the gamers in the Dragon Zone cried and shouted. The equipment they had finally obtained was all taken away, and almost all of them were newcomers except for the level. Later, under the situation of Dong Lei and other extremely powerful players,
the Alliance Corps was completely defeated and fled back to their own Warzone. Warzone War.
Dong Lei's eyes became sharp and he said slowly. Although the overall strength of the Dragon Kingdom in the previous life was not very weak, this slowed down the growth of the gamers in the Dragon Kingdom Warzone. And these countries in other Warzones, through the Warzone War, they expanded and grew wildly.
Every Warzone War is for the gamers in each major area. Killing the hostile Warzone can get a lot of Warzone points. Battlezone points can be exchanged for some rare equipment and supplies. In the Battlezone War, the top 10 players will receive certain generous rewards. In addition, the NPCs in each Battlezone will issue various high-value Battlezone reward tasks, so that the players can grow up quickly. This is the Battlezone where other Battlezones frequently attack and unite to fight against the Dragon Kingdom. If the guild formed by the players, they can get some large-scale Battlezone war tasks. Once completed, there will be a lot of gold coins, experience points, military points and other things, including some very rare advanced knowledge, advanced skills, royal equipment, quasi-sacred equipment, and even sacred equipment drawings. Therefore, launching a Battlezone war will affect the income and development of the entire Battlezone. Thinking of this, Dong Lei seemed to want to do this. However, it is necessary to establish his own guild and camp now. Only then can the Battlezone War be launched.
After all, after having a guild camp, you can get more Warzone battle missions. Thus, the strength of players and NPCs in your guild camp can be improved by leaps and bounds.
After a period of Lei Yinhu Mercedes-Benz, Daphne lay in Dawn Lei's arms. No longer leaning over to grab Lei Yinhu's neck hair, she was tired of grabbing. Or, in such a situation, Daphne began to take the initiative. Lying on the chest of the person she liked made Daphne feel extremely comfortable. However, Daphne kept her head down, biting her lips, afraid of Dawn Lei's rejection. At this moment, they finally arrived at Roya City. Luoya City also belonged to the Fenglei Empire. As soon as Dawn Lei arrived at Luoya City, he rushed to the military headquarters. At this time, Dawn Lei was stopped by Daphne, and he bravely grabbed Dawn Lei's hand. Dawn Lei was quite interested. What happened to this woman?
Just smelled the fragrance of her hair a few more times, and Hajing de Guangming took a few glances at her thighs and socks. Moreover, they were given 2 pieces of master-level equipment.
If it was just prostitution face, Dawn Lei would have given him enough. Now, what does she, Daphne, want to do? Do you still want his master-level equipment? If that was the case, he would still be willing to give it. After all, this woman can do whatever she wants. Dawn Lei's heart is so pure, of course he hopes that this woman, who will become a saint later on, will help him in the game. Ran. What happened to Daphne?
I saw Daphne coyly holding Dawn Lei's hand and lowering her head, a little embarrassed. At this time, several people from other armies passed by and spotted Daphne. Afterwards, the 3 people pressed their backs against the wall, their faces full of shock and confusion. The 3 of them are from the Qianhua army, and the Qianhua army has always been with the Thunder Lion army. Now, the 3 of them actually bumped into Daphne, the leader of the Thunder Lion army.
Holding hands with a man? This was simply an image they couldn't imagine.
Because Daphne, the leader of the Thunder Lion army, has always had a cold and cool attitude.
That kind of heroic leader actually came out like this now. Still wearing robes, skirts, and stockings? Mad, I can't imagine. How could such a little woman appear?
Therefore, the 3 of them also knew why they were all pressed against the wall. Then, the 3 members of the Chizuru army started talking to each other. Qiu Qianrun used his hands to touch his eyes and murmured.
Is blind? Why does seem to see what might have seen? Qiu Qian's Hanqiang calmed his breathing, which was even more difficult to accept. Yes. Is this person Daphne, the leader of the Thunder Lion army? Is this world crazy? Or are we all blind?
Qiu Qianyu asked his 2 brothers, his eyes a little dull.
Maid, why are you leaning against the wall? Is it necessary to do this when discovering big things? Keys, add to become your follower. Daphne took a deep breath, raised her head and looked at Dawn Lei, and said seriously. Follower? Dawn Lei was a little surprised. This was Daphne. At least he is now the leader of the Thunder Lion army. Moreover, in the Chaos Continent, only the absolutely strong can have followers. Because every follower needs to sign a contract. Once there is a contract, it means that the other party will become his follower forever. Dawn Lei did not expect that Daphne in front of him would actually choose to become his follower. Although, Daphne has the most extreme favorability. However, Dawn Lei will still force Daphne to become his follower because of this aspect. Even if Dawn Lei knew that Daphne would have terrifying strength by then, Dawn Lei did not do this. Including Luo Erlin, who gave her a handful of kaige grass and asked her to go back to treat her father's illness, there was no such request. At this time, Daphne saw Dawn Lei's words in contemplation, gritted her teeth and continued. Could it be that Daphne is worthy of being your attendant? These words made Dawn Lei quickly wave his hands to deny it. Of course it is. How is it possible? Ha ha ha. Or do you think is strong enough that can become your follower? Daphne stared at Dawn Lei and asked immediately. Hey, that's what you want to say? Dawn Lei shook his head, sighed, and said yes. Why does this Daphne like to be her follower so much? By then, when Dawn Lei has not become very strong, Daphne's strength has skyrocketed,
which will put herself in a very embarrassing situation. From being his follower to being his protector, Dong Lei, a straight man, has yet to accept this thing. After all, Dong Lei doesn't like topics like becoming a pretty boy. Since you are willing to agree, then there will be no one to care about in this life. I have become your follower, so just let him die. Whoa whoa. Daphne actually lowered her head and started crying, looking very sad. Okay. I'll let you become S follower. That's it. Dong Lei was a little at a loss. He was most afraid of women crying. So Dong Lei quickly agreed to Daphne's request. In an instant, Daphne raised her head with a very happy expression, without any tears at all. At this time, Dong Lei discovered that Beidifuni had been deceived. This little liar would have been spanked from behind if she was riding the Thunderflame. Tiger! Come on! Sign the follower contract. Soon, with Daphne's nod, he bit his finger, squeezed out blood, and began to draw a follower contract. Dong Lei also bit his finger, and after clicking on the contract Daphne had drawn, he completed the follower contract. Congratulations, you have successfully signed a follower contract with Daphne NPC, LV19 Daphne, Quasi-King level. World announcement, player, Phone, has signed a follower contract with Quasi-King level, NPC, and is rewarded with 20 W gold coins and 50 good fortune points. Congratulations, you have triggered a random 100-fold increase, and you have received 3500 W gold coins and 1201 good fortune points. After hearing the announcement, Dong Lei was concerned about his finger. Instead, he rushed to Daphne and used his mouth to help her heal the wound on her finger. The blood of this finger is worth 3500 W gold coins, 1201 good fortune points, and heal it for a while longer. In an instant, all the players who heard the world announcement were like a piece of stone hitting the calm lake, causing them to curse one after another. It flooded the entire chat channel, and the bullet screen rolled very quickly. Damn, I'm speechless. I'm still waiting for the monsters to refresh in the novice village. Has this, Killing Peak, guy already teamed up with the Quasi-King NPC? That's awesome. NPCs can be followers. Go find the village chief of the novice village and ask him if he's willing. Only a fool would ask the village chief. Ask the store manager who sells porcelain jars. Is it better? Is it more fun to open a steady supply of porcelain jars? How about going to the town to find a professional NPC and ask him to become a full-time professional for us? The village chiefs of the novice village are all dead. At most, they are iron level. There's no point in making him a follower. Dong Lei's world announcement made the entire chat channel hot again. For a while, game players ran around to tell each other that they were going to swipe monsters. Instead, he started to develop various strategies for the various NPCs in the entire Chaos game. Then, a large number of players went to the porcelain jar shop and asked the store manager to make their followers. As a result, the owner of the porcelain jar was a bit confused. He didn't know what these gamers were here for. Of course I deny it. How can a boss who makes a lot of money become a follower? Even if the King of Heaven and I come over, this is impossible. Later, the forced buying and selling incident occurred, and some daring game players actually went to snatch the porcelain jars. In an instant, some players who wanted to snatch the porcelain jar were instantly killed by the porcelain jar boss. Ha ha ha. These fools dare to steal the boss's porcelain jar. It's really a big deal. That's right. How could the Chaos game let you do this in such a situation? Are you blinded by the world announcement? Fortunately, didn't go in. Originally wanted to make the porcelain jar boss a follower of. This porcelain jar boss is so fierce and not easy to surrender. There are still some gamers who are trying their best to make the porcelain jar boss their follower. After all, porcelain jars are so adorable. At this time, the owner of the porcelain jar walked around, carrying the thunder ironing magic stick, attracting thunder and lightning to come down. These gamers who were passing by and watching the excitement also suffered. The porcelain jar shop also closed for a while. Afterwards, a large number of players ran to find the village chief, guard captain, deputy captain, or other villagers. Later, no gamer succeeded.
However, Dong Lei did not know about these situations.
At this moment, Qiu Qianran, Qiu Qianzhan, and Qiu Qianqi also discovered Daifuni, the leader of the Thunder Lion army. He actually signed a follower contract with a man who looked young at first sight. This time, everyone was even more shocked and puzzled. Qiu Qianran struggled to open his eyes with his hands and said in disbelief,
"No way! The leader of the Thunder Lion army, Daphne, signed a follower contract with a man wearing a mask, who must be a white-faced man. Isn't he crazy?" Qiu Qianzhan was dumbfounded, while Dong Lei sucked Daphne's fingers to prevent her fingers from bleeding. Daphne, the leader of the Thunder Lion army, actually showed a shy face. A majestic Daphne, the leader of the Thunder Lion army? Actually, in broad daylight, Xingxing, is this still the Daphne that saw before? Qiu Qianqi was blocked by the bodies of his two brothers, but he was still able to speak. "Brothers, doesn't that Kamita Rai, the commander of the Kamihara army, like Daphne?" The Geiyuan army and the Thunder Lion army have good relations with each other, which often leads to various conflicts with the Chizuru army. The most important thing is Kamita Rai of the Kamihara army, who has always liked Daphne. Now, if this situation is explained to Kamita Raid will alienate the Kamita Raid army and the Thunder Lion army. Then, together with the Chizuru army, they bullied the Thunder Lion army. That's right. Let's go and report it to the group leader Gong Sunhee and ask him to tell Kamita Rai about this matter. That's right. Let's hurry back and report this important matter. Upon hearing this, Qiu Qianran and Qiu Qianzhan quickly pulled Qiu Qianqi and ran towards their army headquarters. Dong Lei put down his hand and stared at Daphne. Daphne was so shy and her face was flushed. At this moment, her heart finally belongs to Dong Lei. Dong Lei shook his head. Even though he was still wearing a mask, he had already surrendered to a terrifying saint woman. Hi! To be so handsome, he must be too strong. Since Daphne is his follower, she should be better cultivated. At that time, Daphne can do some things alone. Dong Lei wants to train Daphne to become a top killer. So, Dong Lei put the division-level equipment in his robe, except for the legs and body. I took out 2 pieces of the remaining master equipment, necklace, weapon, and belt, from the equipment slots and handed them to her. Daphne looked at the master-level equipment in front of her eyes turned red, and she felt extremely moved in her heart. He's S follower. Stop being so coy. Don't be polite. You can use these first, and I will give you more advanced equipment later. Dong Lei looked at Daphne, who was about to cry, touched her forehead and said with a smile. As for legs and body things, Dong Lei thinks Daphne's current equipment looks pretty good. I don't want Daphne to change her equipment. What you can see with your eyes cannot change. Then, Daphne quickly selected the equipment she wanted and put it on. Let Dong Lei look at Daphne and feel even more beautiful. I really appreciate my vision for the division-level equipment I found. At this time, 2 voices appeared in Dong Lei's ears. World announcement: player Yang Guai successfully changed his profession and became the first warrior player. He will be rewarded with 300 gold coins and 20 luck points. World announcement: player Yang Guai successfully became a member of the Fire Sun Empire. He is the TH player to have a camp and will be rewarded with 200 gold coins. After the announcement of this world sounded, Dong Lei frowned. This player Yang Guai often quarreled with him. Especially, there was an eagle next to him, helping him from time to time. Moreover, he also had a CP with the Dragon Saint, a woman named Long Nu. This is a very difficult player to deal with, and he is in a hostile relationship with Dong Lei. Several wars within the Dragon Kingdom were affected by him, causing Dong Lei in his previous life to often lag behind in the rankings. Of course, even if Yang Guai had all kinds of support, he was still evenly matched with Dong Fan. The camp chosen by Yang Guai was still the Huayang Empire, which was exactly the same as the situation in his previous life. However, the current Dong Lei was going to take the initiative to come over and cause trouble for him. Eagle? Dragon Nu? Kill them all. Humph. Dong Lei sneered, and roared in his heart that in this life, he would definitely trample Yang Guai under his feet. Daphne was a little confused, but she didn't dare to ask more.
In the early stage of the game, each warzone will face internal problems. Each warzone is divided into several empire camps, such as the Dragon Kingdom warzone. There are 4 empires: the Earth Covering Empire, the Water Control Empire, the Wind and Thunder Empire, and the Fire and Sun Empire. Finally, the faction guilds in the Empire, etc., will start wars in various warzones after the game players grow up. At that time, the rewards for Warzone wars will be much richer than those for Warzone civil wars. And the civil war in the Warzone is, for example, the war between the Wind and Thunder Empire and the Water Control Empire, each trying to compete for their own territory, etc.
Then the war will start. By then, Donglei and Yangguo will not have enough fun. Daphne, go back to the army first. If there is anything, I will call you again. Now these equipments are enough for you to deal with some things in the early stage.
Donglei intends to let Daphne experience it by herself first, but now there is nothing to do with him. Daphne hesitated for a while, but still nodded and agreed to Donglei's words.
After all, she had to do whatever Donglei asked her to do.
Although Daphne was a little reluctant, she wanted to stay by Donglei's side all the time. As Daphne left, a systematic voice came to Donglei's ears. System prompt: because you have been online for too long and have been online for 14 consecutive hours, you will be forced offline now. Please pay attention at this moment. The countdown to offline begins. 10, 9, 8. After Donglei heard this voice, he didn't think much about it and chose to log off directly.
I took off my gaming equipment, stretched my body, and took a deep breath. However, there were still waves of fatigue coming over me. After all, he is also an ordinary person, and he can't help but eat and drink. He stood up, walked to the bedroom, and went to the dining room. Looking at the menu on the table, there is a display screen. After Donglei selected what he liked and clicked, it took a few minutes. A chef, with a round belly and a smile on his face, came from the kitchen holding the delicacy Donglei had just chosen. After eating a few random bites to fill his stomach, Donglei went back to his room to rest. Lying on the bed, I took out my phone and looked at the news about some Chaos Game forums. Looking at some posts, Donglei was very happy. Shock! The owner of the porcelain jar is missing?
Players are squatting at the door, trying to capture this NPC.
Getting rich is not a dream.
The village chief at the entrance of the village disappeared mysteriously. It turned out that I was hiding in Aunt Wang's house next door to avoid being harassed by gamers. The village elder's wife had been scolding Aunt Wang. Collect gold coins at 1:30, the demand is very high.
I want as many gold coins as I can. Analysis of various professions in the Chaos Game, highly recommended. Many of the introductions are wrong. Also, Donglei looked a little speechless and laughed when he saw some weird behaviors to attract NPCs. Donglei thought for a while, and then sent out a career and a guide on how to upgrade. By the way, it is also set to cost 10 dragon coins to watch. Because the entire Chaos Game forum is controlled by a mastermind. Donglei was worried that his identity would be leaked. Afterwards, Donglei fell asleep. Second, wind is slightly bright. Donglei woke up and it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It was a very comfortable sleep. I haven't slept like this for a long time. Donglei did not expect that entering the Chaos Game seemed to be too smooth. I came to the restaurant again and ordered some food casually. This time, a beautiful chef came over from the restaurant. That swaying figure and tall long legs were all hidden by the chef's clothes. These chefs were all selected by Uncle Yang, and Donglei did not manage them. The kitchen is several hundred square meters, and 10 chefs are hired to take turns waiting for Donglei's menu selection. Donglei watched on his mobile phone while eating. Just after I clicked into the Chaos Game forum, various messages came in, with more than 999 unread messages. Boss, your strategy is very good. Nyobi. I finally rushed to Novice Village. Ha 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 ha. Everyone, take a look, take a look. This is the boss. He has the most amazing understanding of the game. Looking at the big boss's opinions, my mind became enlightened.
There were also a bunch of private messages from gamers, all of which were ignored by Don Lei.
Regarding this situation, Dong Lei still listened to Gao Xian in his heart.
After all, for the sake of the overall situation, he also wants the Warzone players in Dragon Kingdom to get a lot of strength improvements. Dong Lei also took a look at his income and saw that many people had viewed his post. As a result, Dong Lei was a little surprised and stretched his head to look at it a few more times. A full 1 billion dragon coins are now in Dong Lei's income wallet. It shows that at least 100 million gamers have watched his game strategy introduction. It shows that 100 million game players can improve their performance by 10 levels in a short period of time. After most of the game players have joined the empire, Dong Lei is planning his next plan. Then, Dong Lei dialed his mobile phone again and asked the people in the kitchen to send him some supplements. Since he often needs to play for a long time in the game, Dong Lei occasionally relies on supplements to temporarily replenish his physical strength. Immediately afterwards, Dong Lei bought another game card with no time limit. After all, Dong Lei is already an adult, so he can use this situation to buy unlimited game cards.
Play unlimited time in chaos. For Dong Lei, time is very precious.
After purchasing an unlimited game card and entering the chaos game, Dong Lei entered the game again. As soon as Dong Lei entered the game, system sounds came from his ears.
Welcome to the chaos game again. System prompts, automatically collect the dungeon proceeds.
Get a reward, Thunder Flame Tiger, Gold Level, Mount Egg, and 2000 gold coins. Congratulations, you triggered a random 100-fold increase and obtained 120, Thunder Flame Tiger, Epic Level, Mount Eggs, and 220,000 gold coins.
System prompt, World Ranking List is open. Your current ranking is number 1. Congratulations on getting the ranking reward and 1,000 gold coins.
Congratulations, you have triggered a random 100-fold increase and 120W gold coins.
Dong Lei opened the world ranking list, and some players have been promoted to level 9.
There are also some gamers who have chosen their main profession and have reached more than 10 levels. Now, the rewards of the world ranking list are not very generous, and they will be more abundant when the game time increases. As the level of the gamers continues to rise, the rewards will be more abundant.
Back in Roya City, Dong Lei summoned his 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger.
Instantly, it attracted a large number of gamers to look over.
Damn! What is this? Is this a mount? Does this game have mounts? I am ignorant.
Where did you buy this, brother?
This mount is so handsome. Wow! I like it so much. This man, can't he be the Killing Peak announced by the world?
This man wearing a mask seems to be very powerful. Dong Lei ignored it and drove the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger to the military headquarters.
Now, Dong
Lei has a lot of military value, and he can exchange it for his military position. Also, he can take on some advanced tasks. When Dong Lei arrived at the entrance of the military department, some players in the military department were shocked. Dong Lei took back the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger and entered the Mount 1, and walked into the military department. The military department has long attracted the attention of some players, and they found it to be a good place to take tasks.
The tasks that can be taken here range from C-level to SSS-Level.
At the same time, you can earn experience points, gold coins, equipment, and military value. Compared with some other NPC tasks, it is a better place. At this time, there are already several top game players coming in to see the tasks that suit them.
Dong Lei just wanted to go to the task window of the military department to take the task. He was blocked by a man. You are Killing Peak, right? Are you interested in joining our game alliance? You can get any salary you want. Or in reality, what do you like? I will try my best to give it to you. As long as you can join our game alliance.
The man smiled, looked at Dong Lei wearing the mask, and said with a smile. Dong Lei looked up at this man and found out that his name was Yang Hui, after checking on the spot.
This is very familiar to Dong Lei in his previous life.
Yang Hui, like himself, is a powerful gamer. If other game players rely on their own luck and strength.
So from the beginning, they relied on money and ability.
As long as Yang Hui wants to buy everything, he wants to buy it with money.
In his opinion, no one is willing to refuse money. However, for Dong Lei, he is really attractive. After all, he didn't even see his parents for the last time and left an inheritance, even though he had deposited tens of billions into it. There are also tens of billions of inheritance, which is enough for him to spend a long, long time. Sorry. I need to join some game alliance.
After Dong Lei finished speaking, he bypassed Yang Hui and headed towards the military mission window. When Yang Hui heard Dong Lei's words, he was not happy either.
On the contrary, he chased Dong Lei, smiled and asked, "Then God, can you add me as a friend?" "Friends?"
Dong Lei turned to look at Yang Hui, making him stop.
At this moment, Dong Lei was a little thoughtful. Dong Lei didn't want to have one more enemy and one less friend.
However, after establishing various camp forces in the game, in order to compete for equipment and other resources,
there will definitely be various conflicts.
Dong Lei thought that having one more powerful player as his friend was better than having one more enemy. Moreover, Dong Lei also wanted to recruit Yang Hui into his camp at this time. So, a friend is a very simple thing.
Yeah. Add me. You can add me.
When Yang Hui heard this, he immediately clicked on the interface and sent a friend to apply. Dong Lei also chose to agree, and the two now became good friends.
After adding Dong Lei as a friend, Yang Hui was also very knowledgeable and said to Dong Lei, "God, please be busy now, I'm disturbing you. Goodbye.
If you need anything, please contact me." After saying that, Yang Hui left here in a flash.
Dong Lei didn't have too many thoughts and continued towards the military mission window.
The military mission window opened, and a female officer with a pretty good appearance appeared.
This female officer, standing in the military mission window, has long eyelashes, fair and translucent skin, and a slim figure.
"Exchange the catalog for me first."
The female officer nodded, took out an exchange catalog and handed it to Dong Lei. Dong Lei opened it and an interface appeared. Redemption Catalog. 1. Military Officer Level. 2. Equipment Level. 3. Knowledge and Ability. 4. Material Development. 5. Lottery Roulette.
Dong Lei first chose to exchange for military rank, and then a page appeared on the interface.
Moreover, a system sound came next to Dong Lei's ears.
System prompt: your current military value is 1 million, and the maximum value can be exchanged for 1 Diamond Legion Commander.
Are you willing to exchange it?
The military officer levels are divided into 4 levels: Soldier, Legion Commander, General, and Top General.
Each level is divided into 1 and 9 diamonds. 1 diamond is the lowest level and 9 diamonds is the highest level.
Dong Lei feels that 1 million military industrial value, exchanged for a Diamond Army Commander, is still very worthwhile. Therefore, Dong Lei chose to exchange without any hesitation.
In an instant, a world announcement was announced.
World announcement: player, Shifong, has become the 1 Diamond Legion Commander. He is the first player to become the 1 Diamond Legion Commander, and is rewarded with the Barbaric Power Medal, Epic Level. Congratulations, you triggered a random 100-fold increase, and you received the Medal of Barbaric Strength, Legendary Level.
System prompt: the Legion panel has been opened for you.
This world announcement has aroused discussion and conversation among many game players.
Wow! Slaying Peak, God is so powerful. Commander of the 1st Diamond Corps, what is this? Why don't I have it? Yes. With my ability, I can command at least 99 diamonds. I have gained arrogant power, what is this? God is always walking in front of us. I have never seen his shadow. At this time, Dong Lei watched the program, and the messages about his friends were flashing. So Dong Lei opened the news and it was Yang Hui who had just added good intentions and sent it. God, you're the one who takes the right? You're so awesome. You're so strong. It's so great that I can be your best friend. Ha 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 ha. Dong Lei smiled, replied, and then closed the message interface.
Then, Dong Lei looked at the man who had just received the Barbaric Strength Medal, Legendary Level.
Medal of Barbaric Strength, Legendary Level. Level 1. Level, Legendary.
Additional effect bonus. 1. All NPC/players in your team will have their magic/physical attack increased by 150%. 2. All NPC/players in your team will have their movement speed increased by 350%.
Function Introduction: use all means to solve all problems at present.
The effects of the Ruthless Power Medal are 2. 1 is to increase the magic/physical attack of your team members by 150%. The other effect is to increase the movement speed of your team members by 350%. These two effects are very powerful. Especially in some key battles, being strong alone will not work.
And being strong in a group is the most critical.
All of a sudden, your team can increase their magic/physical attack by 150%.
This is very terrifying for the members of his own camp. And increasing the movement speed by 350% is even more amazing.
You can command the members of your own camp to move quickly.
Find the enemy's flaws and gaps, and then give the enemy a fatal blow. In countless war zones, speed is extremely important.
At a very fast speed, capture a city, and quickly go to another place, leaving the opponent completely helpless. It can be said that these two effects and additional bonuses are very good for Dong Lei.
After Dong Lei finished reading the Savage Power Medal, he opened the Legion panel. Legion.
Official level, 1 Diamond Legion Leader.
Current special powers.
1. Have the responsibility of accepting the 1 Diamond Legion Leader task. 2. Have the right to participate in the command plan during the war.
3. Have an army with a maximum of 800 people.
4. Killing NPC/players who are deemed to be guilty of serious crimes will be punished and receive criminal value. The upper limit is 300 points, and the criminal value can be offset by gold coins if it exceeds. After seeing such special powers, Dong Lei smiled. The most important thing for a commander of a diamond army is the right to participate in the command of
combat plans. In this case, you can get the Warzone war mission you want. This is the right to participate in the command and planning of operations, the most important point. In addition to this, Dong Lei can also have his own army, with an upper limit of 800 people. This is also very necessary for Dong Lei.
In this case, he can form his own camp. Now, he has no time to take care of the army.
And now there is an excellent candidate, the woman who has not seen a day. Daphne.
Daphne is also at the level of a corps commander, so Dong Lei wants him to help him train a group of soldiers. In this way, when he encounters a warzone war, he can let some soldiers take charge of things. When Dong Lei was thinking about it, a system voice came from his ear. System prompt: please ask the corps commander to go to the military headquarters to discuss the meeting. When Dong Lei heard this voice, he frowned. The corps commander meeting is usually held very rarely, unless something big happens. Thinking of this, Dong Lei directly closed the interface in front of him and walked towards the meeting not far away. After walking for a while, Dong Lei arrived at the door of the conference room. Standing at the door of the conference room, there were 2 soldiers wearing sophisticated equipment.
After Dong Lei revealed his identity, he immediately saluted and said to Dong Lei, "Captain, please come in."
Generally speaking, the medal of each corps commander represents his identity.
Dong Lei showed the Medal of Tyranny, Legendary Level. The 2 soldiers knew that Dong Lei was the corps commander in front of them. So, they did not dare to neglect it, and saluted and made way.
When Dong Lei walked in, he arrived at the conference room. He noticed several eyes shooting towards him.
Dong Lei looked up and saw that several people were already sitting there. There were 4 people in total, 3 men and 1 woman.
The man sitting in the middle was wearing the military uniform of the Fonlei Empire, with a serious face and strong build.
He should be the leader of this meeting. Dong Lei glanced at his information. Gui Jin, Legendary.
As soon as Dong Lei saw his name, he felt familiar.
For a moment, Dong Lei seemed unable to think of it.
At this time, Gui Jin stood up and said to Dong Lei, "Welcome to this meeting of Legion leaders.
Gui Jin pointed at Dong Lei and said to the others with a smile.
Let me introduce you to this Legion leader, the recently promoted, Killing Peak, 1 Diamond Legion leader. Dong Lei nodded at these people and smiled. Then, Gui Jin changed his position, pointed at these people, and introduced them to Dong Lei.
This one is Commander Zhou Badong, this one is Commander Li Macho, and the last one is Commander Daphne. Of these 3 people, Zhou Badong was wearing casual clothes, and he looked like a beggar's clothes. He crossed his legs, swayed his body, very casually, facing Dong Lei, with a kind smile. On the other hand, Li Macho lowered his head, wondering what he was thinking about.
Li Macho had a melon face, curved eyebrows, and his clothes actually looked a bit like Taoist clothes. He didn't raise his head, and tried on Dong Lei, looking a bit lonely and arrogant.
And the last person was a woman I hadn't seen for a day. This woman was Daphne.
Daphne looked at Dong Lei, her face lit up, her eyes seemed to be blossoming, shining.
Moreover, Daphne's heart was trembling, and she almost screamed.
She hadn't seen the man for a day, and she was so excited and happy to see him here.
Fortunately, Daphne endured it.
But her eyes were still fixed on Dong Lei, very happy.
Zhou Badong on the side was surprised. Isn't this Daphne cold and frosty? What happened to her?
The meeting of the Legion commander was held, and Daphne also came to participate.
When Dong Lei saw Daphne, he walked directly to Daphne and sat down. Then, Dong Lei hooked Daphne's palm with his little finger before taking it back. Instantly, Daphne's face became a little shy, her ears were red, and she lowered her head and dared not speak. Looking at Dong Lei wearing a mask, she was even more attracted to him and wanted to rush into his arms. In a few minutes, several more Legion commanders came to the meeting room one after another. During this period, a Legion commander looked at Dong Lei with hostile eyes. This person had a slicked back hair, fierce eyes, hooked nose, and was also wearing a military uniform. Dong Lei frowned slightly. Who was this Legion commander? How could he be so hostile just after meeting? Then, Dong Lei saw his personal information name through the browser. Kamita Lei, Epic. What's wrong with this Kamita Lei? Why is he so hostile to me? Dong Lei didn't care much and ignored this man. After 10 Legion commanders arrived, Gui Jin stood up again, looked around at everyone, and started to speak. Let me introduce to you our new Legion commander, Shifeng. These Legion commanders, some showed goodwill to Dong Lei, some looked at him with disdain, and some seemed to be full of hostility. Okay, call everyone here today. You should be curious, right? Then, all the Legion commanders present were silent, and no one spoke. This made Gui Jin a little embarrassed, so he didn't say anything more and just told the story. Yesterday, some towns in the west of the Fonglei Empire turned into dead cities overnight. All the residents turned into dead spirits. When Gui Jin said this, several Legion commanders present made a hissing sound. There was surprise, astonishment, shock, etc. There was also a calm face, as calm as water. This person is Dong Lei. Gui Jin paused for a moment and then started talking. This incident happened very quickly. Various places in the west were reorganized, and riots broke out in the dark cellars. The troops that were originally going to eliminate the undead were all restrained and unable to go. Now, the Empire has issued an order. Let me command several armies to go and solve it. After Gui Jin finished speaking, everyone present showed a solemn expression. These undead. A group of very terrifying evil camps. If the undead continue to move eastward, the entire western part of the empire will become a land of souls. At this time, Dong Lei seemed to remember. In an instant, a stream of memories flooded into Dong Lei's mind. Not long after the game was launched, a shocking event happened. That was an event that Fonglei Empire will always remember, and a scar that cannot be erased. Because the outbreak of this incident made the dazzling star of Fonglei Empire undead. Moreover, several powerful legion commanders of the empire have also become undead, and a group of elite legions have also become evil. As for this dazzling star, it is the man in front of him. Gui Jin. Dong Lei stared at Gui Jin. Since he is the commander of this army, the Fonglei Empire focuses on cultivating people.
At that time, Gui Jin will lead several legion commanders to the west to clear out the undead. As a result, he must have fallen into a trap. Dong Lei frowned when he thought of this. Could it be that these undead spirits appeared just to deal with Gui Jin? As a result, Gui Jin became one of the undead. Dong Lei's memory is getting clearer now. Finally, the Empire sent a powerful army and invaded the past in a mighty manner. At that time, the undead souls in the west were cleared, and Gui Jin seemed to be killed. In his previous life, Dong Lei did not participate in this battle. He had just entered the town and was fighting hard. Later, Dong Lei also took over the task of investigating Gui Jin and investigated how Gui Jin rebelled. Therefore, when Dong Lei first saw Gui Jin's name, he felt particularly familiar. At this moment, a legion commander raised his hand and said to Gui Jin, "So, for this operation, who will be sent by? Or will you designate the person? Or?" Gui Jin's eyes were sharp, he raised his hand to stop the legion commander, and then continued. This time, after discussions with senior officials of the Empire, was asked to lead the army in person. This time, S mission is an SSS-level regiment commander mission. The rewards for the SSS-level Corps commander mission are of course very generous. Anyone who wants to go can apply. The final selection will be made. At this time, a voice came from Dong Lei's ear. System prompt: since you are a Diamond Corps commander, you can receive the SSS-level Corps commander mission. Players can apply. As you can imagine, this SSS-level Legion commander's mission is extremely difficult. You need at least an official rank of Legion commander to be able to take on such a mission. Moreover, the rewards for the SSS-level Legion commander mission are extremely generous. By then, you will definitely be able to obtain a large amount of military value and some rare equipment, knowledge, etc. For Dong Lei, he must take on this task. At this time, the army commanders sitting here are all thinking. For our level corps commanders, not many people want to join this mission. Even though the rewards for this SSS-level Corps commander mission are very, very generous. The entire conference room was eerily silent. At this time, Dong Lei stood up and was the first to say to Gui Jin, "Captain Gui Jin, I want to join this mission." Gui Jin was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the first person to stand up would be the newly promoted army commander, Slay Feng. "Are you sure you want to join this SSS-level army commander mission?" In Gui Jin's opinion, it is very difficult for a newly promoted regiment commander to complete SSS-level tasks. "Yes. Sure." Dong Lei looked calm, nodded, and confirmed again. "Okay. You are already a member of this mission to head the Western SSS Corps." Gui Jin did not expect that this promotion Dong Lei would be so fearless and brave, which made Gui Jin look happy. Then he took out a secret mission order from his arms and handed it to Dong Lei. "This is the SSS-level Legion commander's mission, you can take a look first." Dong Lei quickly reached out and took it, and a voice immediately came to his ears. "Congratulations, you have obtained the SSS-level Legion commander's secret mission order." After taking it, Dong Lei opened the mission's secret order. Legion Commander Mission, SSS. Grade SSS. Mission Introduction: accompany Commander Gui Jin to the western part of the Empire to eliminate the undead and tear apart the conspiracy of the evil camp. Mission Enemies: 1. Kill the Dark Master, Huang Yaoshi. 2. Eliminate the undead army. Task rewards: based on real-time performance, points will be awarded to evaluate and distribute rewards. Can introduce: as the evil camp continues to climb and expand, it will not be easy to go there this time. After Dong Lei saw the words "not easy," he knew how dangerous it was to go this time. After all, even the dazzling star Gui Jin and his powerful army commander have become the undead camp. Also, this dark mage Huang Yaoshi is one of the most powerful bosses in the evil camp. Although, in this version of the game, the Dark Master Huang Yaoshi is not the strongest boss. However, at least Huang Yaoshi was one of the 8 Dark Masters under Wang Songyang during the invasion of the undead army. It can be imagined that Xanthate is powerful and powerful. This time, Gui Jin became an undead, possibly due to the influence of this yellow medicine. For Dong Lei found a way to solve this problem, so for this task score and reward.
It must be very rich.
The value of our own military industry may be very huge.
If we add 100-fold increase, then you will be promoted to a higher level. At that time, Z will be able to take the initiative to command the battle in the theater.
At this time, Wu Jinlu made a surprised voice.
Commander Daphne, are you going?
Dong Lei was stunned for a moment, then immediately turned around and looked
at Daphne.
Seeing this, Commander Daphne nodded and said firmly,
Captain Guijin, you are sure to go.
After Daphne finished speaking, she looked at Dong Lei with a firm look in her eyes.
In Daphne's opinion, she must follow her master.
She signed a contract.
Dong Lei has already gone, how could she stay out of it? Guijin still knows Daphne's previous situation very well. That is, Daphne led the Thunder Lion army to Fengyan Valley and was annihilated.
In Guijin's opinion, Captain Daphne, who had finally escaped death, should stay in Roya City.
Now, looking at Captain Daphne's sure eyes, Guijin felt that it was not a bad idea to take Captain Daphne with him. So, Guijin said to the captain not far away, Captain Zhou Badong, you will transfer 1,000 soldiers from your corps to Captain Daphne. Understood. Zhou Badong did not refute anything and said without hesitation.
Afterwards, several other corps commanders chose to participate, and Guijin arranged some things before speaking.
Okay. You can all leave now. To receive the SSS-Level Corps Commander mission, you must first lead the army to the western, never-sleeping city.
After speaking, Guijin took the lead in leaving the meeting room and strode out of the military headquarters, not knowing where he was going. Looking at Guijin leaving, Dong Lei wanted to leave the military headquarters immediately. Suddenly, Dong Lei seemed to have forgotten something, and quickly turned his head and looked at Daphne, but Daphne spoke first.
Dong Lei, you are already the corps commander. When Daphne saw Dong Lei, she was quite surprised. Unexpectedly, Dong Lei is already a corps commander.
On the contrary, it was Daphne who became a corps commander because of the powerful family behind her. In the army, if you want to become a corps commander, you need a lot of experience in tempering. Moreover, only those who have fought countless battles and are famous can be promoted to the army commander. However, Daphne did not expect that Dong Lei would become a legion commander in such a short time.
Yeah. Not bad.
When Dong Lei said this, he looked at the dress and elegant black silk worn by Daphne and said this.
I don't know whether it's because he did a good job as a legion leader, or because of Daphne's equipment and appearance.
This made Daphne a little shy, twirling her hands, if someone hadn't left the conference room one after another. Daphne's demeanor can make other people who know her feel surprised and surprised. When the time comes, their questions will definitely include this sentence.
Is this the leader of the Daphne army we saw? Daphne looks very good today.
Coupled with that extremely perfect figure, matched with her equipment, it is really too concave and convex and delicate, and she has flesh and legs. After Dong Lei glanced a few more times, he glanced over. When the military value of is reached, I will be promoted to the rank of Legion Commander.
Dong Lei looked at the shy Daphne, not knowing why, and took the initiative to speak.
This mission is very dangerous. You must follow closely when the time comes.
Just like when we went to the Beacon Valley.
When Dong Lei said such words, Daphne became even more shy and moved. It turns out that Dong Lei has always cared about her and was worried about her safety. However, Daphne quickly understood the past, raised her head, and said a little surprised.
Is this time dangerous? For Dong Lei, they are all dangerous existences.
So, it turns out that this SSS-level regiment commander's mission does not seem to be easy to accept. No wonder, let Guijin, the dazzling star of the Fenglai Empire, go as the commander-in-chief. Guijin has a legendary level 59 existence, and his strength is very terrifying. The several legion commanders who accompanied him this time were very tough and sophisticated. Daphne felt that it was just the past, just killing the undead, and there wouldn't be much danger.
When the time comes, you can lead the military industry and be promoted to a higher level. Now, listening to what Dong Lei said,
there is really a possibility of danger.
Lord Donley. Are we really in danger this time? Daphne frowned slightly, and a finger appeared on her lips, pressing them. This finger is the same finger that Donley had promised before.
But Daphne had forgotten all about it, and didn't know it was the finger she used to sign the contract. It made Donley's throat roll several times, staring at Daphne's lips, as if he wanted to go back to the Beacon Valley. At that time, was focused on saving people.
At this moment, I finally started to be hungry for the other side. In the end, Donley suppressed his restlessness, nodded and said, it's simple.
But, for others, it can be extremely dangerous.
So, you just have to keep up when the time comes. Hurry up and get ready. Remember to gather and wait.
Daphne left first, but Donley paused and thought for a while before walking out of the conference room. Suddenly, the door was blocked by a Legion commander. This man is wearing a gorgeous armor, has a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks, and has a mustache.
What is your relationship with Captain Daphne? Donley frowned.
The man in front of him was the man who had been staring at him just now.
This person is Kamita Rai. However, do I need to tell you about his relationship with Daphne? Do you need to be concerned about the matter between and Daphne? Do I need to tell you?
Donley looked directly at Kamita Rai, pushed his arm away without politeness, and walked towards the military mission window of the military headquarters.
On the contrary, it was Kamita Rai who almost fell down after being pushed away by Donley. Kamita Rai looked at Donley's back, revealed a fierce look, and said fiercely, "Okay.
Commander Donley, just wait."
Kamita Rai also left here quickly.
When he just left, a figure came out with a sneer. This person is Qiu Qianran, Qiu Qianzhan, and Qiu Qianyu's army commander, Gong Sunhee.
Rai Kamita. Do you have a love rival? I don't know when you will come here to find me. This bitch Daphne is already having sex with others. What should you do? He.
Gong Sunhee also attended this meeting. In the conference room, even if Daphne and him disagreed, there would be no conflicts or fights on the spot. After all, they are all Legion commanders and they know when disputes and duels can occur. Donley went to the military mission window of the military headquarters and asked the female officer he had just seen to issue the mission. Without thinking, Donley started writing the recruitment task directly, writing the task in front of him on the interface. Recruit Legion Brothers. Mission level, SSS-Level. Mission introduction: join the Legion of Killing Peak, go to the western part of the Empire, and perform SSS-Level missions. There will be a lot of mission rewards and military value.
Mission reward, I don't even know.
But it is distributed based on ratings.
Task requirements. 1. Pay 30 gold coins. 2. Pay 30 military value.
After Donley felt that he had written it, he handed it to the female officer.
The female officer nodded and asked Donley, "Are you sure you want to publish this recruitment task?" Donley answered without hesitation, "Sure." After a while, all the gamers who joined the military received a task.
System message: player, Sherphone, has published an SSS-Level task, recruiting Legion Brothers.
Please pay attention to it. When the gamers saw this task, how could they not be tempted?
Just this one sentence: brother, a soldier, has become the brother of the Legion commander.
Will accept it. This is a task issued by Sherphone, how can not accept it? My little brother is here. It's so cool that Sherphone, the Legion commander, can lead to an SSS-Level task.
Has to upgrade to who knows how many levels.
Ha ha ha. You still need 3 gold coins. And 3 military industry points? Even if you give me 100 gold coins, we'll have to see what an SSS-Level task is. Yesterday, you released the upgrade guide, and today you released the recruitment of brothers. You are such a good brother. Woo woo woo. It's an honor to be the brother of the Legion commander, Sherphone. Has already accepted it? In an instant, the entire chat channel was full of people talking about accepting the recruitment of Legion Brothers task. And many game players quickly accepted the task.
At the same time, Dong Lei heard a series of system voices. The Recruit Legion Brothers task you posted was accepted by, thank you. Congratulations, you triggered the random 100-fold increase and obtained 8,009 military value and 5,220 gold coins. The Recruit Legion Brothers task you posted was accepted by, Lifelong Companion. Congratulations, you triggered a random multiplier and gained 19550 military points and 10,506 gold coins. The task you posted of, Recruit Legion Brothers, was accepted by, Give me the courage to be myself. Congratulations, you triggered the random multiplier and gained 12559 military points and 2,680 gold coins. Instantly, just a few minutes later, Dong Lei's military value and gold coin level skyrocketed. Soon a systematic voice came to Dong Lei's ears. Congratulations, you have obtained more than 2,000 in military value and have been successfully promoted to Drill Corps Commander. You have an army of horses, with a maximum limit of 1,600. Dong Lei was not too surprised when he heard the system sound. The system messages that just kept coming will definitely reach the commander of the drilling group. With so many military industry values, he will definitely be promoted to the commander of the Diamond Army. Dong Lei also thought of this. What follows is that there are more soldiers that can be recruited. Every player who joined the Legion gave Dong Lei thousands of gold coins and military value. Although, some rewards will need to be given to these players at that time. However, they are also soldiers of the army. As long as they go to the battlefield and destroy the undead, all of them can increase the military value and score of Dong Lei. The more ratings you have, the more rewards you will receive. At that time, the task reward will be randomly multiplied again. Giving rewards to these players is not an easy task. Now Dong Lei is eager for more gamers to join his army. This allows you to receive more rewards. Of course, Dong Lei is still very generous and will give them some rewards when the time comes. At this time, Dong Lei still felt that some sweetness should be given first. This will attract countless gamers to come and continue to join. Thinking of this, Dong Lei went to the military mission window of the military headquarters and modified the mission setting. As long as game players accept the task, they can receive certain random rewards. Random rewards randomly give 100 gold coins and 100 to 200 points of military value. The female officer looked up at Dong Lei, full of doubts and confusion. The gold coins and military value you receive from posting a mission are only 30 gold coins and 30 military points. Now, start to reward the legionnaires who take the mission with money and military industry value? Moreover, it is still several times higher than what was paid. Commander of the Peak Killing Corps, are you sure you want to modify your mission? Dong Lei nodded and said without thinking. Sure. Among the random doublings, even the lowest doubling of gold coins is 3,000 gold coins. The lowest military industry value is also a military industry value of at least 3,000 points. Give us some soup and water. In Dong Lei's view, relying on his brothers to take over tasks to make himself rich is a piece of the soup. Even though the female officer was confused and puzzled, she revised the mission again after Dong Lei confirmed. It's. In an instant, a large number of game players who took over the mission sent a system message to them. System prompt: because you accepted the mission of Recruiting Legion Brothers, you will receive a random reward issued by Slaughter Peak. Get 888 gold coins. 120 military value. System prompt: because you accepted the mission of Recruiting Legion Brothers, you will receive a random reward issued by Slaughter Peak. Obtain 654 gold coins. 168 military points. System prompt: because you accepted the mission of Recruiting Legion Brothers, you will receive a random reward issued by Slaughter Peak. Get 500 gold coins. 105 military value. In an instant, the entire chat channel exploded completely, with a large number of barrages scrolling non-stop. Mad. My good brother, Slaying Peak, I will accept the mission, and will give me a random reward of 600 gold coins and 100 military value. Awesome, awesome. 30 military value and 30 gold coins become 800 gold coins and 120 military value.
Is this a big surprise for me? Great God, Killing Fong. Brother Killing Fong. Killing Fong is my good brother. Brotherhood. It's higher than the sky and vaster than the earth. I also got the gold coins and military value from. Kill the Peak Nobi. Wow. What the hell happened? The barrage is full of praise for Killing Fong Nobi. Hurry up. Brothers. Hurry up and accept the mission issued by the great god Killing Fong. You can earn gold coins and military industry points from the beginning. In just a few minutes, game players spread the word everywhere, and a large number of players knew about the mission Dawn Lei released. Moreover, you only need to spend 30 gold coins and 30 military points to get at least times more random rewards at the beginning. For such a huge good thing, game players quickly rushed to the military headquarters. Not long after Dawn Lei left the military headquarters, a large number of game players also came to the city and rushed to the military headquarters. Anyone from the Fonglei Empire's military department can take on Dawn Lei's mission. It was so crowded that even several female players tried their best not to get in. Mission. I want to take the mission. The mission issued by Brother Shifeng. You can accept it here, in this military mission window. Ha 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 ha. I received 666 gold coins and 110 military value, which is several times more. Thank you, brother, Commander Shifeng, you will be my good brother in the future. Such a straightforward Commander Shifeng, I am just a younger brother, I will definitely. Sister, I finally have a big brother, I got 1000 gold coins and 200 military value, big brother is great. A large number of gamers poured into the military headquarters of various cities, scrambling to accept the Recruitment of Legion Brothers mission issued by Dawn Lei. Dawn Lei forgot to mention some female gamers, otherwise the name of the mission would be slightly modified. At this time, Dawn Lei arrived at the gate of Luoya City and summoned the 9-star Thunderflame Tiger mount. Afterwards, the 9-star Thunderflame Tiger carried Dawn Lei and rushed to a place at the speed of a train. At this moment, Dawn Lei was not in a hurry to summon the Legion players and set off to the west of the Empire. Instead, he took advantage of the time gap to complete some things. After riding the 9-star Thunderflame Tiger at the speed of a train for nearly 10 minutes, a system voice came to Dawn Lei's ear. System prompt, you have reached a dangerous area, players please drive on your own. Then, Dawn Lei asked the 9-star Thunderflame Tiger to slow down and change to the speed of a train. This place is desolate and full of sand and gravel. However, when Dawn Lei passed by, he often saw a lot of wreckage and corpses. Dawn Lei found the place he wanted to go according to the density of the wreckage and corpse monsters. Afterwards, the 9-star Thunderflame Tiger changed to the speed of a train again, and drove Dawn Lei quickly in that direction. It was not until a palace standing in the desolate desert appeared before his eyes that Dawn Lei asked the 9-star Thunderflame Tiger to change to the speed of a train, again. When the 9-star Thunderflame Tiger saw the palace, it whispered woo 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 woo. It was as if a train was slowly driving towards the palace. This palace is exactly where Dawn Lei wanted to come. There are many figures staying in the palace, and some are hidden. Of course, these people are both righteous and evil. When Dawn Lei arrived at the palace gate, he took back the Star Thunderflame Tiger and returned to Mount 1. Then, he walked in with the Hex Devil gun. When everyone saw Dawn Lei's Star Thunderflame Tiger, they knew that this masked man was not easy to mess with. They all walked away, unwilling to provoke Dawn Lei. There was a man who walked up to Dawn Lei. Stinky boy. Are you afraid of seeing people wearing a mask? Your mount, I'll buy it. Tell me the price. This man, wearing black armor, had a face full of disdain and looked extremely arrogant. He was very impolite when talking to Dawn Lei, and he started with the words stinky boy, I'll buy it. Although, it seems that this man's equipment and the aura he releases are not that of a simple NPC. Moreover, he is holding an iron rod. When he looks at people, he always squints his eyes, which makes him even more arrogant. It should be said that he still has some strength. But, is Dawn Lei someone who can be provoked? On the spot, Dawn Lei raised his Hex Devil gun and directly aimed at this man, casting his skills. Dawn Lei first used the LV2 rune fixation skill to fix this black armored man in place.
Due to the previous upgrade of the Fengyan Bloodthirsty Boots fashion level, the LV1 rune fixation was upgraded to the LV2 rune fixation. The effect also changed dramatically, from enemies within 10 levels higher than oneself to enemies within 20 levels higher than oneself. Moreover, the fixation time also increased from 20 seconds to 3 minutes, a full 180 seconds. Instantly, the man was immobilized on the spot and could not move at all. He could still speak, but he could not do anything else, including turning his neck. You? What? What did you do to me? The man in black armor changed his face and was at a loss. He thought he had offended such a scary person. He actually fixed me in place and made me unable to move. Do you know who I am? You are immobilizing me now? You? Since you are not as skilled as me, you can kill me or chop me up as you please. The man in black armor said with a bit of stubbornness at this time. Dong Lei walked up to the man, gently patted his face and said, "Who is the stinky boy? Can you afford my grandpa's Star Thunder Flame Tiger?" Pa! Pa! Then, Dong Lei slapped the man twice. "You are the bastard is you. Sir, spare my life. I will never dare to do it again." Finding that he still couldn't move at all, Blind Kojini no longer had the arrogance he had before. Blind Kojini finally began to panic and begged for mercy. "Ah? It's the Star Thunder Flame Tiger? I can't afford it. I can't afford it." Next, Dong Lei's next move made the onlookers look shocked and frightened. Dong Lei took the Hex Devil Gun and attacked Blind Kojini directly. The Hex Devil Gun emitted a strong light. Boom! 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 Instantly, 4 beams of light shot towards Blind Kojini. 56W. 55W. 58W. 66W. Due to the 400% cooldown, one normal attack can only attack 4 times. On the spot, Blind Kojini's armor was shattered, and he lay on the ground, deader than dead. Including his eyes, they were all shattered by the light. You killed the evil force, Blind Kojini, Master. You get 30W experience, 2402 military value. You triggered a random 100-fold increase, and got 3300W. Experience, 34W military value. System prompt, due to your level limit, automatically enter the experience pool. At this time, Dong Lei looked around at the people around him, and they immediately retreated one after another, not daring to have any conflicts with Dong Lei. This is the Blind Kojini. A level 39 existence. In the palace, he is also a very powerful representative. As a result, the Blind Kojini was not only slapped several times, but also killed on the spot. This masked man must not be provoked. Everyone present realized this idea. Dong Lei strode into the palace, making everyone relieved and talking to each other. Who is this? I'm afraid of his strength, right? I think this masked man has at least level 45 strength. Hiss. Level 45? Don't provoke me, don't provoke me. Who is this? Has anyone in the world seen this person? Isn't there the Gai Gang Chamber of Commerce at the scene? Aren't you the ones who know the news the most clearly and the fastest? Quickly, please invite Huang Rong, the leader of the Gai Gang, to come out. After a short moment, a woman holding a wooden stick, wearing beautiful clothes and a shining hairpin in her hair, walked in front of the crowd. Huang Rong showed a rare smile, his eyes flickered, and he said slowly. The person you just wanted to solve, we have some solutions in the Gang Chamber of Commerce. However, we are not going to make it public this time. Sorry everyone. What kind of character are you, Huang Rong? Don't you want to solve it? Tell me. How much? A man in a black robe, with a gloomy look all over his body, said impatiently. That's right. Didn't you become famous for selling information in the Gang Chamber of Commerce? Are you not going to sell it this time? For this person, at most 10,000 gold coins can solve the situation. You stinky woman, if you don't make money, you are not a woman. Hurry up.
How much money can everyone pool together and give it to you? Everyone wants to know who this great god is.
At this time, everyone's curiosity could not wait, and they started to make noises.
He.
I still advise everyone present to know what to provoke and what not to provoke. People who dare not provoke us when we set up the gang chamber of commerce, of course, are unwilling to sell our information.
No matter how many gold coins and other things we have, we don't want them when we set up the gang chamber of commerce. Don't make any trouble for yourself. Kujin-e, who was blind in the dark, is one of the examples.
After saying that, Huang Rong didn't say anything more, picked up the stick and left here. At this time, everyone at the scene fell into deep thought, looking at Huang Rong's back. And the man in the black robe also left the palace and disappeared. The man's name is Jutsong, the thief, and he is the brother of Kujin-e, the blind man in the dark. At this moment, even if the eldest brother died, he knew that he was not Dong Lei's opponent. I can only want to know the identity of this masked man at the beginning. Now, Huang Rong from the Gai Gang Chamber of Commerce is unwilling to say anything. He can only join the evil camp on his own and start to confidently find out information about Dong Lei. He also ordered to summon the other 6 monsters to avenge his eldest brother. Of course, Dong Lei didn't know this news. At this moment, Dong Lei has arrived in the palace, in a wide hall. In this hall, there is a statue with his feet squatting on a chair. It does look a bit strange. Wearing shiny armor, with a tight hoop on his head. Holding the golden hoop in his hand, with cloud shoes on his feet. Flashing golden eyes, but his hair is a bit messy. Monkey face. Yes, this is the Sun Wukong spirit. Today, Dong Lei came here to find the Sun Wukong spirit. In order to get the inheritance of the Sun Wukong spirit. In the chaos theory, there are not many spirit inheritances. Each inheritance has very good characteristics. Once it is obtained by game players and NCPs, it will no longer exist. And in this palace in front of him, the Sun Wukong spirit has not been obtained by him. Now, Dong Lei came here to get the inheritance of the Sun Wukong spirit. For his own strength and self-protection, he can climb a lot more. Sun Wukong has always been one of the gods he has identified and recognized. In the introduction of the game Chaos, Sun Wukong is a symbol of fearlessness and bravery. The game Chaos also has a short introduction video of Sun Wukong. Many game players are excited after watching it. That is, in order to become a god, Sun Wukong summoned 3 partners along the way. After passing the test of 9,981 levels, he was often pitted by these 3 partners. Especially the man wearing a god-level cassock. Lazy and gluttonous. Talkative. Finally, they all became one of the gods. When Dong Lei put his hands together and worshipped Sun Wukong, a system voice came out beside Dong Lei's ears. System prompt: do you want to start the Sun Wukong spirit inheritance experience? Sure. Dong Lei opened his eyes slowly and said without hesitation. In an instant, Dong Lei's body fell with scattered light and disappeared. System prompt: you have come to the Sun Wukong spirit inheritance trial field. Only by passing the Sun Wukong spirit inheritance trial field can you get the Sun Wukong spirit inheritance. System prompt: if you fail the current trial, you will never get the Sun Wukong spirit inheritance. And your level will return to LV1 and return to the novice village. Please pay attention. System prompt: there are 3 stages in total in the trial, and the goal of each stage is to survive for 10 minutes. Players also need to kill a lot of monsters. Only when they get the SSS-Level score can they successfully enter the next stage. Otherwise, it will be a failure judgment. Dong Lei was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and cursed. Damn! Why is everything SSS level? Curse! The inheritance has to be received. Without further ado, Dong Lei's entire body disappeared as soon as he finished speaking. When Dong Lei opened his eyes, there were countless monsters in front of him, running towards him quickly. These monsters, wearing gorgeous armor, holding various weapons in their hands, are all in the form of humans. There are 2 short horns on their heads, roaring and screaming, running towards Dong Lei quickly. Dong Lei first saw the attribute information of these monsters through the interface.
Gatekeeper Monster, Gold Level. Level 29. Level, Gold Level.
HP, 6000/6000.
Attack, 4556 to 6523. Defense, 2021. Skills, Glance Blade, Hook Eye Blade, Piercing. Monster description, a gold level monster belonging to the trial, with short horns on its head, often roaring. Only 6000 HP? Not enough. Dong Lei smiled, this HP is too low. Then, Dong Lei raised the Hex Devil Gun and shot the light in. Boom. 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 -55W. -57W. -60W. -80W. With the blessing of the Gaia suit, Dong Lei's damage continued to rise. There is also a 400% cooldown, and he keeps sending out normal attacks.
As you can imagine, these gatekeeper monsters couldn't get close to Dong Lei at all, and were killed on the spot. And beside Dong Lei's ears, the voice of the system kept coming. You killed, Gatekeeper Monster, Gold Level, and gained 1300 experience points and 120 gold coins. Congratulations, triggering a random 100-fold increase, you gain 22 W experience points and 1.8 W gold coins. You killed. Due to the level limit, the experience pool is constantly injected into the experience. Dong Lei thought about it, and then summoned his 2 9-star Thunder and Flame Tigers. In an instant, under Dong Lei's killing, the 9-star Thunder and Flame Tiger also began to upgrade.
9 stars represent strength and can also be upgraded.
Congratulations, your Mount 1 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger has been upgraded to
LV2.
Congratulations, your Mount 2 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger has been upgraded to LV2. Congratulations, your Mount 1 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger has been upgraded to LV3. Congratulations, your Mount 2 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger has been upgraded to LV3. Congratulations, your Mount 1 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger has been upgraded. Dong Lei now has no pressure to upgrade, so he might as well share some with his 2 9-star Thunder Flame Tigers. The upgrade of the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger also requires a lot of experience.
After reaching level 9, the experience requirement is also very terrifying.
Generally speaking, the experience of the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger is 20 times that of the 1-star Thunder Flame Tiger. These 2 9-star Thunder Flame Tigers did not take action. The main reason is that Dong Lei's attacks are too slow. Each of his attacks is equivalent to 1 attack. Killing these gatekeepers, gold level, is too easy. Just let the 2 9-star Thunder Flame Tigers stand on both sides of Dong Lei. Just don't block his ordinary magic attacks and skill releases. These 2 9-star Thunder Flame Tigers can only roar wildly at the gatekeepers, gold level. Under Dong Lei's random 100-fold amplification, the 2 9-star Thunder and Flame Tigers reached level 9 in a short period of time.
Under Dong Lei's continued attack, the 2 9-star Thunder and Flame Tigers continue to climb their levels.
After finally reaching level 29, the 2 9-star Thunder and Flame Tigers also reached the level bottleneck. Dong Lei needed to improve his level to break through the level limit of the mount. In just over 10 minutes, the 2 9-star Thunder and Flame Tigers reached level 29.
And the 10 minutes were up.
In an instant, the entire space became empty, leaving only Dong Lei and the 2 9-star Thunder and Flame Tigers. At this time, a system voice came from my ear. Congratulations to the player, you have successfully completed the first stage. Your score is SSS-Level. You get the reward, Saint-Level Fragment, *1. You triggered the random 100-fold amplification and got Saint-Level Fragment, *568. When Dong Lei found out that the reward he got was a Saint-Level Fragment, his face was happy. This kind of Saint-Level Fragment is very rare and precious. Generally speaking, only some high-level subgames have a few Saint-Level Fragments. Or in other words, they can only be found by opening some Saint-Level treasure chests. As the name suggests, Saint-Level Fragments can be used to create Saint-Level equipment. This material is extremely precious, and everyone is fighting for it in the later stages of the game. Each Saint-Level Fragment is worth hundreds of millions of dollars.
This wave of people making Dong Lei hundreds of billions of dollars. Dong Lei looked at the Saint-Level fragments in his package. Saint-Level fragments. Level, unknown. Level, unknown. Effect, unknown. Related introduction: with Saint-Level fragments, it seems that there is something extremely terrifying hidden inside. Damn, I just saw it. After Dong Lei finished reading this Saint-Level fragment, he shook his head and cursed.
The information of Saint-Level fragments cannot be detected, even if they contain powerful energy. It can only be used in the later stages, and now it is just a waste of time. After Dong Lei closed his package interface, a voice came from his ear. System prompt: your second stage trial requires you to kill 10,000 roaring sky demon dogs, epic level, which needs to be completed in 10 minutes, and the trial score is SSS level. You can advance to the third stage only after you succeed in the trial, otherwise the trial will be considered a failure, and your level will return to level 1 and return to the novice village. The second stage trial is about to begin. 10, 9, 8, 7. After Dong Lei heard the system voice, he cursed several times.
Again. 10,000 dogs in 10 minutes, you are really amazing.
As soon as the voice finished, the whole space was filled with a burst of vibration. A large number of dog barking sounds appeared. In an instant, tens of thousands of roaring sky demon dogs rushed towards Dong Lei. Dong Lei checked the attribute information of these roaring sky demon dogs through his interface. Roaring sky demon dog, epic level. Level, level 39. Level, epic level. HP, 13500/13500. Attack, 11325, 12354. Defense, 6000. Skills, Dog Barking Naruto, Ultimate Invasion, Barking of the Dead. Monster Introduction: a monster from the underworld, whose barking sound resounded throughout the world. The roaring sky demon dog is several times more powerful than the gatekeeper monster. The level of the single is several levels different. The gold level has reached the epic level. If other game players come to challenge this kind of trial, they will definitely have to go back to the novice village and level up again. However, they have Dong Lei's strategy, so it should be easy to reach level 10. Don't talk about SSS level trial scores, let alone C-level trial scores, it's good enough to survive. This is why gods are so difficult to obtain. It is also the reason why many players dare not take this risk in the later stages when their levels are higher. However, for Dong Lei, these trials are just a piece of cake. I saw that his two legendary Star Thunder Flame Tigers were roaring wildly. This made these sky-roaring demon dogs, epic level, a little timid. The speed of rushing towards Dong Lei was actually slowed down. Although the Star Thunder Flame Tiger is level 29. And the sky-roaring demon dog, epic level, has reached level 39. However, the level difference is still very critical. This is equivalent to the suppression of bloodline. However, as the number of sky-roaring demon dogs increases, the sky-roaring demon dogs still attack Dong Lei. Humph. The gatekeeper demon at the beginning, now the guard dog is here. Dong Lei snorted coldly, and while speaking, he used the Hex Devil Gun to shoot out a large amount of light. These lights continued to bombard the roaring sky demon dog. And, under the superposition of Gaia's costume, the damage continued to rise. 45W. 47W. 50W. 51W. However, after each roaring sky demon dog was attacked, the blood tank level was immediately dry. The effect of the costume cannot be reflected too much, because no roaring sky demon dog can withstand this ordinary magic attack. During the crazy bombardment of the Hex Devil Gun, Dong Lei also kept using skills. Especially, LV2 Spell Surge, which released a terrifying magic ball on the head of the roaring sky demon dog, bouncing crazily. The LV2 spell surged from a maximum of 35 bounces to a maximum of 186 bounces. Each bounce reduced the magic resistance from 130% to 280%. The result is imaginable, the bouncing horror ball, when Dong Lei's skills were released. It bounced quickly to the back, and each time a roaring sky demon dog lay dead on the ground. It also accelerated Dong Lei's killing speed. let his own killing speed of roaring sky demon dogs faster and faster. Finally, in 10 minutes, Dong Lei had killed 10,000 roaring sky demon dogs. A system voice sounded from Dong Lei's ears. Congratulations to the player, you have completed the second stage of the trial, killing 10,000 roaring sky demon dogs in 10 minutes, and the current trial score is SSS-Level. You get the reward, Frost Emperor's Shattering Will? You trigger a random 100-fold amplification and get Frost Emperor's Shattering Will? When Dong Lei heard this system voice, he breathed a sigh of relief. The reason why he came to this trial was not to obtain the Frost Emperor's broken edict. However, he had seen the terrifying power of this Frost Emperor's broken edict. Of course, it is still in a broken state. If you want to repair this Frost Emperor's edict, you still need to work hard. Dong Lei opened the content information of this Frost Emperor's broken edict. Frost Emperor's broken edict. Level 1. Level. Efficacy of edict. 1. Increase 800 good fortune points. 2. Consume 1 point of good fortune points and force the alien beast/monster/NPC/player to drop by 1 level. Cooling time 12 hours. 3. You can consume 1 point of good fortune to force a bad luck buff on the beasts/monsters/NPCs/players, which lasts for 1 hour. Cooling time is 12 hours. The first section of the Frost Emperor's Broken will requires repairing. Kill 2000 beasts/monsters above the gold level, 0/2000. This Frost Emperor's Broken will is already very scary. As long as you consume a little good fortune, you can force the beasts/monsters/NPCs/players to drop by 1 level. And, you can also force the beasts/monsters/NPCs/players to have a bad luck buff, which lasts for 1 hour. These two effects are very scary. The later the level, the more difficult it is to upgrade each level. Just forcibly lowering 1 level may not make any difference. But, it will lower you by 1 level in half a day, and after a few days, you will be scared. Now, the Frost Emperor's Broken will is still broken. If it is fully repaired, the power will be very terrifying. Moreover, in Dong Lei's opinion, it is not easy to kill 10,000 roaring sky demon dogs in the second stage of the trial. If he does not have the skills to stack group damage, it will be a bit difficult to attack. System prompt, your third stage of the trial, kill 4,000 Erlang Demon Disciples, legendary level, 10 minutes to complete, the trial score is SSS level. Other scores in less than 10 minutes to complete, the trial is considered a failure, your level will return to LV1, and return to the novice village. The third stage of the trial is about to begin 10, 9, 8, 7. When Dong Lei heard this voice, he immediately closed the information interface where he was viewing the Frost Emperor's Broken purpose. This third stage is the last trial. It takes 10 minutes to kill 4,000 Erlang Demon Disciples, legendary level, that's it. Compared with the previous 10,000 head, in Dong Lei's opinion, it is still relatively easy. However, from the perspective of other players, the monster's level and strength have increased. It's not that easy to deal with. Erlang Demon Disciple, legendary level? 4,000? While Dong Lei was still mumbling to himself, the whole space shook again. After Yuan killed 10,000 roaring sky demonic dogs, the roaring sky demonic dogs also disappeared. Now, with the space shaking violently, Erlang Yao disciples emerged from the void one by one. Each Erlang demon disciple holds a 3-pointed, 2-edged sword, and has an extra demon eye on his forehead. Dong Lei checked the attribute information of these Erlang Yao disciples through his own interface. Erlang Demon Disciple, legendary level. Level 39. Level, legendary. HP, 255000/255000. Attack, 22,000 to 26,500. Defense, 20,000. Skills, Evil-Eyed Demon, 3-dimensional True Fire, Bloodthirsty Massacre. Introduction to the monster, it is the disciple of Erlang Demon Emperor. It is extremely terrifying and has the demeanor of Erlang Demon Emperor. These Erlang Demon disciples, carrying 3-pointed and double-edged knives, rush towards Dong Lei at extremely fast speeds. Dong Lei directly took back his 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger and entered Mount 1 and Mount 2. I don't want the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger to be affected in any way. At this time, Dong Lei touched his evil mask on one hand and held the Hex Devil gun on the other, shooting out a strong light crazily. Secondary attack booster, King level, allows Dong Lei to use weapons on both sides.
Boom! 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 Dash 35W. Dash 36W. Dash 34W. Dash 39W. Erlang Yaotu, who was extremely powerful, was instantly killed.
There were still some Erlang Yao disciple skills that attacked Dong Lei, but they were neither painful nor itchy.
With the superposition of Dong Lei's various equipment, costumes, and suit effects, the defense continues to rise. Minus 200. Minus 150. Minus 100. Minus 0.
In the end, Erlang Yaotu's attack did no harm.
The main reason is that the Erlang demon disciples are all of the same type. After the superimposed defense against damage, there is no damage at all.
With the additional bonus of Hex Devil Gun, there is a 100% probability that attacking the enemy will increase lifesteal by 200%, and the duration is permanent. The powerful Erlang demon disciple was attacked by the Hex Devil Spear, which restored Dong Lei's health to full health. At this time, another voice came from the system and reached Dong Lei's ears.
Congratulations, the first stage of the Frost Emperor's broken purpose has been met. The first fragment of the Frost Emperor's broken will has been repaired. Later, Dong Lei glanced at the Frost Emperor's broken decree information update while attacking. Frost Emperor's broken order. Level 10. Level? Purpose effect. 1, plus 1000 luck value. 2. You can consume 1 point of luck value to forcefully attack alien beasts / monsters / NPCs / players, all of which will be reduced by 1 level. Cooling time 10 hours. 3. You can consume 1 point of good luck to force a bad luck buff on alien beasts / monsters / NPCs / players, which lasts for 1 hour, cooling time is 10 hours. Can introduce, it seems that the damaged purpose of the Frost Emperor is being repaired bit by bit. In this first phase of repair, 1000 points of luck have been added and the cooling time has been reduced by 2 hours. Overall, it is getting stronger. As a result, within 5 minutes, all 4000 Erlang Yao disciples were killed by Dong Lei's various attacks and skills. Moreover, the second paragraph of the Frost Emperor's destruction purpose has just been completed. Then, systematic voices came from Dong Lei's ears. Window _Taboola equals window _Taboola.push, mode, thumbsfeed 01, container, Taboola below article thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 by 250, target _type, mix. Congratulations, the second stage of the Frost Emperor's shattering purpose requires killing 2000 diamond level beasts / monsters, 2000/2000, completed. This time, the purpose is to reduce 2 hours and increase 200 good fortune points, and the Frost Emperor's shattering purpose has reached level 20. The third stage is to kill 4000 master level beasts / monsters. However, at this moment, Dong Lei has killed all 4000 legendary Erlang demon disciples. World announcement, player, Shurphone, successfully completed the Sun Wukong Divine Trial and became the Sun Wukong Divine Inheritance. Sun Wukong Divine Inheritance: the Emperor's Body, Copper Head and Iron Arms, Saint Level Shattered Body, *8. Congratulations, you have triggered a random 100-fold increase, you have obtained the Saint's Essence, Vajra Body, Saint Level Fragment, *895. System prompt: since you have inherited the Saint's Essence, Vajra Body, inherited by Sun Wukong, the upgrade experience needs to be increased tenfold in the future. When the game players saw the world announcement, it was a blast, and the chat channel completely exploded. The entire chat channel was rolling madly again, and the chat barrage was almost invisible. It's still the great god, killing peak. It's come to this point? You are worthy of being my little sister's big brother. When will you set off to take me to complete the SSS mission? Where can I get this trial of the gods? I want one. What level are you? This is not what you imagined. The novice village has not even come out yet, right? Big brother, Shurphone. Nyobi. You are your brother. Saint-level fragments, what is this? Do you eat it? Will you level up after eating it? The previous barrage, are you a fool? Saint-level fragments are obviously used for. I don't understand. By the way, what is the Emperor's body? It must feel very perverted. Let the Emperor touch your body? He. Cultivating this kind of body must be a posture that cannot be described.
System prompt, this player is muted for 24 hours.
Have you arrived at the gathering point? There are so many people here. There are so many people. Yes, there are so many troops here.
It seems that we are going to follow Big Brother, Sherphone, to do big things.
SSS, the little brother is here for the level quest. At this moment, terrifying rays of light were injected into Dong Lei's body. Dong Lei's body seemed to be wrapped in terrifying flames.
It was as if Dong Lei had entered an alchemy furnace, burning madly.
It was as if he was trying to make Dong Lei into an elixir. Dong Lei closed his eyes, endured the extremely painful real burning, and clenched his hands.
Even in the game, the horrible pain was no different from the real world.
And his equipment could not withstand these real attacks.
At this time, Dong Lei's various attributes continued to rise, reaching an extremely terrifying level.
After a while, Dong Lei recovered from the pain.
When Dong Lei opened his eyes, the light in his pupils was particularly dazzling and flashed by. Dong Lei exhaled a breath, and when he exhaled, it seemed as if he saw a little bit of flame spraying out.
Then, Dong Lei opened his personal information interface.
At this time, a physical torso column appeared on the interface. Generally speaking, at least after reaching the Emperor's strength, you can have this material such as the Saint's fragment. To randomly draw your own physical torso column means that you need to reach the Emperor's strength at least to have the physical torso column. Moreover, the physical torso of each level is different and different. Another point is that the physical torso of the Saint is unique. As long as you have it, no one else can have it. Therefore, those who can have the physical torso of the Saint are very invincible. Even the former Dong Lei, he has never had it. Dong Lei opened this physical torso column and checked the information of his Vajra body. Vajra body. 1. After each level is upgraded, 10 attribute points are added. 2. After being attacked by ordinary attacks, 95% of the damage is automatically reduced. 3. When being attacked by imprisonment/coma/poison gas/ etc., all damage and control are automatically exempted. Function description: the body forged by Samadhi is unscathed by knife and axe, lightning and burning, poison and wine. When Dong Lei saw such a Vajra body, his face showed a real smile. I think this Vajra body is really abnormal. Generally speaking, upgrading one level is 10 free attribute points, and now there are 10 more free attributes. In this way, the attribute point bonus for each subsequent level will be different from that of other game players. However, when upgrading each level, you need 10 times more experience than other players. However, under the random 100-fold increase, Dong Lei still does not seem to be under too much pressure. After all, this is a random 100 times, it is only 10 times. Also, the most terrifying thing is the next two bonus effects. After receiving a normal attack, automatically reduce 95% of the damage. In this case, Dong Lei's own defense plus the equipment's defense will be invincible. I'm afraid any ordinary attack will not hurt Dong Lei. Dong Lei can take ordinary attacks from others, and under the effect of Gaia costume, his defense is constantly rising. And the last one is very terrifying. When attacked by imprisonment/coma/poison gas/ etc., all damage and control are automatically exempted. For traditional mages like him, the most fearful thing is to be controlled. After all, traditional mages are fragile. There is still a little resistance to control skills. After a round, many traditional mages are controlled to death. Especially in the later battles, traditional mages do not have corresponding warriors, tanks, and other shields. After being controlled by various strong men, they will have great trouble. Now, with this kind of King Kong body, Dong Lei is not afraid at all. Having completed the inheritance of Sun Wukong's spirit, Dong Lei did not stay any longer.
On the spot, Dong Lei chose to leave the trial site.
Accompanied by the falling light, it fell on Dong Lei's body,
making Dong Lei disappear from the original place and return to the previous hall.
When Dong Lei just arrived at the hall, a group of figures approached him.
Humph! I've been waiting for you for a long time.
How dare you kill brother?
Stinky boy, do you think you are awesome with a mask? Hand over everything you got to me. Weird. Finally waited for you. You killed brother, blinded Kojini? Hurry up and hand over the things you got to us, and we will leave you with a whole body.
Dong Lei did not expect that a group of people would approach him as soon as he arrived at the hall.
And the situation of encirclement did not allow him to escape. These 6 people are all from the evil camp of the Shamat 7 monsters. Updated, please give me your recommendation votes and monthly votes. One of the monsters had already been killed by Dong Lei. Moreover, each person's hairstyle is unique, which is also a symbol of their evil camp.
Dong Lei inspected these 6 people and found that they were all very good indeed. Like Kojini, the former black light-blind man, he has almost the same strength.
These people are old, Kojini, master level, blinded by black light, dead, long red hair, his hair has grown to his mouth, so he needs to squint to see people. He was ridiculed and made blind. The second child, stealing Jutsun, master level, blue afro, theft wizard, even stealing underwear. The third child, explosive personality Korean treasure, master level, yellow fluffy and radiant, he has a very hot temper. When he sees someone, he turns around and stabs you. Fourth child, cunning Nancy ninja, master level, green hair in the shape of a hat, legend has it that she is so cunning that her face turns green from time to time. Lao Wu, Lao Zhang next door, master level, blue plain head, seems to have an inexplicable relationship with Nancy, my wife. The sixth child, courageous and fearful of troubles, master level, green hat head, but when you encounter a problem, it is respectful to leave first. Old, mother-in-law Han Xiaoying, master level, white shawl, every time I speak, I miss it. Their weapons are, iron and copper staff, iron bone fan, golden snake soft whip, pure steel shoulder pull, corpse whip knife, blonde family gun, and spicy woman sword. After all, this is the inheritance palace of the gods, where all powerful and powerful people are entrenched. The sneaky Zhu Song summoned the other 5 monsters to come over and take revenge for brother who blinded Kujini. By the way, I also want to take away Dong Lei's things. Only dead people can get it easily. From this inheritance palace, it is not so easy to take things with you. You must be strong before you can leave this palace. Otherwise, even my life will have to stay here. Of course Dong Lei understands this, but he doesn't want to leave his life here. On the contrary, it is these 6 monsters that kill Matt. Everyone is going to die here. You want to die, right? Dong Lei flashed a cold light, raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Kill. Revenge for brother." The second child, Jutsun, took the lead and shouted loudly. Holding the iron bone fan, he rushed towards Dong Lei. "Kill." The other 5 monsters that killed Matt were also shouting and screaming, and they were killing Dong Lei. Many powerful people around also came closer to watch the show or join in at any time. Dong Lei held the Hex Devil gun in one hand and stroked the evil mask with the other. 8 rays of light appeared and shot out from around him. After all, they were surrounded. Dong Lei fired randomly and could kill these 6 monsters with his eyes closed. When the 6 Shamat monsters saw this, their expressions changed, and they quickly tried to avoid it. But still, 3 monsters named Killer Matt were hit by the light. Boom! 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 36W. 34W. 38W. Mother-in-law Han Xiaoying, the neighbor next door Zhang Zhanga Shang, and the cunning Nancy Ning were all killed on the spot. Dong Lei heard the system sound next to his ears. You killed the evil force, mother-in-law Han Xiaoying, division level, and you gained 280,000 experience points and 2,313 military industry points. You triggered a random 100-fold increase and gained 31 million experience points and 32 million military value. System prompt: due to your level limit, you will automatically enter the experience pool.
You killed the evil force, old Zhang Zhang Shang next door, division level, and you gained 270,000 experience points and 2,215 military industry points. You triggered a random 100-fold increase and gained 32,100,000 experience and 34,000 military points.
System prompt: due to your level limit, you will automatically enter the experience pool. You killed the evil force, the cunning Nancy Ninja, division level, and you gained 290,000 experience points and 2,265 military points. You trigger a random 100-fold increase. The remaining 3 monsters quickly arrived in front of Dong Lei after they were not attacked by Dong Lei. These 3 monsters know that Dong Lei is a traditional mage and are very crispy. As long as the situation is close combat, Dong Lei will be killed. 3 weapons, the Iron Bone Fan, the Golden Snake Whip, and the Jinfa family gun, hit Dong Lei's body. When the strong men around them saw such a scene, they all felt that Dong Lei was bound to die. This man wearing a mask is actually extremely powerful. What a pity. That's right. Facing the 6 monsters left to kill Matt, even if 3 monsters die, he is still dead. The traditional mage's weakness has been caught by the 6 monsters of killed Matt. We approach this masked man at close range, and he is going to die too. It's quite strong. It can kill 4 monsters among the monsters that kill Matt. I don't know what he got. But after I became a sparrow, I wanted to grab it. Seem. In the eyes of all the experts, Dong Lei's outcome is certain. Yes, there are 3 monsters, the sneaky Zhu Song, the explosive personality Han Baogu, and the timid Xuanfa. Their weapons, the Iron Bone Fan, the Golden Snake Whip, and the Golden Man's Gun, attacked Dong Lei's body. Dong Lei stood motionless as his body was attacked by 3 weapons. Then, a scene appeared that made people frightened and dumbfounded. These weapons did not cause Dong Lei any harm at all. That's right. Dong Lei's head showed damage. -0. -0. -0. No matter how strong the Vajra body defense is, there is also the defense of one's own equipment. These 3 monsters had no way of causing any harm to Dong Lei. Moreover, they are too satisfied. Mainly they are warriors, and killed Dong Lei instantly with a normal attack. Moreover, they did not use their skills. Dong Lei looked coldly at the sneaky Zhu Song, the explosive personality Han Baogu, and the 3 timid and fearful Xuanfa monsters. Are you going to die for me? Ha ha ha. This time, Dong Lei once again touched the evil mask and Hex Devil Gun. During the 400% cooling, 8 terrifying rays of light were fired out again. Dong Lei is aiming this time, everyone has at least 2 rays of light to attack. Boom! 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 -34W. -33W. -38W. In an instant, the sneaky Zhu Song, the explosive Han Baogu, and the fearful 3 monsters screamed and shot back. Then, following their brothers and sisters, they lay on the ground, unable to move. They are all dead and cannot die anymore. At this time, another voice came from the system. You killed the evil force, sneaking chicken and dog Jutsong master level, and you gain 300,000 experience points and 2,354 military industry points. You triggered a random 100-fold increase and gained 36.5 million experience points and 35 million military value. System prompt: due to your level limit, you will automatically enter the experience pool. You killed the evil force, explosive personality Korean treasure, master level, and you gained 290,000 experience points and 2,655 military value. You triggered a random 100-fold increase and gained 3,265k experience and 350k military value. System prompt: due to your level limit, you will automatically enter the experience pool. I will try my best to update more, and I will check it if I have any questions. Will change virtual. Today, we'll update a chapter. Please vote. Window_Taboola equals window_Taboola_Taboola.push, mode, thumbsfeed 01, container, Taboola below article feed, placement, below article feed, target_type, mix.
You killed the evil force, timid and fearful of all close attacks, master level, and you gained 270,000 experience points and 2,115 military points. You trigger a random 100-fold increase. At this moment, some people who were waiting and watching, and some who wanted to take action, were scared to death. They couldn't believe it, seeing such a scene, these master-level experts. Don Lei simply killed them all. These are so frightened that even children will cry when they hear his name. They are the 7 monsters that kill Matt. Now, are all solved by this man wearing a mask? Moreover, the weapons of the 3 monsters that killed Matt among them all attacked the body of the masked man. Surprisingly, this masked man was not harmed in any way. So scary. So scary. This traditional mage? This man wearing a mask is a person who is frightened when he hears the news, and even children will cry when they hear his name. In an instant, most of the powerful men quickly left this place like smoke and disappeared without a trace. No one wants to die in this place like the 7 monsters that killed Matt. On the contrary, there were a few people from the evil camp who retreated far away, staring closely at Don Lei. These people from the evil camp wanted to see if Don Lei had a chance for them to take action. Don Lei turned around and looked at the powerful men who had fled quickly, showing a faint smile. Let these people understand what life is like. Don Lei first put his hands together and bowed to the statue of Sun Wukong squatting on the chair with his feet crouched on the chair, thanking him for the inheritance. Then, Don Lei turned around and walked towards these evil camp personnel who were looking for opportunities. You guys. You probably don't know how precious life is. In an instant, these 4 powerful men from the evil camp immediately understood something, and their expressions changed drastically. In their minds, only one word came out, that escape. But just when they were about to escape, several rays of light shot out. In an instant, these 4 powerful men from the evil camp were all fixed on the ground by the skill level 2 runes. Due to the 400% cooldown, the 4 skills of Hex Devil Gun and are released at the same time. In the past, Don Lei deliberately killed Matt and was attacked by 7 monsters, attracting the existence of these evil camps who thought there was still a little chance. Otherwise, how could he be so easily attacked by the 7 monsters that killed Matt? Now, I have killed 4 more powerful men from the evil camp, which is really great. Ah! No! Why can't I move? You, what did you do to me? It's best to let me go. Do you understand? Did I provoke you? You actually did such a thing to me. Can't we just stand here? Do you know who we are? These 4 people are 4 of the evil 7 sons of Kenshin. Don Lei checked on the interface and found out the names of these 4 people. They are Mayu, the thief, Tanshirue, the dirty boy, Lu Chuxian, the Changzi, and Xiao Chuji, the fool. The 4 bandits were still tough at first. Even if they couldn't move, they continued to say harsh words. Captain Mayu said angrily to Don Lei in front of him. Is it amazing to wear a mask? Don't let us see your true face. We in the Kenshin Alliance will definitely make you walk around in pain. The dirty-looking Captain Tanshirue on the side also shouted with fierce eyes. You kid, why don't you let us go quickly? You know the stealing techniques of our Kenshin Alliance. Your little life is not safe. Captain Changzi Lu Chuxian, who had been trying to struggle but still couldn't escape his imprisonment, glared at Don Lei angrily. I know your strength is pretty good. Does know that we are in the Kenshin Alliance? Does Wang Songyang know? That's right. Wang Songyang is our master. He controls the undead army. If you brat like you know this, let us go quickly. Chief Thief Cho Chuji, the idiot, echoed. Don Lei ignored the other people at all, walked away in front of the Chief Thief Cho Chuji, and spoke. You are the idiot Cho Chuji, the bandit chief, right? Ha! So what if I do? So what if I don't? Faced with Don Lei's inquiry, the stupid Captain Cho Chuji still had a sense of arrogance. Your apprentice Bu has a pirate named Yangbucky Yi Jiping, right? Talking about the past life, the things that happened between Yi Jiping, a Buki man, and the Dragon Saint, Dragon Girl, were used to describe things. I heard that the butcher Yi Jiping used a cloth to cover the eyes of the imprisoned dragon girl, and then, the player Yang Guo hunted down Yi Jiping, the butcher, for several months. In the end, Yi Jiping, a butcher, was used to allow Long Nu to marry Yang Guo.
Moreover, Yang Guo can become famous in one battle. The dragon girl can live a good life. Only then was he willing to let Yang Guo kill him with Yi Jiping, the butchman. This incident was later known to Dragon Girl. The dragon girl was moved and guilty, so she jumped into the broken heart cliff.
How do you know?
My apprentice's name?
The field manager Cho Chuji was stunned for a moment, and his face changed slightly. Yi Jiping, the butcher, had always been in their boxing alliance. He practiced leveling diligently and never made it out of the Kenshin League. Now, this young man wearing a mask actually found out.
You all have to die anyway. But, with Yi Jiping, the butchman, I won't let him die so quickly. Okay, the 3-minute detention time is almost up. Let you be released as soon as possible.
Later, Dong Lei picked up the Hex Devil Gun and bombed the 4 members of the Chuanjian Alliance.
Boom. 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 -35W. -36W. -40W. -34W.
The sound of system prompts came to Dong Lei's ears. You killed the evil force, Dan Ichimayu, master level, and you gain 340,000 experience points and 380,000 military points. You triggered a random 100-fold increase and gained 3820W experience and 3899W military value.
System prompt, due to your level limit, you will automatically enter the experience pool. You killed the evil force, Dirty Thief Tanshirue, master level, and you gain 270,000 experience points and 400,000 military points. You triggered a random 100-fold increase and gained 4015W experience and 4540W military value. System prompt, due to your level limit, you will automatically enter the experience pool. You killed the evil force, Shanzi Lu Chushan, master level, and you gained 290,000 experience points and 430,000 military points. You trigger a random 100-fold increase. Some strong men who fled away turned around curiously after hearing the sound. I saw that the 4 powerful members of the Kenshin Alliance were actually killed by this man wearing a mask. In an instant, the speed of escape accelerated a lot. These strong men were talking while running. Maid, this 4th member of the Fist Alliance was actually killed in such an instant? It's scary. Fortunately, I ran fast. Otherwise, my life would have been in danger.
Huang Rong is right, even the Gai Gang Chamber of Commerce dare not offend people, the 4 members of the Fist Alliance will die.
Let's go. We are still communicating. If we catch up, we will all die. Where is he using the Thunder Flame Tiger mount? You're absolutely right. That mount can also whine. It's almost scary. There are still 1 or 2 chapters left, while I am typing furiously on the keyboard. Instantly, the speed of these strong men's escape increased a lot. Dong Lei was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the military value of the Chuanjian Alliance could be so much. As expected of Wang Tsonyan's disciple? At this time, a loud voice came from the system again, which made Dong Lei happy. Congratulations, the military value has exceeded 100 million. You have been promoted to a 1-diamond general. Dong Lei quickly opened his Legion information. Legion. Official level, 1-diamond general. Current special powers. 1. Possess the right to accept the 1-diamond general task. 2. Possess the right to command the war, and the absolute right to plan. 3. Possess the army, with an upper limit of 80,000. 4. Killing NPC/players who are determined to be guilty of serious crimes will not be punished and obtain criminal value. The upper limit is 30,000 points, and the criminal value can be offset by gold coins if it exceeds. The promotion of official level is really great for Dong Lei. After killing the Chuanjian Alliance, he was promoted from the corps commander to the general level. Even in the later stages of the game, it is very difficult to get the general level. Because the military value can only be obtained by doing military tasks or killing some evil camps or hostile forces. The military value is already very rare, and now it has reached such a level. It made Dong Lei even more surprised. After being promoted from the corps commander to the general level, Dong Lei has more powers. Now, he can accept some general level tasks. This is richer than the tasks of the corps commander. However, the difficulty is higher than that of the corps commander. The most important aspect is to have absolute command and planning rights. This is the most important thing for Dong Lei. As long as he chooses the battlefield, he can be the commander. If a warzone civil war is launched, he can submit a war application. At that time, when a meeting is held, as long as several generals agree, then, the war applied by the general can be approved. At that time, he can command the army and become the commander. Go to attack other empires and start a warzone civil war. At this moment, the most important thing is to complete the SSS Legion Commander task first. After this task is completed, the heart and control of the entire Legion Commander can be grasped. It is also for Dong Lei to go to the warzone civil war later, so that the entire warzone can be unified and obtain key help. All these are later stories. Or complete your SSS-level Legion Commander task first. Dong Lei walked out of the palace gate and summoned his mount 1 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger. As Dong Lei sat on the back of the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger, the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger started to move at the speed of a locomotive and headed towards Roya City. After a short 10 minutes, Dong Lei went to the gate of Luoya City and took back the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger. He walked to a gatekeeper general, and there was a teleportation array next to the general standing. In each city, the teleportation array is very important. They are all guarded by soldiers. Behind and around the general are NPC soldiers stationed in the city. When Dong Lei came over, he showed his identity, which scared the general. He immediately greeted Dong Lei in various ways, and his body was extremely straight. You want to teleport to Never Sleeping City. As long as you go to the city, you can teleport to other cities in the Fonlei Empire. However, you need 2 teleportation shafts. Dong Lei didn't say much. Knowing this rule, he handed 2 teleportation shafts to the general. How dare the general drill the general's teleportation shaft, swinging his body wildly, and said, "How dare I take your teleportation shaft, General? No need for a teleportation shaft, no need. I will open the teleportation array for you right away. Besides, General, military missions do not require a teleportation shaft." Dong Lei was stunned for a moment, and then he was relieved. However, when he went to the Never Sleeping City, he still threw a lot of gold coins to the general. He forgot this. During the military mission, some gamers and NPCs need to go through multiple teleportation arrays. If they all need to collect teleportation shafts, some gamers and NPCs simply cannot afford it. One teleportation shaft requires 100,000 gold coins. Along with the scattered rays of light, Dong Lei's body fell down. In an instant, Dong Lei disappeared. The place where Dong Lei appeared again was the Never Sleeping City in the west of the Fonlei Empire. The Never Sleeping City is not a place for drinking and spending money. Instead, the sun in the sky here sets very slowly, while it is already dark in other cities. But this city that never sleeps is still bright, and it will take several hours before it gets dark. So, once it gets dark in the night of this city that never sleeps, various NPCs and players will have fun here, cooking like crazy, swinging and swaying to their heart's content. Passion is always short-lived, so it is particularly stimulating. It seems that this can also explain why this place is a place of debauchery. However, recently, the people in the city that never sleeps, as well as the game players who come here to play, have fled. After all, the town in Fangcheng, not far from the city that never sleeps, has become a paradise for the dead. NPCs are really afraid of turning into undeads, and gamers are afraid of their equipment being exploded. Now, the only people left in the Never Sleeping City are some gamers who followed Dong Lei and the troops brought by various legion leaders. As soon as Dong Lei arrived in the Never Sleeping City, his brothers and sisters looked at him.
After all, a man wearing a mask and high-end equipment was too obvious.
Brother Shifeng. Brother, you are finally here. Do you want to be worshipped by me?
It is Brother Shifeng who has become my master.
I feel that Shifeng's aura is so strong. So scary. Oh my god, wherever Brother Shifeng goes, I will follow.
I heard that the undead are quite scary.
Great. God Shifeng is finally here.
Brothers, hurry up and keep up with God's footsteps.
This is the first time to keep up with God. For this SSS mission, God Shifeng, what should you prepare? Will the rewards be very high?
Seeing that so many players have gone to the never-sleeping city, Don Lei did not have time to answer them one by one. He nodded to them, without saying anything, and went to the military headquarters of the never-sleeping city. Accompanied by a large number of game players behind him, all of them were his brothers and sisters, who followed behind him.
This is also his army.
A few minutes later, Don Lei went to the military headquarters of the never-sleeping city and thought for a while. This time, the mission was to face the undead army. Generally speaking, the ordinary undead of the undead army. They were all of relatively low level, but their number was quite large.
So, gamers must form their own small teams to continuously eliminate the undead.
You can also get more experience in military value and other things. Thinking of this, Don Lei went to the military mission window of the military headquarters. There was a male officer standing in this military mission window.
After knowing Don Lei's identity, he respected him very much. Don Lei took the male officer's notice and began to edit it.
After writing for a few minutes, he handed the notice to the male officer, and there were dozens of gold coins on the notice. The next chapter is quite funny, and it has written more than 500 words. Don Lei's haul made the male officer stunned for a moment, and he knew what to say.
Lord General, this, okay. I gave it to you. Just accept it. Don Lei looked at the male officer and spoke without hesitation.
The male officer immediately became happy, thanked Don Lei quickly, and hurriedly put the gold coins into his pants with his hands. He also patted his pocket so that the gold coins would fall out.
Seeing this, Don Lei couldn't help but smile. Then, the male officer quickly sent the official order edited by Don Lei.
In Don Lei's opinion, especially men, whether they ask others to do things or ask others to do things, they all need a little bit of meaning.
Then, the work efficiency will be much faster. In reality, this is called human nature. In the game, worldly sophistication is more needed. Of course, many people understand this. He also often had conflicts with NPCs, which made it increasingly difficult for him to do things. Yi City announcement from Slaying Phone, this mission is not simple. Brothers and sisters in the army should also understand. Brothers and sisters in the army, please form your own teams. It is best for each team to bring a priest. It is very important for you. When the mission begins, please brothers and sisters in the army, please challenge the undead of too high a level. Please give priority to killing the undead that you can kill. It is very important for your rewards, experience, and military value. If you understand, chat in the regional chat channel and find out. In an instant, the game players in the regional chat channel were frantically scrolling to understand. Some responded directly and understood, while others just responded with various words. Clear. Of course I understand. You must understand what you understand. This is what my elder brother said. Do you understand? Little sister understands. Brother, I understand. I understand everything Big Brother said.
Gradually, the regional chat channel began to receive barrage messages about wanting to be a priest.
Is there a priest? Our team is missing a priest. Is there anyone in charge of the pastor? We need love and support, the kind with high power, we need one. Consume at high prices and recruit a great priest to come to us. Is there any good-looking girl pastor? The kind with Reba? If not, the kind with Kianga will do. A lot of money to ask for a mother, a lot of money to ask for a son, see clearly. 1,000 dragon coins an hour. Urgent need. No mother, no girl, even a man.
Of course, for Don Lei, if his army kills a few more people, his reward will be generous.
A large number of gamers are crazily asking for priests.
They all quickly formed their own teams. At this time, Don Lei entered the command room of the military headquarters. When he reached the door of the command room, he heard Gui Jin's voice. According to the investigation of the scout soldiers, the towns far away from the Night City have all turned into cities of the undead.
And the people in the town have all turned into undead.
A large part of these undead souls seem to be heading towards us.
The purpose of our trip is to eliminate these undead souls. In order to expand the undead,
we must clear out the undead army as soon as possible. Don Lei paused for a moment, and after Gui Jin finished speaking, he strode in. When Gui Jin saw Don Lei, he was stunned for a moment, with a strange expression on his face. Then, Gui Jin immediately stood up, faced Don Lei, put his palms on his chest, leaned forward slightly, and spoke.
Lord General Slaughterpeak. You are here.
The army commanders in front of Gui Jin also stood up after seeing Don Lei. These legion commanders also put their palms on their chests, leaned forward slightly, and spoke loudly.
Lord General Slaughterpeak. Among the NPC's internal Fonlei Empire information, Don Lei would naturally know about it when he met a Diamond General.
Therefore, all the legion commanders present knew that Don Lei had been promoted to a first Diamond General.
Now, it's up to you, Gui Jin, to take command. After Don Lei finished saying this, he walked to a seat and sat down. The person sitting next to him was naturally his attendant Daphne.
Don Lei stood under the table again, hooked his little finger, and this time directly held Daphne's palm. In an instant, Daphne blushed, her eyes were blurred, and she stared at Don Lei, a little obsessed. This time, there were a total of 5 people who came to participate in the mission, including Gui Jin.
In addition to Daifini and Gui Jin, the remaining 3 Legion commanders are Zhou Badong and Li Macho. There is also a commander named Morong Fujuan.
Although, Gui Jin can still command the entire combat plan.
However, Don Lei could remove Gui Jin's battle plan at any time and replace him with commanding the battle.
Don Lei is a diamond warrior, and he holds the dominant position in terms of power. No matter in that empire, your own status means that you can suppress those with lower status than you.
This is a common feature between reality and games. After hearing what Don Lei said, Gui Jin was a little excited and said,
General Shifeng, I will make this operation perfect.
Don't worry.
Since Don Lei allowed him to continue to command. For Gui Jin, as a dazzling new star of the empire, the right to command operations must be very important.
Gui Jin was quite grateful to Don Lei.
Don Lei did not snatch his command rights just because he met a Diamond General. Don Lei was quite helpless in his heart.
If you, Gui Jin, command perfectly, you will become a fallen new star and become one of the dead spirits.
Gui Jin recovered his color, pointed to the map in front of him, and continued to explain in detail to the Legion leaders.
This time, there are 4 Legion commanders coming to Night City. Including me, there are 5 in total. Also, General Shifeng is here. But our mission this time is also very easy. Here, you lead the army to clear the undead in these areas first. Then,
Gui Jin commanded the Legion commanders to clear some undead tasks in the outer areas. The tasks of each Legion commander were arranged. When it came to Don Lei, Gui Jin dared to command Don Lei to fight. The other Legion commanders also looked at Don Lei, waiting for him to speak. So, Gui Jin said to Don Lei politely, General Shifeng, can you choose by yourself? Yes. I will command my own army and fight. You don't need to care about me. Don Lei nodded and answered Gui Jin. Don Lei wanted to act on his own when he arrived, and didn't want to be assigned anything. Gui Jin also understood the difference between the identities, and didn't dare to give Don Lei too many instructions. Now, Don Lei also answered the same question. Gui Jin did not dare to say anything more and continued to speak to the army commanders. Then, Legion commanders, please follow my instructions. The other Legion commanders stood up one after another and answered Gui Jin. In addition to Don Lei sitting on the chair, he also secretly held Daphne's delicate hand. Daphne was embarrassed and her shy face made Zhou Badong and Moron Fu look over, confused. Subsequently, other army commanders, including Gui Jin, left the command room of the Evernight City military headquarters to prepare for battle.
Only Don Lei and Daphne were left. Daphne's little hand was still held by Don Lei. Daphne saw her
hand held by Don Lei like this. After the army commanders left, she lowered her head even more shyly. Seeing Daphne like this, Don Lei almost lost control.
But this place doesn't seem to be a good place for cooking.
Don Lei, who swallowed a few water and endured the pain, slowly said to Daphne.
Daphne, I will go to your area first and help you clear out all the undead in this area.
When Daphne heard this, she looked at Don Lei with surprise in her eyes and said excitedly.
Really? Are you coming to my area to help me clear out the undead? Don Lei couldn't bear this.
Looking at the beautiful Daphne, the corners of his mouth were too dry. It is said that women are made of water, and the corners of their mouths need to be moist. Even though Don Lei was wearing a mask, his mouth was still exposed.
You kissed Daphne on the face before looking back. Daphne closed her eyes, waiting for further development, but the kiss on the mouth was delayed. Moreover, Daphne was actually pulled by Don Lei Lai to stand up. Don Lei Lao looked embarrassed and said awkwardly. Let's go. Let's fight. Daphne was pulled by Don Lei like this. She didn't react at first and was almost pulled down.
Looking at Don Lei's boyish posture, Daphne was stunned for a moment, smiled, and let Don Lei lead him away from the command room before letting go of his hand. However, when leaving the command room, Daphne looked at Don Lei's back. Her lips were a little hungry. If Don Lei hadn't made such a move, Daphne could have been kissed on the cheek, and her lips would have been able to fight back.
Daphne secretly regrets.
Daphne looked at Don Lei's leaving figure, biting her lips, still a little unwilling. It's all my fault that I'm not very brave.
Soon, after Daphne gathered the soldiers, she issued the order.
The entire army marched to the place arranged by Gui Jin's instructions to clear out the undead army.
Don Lei immediately led the players to follow Daphne's army.
Then go to the military task window first and change a self-published task.
Recruit Legion Brothers, the mission has been modified to set the conditions and goals for the second reward. After a while, the editor gave it to the male officer in front of him. The male officer quickly posted what Don Lei had edited.
Soon, all the players who participated in the mission received the news.
System prompt, your mission, Recruit Legion Brothers, SSS, is about to be sent.
Please assemble at the Nightless City Gate. Follow the Kilda Peak, go to the road to Chaos City far away from the Evernight City, and clear out the undead army. Every time you kill an undead, you will be rewarded with 20 military points. When the time comes, complete the SSS-Level mission and receive random rewards. In an instant, all the game players began to get excited.
Finally. Start.
For gamers, the military value of 20 points is quite a lot. There are also random rewards, and thinking about the previous random rewards makes them excited. Moreover, military industry value can be exchanged for a lot of equipment, knowledge, and other things. Gamers, gather at the military department of the city that never sleeps. Moreover, they all began to discuss and talk to each other.
The wait has finally come true today. The dream has finally come true. Brother, have you found the priest's sister? We reluctantly use men.
In this game, there are still male priests, ugh. We found an ant-level priest Niliang, enough for us and our entire team.
The priest on our side should be a little colder. Wait until you scare him with the undead. That's it. Damn it. Damn it. If you die, you won't explode your equipment. You won't be a good man. Ask in a low voice, are you a priest? We are recruiting. Special move, big one. The price. Even for men.
All game players are waiting for Don Lei's appearance. This time, their target in the evil camp must be Gui Jin.
Gui Jin is the
dazzling new star of the Empire, and the top management of Fonlei Empire will not let him go to the front line to fight too much. Just let Guijin sit in the city that never sleeps, which is relatively safe. However, if some Legion commanders encounter danger or difficulty, Guijin will personally go there to support them. Only this decision made Guijin fall into the opponent's ambush. At this moment, Dong Lei is not in a hurry, he is also waiting for the powerful undead to appear. In fact, for Dong Lei, if Guijin becomes a person from the evil camp, he is giving Guijin a fatal blow. By then his rewards and ratings should be very high. That would be a lot of money, a lot of money. However, Dong Lei will not do this yet. If he could save Guijin, he would also find a way to save him. If he can't save him, then he won't save him. Only a fool would sacrifice himself to let Guijin live. The equipment he wears is very expensive. Guijin has nothing to do with him. In Dong Lei's opinion, he might as well save Daphne. After all, I have kissed others on the face, so I am responsible. This time when I went to Chaos City, I found that there was not only the presence of the undead army. There are also some people from various evil camps entrenched. Or it can also be an army of undead, and it can be linked together. At Dong Lei's current level, he can't care about so many things. Now, in Dong Lei's opinion, it is enough to earn a little more military value. Because gamers add Dong Lei's Legion. Dong Lei can also earn part of the military value of the undead they kill. Therefore, Dong Lei has long reminded them to die less. This time the mission is completed, for Dong Lei may be promoted to a few more levels. Don't think too much, Dong Lei is also ready. When Dong Lei walked to the military department, there were a large number of game players waiting for him to come. Now, everyone looked up at Dong Lei one after another, staring directly at Dong Lei with expectant and excited eyes. P.S. Today I went to deliver tofu and had to climb over a hill. I met a car passing me on the road. He even gave me the middle finger gesture. I drifted in various ways and finally surpassed him and reached the top of first. Everyone should know about it later. I was deducted 12 points because I was driving too fast. I was scolded not only by customers but also by my family. Don't let me drive. Please give me your recommendation votes and good reviews. If the amount exceeds a certain amount, I won't be able to open it. The driver's license has been revoked. Oh. Everyone knows that when driving, the one with the middle finger will only be deducted 6 points, mad. He is also witty, I am careless. Window, _ tabula equals window, _ tabula dot push, mode, thumbspeed 01, container, tabula below article thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 by 250, target _ type, mix. I saw Dong Lei inspecting the crowd, scratching his head, and slowly took out something. In an instant, a series of system sounds rang in the ears of the game players. System prompt, you have obtained the additional bonus of Medal of Barbaric Strength, Legendary Level. You have gained an additional 150% magic/physical attack power. You gain an additional 350% movement speed. This thing is Dong Lei's Barbaric Power Medal, which has terrifying effect gains. The game players on the scene were stunned for a moment after hearing these two sounds. Then, his face was filled with surprise and roars, as if Dong Lei had walked into the wolf's den. The regional chat channel is also being used crazily. Wow! What is this? I'm convinced. I'm totally convinced. I kneel down for you, little brother. This increases the magic/physical attack power by 1.5 times. The eternal god of killing peak. If this happens, the dead will have to call me grandpa. Ha ha ha. What's more? With this 3.5 times speed bonus, my bicycle becomes as fast as a sports car. Brother Nyobi of Killing Fong. To fight the undead now, I can run and fight at the same time. The undead may even catch up with me. Maid, I almost wanted a male priest. The great god of killing peaks. What a bull. Brother Shi Feng. My forever brother. My little sister loves you. I didn't see a beautiful girl in the show, but I want to insult my brother Shi Feng. That's right.
What this girl said made me a little curious. I want to see what you look like. If Donglei only adds buffs to 1 or 2, that's it. However, Donglei's Medal of Barbaric Strength allows all players on the field to receive additional effect bonuses. This makes all the game players in the game say that Shifeng is the absolute master. In their opinion, Shifeng is strong only if he is abnormal. Incomparable storage. This kind of gain effect, if replaced by other skills, may be a skill that can only be possessed by saints and above in later games. However, this Medal of Brutal Strength is even more abnormal than the saints' skills. That is, skills require cooling in time. However, there is no time limit in this additional bonus of the Barbaric Strength Medal. In other words, after Donglei used this Barbaric Power Medal, it gave them the beneficial effect. It is stored forever. In an instant, under the leadership of Donglei, the entire army of game players rushed towards the gate of Yi City. It was like a wisp of smoke, heading towards the direction where Daphne was heading. Because many gamers did not have mounts at the beginning. However, among their speed buffs, their speed is comparable to that of mounts, and they rush towards them quickly. The game players in the distance are joining Donglei's army, coming to Yi City to look for cooks, watching from a distance. There were also some members of the evil camp hiding in the dark, and they all saw Donglei's army when they were investigating outside Night City. They were stunned, unable to imagine that this scene would appear in front of them. The first thought of these gamers and evil camp members. That's it. Where's the mount? Afterwards, these game players and members of the evil camp began to curse. Mad. Where are these mounts? No mount can run that fast? Wow. Are you crazy? Is this the so-called undead? It can run faster than a mount. It seems that I need to go back and report to the Great that this Night City is so easy to attack. Is even faster than the mount. It's so scary. We came here to have fun and cook like crazy. Why are there such horses in Night City? They're awesome. What happened in Night City? Did we know about it? Mad. I want to cook, I want to go back to other big cities. Donglei drove down the 9-star Thunderflame Tiger and led the game players to Chaos City soon. Daphne's army has also reached Chaos City. Not a few of the dead souls who came to Yi City from Chaos City were all killed by Daphne's army. This made Donglei secretly cry out that it was a pity. If he had known earlier, he would have asked Daphne to set off slowly. Everyone arrived at Chaos City, which was a small city in the western part of the Wind and Thunder Empire. There are not many residents living in Chaos City, about 300,000. At this moment, Chaos City has long been silent, without the color of the past. Daphne also discovered Donglei's army, her face showed joy, and she rode a black scale warhorse to Donglei. If there were so many scenes, Daphne would just swoop into Donglei's arms. After all, with so many people watching, I still insist on my love. You're here. Kill the Feng Da. Daphne's voice was a little ambiguous, but Daphne didn't care about that. Well. When will you come over? Donglei felt more and more cute about Daphne, smiled and asked. We just arrived in Chaos City. You guys have arrived too, how come you were so fast? I didn't see you have any mounts. Except. For you. Daphne was a little curious. Her army belonged to Zhou Badong at the beginning. Under Gui Jin's control, he gave her a horse. Among the horses, of course there are soldiers and horses. These horses are the most common war horses of the Wind and Thunder Empire, black power horses. Dark Lima, Gold Level. Level 10. Level, Gold Level. Effect, increase speed by 30%. Mount introduction, an ordinary war horse mount from the Fonglei Empire, raised by a commander of the Zhou Badong army. In terms of the price of this dark horse, it requires 200,000 gold coins. Moreover, it can be purchased casually. These black horses are raised by Zhou Badong himself. He has his own horse farm. The black horses breed very quickly. Zhou Badong has more horses than his soldiers. Some of the other armies also walked. He. They are good at walking, and they are faster than horses. Dong Lei laughed happily when he heard this and replied. Daphne's army and Dong Lei's army walked towards the inside of Chaos City.
As the two armies fought, the battle deepened. The surrounding buildings seemed to be getting taller and taller, as if they wanted to cover the entire sky. Daphne's soldiers all spoke in silence, appearing extraordinarily quiet and calm.
On the other hand, Dong Lei's troops are all gamers, of course they are talking and laughing.
Oops. Brother, your horse is wrong.
Let me lend you a ride.
Don't worry. I will grab it, brother is that kind of person.
Delivering tofu, I can't drive, I only have a bicycle. It's still the kind of scanning code.
When passing by an intersection, an ant rushed towards me. I had already braked, and the ant's face changed when she saw this, and she changed from running to flying. Then, he fell in front of me, screamed wailing, grabbed the bicycle, said his leg was broken, and asked me for money.
I want 2,000 yuan. How can I make so much money by selling tofu alone? I got off the bike with the tofu and ran away. It has also a shared bicycle. Is my car. Later, do you know? The ant chased after her with a shared bicycle. Does this leg look broken?
As I said, I was running, typing on my phone while running, and my aunt was about to catch up.
Brother!
My sister's legs hurt a little when she walks, and she wants to ride a horse.
Can I? Hey! Brother! Your equipment doesn't seem to be very good. Do you want me to give you one? Why don't you talk? Are all NPC soldiers like this? Or are they all dumb? But at least they can make noises, right? Boring, I've been chatting with a bunch of dumb people for a long time. Then, these gamers also stopped talking and followed Dong Lei's footsteps.
When Dong Lei and Daphne were about to reach the center of Chaos City, they found a huge altar in the distance. This huge altar was piled with various corpses, including the skeletons of various people, and the flesh and blood dripped down, which seemed to have not dried up yet. In addition, this altar began to emit a strong light. When Dong Lei saw this huge altar, his face changed.
Altar of the Evil Saint. It seems that this time the SSS Core leader's mission is not simple. At first, Dong Lei thought that there was only the dark wizard Huang Yaoshi. Unexpectedly, he wanted to sacrifice the evil saint. Just after the start, the situation in front of him changed dramatically. Before Dong Lei could think about it, countless undead suddenly appeared in front of Dong Lei and Daphne. From all the alleys and roads, they poured out continuously. And, towards the direction of Dong Lei and Daphne, they roared and killed. It's time to eat. Brothers and sisters. Kill. Kill.
Dong Lei and Daphne picked up their weapons and shouted loudly.
Which sentence was Dong Lei's was particularly obvious.
Daphne's army soldiers were ready, holding long swords, riding dark horses, and killing the undead.
Kill.
The voice was majestic and extremely loud. This voice made the gamers stunned for a
moment. Brother, you are not dumb. Thank God, they can speak. Brother, you are more arrogant than your sister.
The gamers' response was much slower than that of the NPC soldiers, but they also began to carry their weapons and attack the undead army. Because the NPC soldiers rode their horses and blocked the front, fighting with the undead army.
Dong Lei carried the Hex Devil Gun, shining brightly, and pieces of undead were hit and killed.
And Daphne, riding a black-scaled warhorse and holding a long sword, rushed into the undead army and killed them.
Black Scale Warhorse, Diamond Level. Level 15. Class, Diamond Level. Effect, increase speed by 60%. Mount Introduction, High-Level Warhorse Mount of the Wind and Thunder Empire. Because the NPC soldiers were blocking the front, the gamers behind them were very happy.
The gamers were frantically releasing their skills to kill the undead.
For some mages and priests, throwing skills, not worrying about being killed, and feeling comfortable. And the warriors and assassins released skills from time to time, hiding behind the NPC soldiers from time to time, watching and listening, and finishing the knife. Wow! I feel so safe with these NPCs blocking the front.
A female priest, while releasing skills to attack the undead, spoke a little bit coquettishly. In an instant, the entire game players were noisy again. Yo yo yo! The boss killed another one, and got 11 points of military value. And experience points. Beautiful. If I keep doing this, I will reach level 19. Great. Oh my god. How can you last hit so well? Teach me. Speaking of promotion, this wave is so exciting. The last hit speed should be faster. Oh. You keep saying oh, it's so annoying. Instantly, the last word was oh. The gamers were still in the mood, killing the undead and joking at the same time. However, it did not affect their military value and experience. And the gamers were killing the undead and last hitting. In Dong Lei's ears, the voices of the system came one after another. System prompt: you have received a military value reward, which is 1 point of the military value obtained by the soldiers after killing the dead. Your soldiers killed, dead, black iron, and you got 1 point of military value. Congratulations, you have triggered a random 100-fold increase, and you have received 415 military value. Your soldiers killed, dead, black iron, and you have received 1 point of military value. Congratulations, you have triggered a random 100-fold increase, and you have received 585 military value. Your soldiers killed, dead, black iron, and you have received. Dong Lei looked at the gamers who were trying hard to make up the knife, and he was very pleased. In order to contribute military value to him, they were also very hardworking. Fortunately, Dong Lei is relatively kind. If it were someone else, he would have raised these gamers like dogs long ago. He would even say thank you if he sold them. It is impossible to issue those so-called random rewards of shares. Of course, these gamers can already have the reward of military value experience. For them, it is already very satisfying. After killing for a while, Dong Lei thought about it and decided to give the gamers more rewards. So, Dong Lei opened his personal panel, clicked on his Legion panel, and then clicked to open the Regional Competition Military Value List. The Regional Competition Military Value List can only be opened by the generals. As Dong Lei opened it, the gamers in this area received a voice from the system. Player, Shifeng, shot the Regional Competition Military Value List. Players on the list can get rich rewards. Please check it out by yourself. Then, the gamers opened the Regional Competition Military Value List and checked it out. The Regional Competition Military Value List belongs to the ranking list. The top-ranked gamers will get rich rewards. Generally speaking, a large number of game players are more crazy and work harder to get to the front. And this time, the Regional Competition Military Value List was set by Dong Lei. He directly set the reward for the top of the list to 2 million military value. And the second place also has 800,000 military value. The third place is 400,000 military value. After the fourth place, it is much less, 80,000, 40,000, and so on. In the early stage of the game, it is unimaginable to get so much military value. As long as you are brave and you are very strong in finishing. Work harder, be diligent, and struggle. You can get the top reward of the Regional Competition Military Value List. This makes the killing sound of the entire player army much louder than the NPC soldiers in front. Kill. Little did they know that they seemed to be more vulnerable. 1. At this moment, a large number of game players turned into gods of war, pushing away the NPC soldiers and rushing towards the undead army. The mages and priests behind their own team were also madly giving magic attacks and healing. It seemed that their team had discussed the division of the front area to compete for the military industry value list. Finally, I beat my mother. But, I met Grandpa. Grandpa was sitting on the road, and when he saw me, he stood up and walked towards me. I didn't respond at once. In an instant, Grandpa fell to the ground, grabbed my leg, and said that I hit him and broke his leg. In this era, there are no cars or bicycles, and you can be blackmailed like this even if you walk. I looked up and looked around, and there was no surveillance. It seems that this guy is a veteran, and he is blackmailing people in a place without surveillance.
On the spot,
At this moment, the game players were shouting excitedly while killing the undead. It's great to compete for the military industrial value list in this region.
Today I am bound to win the first place. If you don't grab it, we are all brothers. 2 million military points are so powerful. It's too much, so of course I'll do my best. Let me get 2 million military points. We are a team, let me make up for it.
If I don't get the top spot, just give me 10th place.
Kill me. Everyone, give my little sister a face, I want this first. Pull him down. When one of your priests takes over the top spot, we will all die.
Originally, the NPC soldiers in front of the blockade were shocked when they saw this situation. Afterwards, I don't know what dignity it was, but I also fought hard to kill the undead. This caused the game players to curse and shout.
Maid, you NPC soldiers won't rob me. Brothers, you don't have any rankings to get. Can you give me some help? Mad, are you deaf?
Brother, little sister, I can't steal your head like this.
No. Grab it or not grab it. Look at the NPC soldiers, I'm even more desperate. Auntie, follow us. Few know. Following Don Lay's call, the two teens charged towards the undead and cleared them very quickly.
Originally, the number of undead spirits surrounding Daphne gradually decreased. When Daphne looked at the game players, she also showed a look of surprise. Then, he looked at Don Lay again, and this man gave him too many different things. Unexpectedly, the soldiers led by Don Lay were more brave than the soldiers led by her.
At this moment, the evil saint altar began to emit light again. Don Lay looked up and frowned.
I saw that the souls of the dead kept flying towards the altar of the evil saint.
The souls of the dead hovered over the altar of the evil saint for a while, and then entered the altar of the evil saint.
Along with this, people from his own camp continued to kill the undead. It also caused the souls of the dead to come out continuously and fly towards the altar of the evil saint.
It seems that I am also one of the wage earners.
Previously, the evil saint sacrificed all the people in Chaos City and received a
sacrifice.
Moreover, after the powerful necromancer appeared, he turned the entire people of Chaos City into undead. Now, after killing these undead souls with my own army, I can offer another sacrifice to the altar of the evil saint.
As you can imagine, the evil saint was summoned. The troops of the Fonlay Empire camp must clear out these undead souls. Therefore, this evil saint altar sacrifice plan is simply perfect. However, they met Don Lay. Don Lay shouted loudly towards the people in his camp. Be careful. I'm going to deal with the altar of the evil saint ahead. Daphne. Don't be careless.
After saying that, Don Lay first summoned 2 mounts 2 and 3, a 9-star Thunderflame Tiger and a 1-star Thunderflame Tiger, to help his own camp troops and kill the undead. Don Lay himself drove the 9-star Thunderflame Tiger towards the altar of the evil saint in front. Daphne heard the sound and looked at the back of Don Lay, who had already rushed forward. Her beautiful eyes were shining, but she was a little worried in her heart, and she whispered,
Well, you should be careful too.
Without taking a few more glances, he chopped and slashed at the killing spirit even more quickly. Moreover, Daphne also commanded NPC soldiers and game players to fight against the undead army. The speed of the train under the 9-star Thunderflame Tiger, killing and blocking the undead along the way, Don Lay quickly arrived in front of the altar of the evil saint. The closer Don Lay got to the altar of the evil saint, the more he felt the gloomy, dark, and lifeless aura coming towards his face. At this time, a system voice came from Don Lay's ear. System prompt: you are under the influence of evil saint breath, all basic attributes are minus 30%. Congratulations, you triggered a random 100-fold increase. This is not true.
Don Lay is used to it, and his brain automatically imagined it.
Don Lay shook his head, cleared his eyes, and murmured in his heart.
As expected of an evil saint, he was still affected. Even if the evil saint has not yet been sacrificed, the upcoming situation can affect Don Lay. Through my own interface, I checked the content information of the evil saint altar.
Altar of the evil saint, King level.
Level, 50.
Level, King level. Blood volume, 2Y/2Y.
Defense, 30W.
Altar introduction. The altar was designed by many undead warriors to summon the evil saint to appear, which required a large amount of human heads and flesh.
A single altar of the evil saint is also a king-level treasure. Moreover, the defense and HP are really terrifying.
200 million blood and 300,000 defense power can be replaced by other gamers. It is estimated that they are all -0, -0, -0, -0.
After all, the defense power is 30W.
However, for Don Lei, he has the penetration power to ignore defense, and the damage is constantly stacked.
Without thinking too much, Don Lei touched his evil mask and carried the Hex Devil Gun, attacking the evil saint altar. Boom! 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 1.3W. 2.4W. 3.1W. 5.1W. 6.5W.
The damage continued to rise, causing more and more damage to the evil saint altar. In a short time, Don Lei's attack knocked off a quarter of the health of the evil saint altar. At this time, several figures wearing black robes hidden in the evil saint altar kept rushing here.
These people wearing black robes are the messengers of the evil saint.
At this moment, 4 people rushed over. The old man standing in front, with a short beard and a black robe covering his head, shouted to the people behind him.
Do it! Don't let him do this. If the evil saint doesn't come out, we will all die.
Then, the black-robed people behind the old man heard the words, their faces changed, their pace became faster, and they picked up their weapons and killed Don Lei. The old man in black robe paused for a while, standing and staring at Don Lei, his eyes flickering, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and
I don't know what he was thinking. After a while, the old man in black robe also took a weapon and killed Don Lei.
At this time, Don Lei's attack was accompanied by a superimposed damage increase.
Boom! 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 110W. 125W. 130W. 141W. Another quarter of the health of the evil saint altar is gone, and less than half of the health is left.
At this time, Don Lei heard a whoosh sound instead of a system sound.
Don Lei knew that someone was attacking him. Today is another extraordinary day. A man walked into the store. He asked, "Boss, do you have a Peninsula iron box?" I got angry on the spot, pointing at the tofu in front of me and shouting, "No! Only tofu! Are you blind?" Without thinking, Don Lei turned around, and the evil mask and the Hex Devil Gun also shot towards the direction of the sound. Don Lei's weapon emitted a ray of light, and a dagger also pierced Don Lei's chest. Originally it hit his back. This dagger made Don Lei retreat several steps before stopping. A number appeared above Don Lei's head. -1222. And the black-robed man of the assassin profession was shot at by a ray of light. Even though he was very agile and dodged 2 attacks. However, he was still successfully hit by the remaining 6 rays of light. Boom! 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 21W. 24W. 27W. 30W. On the spot, the black-robed man lay on the ground, dead as hell. Don Lei pulled out the dagger, threw it on the ground, and checked the information of the black-robed man through the interface. Evil Messenger, Stern Phone, Master Elite. Level, 38. Level, Master. HP, 80W/80W. Physical Attack Power/Magic Attack Power, 8W11W. Defense, 32,155. Skills, Miao Family Dagger Technique, Suchinback Dagger, Dark Crane Skywing. Messenger Introduction, a powerful messenger in the evil camp. At this time, a series of voices came from the system. You have successfully killed Evil Messenger Stern Phone, Master Elite, and you have obtained 152W experience points, 3 attribute points, and 11W military value.
Congratulations on triggering the random 100-fold increase. You have obtained 124.5 million experience points, 414 attribute points, and 134.1 W military value. World announcement: player, Shurfong, killed, evil messenger Stern Miaorenfong, Master Elite, as the first to kill a Master Level Elite, reward plus 30 W gold coins, Miaorenfong gift box, Master. Congratulations on triggering the random 100-fold increase. You have obtained 3504 W gold coins, Miaorenfong gift box, Legendary. System prompt: your military value has reached 110 million, and you have successfully been promoted to 2 Diamond General. The other 2 black-robed men also arrived in front of Dong Lei at a very fast speed. When they saw the evil messenger, the serious-looking Miao Renfeng, being killed by Dong Lei in an instant, they all showed shocked expressions and looked up at Dong Lei. One of the men in black robes glared at him.
"If you don't attack the evil saint's altar, we can spare your life."
At this time, the gamers behind him were already cheering crazily.
"Beautiful. Brother Shurfong is worthy of being the elder brother. He killed another master-level elite in seconds."
I saw with my own eyes how Brother Shurfong killed in seconds this time.
"The speed is still too fast. Can you do it again? Little sister loves you. Does Brother Shurfong have a wife? Can I do it again? Auntie, don't talk. It's disgusting. Are traditional mages so strong? So perverted? I'm stunned. Don't look at it, make up the knife. Our top 10 will be taken away." After killing all the undeads approaching, Daphne looked at Dong Lei.
When she saw that there were 2 black robes in front of Dong Lei, Daphne's face changed slightly and she wanted to go over to help. However, she was still blocked by the undeads that surrounded her. As a result, Daphne carried her weapon and killed the undeads more frantically.
At this
moment, on the World Chat channel, the chat barrage was also rolling frantically.
"The great god Shurfong is awesome. It's a pity that I didn't become your little brother. Why does he get all the benefits? I'm so envious. Almost all the world announcements are about Shurfong players. Are they cheating? The players favored by the gods, I don't know what they are doing. Can you give me 10,000 gold coins? I can even call you daddy. Damn it. This Shurfong got ahead again. The one above, Wang Air. Your new village hasn't come out yet, don't brag.
By the way, this evil messenger, the serious Miao Renfeng, is actually quite strong. If it were any other game player, it would probably not be killed so quickly.
Unfortunately, he met Dong Lei.
Send Dong Lei a lot of military value coins, experience points, and a big gift box.
Dong Lei also looked at the 2 black-robed men and checked their personal information through the interface.
Evil messenger soul chasing and life snatching Wuchen Daochang, Master Elite.
Level, 38. Level, Master. HP, 85W/85W. Physical attack power / magic attack power, 9.3W 12.3W. Defense, 33,549.
Skills, life-snatching sword skill, 3-ring mysterious kick, dark sword red flower.
Messenger introduction: he is an envoy of the evil camp, very powerful, and should not be underestimated. Evil messenger Chen Jialuo, Master Elite. Level, 39. Level, Master. HP, 89W/89W. Physical attack power / magic attack power, 10W 12.1W. Defense, 36,542. Skills, 100 Flowers Fist, Pouting Jie Sword, Tianqi Heart Technique. Introduction to the messenger: among the messengers from the evil camp, he is a very scary person who is good at being polite. The man in black robe who just spoke is the evil messenger Chen Jialuo. At this time, an old man in black robe slowly landed in front of the 2 evil messengers, looked up at Dong Lei, and showed an evil smile. "Mad, I just saw 2 messages, and here comes another one. Is this evil smile very bull-nosed?" Dong Lei cursed and clicked on the interface again to check the personal information of the old man in black robe. Dark Master Huang Yaoshi, King Level Elite. Grade? Level, King Level. Blood volume? Physical attack power / magic attack power? Defense? Skill? Introduction to the Dark Master. One of the great Dark Masters under Wang Xonyang, he possesses terrifying dark magic strength, has a rebellious personality, is arrogant, unsociable, protects his shortcomings, behaves strangely but is chic, has an erratic figure, and is good at ghosts, blowjob, etc. As a result, Dong Lei was a little dumbfounded. This old man in black robe turned out to be the dark archmage Huang Yaoshi. Everything is a question mark, I just introduced it. Dong Lei's pupils shrank for a while and he murmured. Dark Master Huang Yaoshi. No need to think too much, the strength of the old man in black robe in front of him is very terrifying. In this game period, the Dark Master Huang Yaoshi is almost invincible. Almost all game players are not his match at all. Dong Lei did not expect that he would meet the Dark Mage Huang Yaoshi in this KS city. If this Dark Mage Huang Yaoshi is killed by him, there may be a huge reward. Thinking of this, Dong Lei looked at the Dark Master Huang Yaoshi, his eyes full of longing. This made Dark Archmage Huang Yaoshi stunned for a moment, and then he laughed strangely. Your Excellency, you can join our camp. I believe we will give you a very generous reward when the time comes. I have seen your strength with my own eyes. I like Natsuki Motegi and I heard that she has become a good person. Moreover, I heard that she is no longer in that kind of industry, but it makes me passionate. My first love has another chance. However, I heard from friends that she made a lot of money in that industry and felt that she was no longer worthy of her. I went all the way north, I fell in love again. I would like to ask, can men also work in this kind of industry? Window_Taboola equals window_Taboola_Taboola.push, mode, thumbspeed 01, container, Taboola below article thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 by 250, target_type, mix. The Grand Master is right. You can also join us and become the Evil Saint's messenger. The Evil Saint will also give you a lot of rewards and the same as what you want. The evil messenger Chenjialua behind him saw the situation and took a step forward and said sternly. He asked people to join the Evil Saint's messenger, and he was still angry. Hearing this, Dong Lei smiled, shook his head, and said to these people. Want one? Now I want your heads. You said there is no such reward? Dong Lei said while quickly checking the skills he had just plundered. The Seedling Blade Wind skill just now had been plundered by Dong Lei under the SSS-Level talent, Passive Crazy Plunder. Moreover, these three skills are upgraded and triggered by a random 100-fold amplification. LV2 Miao Family Dagger Technique. Level 2. Effect, release a dagger, shoot at the enemy, and increase damage by 650%. Cooling time, 15 seconds. Blue bar consumption, 110 MP. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Skill introduction, the exclusive skill of the Serious Meow Blade Phoenix, this skill is a sneak attack. LV2 Su Chin Back Dagger. Level 2. Effect, release a dagger behind you, attack the enemy, and increase penetration damage by 510%. Cooling time, 15 seconds. Blue bar consumption, 100 MP. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Skill description, the exclusive skill of the Serious Meow Renphone, which shoots a dagger from behind to catch the enemy off guard. LV2 Dark Crane Wings. Level 2. Effect, the Dark Crane attacks the enemy, causing damage and reducing magic resistance by 630%. Cooling time, 15 seconds. Blue bar consumption, 110 MP. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Skill description, the exclusive skill of the Serious Meow Renphone, which can reduce the magic resistance of the enemy when hitting it. Dong Lei quickly clicked on the interface and replaced LV2 Tiger Roar, LV2 Iron Claw, and LV2 Tail Whip, with LV2 Dark Crane Wings, LV2 Su Chin Back Dagger, and LV2 Meow Family Dagger Method. Dong Lei's words made the Dark Wizard Huang Yaoshi, the opportunist Chenjialua, and the soul-chasing Wuchen Thief leader stunned for a moment. Then, the faces of Chenjialua and the soul-chasing Wuchen Thief leader were full of anger. But the Dark Wizard Huang Yaoshi continued to smile evilly and spoke first. Why don't you do it?
Upon hearing this, Chen Jialua and the soul-chasing Wuchen thief leader immediately attacked Dong Lei. Chen Jialua, who was opportunist, held the earth demon sword, released a strong black light, shot towards Dong Lei, and shouted loudly.
Pao Ding untied the sword.
On the other side, the soul-chasing Wuchen thief leader held the evil sword of the thief family, and under the gray-black light, he shot towards Dong Lei and shouted.
Death sword technique. Dong Lei's defense is extremely terrifying.
The powerful body of King Kong and the strong equipment add to his defense. If he hadn't been hit by the dagger in the chest, he wouldn't have suffered more than 1,000 damage.
However, the strength of these two evil messengers should not be underestimated. Dong Lei retreated quickly, trying to dodge. As a result, he was still attacked by the Pao Ding Jiejian and the death sword technique.
There was no way. Dong Lei raised his arms to try to resist the two rays of light attack.
The two black rays and gray-black rays still hit Dong Lei's body. On Dong Lei's head, the numbers -223 and -245 appeared. For Dong Lei, these two injuries were easily resisted.
In the game Reincarnation, players still have a certain immersive experience when facing attacks and injuries, and they will still feel the pain.
Humph. Now it's time.
Dong Lei put down his arms, stared at Chen Jialua and the soul-chasing Wuchen bandit leader, and said coldly.
When Chen Jialua
and the soul-chasing Wuchen bandit leader saw that their skills had attacked Dong Lei's body. Originally, the two of them looked very successful, thinking that Dong Lei would die. But they didn't expect that after Dong Lei retreated a few steps, he was still able to stand, as if he didn't suffer any damage.
The two messengers showed unbelievable and shocked eyes. Dong Lei was not hurt by the attacks of the two of them? You don't look like you're injured at all?
Chen Jialua, who was a man of action, had a trembling arm and a numb scalp.
He couldn't believe what he saw. Your defense is too scary. The soul-chasing Wuchen bandit chief was shocked and frightened, and couldn't believe it.
Chen Jialua and the soul-chasing Wuchen bandit chief took a step back, and their faces were very ugly. Dong Lei held the Hex Devil gun and touched the evil mask, and activated his Taoist skills, blasting towards the attackers Chen Jialua and the soul-chasing Wuchen bandit chief. Chen Jialua and the soul-chasing Wuchen bandit chief saw this, and they thought this man could release Taoist skills, and their faces turned the color of pig liver.
Scared. Turning around and running away quickly and madly.
And, in the minds of both of them, 3 words flashed.
No. That's right. Dong Lei released the skill, which is the LV2 Miao family dagger skill.
The Taoist dagger was mixed with bright and penetrating light, and it shot past the wind-driven rudder Chen Jialua and the soul-chasing Wuchen bandit. This is simply impossible for Chen Jialua and the bandit leader Wuchen, who chases souls and kills. They know that this is Miao Renfeng's exclusive skill, so how did it get into Dong Lei's hands?
Moreover, it is even more terrifying than when Miao Renfeng's skill is released.
Daggers, each shot towards Chen Jialua, the helmsman who saw the wind, and Wuchen, the bandit leader who chased the soul and killed him. Chen Jialua, who saw the wind, and Wuchen, the bandit leader who chased the soul and took his life, fled desperately, and finally managed to escape 2 dagger attacks. However, the other 2 LV2 Miao dagger techniques still hit their bodies. In an instant, Chen Jialua, who saw the wind, and Wuchen, the bandit who chased the soul, was directly hit on the body. The impact was terrible, and the two of them fell to the ground.
Boom. Boom. -40W. -41W. Boom. Boom. -39W. 42W.
The heads of Chen Jialua and the soul-chasing and life-chasing bandit Wu Chen had red numbers popping up on their heads. However, Chen Jialua and Wuchen pirate leader, who were able to catch the wind and seize life, did not kill them on the spot, and they were still in a state of residual health. Chen Jialua, who saw the wind, and Wuchen, the bandit who chased the soul and killed him, looked happy, got up quickly, and continued to run as hard as they could. Dong Lei's body armor was shining slightly. Dong Lei looked at their retreating figures and said softly. Bang! Bang! I saw that these 2 evil messengers, after running away for a few steps, suddenly stood still. On their heads, 2 bright red numbers burst out.
-11W. -10W. Chen Jialua, who was driven by the wind, and Wuchen Pirate Changsai, who chased the soul and killed the soul, did not expect that they would attack Dong Lei's body. Under Dong Lei's thorn armor, the damage they just dealt to Dong Lei was converted into magic damage and returned to their bodies. Dong Lei only discovered this later. Why couldn't he see the thorn's armor's damage coming back?
It turns out that it takes a certain amount of time to delay.
Motegi Natsuki came to find and invited her to see the beach. He also said that he had a beautiful swimsuit to show to. I almost had a nosebleed, I was fantasizing about it. Wake up and come here. Before, Dong Lei killed instantly.
There was no need for such counter-injury damage.
However, the two evil messengers reacted quickly and started to flee directly, so they
did not die on the spot, but died far away. The voice of the system came to Dong Lei's ears. You have successfully killed Evil Messenger Chen Jialua, Master Elite. You have gained 155 W experience points, 4 attribute points, and 13 W military value. Congratulations on triggering the random multiplier. You have gained 112 million experience points, 404 attribute points, and 1341 W military value. You have successfully killed Evil Messenger Soul Chaser Wuchen Bandit, Master Elite. You have gained 151 W experience points, 3 attribute points, and 12 W military value. Congratulations on triggering the random multiplier. You have gained 121.1 million experience points, 416 attribute points, and 1341 W military value. System prompt: your military value has reached 130 million, and you have been successfully promoted to Diamond General. Now, there is only one black-robed old man, the dark magician Huang Yaoshi, left. Dong Lei directly put all his attribute points into intelligence. At this moment, his intelligence far exceeded other attribute points, I don't know how many times. Now, there is only one black-robed old man, the dark magician Huang Yaoshi, left. Not bad. Not bad. The dark magician Huang Yaoshi actually clapped his hands and nodded at Dong Lei, looking very optimistic. Next, the dark magician Huang Yaoshi did not attack Dong Lei, but asked Dong Lei, saying. After listening, Dong Lei's face was a little strange and puzzled, and he asked questions frantically. Son, have you married? Seeing Dong Lei silent, the dark magician Huang Yaoshi continued. Don't worry, Miss Dong is so beautiful. She's also a member of the Chamber of Commerce. If you marry her, you will enjoy endless wealth and glory. But as long as you agree to become a dead spirit, it's fine. The dark mage Huang Yaoshi was talking about his daughter, Huang Rong with ears across the wall. Huang Rong with ears across the wall is the member of the Gai Gang Chamber of Commerce in the Palace of the Inheritance Land before. The dark mage Huang Yaoshi actually wanted to match Dong Lei and Huang Rong with ears across the wall together. It seems that this is one of the reasons why Guojin became a dead spirit. Dong Lei had a blank expression on his face, but thinking about the reason why Guojin became a dead spirit, it seemed that there was such a possibility. However, a dazzling new star of the Fenglai Empire. Would she willingly marry Huang Rong with ears across the wall for the words of a dark mage Huang Yaoshi, who didn't know whether it was an empty promise? That's right. She actually wanted to marry Huang Rong with ears across the wall. Instead of marrying this identity and status. What on earth was Guojin thinking? Is the girl of the dark mage really that pretty? I know you have a lot of doubts. Also, you have never seen your daughter. I believe you will meet soon. She has been trying to find out about you. You know, your information is very expensive. The dark mage Huang Yaoshi showed his old yellow teeth and laughed strangely. Of course, it's not that easy to become your son-in-law. This is a test for you. Don't die. The dark mage Huang Yaoshi raised the peach blossom wand in his hand, releasing a dazzling light, and the whole venue shook violently. And Huang Yaoshi turned into a ball of smoke, and disappeared after a swirl of smoke. Originally, Dong Lei wanted to take the opportunity to attack the dark mage Huang Yaoshi. As a result, he ran away. This generous reward just disappeared. Damn, who is going to be your son-in-law? Did you agree? Did you say you were going to get married? You don't even know who your daughter is. But your daughter is fine,
and you are still investigating her? Could it be? His daughter is from the Gai Gang Chamber of Commerce? I believe it too. The dark wizard Huang Yaoshi and the others will meet soon. Dong Lei frowned slightly and murmured. Without thinking too much, the whole ground shook, and a terrible breath swept over. Dong Lei looked up and looked at the front of the evil saint's altar, and a huge crack appeared directly. A huge hand grabbed the crack and climbed up. A 3-meter-tall demon stood in front of Dong Lei and roared. Dong Lei checked the information of this Wangqi demon through the interface. Wangqi demon, epic level vice sect. Level, 39. Level, epic. HP, 9800W/9800W. Physical attack/magic attack, 29W31W. Defense, 9W. Skills, Evil Tooth Demon, Looking Eye Control, Devil Bloodthirst, Strong Tooth Roar, Demon Mist. Function description, a powerful demon under the command of the evil saint, with strong magic attack. When Dong Lei saw the vice sect, his face lit up and he was very excited. The elite level is the vice sect level, and the last is the sect level. The rewards given by the vice sect level are much richer than those given by the elite level. Generally speaking, if you want to kill this kind of vice sect level, you need the gamers and NPCs of the entire area to attack in turns. And, after killing the NPC and the game players, they can get extremely generous rewards. Not to mention the rewards that Dong Lei got alone. At this time, a system voice came to Dong Lei's ears. World announcement, a deputy patriarch appeared in Chaos City in the west of Fonlei Empire. Players, please attack it. Participating in this attack can gain a lot of military value and experience points, advanced equipment, etc. After hearing this world announcement, the game players in the entire game were swiping the barrage on the chat channel frantically. Go! I'm still in the novice village, discussing with the boss of the porcelain jars about how to subdue the boss. I don't have time. Go now. Who wants to form a team? We can share the things we get. Listen to my advice. This is a vice principal level. If you don't have enough strength, don't go there to die. Where's that sure phone? Let him go. We are brushing the rat tail. Damn, we are almost killed by this stinky rat. Advanced equipment? KS City? My sister is here. And the gamers of Dong Lei's army who were present also saw the lookout tooth demon from afar. After seeing the battle between Dong Lei and those black robes, some gamers had already dared not move forward. It's still killing the undead, what a good thing. There are still some gamers who rushed over in the face of the temptation. Should Shifeng be able to defeat this vice principal demon? Isn't that nonsense? Didn't you see the terrifying light just now? Do you dare to go over and die? Our team should just kill Ling honestly. Mom, Bruno. Stop looking, I'm going to die. The rewards for vice principal demons are definitely very high. I'm trying to see if there are any missed ones. I want to pick them up. Dreams always come true. Magi Natsuki really came to find me, not to invite me to the beach to look at swimsuits. Instead, he hugged a man next door and persuaded me not to sell tofu for my family anymore. Selling tofu will never make money. I was so angry that I grabbed a handful of 1 and 5 yuan bills and wanted to throw them at her face. The Wangqi demon that just crawled out had a huge body and dark skin, and the other hand held a tooth-shaped weapon. When the Wangqi demon saw Dong Lei, it slowly walked towards Dong Lei, and the saliva from the corner of its mouth kept dripping to the ground. At the same time, the weapon of the Wangqi demon gradually emitted a black light. It seemed that as long as Dong Lei got closer, it could start attacking Dong Lei. Seeing this, Dong Lei did not think about anything and directly started to attack the Wangqi demon from a distance. Moreover, Dong Lei once again summoned his Mount 1 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger, moving and retreating while attacking. The reason why Dong Lei took back the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger before was that the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger stood there, always roaring, and was very excited. As a result, it attracted other undead spirits to disturb Dong Lei's attack and destruction of the evil saint's altar.
Dong Lei had no choice but to take back the 9-star Thunderflame Tiger and put it in Mount 1. Now, he could only deal with this Wang Qi demon first, and then he could continue to deal with the evil Saint Altar. Under the high-speed movement bonus of the barbaric power metal mount, the attack range of the Wang Qi demon was not very large. In this situation, Dong Lei kept wandering around the Wang Qi demon and attacking it frantically. And the Wang Qi demon had no way to attack Dong Lei's 9-star Thunderflame Tiger. Boom! 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 -10W. -13W. -18W. -24W. The damage continued to increase. Originally, the gamers who were planning to come here to pick up the leaks saw the information of the Wang Qi demon and fled back in the direction they came from, screaming as they ran. Damn! What is this? Can I mess with it? I'd better run away first. I'll just kill the dead spirits. Why fight with this kind of deputy sex Wang Qi demon? I want my life. Even Brother Shifeng plays a roaming style, I won't join in the fun. Male priest? What are you doing? What are you doing here? Do you have enough energy? Can you give Brother Shifeng a chance to make up for it? Brother Shifeng didn't attack. What's wrong with me being a male priest? Can't male priests pick up leaks? Can't men be priests? On the contrary, Daphne madly killed the dead spirits that surrounded her, trying to break through the siege, and wanted to help Dong Lei. However, Daphne seemed to have walked into a dead end, surrounded by this group of seemingly endless dead spirits, making it impossible for Daphne to rush out. On the contrary, some game players were able to stand out and run towards the direction of the evil saint's altar. Then, after seeing the information of the tooth-watching demon, he quickly ran back here. After a short period of time, Dong Lei finally killed this huge tooth-watching demon with his own strength. This tooth-watching demon wanted to hold his tooth weapon and cut Dong Lei with dazzling light. Unfortunately, it was still too far away from his attack range and could not attack Dong Lei. It could only wave wildly in the sky, and it seemed quite unsatisfied. In addition, the skills released by the tooth-watching demon were all avoided by the 9-star Thunder and Fire Tiger. The main point is that when the tooth-watching demon released skills, the speed of casting was too slow. Of course, without the badge of brute force, Dong Lei's 9-star Thunder and Fire Tiger would not be so easy to dodge. Finally, the tooth-watching demon, whose blood tank was empty, had an unwilling look in his eyes. As the tooth weapon fell off and onto the ground, he fell to the ground with a bang, causing a puff of dust. At this time, a series of system voices came to Dong Lei's ears. You have successfully killed Wang Qi Demon, Epic Vice Sect, and obtained 987 W experience points, 30 attribute points, and 80 W military value. Congratulations, you have triggered a random multiplier and obtained 856 million experience points, 3,240 attribute points, and 8745 W military value. Your military value has reached 190 million, and you have successfully been promoted to a 9-diamond general. World announcement, player, Shifeng, successfully killed Wang Qi Demon, Epic Vice Sect, and as the first player to complete the Epic Vice Sect, he will be rewarded with 40 W gold coins and a magic gift box, legendary level. Congratulations, you have triggered a random multiplier and obtained 5410 W gold coins and a magic gift box, Quasi-King level. World announcement, Feng Lei Empire, game player, Shifeng, killed the Wang Qi Demon, Epic Vice Chief, and the players of Feng Lei Empire will gain an additional 200% increase in experience, military value, and rarity of equipment for 3 days. Congratulations, you have triggered a random multiplier, and you have gained an additional 3,500% increase in experience, military value, and rarity of equipment. System prompt, since you killed the Wang Qi Demon, Epic Vice Chief, your status has been significantly improved. You have made the world remember your existence, influence plus 10. System prompt, the super strong people in the evil camp have all known your existence, and their favorability towards you is -100%, and the relationship has dropped to the extreme. It is currently in the enemy meeting state, please pay attention to the players. When the gamers heard these world announcements, the chat channel naturally exploded. Damn! I would have joined the Wind and Thunder Empire if I had known earlier.
200% gain.
Thank you, Master Shifeng. You helped me out of my urgent need. I am brushing a dungeon, 200% gain, ha.
Shifeng, we are all from the Wind and Thunder Empire. Remember to greet me loudly when we meet, I will kowtow to you in gratitude.
It's always this player Shifeng who makes the world announcement. What about the other players?
Can you make a world announcement once? They are all a bunch of trash, including me.
What a bullshit. Master Shifeng, take my little sister out of the new village.
I can do that to you.
System prompt, this player is muted for 24 hours.
Reason, color violence. Hurry up and brush the exotic beasts. With 200% gain. What nonsense are you talking about?
And the gamers who just escaped back and killed the spirit all heard the system voice of the world announcement. Then, they all turned their heads in amazement and looked in the direction of the tooth-watching demon.
The tooth-watching demon died? How many seconds have passed? I ran back and the tooth-watching demon died in front of me? God, Shifeng is awesome. 200% gain?
Brothers, kill the undead as much as you can. It's not a dream to get as much military value as you want.
I just saw a large amount of health, and it's gone just like that? What skill did Shifeng use? Is it something I didn't see? It's terrible.
Daphne was with the NPC soldiers at this moment, and had already dealt with the undead army surrounding her. Looking at the shadow of Dawn lay in the distance, and the tooth-watching demon who fell to the ground with a loud sound. This made Daphne's beautiful eyes sparkle and she smiled sweetly, which made the NPC soldiers beside her dumbfounded after seeing it.
My name is Takahashi Ryosuke. I want to buy 5 pieces of tofu. Boy, I heard you're good at driving. Want to compete?
The man next to him, who was hugged by Magi Natsuki, was named Takahashi Ryosuke, and he was a very good racer.
No.
I don't have a driver's license. I refused decisively, handed him 5 pieces of tofu, and took the 5 yuan bill.
You can't do it. At this moment, Magi Natsuki looked at me with some disdain and said jokingly. I couldn't help it on the spot. I'll take the test again and get my driver's license.
Window, _Taboola equals window, _Taboola dot push, mode, thumbspeed 01, container, Taboola below article thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 by 250, target _type, mix.
Is this the Daphne army commander they met? Surprisingly, he can still laugh?
You can imagine how cold Daphne army commander is.
Meeting people state? Will you be in extraordinary jealousy state next?
Speaking of which, Dong Lei sat on the Star Thunder Flame Tiger and finally killed the Looktooth demon. During this period, a few undead spirits came to attack Dong Lei, but they were easily killed by Dong Lei.
The roar of the Star Thunder Flame Tiger attracted the undead spirits.
At that time, Dong Lei slapped the Star Thunder Flame Tiger on the head, and the Star Thunder Flame Tiger stopped calling.
Is this all right?
Dong Lei sighed that he, who has lived 2 lives, did not fully understand the game.
After killing the Looktooth demon, Dong Lei looked at the evil saint altar and summoned him. It can be seen that the evil saint altar is almost completed.
Under the continuous infusion of dead souls, strong light is erupting. It seems that the evil saint is about to get out of the altar.
Dong Lei's face also changed.
He continued to quickly pick up the Hex Devil gun and touch the evil mask, and frantically attacked the evil saint altar.
Boom! 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 Dash 1.5 W. Dash 2.8 W. Dash 5.1 W. Dash 8.1 W. Dash 10.5 W.
The damage continued to rise. Finally, when the evil saint altar was about to summon the evil saint, the strong light began to burst, and Dong Lei destroyed it.
Boom! The evil saint altar made a huge explosion sound, and then disappeared without a trace.
The empty field was left, as if nothing had happened.
But Dong Lei could hear an angry voice clearly.
This voice was not the system voice. This saint, lonely sword demon Linghutson, is irreconcilable with you. You are actually, lonely sword demon Linghutson. Ha! After hearing this, Dong Lei took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand. It turned out that the evil saint summoned this time was lonely sword demon Linghutson. Thinking of this, Dong Lei felt a chill on his back. In the previous life, lonely sword demon Linghutson was also a well-known strongman in the evil camp. That set of lonely swordsmanship killed a large number of strong men in the justice camp. In particular, the justice force, bald sword demon Jumozi, who also had the strength of a saint, was killed by Duga sword demon Linghutson. No wonder, Daphne was after the dead in her previous life, and Guijin was the same. Or Guijin was seduced by the girl Huang Yaoshi. All of this is unknown. Dong Lei quickly drove the Star Thunder Flame Tiger to the corpse of the Wangqi demon, jumped off the mount, and fumbled with the Wangqi demon for a while. Before, Dong Lei didn't need some ordinary beasts and monsters. But, for this kind of Wangqi demon of the deputy sect, picking up a wave of corpses is still necessary. Immediately. In Dong Lei's ears, a series of system voices came out. Congratulations on triggering the random multiplier, you got, Archangel Wisdom Staff, Quasi-King level. Congratulations on triggering the random multiplier, you got, Wangqi Demon Fragment, *499. Congratulations on triggering the random multiplier, you got, Guild Permit. Congratulations on triggering the random multiplier, you got, Equipment Blueprint, King level. Congratulations. Dong Lei picked up a lot of things in an instant, but the most important thing was the first few things. The rest of the things were not needed by Dong Lei. Wangqi demon fragments can be exchanged for equipment, military value, knowledge and other things in the military department. Dong Lei first looked at the guild permit that he cared about. Guild permit. Level 1. Level, none. Effect, you can establish your own guild. Information, guild permit proves that you can open a guild. Dong Lei looked at the information, smiled, and shook his head. After using the guild permit, you can establish your own guild. You can establish your own camp in the game. You can either be an organization you know in real life. You can either be your own army. You can be a guild. The military situation in the camp is still a little troublesome. After all, there is always someone above. I am not the strongest commander of the military, and I have to obey the orders of the senior military personnel. There are also mixed people in the military, and there are often conflicts between the Legion commanders. Although, the resources and strength of the military are very good in terms of comprehensive aspects. Unless the country is destroyed. If the Fonlei Empire is attacked and the Fonlei Jade Seal is taken away, the military will dissipate. Of course, these are things in the later stages. How can the current game players shake the empire? In the early stages of the game, it is very difficult to establish a guild. More importantly, it is difficult to obtain a guild license. Dong Lei did not expect that this guild license would be exposed after he killed the Watchtooth Demon, an epic-level deputy sect, for the first time. As expected, I am so lucky to have the existence of a man with a growth rate of 3,500%. After establishing a guild, you can sign some tasks with some chambers of commerce, military departments, etc. If you continue to complete these tasks, your guild will continue to expand and become stronger. Even though he is already in a state of meeting with the evil camp and my guild is very strong and will improve. Dong Lei attaches great importance to his guild. In his previous life, he knew that one person could not defeat the disaster of the world. Only by uniting and cooperating can we withstand attacks from other theaters and face world disasters. Dong Lei first collected the guild permit. If he wanted to create a guild, he still needed to register with the Guild Alliance. The Guild Alliance is also a place full of weird things. Dong Lei went back for a trip. After all, he needed to create a guild. Next, Dong Lei continued to look at other things. At this moment, Dong Lei looked down at the equipment in his hand and muttered to himself. Archangel is mentally retarded? Wisdom Staff. Archangel's Wisdom Staff, Quasi-King level.
Level, 45. Level, Quasi-King level.
Physical/magical attack, 4520 to 5758.
Equipment bonuses. 1. Intelligence plus 897. 2. There is a 100% probability that attacking the enemy will increase the spell strength and damage by 250%, and the duration is permanent. 3. There is a 50% probability that attacking the enemy will reduce the cooldown by 100%, and the duration is permanent.
Function introduction. Archangel Wisdom Staff, one of the Quasi-King level mage equipment, has terrifying cooling and damage.
A mentally retarded person is a mentally retarded person.
When Donglei saw this information, his eyes lit up. He was pleasantly surprised by the fact that his intelligence alone was plus 897. He was worthy of being equipped with Quasi-King level equipment. There is also a 50% reduction of the cooldown by 100%, so when he has the opportunity to attack at once, he will release 16 attacks.
This can include skills. You can release 16 skills at once. Just think about it and you will know how terrifying it is. After passing the familiar route, I got my driver's license today. As soon as I walked out of the door, I saw a man holding a cigarette appearing on the other side of the road. This man is the one who deducted 12 points from me. On the spot, I couldn't stand it anymore and rushed over. Later, I came out through the uniformed gate and went in through the uniformed gate. However, the great mental retard requires level 45, which is not something Donglei can use now. Now, Donglei's level is only level 29. It requires 2 job changes before it can be used. If you really want to use it, you need to learn advanced mage knowledge. Only when you become a human being and an elite in knowledge can you use equipment and equipment beyond the next level, Quasi-King level. At this moment, Donglei's package also contains equipment blueprints, King level, Demon gift box, Quasi-King level, Miao Ren phone gift box, Legendary level, and other items. Donglei first takes a look at this equipment blueprint, King level. Equipment drawings, King level. Equipment, Mad Lion armor. Level, 60. Level, King level. Defense plus 8952. Health, 2W. Equipment bonuses. 1. Defense plus 469. 2. Constitution plus 765. 3. There is a 40% probability of recovering 3% of the maximum health every 5 seconds after receiving damage. If no damage is received within 5 seconds, the health recovery per unit time will be increased to 5% of the maximum health for 20 seconds. Function. Introduction. The Mad Master's armor is a powerful defense, and can also restore one's own health. Manufacturing materials, Crazy Lion Broken Bones *999, Crazy Lion Broken Bones *999, Crazy Lion Tiger Whip *999, Advanced Knowledge of 1 Diamond Manufacturing. When he saw this equipment blueprint, King level, Donglei's eyes lit up. This King level equipment blueprint is still very good. If you do not receive any damage within 5 seconds, the health recovery per unit time will be increased to 5% of the maximum health value. As long as Donglei is not attacked, his blood volume will recover quickly in a short period of time. Don't underestimate this 5% recovery, half of the blood volume is recovered in 50 seconds. After Donglei took a look around, he clicked on it and started driving. Donglei took advantage of the 3,500% gain and quickly opened these gift boxes. Soon, 2 items appeared in front of Donglei, and the information on these 2 items was randomly opened. Brahma Sword, Quasi-King level. Level, 45. Level, Quasi-King level. Physical/magical attack, 5423 to 5674. Equipment bonuses. 1. Quantity plus 947. 2. There is a 60% probability that attacking the enemy will increase the physical attack damage by 60%, and the duration is permanent. 3. There is a 30% probability that attacking the enemy will cause superimposed damage of 20%, and the duration is permanent. Function introduction. Brahma Sword, one of the Quasi-King level mage equipment, with terrible superimposed damage effects and physical damage. When Dong Lei saw this piece of equipment, he felt a little unhappy. Wow!
I can't use such a perverted weapon.
This piece of equipment is for warriors, not for mages. Then, Dong Lei looked at another piece of equipment. Noisy spell speed leggings, legendary. Level, 19. Level, legendary. Defense 1654. Equipment bonuses. 1. Physique, plus 199. 2. There is a 70% probability that attacking the enemy will increase the penetration damage by 40% and the duration is 20. 3. There is a 30% probability that attacking the enemy will increase the critical hit rate by 20% and the duration is 20. Function Introduction, Hustle Magic Speed Leggings, one of the advanced defensive equipment, with critical strike and penetration effects. This piece of equipment also made Dong Lei's eyes light up, and he quickly equipped it with quick hands. Single men usually have very fast hand speed. Dong Lei then used LV2 superimposed damage on the Noisy Magic Speed Leggings, legendary level, equipment.
Then, the Hustle Magic Speed Leggings, legendary level, underwent a big change. Next to Dong Lei's ear, the system's voice prompt also came out.
Congratulations!
Noisy Magic Speed Leggings, legendary level, successfully triggered a random 100-fold increase under your LV2 superimposed damage. Noisy Magic Speed Leggings, legendary level, the equipment has an additional bonus, with a 100% probability. Attacking the enemy will increase the penetration damage by 420%, and the duration is permanent. This 420% penetration is equivalent to Dong Lei completely ignoring the existence of defense when attacking. Too perverted. Dong Lei murmured to himself quietly, with a smile on his face. Both of these pieces of equipment are very good, but it's a pity that I can't use the Brahma sword. Dong Lei turned to look at Daphne, as if he had an idea of his own.
And Daphne also drove a black-scaled warhorse to Dong Lei.
The first words she spoke made Dong Lei feel warm.
Master Dong Lei, are you okay? Are you injured anywhere? Looking at Daphne's worried eyes, Dong Lei couldn't stand it anymore. Without thinking, he handed the sword to Daphne. What's wrong with me? I'll give you this weapon. You have to learn the knowledge well so that you can use the sword in advance. Daphne was stunned for a moment, then reached out to take the Brahma sword. After seeing the properties of the Brahma sword, her expression changed drastically. This. Lord. Dong Lei, this is too precious, Daphne can't afford it. Daphne, I'll give you this Brahma sword. After saying that, Daphne handed over the Brahma sword in her hand. Although Daphne liked this sword very much and couldn't let it go, she still handed it over. I said I'll give it to you, don't talk nonsense. Dong Lei still said the same thing, although he also knew the preciousness of this Brahma sword. But Daphne had the best impression of him. There's another point, if you kiss someone, you have to be responsible. In fact, it was the concern just now that made Dong Lei willing to give Daphne such a precious weapon. Well. Thank you, Lord Dong Lei. Daphne was very excited. She took the Brahma sword and observed it for a while before putting it away. Now, her knowledge is good, but she still needs to learn more before she can use this Brahma sword. At this moment, Dong Lei turned his head to look at the army and gamers who were destroying the undead, and casually shot the undead that rushed over. On the spot, this undead was easily destroyed by Dong Lei. Dong Lei chose to block this system sound reward. As time went on, Dong Lei joined in to clear the undead army. The entire KS city cleared half of the city. During this period, the gamers shouted for all kinds of big brothers and gods. Brother Shifeng. Don't kill. Leave some for us. That's right. We rely on these undead to turn over. Captain Daphne, you are so beautiful. Don't kill them either. Brothers and sisters-in-law, don't kill them. I beg you. The gamers present begged Dong Lei and Daphne in various ways. When Daphne heard what her sister-in-law said, her face flushed, she stopped attacking and looked at Dong Lei. Dong Lei also stopped. On the one hand, the level of these undeads was too low, and he also recognized these younger brothers and sisters. After all, these were his own troops,
and he had to give them a taste of a little bit of the pie. On the other hand, Dong Lei felt that after the game players killed the undead, he got more benefits. Later, I learned that the man who cheated me and deducted 12 points was named Pseudo Kyochi.
Pseudo Kyochi is also a speed racer, nicknamed Shanji.
I heard that he has many brothers, and now I am in trouble.
The tofu shop can't open either.
This was the most important point, which prevented Dong Lei from attacking.
Cutting leaks requires cutting in all aspects. Moreover, after the players saw that Dong Lei and Daphne were not attacking the undead, they applauded, and praised them. This is the most powerful ability to cut leaks.
After selling you, you were not only very moved, but also said thank you.
Dong Lei can earn military value happily without having to do anything.
For him, it's also good.
Daifune didn't have such an effect.
She drove her horse with her head down and smiled silly, and didn't attack anymore.
I don't know why.
Soon, there was another burst of massacre. During this period, there were several dangers, but Dong Lei easily solved them. In 4 hours, the undead army in KS City was finally cleared away. During this period of time, Dong Lei even yawned frequently. After the undead army in KS City was wiped out, Dong Lei heard system sounds one after another. You led the army soldiers to eliminate the undead army in KS City, and you received a military reward, 200,000 military industry points and 400,000 experience points. Congratulations, you triggered a random 100-fold increase and gained 32.4 million military industry points and 40 million experience points. Dong Lei's military value has exceeded 200 million.
Diamond Warrior is the top Diamond Warrior in the past.
To become a top warrior, you need to get a military value of over 500 million. And to become a top warrior is to get a military value of 5 billion.
There are already billions in my own experience pool. Even General Diamond is almost in control of the Fonglei Empire's army. However, if you want
the absolute right to speak, you still need to be at least as strong as a top warrior. Moreover, it is necessary to improve the relationship with some top warriors. Otherwise, others will still need to restrain themselves.
There are still many restrictions on the military command of the entire Fonglei Empire.
Therefore, Dong Lei still wants to establish the guild as soon as possible. At this time, Dong Lei looked at Daphne and found that she was commanding the NPC soldiers to clean up the battlefield.
This time Daphne's army soldiers did not lose very many soldiers. After all, NPC soldiers can also possess Dong Lei's barbaric power metal. For these low-level undead, no special effort is needed. Gamers can't force themselves to play it.
It can be said that it is very easy to eliminate these undead armies. Regardless of whether it is an ant priest or a male priest, they don't need to breastfeed, and they can still last a lot of damage. In the meantime, you're in trouble.
With Dong Lei's actions, the entire army seemed to be at ease. This has just begun. In addition to KS City, there are still several towns that need to be cleared.
Gamers are also very enthusiastic and passionate about picking up the corpses of the undead. Sometimes they would kill and pick them up at the same time, and several times they picked up all the undead corpses in KS City. Many gamers have touched it several times. It has to be said that gamers who follow Dong Lei will still benefit a lot. Not only did he earn a lot of gold coins, military value, etc., he also improved his level.
Some were gaining 200%, and with good luck, they got dozens of diamond level and epic level equipment. The entire team is making a lot of money. Those who are unlucky also have several pieces of gold level equipment and some scraps and so on. For gamers, following Dong Lei is really a good thing. Little did they know that they were more leaks than leaks. As they were being harvested, they started to grow excitedly. In Dong Lei's view, the next step is to kill some elite level beasts and go back to quickly learn his own knowledge.
At present, Dong Lei has killed 4 elite beasts above diamond level, including the 4 Wangtooth demons, Vice Sect, Shenjialua, Miao Renfeng, and Wuchen Pirate Chief. These are still worthwhile for the Chaos game. There are still 2 vocational intermediate knowledge that have not been learned. Therefore, Dong Lei plans to improve his knowledge after returning. At this time, Dong Lei shouted to Daphne on the side.
Daphne! Hey! Master Don Lei. What do you need from me, Daphne? Daphne raised her shy face and answered immediately.
After calling her sister-in-law several times, Daphne was already extremely shy. They didn't dare to look at Don Lei, they all looked nervous and shy, thinking wildly.
You lead the army soldiers, including my army, and go to a city according to what Guijin said before. Go and deal with the remaining undead army.
I have to do some things, I'll be there later.
Don Lei said seriously to Daphne. As you command.
Daphne straightened her body, regained her appearance as a legion leader, and answered. Later, Commander Daphne led the soldiers and players to a city. When the game players heard the news, they were extremely excited. In this war, their profits were generally very high. Now, there is still a city to be cleared, and more benefits can be obtained. For the gamers, this is a rare thing, and they immediately followed the army soldiers to a city.
Don Lei left first, and after saying goodbye to Daphne, he went out to KS City.
Some gamers also found this situation.
After asking various sisters-in-law and legion leaders, they felt relieved. Daphne's answer was that Don Lei would come back.
This made the gamers present feel relieved. The equipment of the undead army has been updated, and there is no need to be afraid. However, they were still very frightened when they met the Black Robe and
the tooth-looking demon. After all, they couldn't beat them.
The reason why Don Lei left was that if he thought that the elite level of the undead was almost non-existent. The elite Black Robe man and the tooth-looking demon were not available in every city. If you want to quickly complete the job transfer task, you still need to find it yourself.
Because some job transfers in the game chaos are still very rigid. You must kill 10 elite beasts, otherwise you cannot complete the job transfer. Even if it is a deputy clan level, it represents a self.
After leaving KS City, Don Lei went to a yellow mountain range.
Don Lei remembered that there were still some elite beasts at this location. When he arrived at the yellow mountain range, a system prompt sound came out beside Don Lei's ear.
System prompt, player, you have entered the Golden Money Mountain range. Through the mediation of the ants and the 8 wives, Pseudo Kyochi said that he could let me go. That is, in the Akina Mountain, in a game.
If I beat him, I can let me go.
Among them, there was also a racer.
That is Magi Natsuki's new boyfriend, Takahashi Ryosuke. 86 mountains.
I arrived as scheduled, for my life. For the tofu shop. Don Lei also looked at the skills he had plundered along the way. Then, he exchanged 2 of the previous Miao Renfeng skills. They were LV2 Suchinback Dagger and LV2 Miao Family Dagger Technique into the quick skills, and LV2 Life-Taking Sword Technique and LV2 Pao Ding Jiejian were replaced.
LV2 Life-Taking Sword Technique. Level 2. Effect: release a strong sword beam and shoot the enemy to increase the damage by 700%. Cooling time: 15 seconds. Blue bar consumption: 110 MP. Proficiency: 0 out of 100.
Function introduction: exclusive skill of the soul-chasing life-taking thief. The skill is very powerful.
LV2 Pao Ding Jiejian. Level 2.
Effect: transform into an extremely powerful sword beam, attack the enemy to increase the damage by 690%.
Cooling time: 15 seconds. Blue bar consumption: 110 MP. Proficiency: 0 out of 100. Function introduction: Jinjialua's exclusive skill, the deadly skill of Tiandi Chamber of Commerce. The so-called cooling time is nothing to Don Lei. And the skills of Wanqi Demon, when triggered by random 100-fold amplification, are not stronger than those of the black-robed evil messenger. So, Don Lei chose to ignore it. Mountain of Money? That's right.
After hearing this voice, Don Lei knew that he had arrived at his destination.
This Mountain of Money is a leveling place for level 20 gamers. In addition, the monsters in this Mountain of Money refresh very quickly. After killing a certain number of monsters, several diamond-level elite monsters will be exploded. These diamond-level elite monsters are not very powerful. So, the rewards will be relatively small compared to the brick-level elites. However, for the first level, this place is a holy land.
As long as a few great brothers take you to brush experience like crazy, you will arrive in a short time and hear the system's job transfer task. Now Don Lei, if he comes here, he should solve the job transfer task first. And the first level knowledge needs to be exchanged at the military department, and it must be studied in the city's academy, and the approval of the academy tutor is required. Only then can it be considered to have truly completed the knowledge.
These mountains of money are not really full of money.
Instead, Pikachu wolves, diamond level, appear in this place, and there are many of them.
Almost Pikachu wolves, diamond level, are everywhere in these mountains, and there are also Pikachu wolves, diamond level elites.
Pikachu wolves wander around, looking around with their eyes, and often roar and scream. Moreover, Pikachu wolves are also social animals, and they come in a group when attacking. Don Lei rode his mount, the Star Thunder Flame Tiger, and soon after he headed for the Golden Coin Mountain range, he discovered a group of Pikachu wolves. Moreover, there were 3 Pikachu wolves, diamond level elites, among the group of Pikachu wolves. Don Lei saw the information about the Pikachu wolves through the interface. Pikachu wolf, diamond level. Level, 25. Level, diamond level. HP, 4W/4W. Physical attack/magic attack, 5641 to 6584. Defense, 800. Skills, Golden Slam, Flammable and Explosive. Function introduction, Pikachu Wolf's melee speed is extremely fast, often in groups, and finally you have to fight with it at a short distance. Pikachu Wolf, Diamond Level Elite. Level, 32. Level, Diamond Level Elite. HP, 8W/8W. Physical attack/magic attack, 8541 to 12546. Defense, 2410. Skills, Golden Slam, Flammable Fireworks, Bite. Function introduction, Pikachu Wolf Elite is extremely fast, it is normal to be attacked, be careful. Pikachu Wolf also discovered Don Lei's existence. In Don Lei's view, he was shouting and yelling again. Then, this group of Pikachu wolves also discovered Don Lei and attacked Don Lei. The more diamond level elite Pikachu wolves, the better. Don Lei held up the Hex Devil Gun and attacked the Pikachu wolves. Boom! 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 -65W. -63W. -67W. -75W. -66W. This group of Pikachu wolves could not get close to Don Lei at all and were killed on the spot by Don Lei's Hex Devil Gun. Even if 1 or 2 Pikachu wolves avoided Don Lei's attack, they were bitten to death on the spot by the Star Thunder Flame Tiger. A series of system sounds came to Don Lei's ears. You successfully killed Pikachu Wolf, Diamond Level, and obtained 210 experience points and 20 gold coins. Congratulations, the random 100-fold increase was triggered, and you obtained 1.45W experience points and 6,542 gold coins. You successfully killed Pikachu Wolf, Diamond Level, and obtained 167 experience points and 15 gold coins. Congratulations, the random 100-fold increase was triggered, and you obtained 1.21W experience points and 6,234 gold coins. You successfully killed Pikachu Wolf, Diamond Level, and obtained 200 experience points and 18 gold coins. Congratulations! In a short period of time, this group of Pikachu wolves were killed by Don Lei, including the 3 Pikachu Wolf, Diamond Level Elite. You successfully killed Pikachu Wolf, Diamond Elite, and received 321 experience points and 45 gold coins. Congratulations, you triggered a random 100-fold increase. You gained 1.75W experience points and 8,797 gold coins. You successfully killed Pikachu Wolf, Diamond Elite, and received 322 experience points and 36 gold coins. Congratulations, you triggered a random 100-fold increase. You gained 1.89W experience points and 9,082 gold coins. You successfully killed Pikachu Wolf, Diamond Elite, and received 345 experience points and 38 gold coins. Congratulations, you triggered a random 100-fold increase. Moreover, Dong Lei also plundered the Pikachu Wolf, Diamond Level Elite, S, Golden Skin Crash, Flammable Fireworks, and Bite Thrust skills. But compared to the skills of the black-robed evil messenger, they were still too poor, and Dong Lei chose to ignore them. Compared with the Diamond Level Ordinary Pikachu Wolf, the Elite Level one is bound to be powerful. However, as long as Dong Lei attacks, he will still be injured and die. In fact, they are all the same. Now, there are only 3 monsters left in the job transfer mission that are less than 3 Diamond Level Elites. I have completed 7 Elite Beasts below Diamond Level. After Dong Lei killed them all, he drove the Star Thunder Flame Tiger at the speed of a train and continued deep into the Chanshan Mountains. Whoa whoa! Along with the shouts of Xing Lei Yan Hu, Dong Lei bumped into another group of Pikachu wolves. Soon, under the terrible injury of Dong Lei who passed by, 8 rays of light appeared one after another. One by one, the Pikachu wolves fell, and the elite Pikachu wolves also had to die. During this period, Dong Lei also met a Pikachu wolf, Diamond Level Deputy Sect. This is very rare. However, he was still killed by Dong Lei. Boom! 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 -45W. -48W. -52W. -56W. As the damage increases, the speed of Star Thunder Flame Tiger becomes even faster. In the passenger seat of Ryosuke Takahashi, Natsuki Motegi was also sitting. Glancing at, got out of the car and continued to cheer Takahashi Ryosuke. He was furious, for his own life, for the tofu shop, and for love. After furiously stepping on the accelerator, slamming on the brakes, and turning the steering wheel, it took a while. The 3 of us all entered the uniformed door. Later, while they were writing letters of apology, they obediently handed over their driver's licenses. No matter how fast Pikachu Wolf, Diamond Level Vice Sect, is, it can't get close to Dong Lei. Pikachu Wolf, Diamond Level Vice Sect, still fell in a pool of blood. You successfully killed Pikachu Wolf, Diamond Level Vice Sect, and obtained 50,000 experience points and 5 attribute points. Congratulations, you have triggered a random 100-fold increase, and you have obtained 501,000 experience points and 564 attribute points. World announcement: player, Shurfong, successfully killed Pikachu Wolf, Diamond Level Vice Sect, and as the first player to complete the killing of a Diamond Level Vice Sect beast, he will be rewarded with 100,000 gold coins and a Pika gift box, Master Level. Congratulations, you have triggered a random 100-fold increase, and you have received 1540W gold coins and a large gift box of Pika, Legendary Level. At this moment, after hearing the world announcement, the gamers started to chat and shout. What is this? The first completed Epic Vice Master. Even the Diamond Level Vice Master who is 1 level lower is the first completed. The great god Shurfong is awesome. He completed everything. Can you give me some of the others? I just walked out of the novice village, can you guys take care of me? Brother Shurfong. I love you. Come on. We are almost at Fengyang City. Damn, don't insult Brother Shurfong. I can see clearly that there are only aunties and fat women in your army, not me. Even the epic vice chief was killed, let alone the diamond level vice chief? This is a massacre. You didn't see how the great god Shurfong killed the epic vice chief of Wangqi Demon, and made Wangqi Demon call Shurfong Daddy Dad. No, I wanted to pick up the leak at that time, and I heard that Wangqi Imo was the grandfather of Xingshifeng. Now, the game players of Dong Lei's army who were cut by the leaks are still happy to publicize Dong Lei's great achievements. In their opinion, Dong Lei really gave them too much. They can only express their admiration and compliments for Dong Lei through exaggerated language. Dong Lei did not look at the chat channel, and continued to complete his job transfer task 1. Along with the refresh speed of the Pikachu Wolf with a vein of money, there are elite Pikachu Wolves. Dong Lei attacked with the Hex Devil Gun, and groups of Pikachu Wolves died. Soon, Dong Lei finally killed 10 diamond level elite beasts that were not lower than his own level. Now, there is only the job transfer task 2 left. Task 2, learn about your own professional knowledge and improve your 2 knowledge to intermediate level. Dong Lei pondered for a while, and drove the 9-star Thunderflame Tiger to the Never-Sleeping City. Originally, Dong Lei should have gone to the Never-Sleeping City to learn intermediate professional knowledge. However, during this period, Dong Lei seemed to have never been idle. Taking advantage of this period of time, under the leadership of the commander of the Daphne Legion, the entire army of NPC soldiers and game players went to Fengyang City in a mighty manner.
Dong Lei decided to go back to the Never-Sleeping City first, and then go there after his level was upgraded. After all, his
9-star Thunderflame Tiger has the speed of a high-speed train, and he can still catch up in time.
Soon, after a distance, Dong Lei finally returned to the Never-Sleeping City.
The Never-Sleeping City is still guarded by Guijin, and he is now sitting in the formation and has not sent out the army to attack or anything.
The purpose is to defend against the undead army that may attack. In the Never-Sleeping City, Guijin, the dazzling new star, is a favorite.
After all, he has been working to improve his strength and military talent since he was a child.
Like Dong Lei, he is a novice. For cooking, he wanted to do it. Finally, Guijin couldn't resist the temptation. As soon as it got dark, Guijin went to the place where he was having fun in the Never-Sleeping City, looking for the white-clothed girl who had run away and was left with only a few people, and cooked like crazy. The white-clothed girl earned a few gold coins for him, not afraid of the attack of the undead army, but still listened to the brave. After all, in their opinion, men are more brutal. As long as they pay enough money, what's the matter with brutality?
And today, they also tasted the first cooking of Guijin, the dazzling star of the Fenglai Empire.
Everyone was quite happy cooking. Dong Lei didn't care about these.
He first went to the military headquarters and went to the military mission window. After stating his identity and handing him dozens of gold coins, the officer showed a flattering expression.
Dong Lei took the exchange catalog and exchanged all the advanced knowledge with military value.
Then, he returned the exchange catalog to the officer who bowed very respectfully, and left the military headquarters. After that, he knocked on the door of the academy in the middle of the night. In the face of the possible attack of the undead army, all the instructors in the city that never sleeps ran away. Only the principal of the academy in the city that never sleeps was left alone to guard the academy. The principal of the Never Sleeping City Academy is called, Don't Be Ashamed to Ask Jinluan Fuang. When he heard that the gate of his academy was knocked down, he instantly became furious and rushed out to stand in front of Dong Lei. When Dong Lei showed his identity as a 9-diamond general, Don't Be Ashamed to Ask Jinluan Fuang, was very polite and bowed his head.
General, what do you want to do in the middle of the night?
Dong Lei threw a handful of master-level equipment over, I am not ashamed to ask the Golden Will Fa Wang, and bent down, almost kowtow to thank him.
Exchange all the advanced knowledge. I want to learn all these advanced knowledge.
I'm not ashamed to ask Jinluan Fuang, principal, you understand?
Dong Lei looked at, I'm not ashamed to ask the Golden Will Fuang, who couldn't put it down holding the master-level equipment, and said, I understand. This will give you knowledge recognition.
I am not ashamed to ask the Golden Will Fuang, hold a golden wheel and spin it in your hand while chanting something in your mouth. Slaying Feng creates the Advanced Knowledge Society. Master Killing Feng focuses on the Advanced Knowledge Society. Master Killing Feng is serious about the Advanced Knowledge Society. In this way, after reciting, I'm not ashamed to ask the Golden Will Fa Wang, a series of systematic sounds came to Dong Lei's ears, proving that Dong Lei had learned it. Dong Lei shook his head, sighed, and said, huge profits.
Natsuki Motegi was right, you can't make money selling tofu.
So, through 9 uncles and 10 uncles, he entered a football youth training camp and became a coach. In fact, has another identity, that is a former Dragon Kingdom player. I vaguely remember that day, a reporter interviewed, was the one who killed.
What do you think of Coach Tai Ge's arrangement of starting players this time? It's dark.
Later, was resigned for no reason.
I
didn't expect that all the football boys in the youth training camp this time would be talented.
They are all the little bullies in the family. When you come to the football field, of course everyone will be dissatisfied with who you are.
Often the Prime Minister would kick, scold, or even use physical force. However, he can only push and curse, which is too low level. After going through various chain kicks, yang finger, and iron sand palm, they finally understood what Kung Fu football is and worshipped him as their teacher.
Football is not Kung Fu is not football.
After a period of training, everyone knows how to attack enemy players without fouling.
I am very pleased.
Window _ tabula equals window _ tabula _ tabula dot push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabula below article feed, placement, below article feed, target _ type, mix.
Simple knowledge identification, get a master level equipment.
Dong Lei's generosity made, don't be ashamed to ask Jinluan Fuwang, legendary, quickly read his scripture, which is knowledge identification.
You have learned to make advanced knowledge. Learn to focus on advanced knowledge, learn to be serious about advanced knowledge.
Congratulations, triggering a random 100-fold increase, you have learned to make 1 diamond knowledge. Learn to focus on 1 diamond knowledge, learn to be serious about 1 diamond knowledge. Knowledge learning is divided into low-level, intermediate, advanced, 1 diamond to 9 diamond levels. If you want to upgrade your knowledge power to 1 diamond at an advanced level, you have to work 100 times harder to learn it. Therefore, the random 100-fold increase is only available at 1 diamond. However, to learn higher, you have to go to the capitals of various empires to learn. That is the highest academy, and the knowledge that can be exchanged is only available in the capitals of the empires. The knowledge that can be exchanged for diamonds requires a larger amount of military value. However, for Dong Lei, the early stage of the game does not require such a high level. Before learning these knowledge, of course, you have to exchange advanced knowledge from the military through military value. In this way, don't be ashamed to ask the Golden Will Dharma Wang, legendary, can give knowledge recognition based on the knowledge Dong Lei currently has. Even if it is, don't be ashamed to ask the Golden Will Dharma Wang, legendary, he can only give game players the recognition of NPC advanced knowledge at most. After all, don't be ashamed to ask the Golden Will Dharma Wang, legendary, chanting scriptures is still not powerful enough. In the Academy of the Fonglei Empire, there is an old man wearing a cassock and at the saint level, who is the most powerful. He can only recognize knowledge above 1 diamond. This person is called Master with a Green Hat, saint level. If ordinary game players come to the NPC to recognize knowledge, they will also need to spend a lot of gold coins. Or they can spend a lot of time punching in the academy to improve their knowledge. For Dong Lei, first reveal his identity, then spend a lot of money. What can be difficult to do? Dong Lei, who is worldly wise, has gradually become like a fish in water. After, don't be ashamed to ask the Golden Will Fuwang, legendary level, finished reading while turning the golden wheel with one hand and making gestures with the other hand, he looked up at Dong Lei and said politely, "General, the monk has identified all the advanced knowledge for you. I didn't expect that General has so much advanced knowledge. I am so thirsty reading it." Before, don't be ashamed to ask Jinluan Fuwang, legendary, finished speaking, Dong Lei brought another master-level equipment. Not thirsty, not thirsty. After, don't be ashamed to ask Jinluan Fuwang, legendary, took back the master-level equipment, he waved his hands frantically, nodded politely, and bent over, smiling so hard that his eyes narrowed. "Thank you, Master, don't be ashamed to ask Jinluan Fuwang, legendary, now I have completed all the advanced knowledge of 1 diamond. Dong Lei smiled at, don't be ashamed to ask Jinluan Fuwang, legendary, and said. After that, he turned around and left the Never Sleeping City Academy. This Never Sleeping City is mainly a place for fun and crazy cooking. Therefore, the Never Sleeping City Academy is still in a rather poor state, with the provision of 2 master-level equipment. In Dong Lei's opinion, it may bring some repair and maintenance to the Never Sleeping City Academy. What? You have already reached the 1st diamond of advanced knowledge? Don't be ashamed to ask Jinluan Fuwang, legendary, was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and looked at Dong Lei's back with a confused look on his face. After that, don't be ashamed to ask Jinluan Fuwang, legendary, suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. I have 2 master-level equipments, I want to return to the martial arts world. You all, the Stinky Dragon Clan, wait for me. Humph. Especially that stinky woman named Dragon Girl. She made me seriously injured and I had to rest for a while. I want revenge. Dong Lei didn't know that. Don't be ashamed to ask Jinluan Fuwang, legendary, had such a huge hatred for the Dragon Clan. In order to avoid the pursuit of the Dragon Clan, Don't be ashamed to ask Jinluan Fuwang, legendary, relied on his knowledge level and fled to the never-sleeping city to become the principal of an academy.
Now, with 2 master-level equipments, he can finally fight back.
It's not what Dong Lei thought. Don't be ashamed to ask Jinluan Fuwang, legendary, will go to the never-sleeping city academy for repair work. That night, Don't be ashamed to ask Jinluan Fuwang, legendary, also left the never-sleeping city and headed towards the Dragon Clan Holy Land. As Dong Lei left, a series of system voices came to his ears. You have completed the traditional mage occupation 3 job change task, S. You have obtained 10 attribute points, unlocked the level cap of the 3 job changes, upper limit, LV39, and unlocked the mage skills. Congratulations, triggering the random 100-fold increase, and obtaining 1210 attribute points. Congratulations, triggering the random 100-fold increase, and the costume superimposed the first level effect, obtaining the advanced mage characteristic skill, LV2 bandage curse. Congratulations, you have triggered a random 100-fold amplification, and the costume has a superimposed first level effect, and you have obtained the advanced mage characteristic skill, LV2 fatal silence, passive.
Dong. Dong. Dong.
Congratulations, your level has been raised.
To LV30, you have gained 20 attribute points.
Congratulations, your level has been raised.
To LV31, you have gained 20 attribute points.
Congratulations, your level has been raised.
To LV32, you have gained 20 attribute points.
System prompt, your level has reached LV39 and cannot be raised anymore. You need to complete the 4th transfer task of the traditional mage profession to unlock the level cap. Even with a body of King Kong, Dong Lei's level experience needs to be 10 times more than that of ordinary players. However, for Dong Lei, his experience pool couldn't wait.
Billions of experience pools helped Dong Lei reach level 39.
Dong Lei quickly opened the panel and was a little stunned when he saw the 2 skills. On the other hand, it was the knowledge Dong Lei had learned that could help him improve his skills.
Knowledge is power. However, it still requires a certain amount of Dong Lei's attribute points.
The tasks that Dong Lei had just received after upgrading and changing his job were still quite generous. Dong Lei directly upgraded the 2 skills he had just received to level 10. 2 system voices came to Dong Lei's ears.
Are you sure to use 200 attribute points? To upgrade, LV2 bandage curse, to LV10 bandage curse? Are you sure to use 200 attribute points to upgrade, LV2 fatal silence, passive, to LV10 fatal silence, passive? Today, I represented Longwei in a friendly match with other national youth training teams.
On the football field, I don't say these nonsense about passing, shooting, and defense.
I always shout. Young. Kick his legs off. Brother Wu. Hit him in the face. Stupid. Fu.
You are a newcomer to Longwa, you don't know how to hit him in the chest.
Idiot. Teach me a few times. Lei, where is the one yang finger I taught you? Poke their heads first, isn't it easy to defend the goal? Dong Lei was very decisive and chose to confirm.
Soon, the skills on the panel were refreshed. After that, Dong Lei also upgraded his practical skills to LV10. In addition, except for the passive skills, all of them were put on the shortcut key skills.
LV10 bandage curse. Level 10.
Effect, release countless bandages to entangle all enemies within a 10-meter range and make them unable to move, including talking, increase damage by 2,110%, and make them unable to attack or move for 200 seconds.
Cooling down, 20 seconds. Blue bar consumed, 230 MP. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Function introduction, advanced mage skill, imprisoning the enemy on the spot. LV10 fatal silence, passive. Level 10. Effect, when attacking the enemy with normal attack/skill, you can silence the enemy's skills for 120 seconds and slow down the movement speed by 5%. Cooling down, 20 seconds. Blue bar consumed, 230 MP. Proficiency, 0 out of 100.
Function Introduction, Advanced Mage Skill, silence the skills of terrible enemies. LV10 Deadly Sword Skill. Level 10. Effect, release a strong sword beam, shooting the enemy to increase damage by 3410%.
Cooldown, 20 seconds. Blue bar consumption, 230 MP. Proficiency, 0 out of 100.
Function Introduction, exclusive skill of the soul-chasing and life-stealing thief, the skill is extremely powerful.
LV10 Pao Ding Jia Jian. Level 10.
Effect, transform into a powerful sword beam, attacking the enemy to increase damage by 3690%.
Cooldown, 20 seconds. Blue bar consumption, 230 MP. Proficiency, 0 out of 100.
Function Introduction, exclusive skill of Chun Jialua, who is a man of action, a deadly skill of the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce.
LV10 Rebirth. Level 10.
Effect, it allows game players to revive after death without returning to the novice village, town, etc.
Note that players who use this skill will not explode their equipment after death. And temporarily increase the movement speed.
Number of rebirths, 110 times.
Cooldown, 20 seconds. Blue bar consumption, 230 MP. Proficiency, 0 out of 100.
Function Introduction, one of the advanced mage skills.
LV10 Miao Family Dagger. Level 10.
Effect, release a dagger, shoot at the enemy, and increase damage by 3550%.
Cooldown, 20 seconds. Blue bar consumption, 230 MP. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Function Introduction, the exclusive skill of the Sirius Miao Blade Phoenix, this skill is a sneak attack expert. In total, these skills are upgraded to LV10.
One is a passive skill, which does not need to be on the shortcut key skill. The remaining 5 skills are all listed as shortcut key skills. It has to be said that Dong Lei's skills are still very strong and powerful now. Especially the 2 skills he just obtained made Dong Lei stunned at the beginning. LV10 Bandage Curse, LV10 Fatal Silence, passive. One is to entangle all enemies within a 10-meter range and make them unable to move, including talking, and the other is to silence the enemy's skills for 120 seconds and slow down the movement speed by 5% when attacking the enemy with normal attacks/skills. In Dong Lei's opinion, they are all quite perverted. After that, Dong Lei looked at the new Traditional Mage Job Transfer task on the panel. Traditional Mage Job 4 Job Transfer Tasks, SS. Level, SS. Task Introduction, to reach a high-level Traditional Mage, you must understand what real magic is. Task 1. Please kill epic elite beasts, monsters, messengers, etc. that are not lower than your own level. You need to kill 10 epic elite beasts, monsters, messengers, etc. to prove that you are a powerful Traditional Mage. Task 2. Learn about your own professional knowledge and improve your 4 knowledge items to advanced level. Task requirements, kill 10 epic elite beasts, monsters, messengers, etc. that are not lower than your own level. Task time, none. Task rewards, 1, 10 attribute points. 2, unlock level. 3, unlock mage skills. This job transfer task is quite simple for Dong Lei, who already has all the knowledge of 1 diamond. Without thinking much, Dong Lei hung up his panel. Then, Dong Lei walked out of the never-sleeping city, summoned the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger, and quickly went to Fengyang City. On the way to Fengyang City, a system voice suddenly came to Dong Lei's ear. World announcement, a deputy clan leader appeared in Kongshan City in the west of the Fenglai Empire. Players, please attack him. Participating in this attack can gain a lot of military value and experience points, advanced equipment, etc. After that, all the players in the game, after hearing this world announcement, were madly brushing bullet comments in the chat channel. What are you fighting for? I haven't got all my equipment yet. After negotiating with the owner of the porcelain jar, I finally got a discount of 1 gold coin, haha. The deputy clan leader is not someone I can mess with, I know it very well. Your world announcement is to harm me. You want me to explode my equipment? No way. Sister, please take me to Kongshan City to get the deputy clan leader.
This game is not pretty, brothers, don't be fooled.
This time, the world announcement is finally not about the player killing Feng and killing something, ha!
After listening to the world announcement, Dong Lei quickly turned the map. Kangshan City was not far from Fengyang City. And it was on the way. So Dong Lei went to clean up this deputy sect-level beast.
If you don't make money, you must kill Feng. At the speed of the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger, Dong Lei went to Kangshan City after a short time of more than 10 minutes.
When Dong Lei was outside Kangshan City, he saw that Li Macho, the head of the army, led the soldiers and was struggling to resist a demon with a tooth.
Li Macho and the soldiers of the army fought and retreated from Kangshan City to the outside of Kangshan City. You can imagine how dangerous their current situation is.
Dong Lei finally saw the attack of the Wangqi demon.
Before, Dong Lei rode the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger and wandered around crazily, making it impossible for the Wangqi demon to attack.
At present, the Wangqi demon can easily attack the soldiers of the army.
I saw that the Wangqi demon used the "I control" skill, and his eyes shot out 2 terrible black rays of light, which blasted towards the soldiers in front of him.
Boom! 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 1.7 W. 2.0 W. 1.4 W. 1.5 W. 1.6 W.
The soldiers in front of him turned into ashes.
Hold on. Hold on. The next team of soldiers, hold on. For the Wind and Thunder Empire. Kill. Kill this demon. Kill it. Charge. Ha. Kill. Ha. Dong Lei had to admit that the NPC soldiers were still quite fearless. But they were also beaten outside Kangshan City.
If it were the game players, they would have fled long ago and returned to the city that never sleeps. At this moment, Li Macho, the Legion leader, was also riding a black-scaled warhorse, holding a whisk staff, diamond grade, biting his teeth and desperately attacking the Wangqi demon. However, it seemed that he did not cause too much damage to the Wangqi demon. After several games, our training camp won all the games. In 1 or 2 games, the opponent's players were too seriously injured and gave up early.
Hey! It is inevitable to get hurt on the football field. Our young players can understand this.
I remember that the opposing coach, who had a dark face for some reason, suddenly held my hand and said excitedly,
"Thank you for not killing me." Hey! It's just a friendly match, why do you have to make it sound like a fight? I was polite.
Captain Li Macho is a mage, and she is also a very cold woman.
Maybe like Daphne, she becomes more hungry and cold as she gets older.
Dong Lei rode the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger and quickly passed behind everyone, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the tooth-looking demon.
You retreat. I'll fight this tooth-looking demon. When Dong Lei appeared, the NPC soldiers and Captain Li Macho knew Dong Lei's identity.
So, facing the command of this powerful warrior, everyone quickly retreated. Although, they have been retreating to the city gate. The tooth-looking demon looked down at Dong Lei, roared, and raised a tooth-shaped weapon, wanting to chop Dong Lei to death on the spot.
Dong Lei rode the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger and started to attack the tooth-looking demon again. At this moment, Dong Lei was not holding the Hex Devil gun.
Instead, he was holding the Archangel Wisdom Staff, Quasi-King level, and attacking the tooth-watching demon frantically. In addition, due to the additional bonus of the Great Mental Disability, there is a 50% probability that the attack on the enemy will reduce the cooldown by 100%. As a result, Dong Lei's attack sometimes changed from 8 attacks to 16 attacks.
In the game Chaos, as long as the cooldown is 100%, it is equivalent to 2 attacks. Countless rays of light shot and hit the body of the tooth-watching demon. Boom! 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 4.35 W. 6.35 W. 8.12 W. 12.45 W. The damage continued to accumulate and climb. Dong Lei rode the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger and wandered around frantically, making it impossible for the tooth-watching demon to attack Dong Lei.
Retreating to a distance, Limacho, the commander of the army, and the NPC soldiers behind him were all talking and muttering to themselves. This Lord Killing Peak War General is so powerful. The damage is still rising. At that time, I was indifferent to Lord Killing Peak War General. I don't know if Lord Killing Peak War General will blame me later. Find an opportunity to apologize to this powerful Lord Killing Peak War General. Limacho, the commander of the army, looked at the battle between Dong Lei and the Wangji demon, his face full of surprise and shock, and said slowly, I don't know if Lord Killing Peak War General is married. I don't know if he will like me at my age. Limacho, the commander of the army, who recognized Dong Lei's strength, actually had another idea about Dong Lei. Limacho's background is also different and very powerful. The dragon girl of the dragon saint is her junior sister, and they have the same master. Dong Lei didn't know about this later. Just like asking Jinluan Fuang about his deep hatred with the dragon girl, Dong Lei didn't know either, and generously gave him 2 master-level equipment. Too powerful. This General Shifeng is the most powerful general among my people. If General Shifeng hadn't come, we would all have died. That's right, as soon as General Shifeng came, I felt that I might have a chance to survive. In fact, I think General Shifeng should be in charge of this command. We were all beaten like this, where are Gui Jin and his army soldiers? NPC soldiers don't need to attack Wangji demon, they keep talking to each other. They just can't go back to reality, and the rest are the same as the real players. Of course, some army soldiers strictly abide by discipline and look serious and rigorous. For example, the soldiers of Daphne's army. After a short attack, the Wangji demon fell to the ground with a bang, causing a burst of smoke and dust. From beginning to end, Dong Lei was not hit at all, and he died just like that. At this time, Dong Lei heard a series of system sounds. You have successfully killed Wangji Demon, Epic Vice Sect, and obtained 954 W experience points, 30 attribute points, and 78 W military value. Congratulations, you have triggered the random 100-fold increase, and you have obtained 956 million experience points, 4,210 attribute points, and 7954 W military value. World announcement: Fenglei Empire, player, Shifeng, killed, Wangji Demon, Epic Vice Sect, Fenglei Empire, players will gain 200% more experience, military value, and equipment rarity in the next 5 days, the original 5 days plus this 5 days, a total of 6 days. Congratulations, you have triggered a random 100-fold increase, and you have gained 3,500% more experience, military value, and equipment rarity, the original 10 days plus this 10 days, a total of 6 days. System prompt: because you killed Wangji Demon, Epic Vice Sect, your status has been significantly improved. You have made people remember your existence, influence plus 10. System prompt: the super strong and the evil camp have all known your existence, and their favorability towards you has dropped by 200%, and the relationship has dropped to the extreme. It is currently in a very jealous state, please pay attention to the players. Congratulations, your Mount 1 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger has been upgraded to LV30. Congratulations, your Mount 1 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger has been upgraded to LV31. Congratulations, your Mount 1 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger has been upgraded. Congratulations, your Mount 1 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger has been upgraded to LV39. System prompt: your mount's level has reached the level bottleneck, and you need to upgrade your own level before it can be unlocked. After Dong Lei killed this Wangji demon, the NPC soldiers on the scene were shocked and shouted wildly. General Shifeng, you are so awesome. You killed Wangji demon. It seems that General Shifeng had it easy. His strength is so terrifying. It was General Shifeng who helped us kill Wangji demon. Great. General Shifeng is an existence that we cannot compare to. His strength is so terrifying. At this time, the chat channel was also swiping frantically. Did General Shifeng also kill Wangji demon in Kanshan City? Brother Shifeng, you are the eternal great god. Nyobi is dead. Just now someone said that there is no player Shifeng in the world announcement. Look, he is coming soon. After returning to Longwa, we played against other youth training camps again.
Later, we broke up and became a football club.
The youth training camp can no longer accommodate our youth training camp and young players.
No. They are only over 16 years old. There is still a gap between them and professional players.
They are all children, it is impossible for them to win the game. I saw that this person in charge, my suit was almost torn by him, but he still spoke seriously.
Shanghai, we are also helpless.
These young players have their own supporters, it won't work if we fight like this. The children in the youth training camp are too young, let them live.
No matter how I explained,
I and the young players still started the professional game.
Master Shifeng, can you help me kill the boss who sells porcelain jars in the novice village?
I'll give you half of the porcelain jars.
Thank you Master Shifeng for your advice. I become a boyfriend and girlfriend with an NPC named An Wang in Luoya City. She gave me a lot of gold coins. Ha 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 ha. Envy? What's next? I'm very curious.
At this time, Dong Lei, while muttering to himself, had already walked past the corpse of the Wangqi demon and was quickly touching it.
Congratulations on triggering the random 100-fold amplification, you get the random plane transmission axis? Congratulations on triggering the random 100-fold amplification, you get the Wangqi demon fragment, *499.
Congratulations on triggering the random 100-fold amplification, you get the guild permit. Congratulations on triggering the random 100-fold amplification, you get the Wangqi leggings, legendary. Congratulations on triggering the random 100-fold amplification, you get the demon belt, legendary.
Congratulations on triggering the random 100-fold amplification, you get the equipment blueprint, legendary. Congratulations.
Dong Lei first looked at the Wangqi leggings, legendary.
Grey Tooth leggings, legendary. Level, 19. Level, legendary. Defense, 1685. Equipment bonus. 1. Agility, plus 178. 2. There is a 50% chance to increase your own movement speed by 80% when attacking the enemy, and the duration is 20. 3. There is a 40% chance to increase the damage of attacking the enemy by 60%, and the duration is 20.
Function introduction, Grey Tooth leggings, the best choice to increase your own movement speed, and also increase the damage by a certain amount. Generally speaking, there are 6 equipment slots for equipment. There are a weapon slot, a body slot, 2 leg slots, a belt slot, and a necklace slot.
There are 2 requirements for the leg slot, one is, noisy speed leggings, legendary.
The other is ordinary equipment.
Dong Lei quickly equipped this, Grey Tooth leggings, legendary. Except for the weapon slot, everything else on the body is legendary. Because the weapon slot equipment is a big idiot quasi-king level.
Then Dong Lei equipped this Wangqi leggings, legendary, and used LV2 superimposed damage.
After the entire Wangqi leggings, legendary, were scattered with rays of light, different changes occurred in an instant.
At this moment, the voice of the system came to Dong Lei's ears.
Congratulations!
Wangqi leggings, legendary, you have successfully triggered a random 100-fold amplification by clicking LV2 superimposed damage. Wangqi leggings, legendary, has a 100% chance of increasing your own movement speed by 320% while hitting the enemy, and the duration is permanent. As for the equipment blueprint, legendary, Dong Lei took a look at it and put it into the package without taking a second look.
The main thing is that this legendary equipment blueprint is not very good. Also,
Demon Belt, legendary, is not comparable to his own equipment, Gale Belt, legendary.
And Dong Lei's equipment Gale Belt and Gale Necklace still have a set amplification bonus effect.
What surprised Dong Lei was that he got another guild license. However, he doesn't need 2 guild licenses now, and he can sell them to earn some gold coins.
Then, Dong Lei looked at the random plane teleport axis. Random plane teleport axis? Level 1. Level? Effect, after using, it will be randomly teleported to an unknown plane. Please consider it yourself.
Information introduction, this kind of teleportation axis contains a lot of energy. When Dong Lei saw this random plane teleportation axis, he frowned. In his previous life, Dong Lei seemed to have used it once. After all, it is random, and there are various possibilities. I don't know where I will be teleported to at that time. If I am lucky enough to reach some advanced maps that require teleportation axes, it will be good. That is, through this random transmission axis, you can be taken to the map of the evil camp or to some dangerous places. Then prepare to explode the equipment. There are some areas that are afraid of, which will make the game player's equipment all exposed before they can be resurrected. You know, this random plane transmission axis is completely based on luck. In Dong Lei's opinion, when he is in danger, he can still try it. So, he didn't think about it anymore and put it in his own package. After that, Dong Lei turned around on the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger and arrived in front of Li Macho, the head of the army, at the speed of a train. Little did he know that in front of Kong Changchun, a black shadow stood there with the cover. Humph! You're here to ruin my good deeds again. I really don't understand why my daughter Huang Rong said she was more interested in Guijin. She doesn't want such a powerful son-in-law, but she wants that stupid Guijin. That Guijin, now in the never-sleeping city, has no idea how many women he is having fun with, cooking like crazy. Then, a gust of wind and smoke passed, and the black shadow disappeared. Yes, this old man in black robe is the Dark Master Huang Yaosi. Leader Li Macho got off his black-scaled warhorse, knelt on one knee, and shouted loudly to Dong Lei. I am Li Macho, and I greet Lord General Shifeng. The NPC soldiers behind him did the same, kneeling down and shouting. Greetings to Lord General Shifeng. Dong Lei nodded to Li Macho and the NPC soldiers and said. Get up! Everyone, get up! We are all brothers. And sisters, siblings. Dong Lei was a little embarrassed, and almost mistook himself for a woman. Yes. After that, Li Macho, the army commander, and other NPC soldiers all stood up. General Shifeng. You are so powerful that Macho is ashamed to be inferior. I don't know. Li Macho was about to take the initiative to ask Dong Lei if he had a girlfriend or something like that. He was interrupted by Dong Lei, but he didn't know that the system's voice had come to Dong Lei's ear. System prompt, you have increased Li Macho's favorability by 1,564%. Congratulations, triggering a random 100-fold increase, your favorability with Li Macho has reached the extreme. It cannot be increased. As long as you want to do something, Li Macho will agree. Dong Lei looked at Li Macho's figure, which was quite bumpy and exquisite, and had everything. But that face, still not good. Dong Lei thinks that this Li Macho army leader looks a lot like the Dragon Saint, the Dragon Lady. Thinking of the Dragon Lady, Dong Lei thinks of the player Yanghua, and he is so angry. Then, he thinks of using the Butchman EG. Today is the first professional game between me and the young players. In the player track, we gathered together, and the young players stretched out their hands to my hands. As a coach, I shouted to the young players. Are you ready? Get ready! The young players shouted in unison. Defend the ball or the person? Hit the person. Okay. Get ready. Fuck. So, Dong Lei was afraid that Li Macho would want to be his follower like Daphne did. He didn't want that. Li Macho wasn't the saint of the dead. She didn't care about him and was so cold to him before. Moreover, Dong Lei and Li Macho didn't have any affectionate relationship. They didn't get intimate just to save people. Dong Lei planned to go to Fengyang City to help his brothers and sisters after he finished his orders. And to meet his lover, Daphne, the follower. That beautiful black silk equipment attracted Dong Lei's eyes and thirst. Seeing that, Dong Lei immediately said to Li Macho, the leader of the army. This time, the mission of the Legion commander is very difficult. If you encounter the demon of the tooth-watching man again, don't resist it anymore, just wait for support. When Dong Lei said this, it felt a little strange. After hearing this, Li Macho, the Legion commander, thought that Dong Lei was concerned about her, and her face instantly turned red, and her ears also turned red. Li Macho, the Legion commander, clasped his hands together, bowed his head and leaned forward, and said in a very gentle voice. As you command.
Lord Shifeng War General. Thank you for your concern.
Originally, Dong Lei was going to say another word quickly and leave quickly, but when he looked at Li Macho leaning forward, the two of them were cooking with big bowls in front of him, very white. It made Dong Lei swallow several drops of water in his throat, his eyes were a little straight, his tongue was dry, and he wanted to cook like
crazy. As Li Macho raised his head, Dong Lei also recovered, hurriedly wiped the water, and continued without thinking. Captain Li Macho, you quickly order some soldiers to inform Guijin.
Tell Guijin not to come to the never-sleeping city.
Unless it is in order. After Dong Lei gave a few more instructions for this order, he quickly rode away on the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger. Dong Lei only thought of this when he came to Kangcheng.
I feel that Guijin can't leave the never-sleeping city.
With Guijin's strength, if he is targeted, the dazzling new star of the Fenglai Empire may become a dead spirit.
Watching the back of the man he admired gradually disappear, Li Macho, the commander of the army, retracted his infatuated eyes, turned around and ordered some soldiers to go to the never-sleeping city to report the news.
When Dong Lei rode the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger to Fengyang City, a series of black shadows followed him.
However, at the speed of the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger, they were getting farther and farther away. Dong Lei understood that these black shadows were looking for him, and he wanted to kill more people. Then, Dong Lei asked the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger to maintain the speed of the train, and the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger made a woo sound,
so that the black shadows behind him could chase Dong Lei.
These black shadows are also evil messengers, and their goal is to get rid of Dong Lei. Along with this, a man in black robe came to Dong Lei first, panting, which made Dong Lei smile.
Hey! Chasing is tiring. Don't you have a mount? Do you need one? He. Dong Lei learned the identity of the man in black robe through the interface.
Evil messenger afraid of Lin Pingzi, Master Elite.
Level, 38. Level, Master Elite. HP, 84W/84W. Physical attack power / magic attack power, 8.3W 11.4W. Defense, 29,886. Skills, flower blooms to see the devil, directly hit the yellow dragon, kick the sail and play the flute. Messenger introduction, he is an evil camp messenger, very powerful, be sure to be careful. Damn it! This afraid of Lin Pingzi, forced to recover his breath, faced Dong Lei's ridicule, making him furious. I'll kill you.
After saying that, Lin Pingzi, holding a flute staff, was about to attack Dong Lei. Dong Lei had already taken the lead, holding a big idiot in his hand, and attacked Lin Pingzi.
Boom! 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 -50W. -53W. -56W. -59W. -62W.
Dong Lei had a big idiot in his hand, and shot out a strong light, which hit Lin Pingzi's body, and Lin Pingzi was already dead.
And Lin Pingzi hadn't released any skills from beginning to end, and he was gone.
A series of system voices came to Dong Lei's ears. You have successfully killed Evil Messenger Fearful Lin Pingzi, Master Elite, and you have obtained 161W experience points, 2 attribute points, and 10.15W military value. Congratulations on triggering the random 100-fold increase, you have obtained 1.321Y experience points, 321 attribute points, and 1332W military value. At this time, the black-robed people behind him also chased after him one after another. In an instant, they surrounded Dong Lei, who was riding the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger.
Dong Lei checked the interface and found the information of these people. A total of 4 people surrounded him, namely, Hypocrite Evil Yubuchuan, Master Elite, Careful Xiang Wentian, Master Elite, Shameless Yi Luchi, Master Elite, Rumor-mongering Chongshu Thief, Master Elite. Evil Messenger Hypocrite Evil Yubuchuan, Master Elite. Level, 39. Level, Master Elite. HP, 90W/90W. Physical attack power / magic attack power, 10.4W 12.4W. Defense, 35,641. Skills, Evil Sword, Purple Cloud Evil, Fish leaping into the abyss. Messenger introduction. He is a small leader among the evil camp messengers, very powerful. Evil messenger Shameless Yiluchi, Master Elite. Level, 38. Level, Master Elite. HP, 86W/86W. Physical attack power / magic attack power. 10.4W 12.4W attack power / magic attack power, 8.6W 10.6W. Defense, 26,555. Skills, Face Resistance, 7 stars, Do Grass Sunset. Messenger introduction. It is an evil camp messenger, and its strength should not be underestimated.
Evil messenger Careful and Thoughtful, Master Elite.
Level, 37. Level, Master Elite. HP, 87W/87W. Physical attack power / magic attack power, 8.7W 10.9W. Defense, 30,135. Skills, 7 strings break, Mantis Evil Slash, Bull Butchering Knife.
Messenger introduction. It is an evil camp messenger, the messenger of the evil camp, with powerful warrior strength. Evil messenger Rumor Chongshu Thief, Master Elite.
Level, 38. Level, Master Elite. HP, 85W/85W. Physical attack power / magic attack power, 8.4W 11.3W. Defense, 30,321.
Skills, Wind and Thunder Album, Extreme Swordsmanship, Pushing the Window to Look at the Moon. Messenger introduction. It is the messenger of the evil camp, with terrible self-healing and replenishing abilities.
After checking the information, Dong Lei looked around the crowd and said coldly, "You should come together. It's too boring to kill one person at a time."
This is the first professional game for the young players.
At the beginning, they were in the lead.
Not in terms of goals, but in terms of numbers.
Today, Xiao Lei performed well, although he didn't score a single shot. But the continuous kick, which was a true skill of the players, stunned 3 players who could swear.
With 1 player getting a red card, he stunned 3 main players of the opponent. The scene was interrupted for a while, somewhat chaotic. In the eyes of the players, small scenes are small scenes. After Dong Lei said this, the faces of the people present, Hypocrite Evil Yubuchuan, Master Level Elite, Careful Xiang Wendian, Master Level Elite, Stinky Face Yiluchi, Master Level Elite, Rumor Mongering Chongshu Bandit, Master Level Elite, changed. Their eyes were full of anger, and they were very unhappy.
"Humph. You are looking for death. Kill this kid together." Accompanied by the loud shouts of Hypocrite Evil Yubuchuan, the surrounding people attacked Dong Lei one after another.
In an instant, the whole scene was in chaos, and the weapons of this evil messenger all burst out with strong light. Dong Lei was holding the mentally retarded in one hand and the Hex Devil Gun in the other, riding the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger.
That's right.
On the way, Dong Lei replaced the more powerful Hex Devil Gun with the offhand attack multiplier, King Level.
Because the damage of the Hex Devil Gun is much higher than that of the Evil Mask.
In addition, the Hex Devil Gun has an additional bonus, with a 100% chance to increase the life steal by 200% when attacking the enemy, and the duration is permanent. Therefore, Dong Lei no longer wears the evil mask. His handsome face has been revealed. Just when Hypocrite Evil Yubuchuan, Master Level Elite, Careful Xiang Wendian, Master Level Elite, and Stinky Face Yiluchi, Master Level Elite, were carrying weapons and killing Dong Lei, Rumor Mongering Thief, Master Level Elite, was holding an epic staff and preparing to launch skills. Dong Lei's mentally retarded staff burst out with a terrifying light. 8 identical LV-10 bandage curse skills were released. Countless bandages were released and shot out from the center of Dong Lei, entangled all enemies within a 10-meter range and unable to move, including speaking. Facing the terrifying bandages released from the center of Dong Lei, the hypocritical evil man Yubuchuan, Master Level Elite, Meticulous Xiang Wendian, Master Level Elite, Stinky Face Yiluchi, Master Level Elite, Rumor Mongering Chongshu Thief, Master Level Elite, present were shocked, and then they had no time to react. In an instant, Hypocrite Evil Yubuchuan, Master Level Elite, Careful Xiang Wendian, Master Level Elite, Stinky Face Yiluchi, Master Level Elite, including Rumor Mongering Thief, Chonshu, Master Level Elite, behind them, were all fixed in place by bandages, unable to move, and unable to speak.
Woo! 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 Woo!
Not only were their bodies wrapped in bandages, but even their mouths were sealed with bandages, and they were motionless and had no ability to resist. The HLV-10 bandage curse, released by the retard staff, not only caused bandage confinement, but also caused strong damage.
Boom! 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 -35W. -36W. -33W. -37W. And each evil messenger suffered strong and terrifying damage. In an instant, Hypocrite Evil Yubuchuan, Master Level Elite, Meticulous Xiangwendian, Master Level Elite, Stinky Face Yiluchi, Master Level Elite, Rumor Mongering Chonshu Thief, Master Level Elite, all became low health, and their arrogance at the beginning turned into a look of begging for mercy in their eyes. Boring. Dong Lei looked helpless, shook his head, sighed, and was unwilling to say anything to this evil messenger.
See, Dong Lei's other hand was holding the Hex Devil Gun, and once again released a strong light.
Boom! 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 -28W. -25W. -28W. -29W. The difference in equipment caused some differences in damage. However, it did not affect the death of the evil messengers at the scene at all. See, Hypocrite Evil Yubuchuan, Master Elite, Careful Xiangwendian, Master Elite, Stinky Face Yiluchi, Master Elite, Rumor Mongering Chonshu Bandit, Master Elite, all fell to the ground and died after being attacked. The previous bandage disappeared. Beside Dong Lei's ears, there were system voices.
You have successfully killed Evil Messenger Hypocrite Evil Yubuchuan, Master Level Elite. You have obtained 175W experience points, 4 attribute points, and 11.65W military value. Congratulations on triggering the random 100-fold increase. You have obtained 1.560 experience points, 451 attribute points, and 1755W military value. You have successfully killed Evil Messenger Careful Xiangwendian, Master Level Elite. You have obtained 163W experience points, 2 attribute points, and 10.23W military value. Congratulations on triggering the random 100-fold increase. You have obtained 1.332 experience points, 335 attribute points, and 1422W military value. You have successfully killed Evil Messenger Stinky Face Yiluchi, Master Level Elite. You have obtained 162W experience points, 2 attribute points, and 10.21W military value.
Congratulations on triggering the random 100-fold increase.
You get 1.287 experience points, 343 attribute points, and 1561W military value. You successfully killed Evil Messenger Rumor Chonshu Bandit Chief, Master Level Elite. After Dong Lei said the boring words, the evil messenger, the false king, the evil man Yubuchuan, who had been dead, suddenly stood up. However, it can be seen that the evil messenger, the false king, the evil man Yubuchuan, at this time, has empty eyes and is not a living thing at all.
I didn't expect it.
You, a stinky boy, actually have such strength.
The 5 evil messengers I sent over are not your opponents.
Dong Lei narrowed his eyes. By comparing the voice just now, it was obviously not the evil messenger, the false king, the evil man Yubuchuan himself. Then, Dong Lei checked through the panel interface and found that this evil messenger, the false king, the evil man Yubuchuan, was indeed not a human being.
The little evil puppet on the string? Level? HP? Physical attack power / magic attack power? Defense? Skills? Messenger introduction, one of the secret arts of the evil saints in the evil camp.
Through this information, Dong Lei learned that this evil messenger, the false king, the evil man Yubuchuan, was actually a corpse being controlled.
Please, let some powerful ones come this time.
These garbage messengers are too easy to kill, too boring.
Dong Lei, who sounded relaxed and boring again, actually had such a request.
The puppet evil messenger, the hypocrite, the evil man Yubuchuan, was silent for a while before he slowly spoke. Yubuchuan's mouth corners were like a puppet, and the movement of the corners of his mouth was particularly strange, and some parts of his mouth were moving. Your strength is really good, so I want to make a deal with you. Finally, when the game was about to end, goalkeeper Xiao Lei took the initiative to attack at the corner kick. With Xiao Lei's one yang finger, we took the lead by 1 goal.
What? Can't move?
The referee didn't look, and the VR referee didn't look, so why did he say move?
Xiao Lei, who has a mountain to rely on, who dares to say move? Oh my god.
We won the first game. So excited, the little players and I hugged each other excitedly. After listening to the words of the puppet evil messenger, the hypocrite evil man Yubuchuan, Dong Lei smiled faintly and said,
"Are you worthy?"
Instantly, the puppet evil messenger, the hypocrite evil man Yubuchuan, shook his body and seemed to be very angry.
Humph. Don't refuse to drink the wine. I advise you again, don't annoy me.
Let me make this deal first, and you will not interfere with my occupation of the entire western part of the Fonlei Empire.
As long as you promise not to disturb my plan, I will upgrade you 10 saint fragments.
Generally speaking, other gamers will agree on the spot when they hear this good news. Because, in various empires, saint fragments are still very scarce. 10 saint fragments are enough to cause a war between empires. At this time, Dong Lei took out a handful of saint fragments from the package.
This handful of saint fragments, at least 40 or 50. This kind? I still have a lot. He.
On the spot, the puppet evil messenger, the false king, the evil man Yubuchuan, was speechless. In Dong Lei's opinion, as long as the saint fragments are on the puppet evil messenger, the false king, the evil man Yubuchuan, no matter how many pieces, that's still good. Without saying anything more nonsense, Dong Lei raised the big mentally retarded staff and blasted towards the puppet evil messenger, the false king, the evil man Yubuchuan. In an instant, the puppet evil messenger, the false king, the evil man Yubuchuan, fell to the ground and died. At this time, the voice of the system came to Dong Lei's ears. System prompt, evil saint with a strong temperament extinction saint level sect leader, has a -100% hatred towards you, and is in the meeting state. System prompt, the super strong men in the evil camp have once again learned of your existence, and their favorability towards you has dropped to -300%, and the relationship has dropped to the extreme. It is currently in the kill on meat state, please pay attention. Kill on meat? Sounds pretty good. After hearing the system's voice, Dong Lei smiled and murmured. At the same time, deep in the distant Shuiyu Empire, in an icy forbidden area, an old woman with white hair, holding the end of the Etienne staff, saint level, and hammering the ground fiercely. Bang! 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 Damn it! 10 saint fragments are not enough for you? Ha! How can this young man have so many saint fragments? Pass the order. Let the evil messengers of the undead army, the legendary elites, all surround this person. In these few days, I want to see him alive or dead. This person, who just controlled the body of the evil messenger, the false king, the evil man Yubuchuan, through the puppet magic, and the evil saint who communicated with Dong Lei, Xing Qing Lai Mieshuetai. When Xing Qing Lai Mieshuetai drew the portrait of Dong Lei, it didn't take long. Dozens of evil messengers left the frozen forbidden land with Dong Lei's portrait and went to the Fonlei Empire. Dong Lei went to the bodies of these evil messengers and fumbled for a while. Congratulations on triggering the random multiplier, you got, ungrouped whip. Master. Congratulations on triggering the random multiplier, you got, Wangqi Demon Fragment, *121. Congratulations on triggering the random multiplier, you got, 9-year 8-ring machete, Master. Congratulations on triggering the random multiplier, you got, Legu Earn Gold Hammer, Master. Congratulations. Dong Lei glanced at the things casually, and the things of Wangqi Demon Epic Level Vice Sect Master were richer. The things that these evil messenger master elites exploded were not very conspicuous in Dong Lei's opinion, and he looked down on them a little. At this time, a system voice came from his ear. World announcement, a deputy patriarch has appeared in Anjiang City, Fonlei Empire. Players, please attack it. Participating in this attack can gain a lot of military value and experience points, advanced equipment, etc.
Dong Lei found that Anjiang City was not far from here through the map on the interface panel. Thinking of this, Dong Lei continued to drive the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger at the speed of a high-speed train to Anjiang City. Just as Dong Lei left, several black-robed people arrived at the scene.
The 5 black-robed people looked at the 5 black-robed corpses killed by Dong Lei, all lowered their heads and kept silent. After a long time, the leading black-robed person spoke. It seems that they died without even a chance to resist.
You can imagine that the person who killed them is so powerful. These 5 black-robed people are not the subordinates of the evil saint, exterminating Tai.
The subordinates of the evil saint, the lonely sword demon Linghutzon, Saint Level. The black-robed leader looked at the direction where Dong Lei was leaving and continued to say coldly. Now, the strong men under the fierce Miju Shirtai have already been dispatched.
We are no match for this man, so let's just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight.
At this time, a figure in black robes walked out and said sinisterly to the black-robed leader.
My lord, I think we should cooperate with the strong men under the fierce Miju Shirtai to deal with this man first. Go to the never-sleeping city and kill that shitty Guijin.
The leading black-robed man reached out to stop the black-robed man in front of him and shouted angrily.
No. You all know that Guijin is not only valuable on the righteousness list. He also has a special identity. His special identity is the Crown Prince of the Wind and Thunder Empire. As long as you kill Guijin, take away his soul and sacrifice it to the evil god, we will get everything we want. What can we get by killing this person? He hasn't even made it to the righteousness list. But I heard that he might be on the list soon. Why do we need to spend so much energy? The 4 black-robed men present were silent. After that, one of the black-robed men said expressionlessly. Then let's hurry up and think of a way. Lead Guijin out of the never-sleeping city as soon as possible. After all, there is a terrible strong man guarding the never-sleeping city. We can't afford to offend him. Well, let's go outside the never-sleeping city first. The black-robed man in the lead responded, and then led the other 4 black-robed men to quickly leave the scene. A gust of wind and smoke came, and an old man in a black robe appeared and stood on the spot. He. Interesting. Kill Guijin quickly. Then I can let that stinky boy become my son-in-law. Unexpectedly, we won the first professional league game. At the post-match press conference, I praised Xiao Lei for not only being a good goalkeeper, but also a hand in attack. The professional players in the professional league can only curse, and they can't play the ball. So, when I met our little teammate, I knew what football was. After 2 months, we won the league championship ahead of schedule. Window_Tabula equals window_Tabula_Tabula.push, mode.
Thumbspeed 01, container, tabula below article thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 by 250, target_type, mix.
Special status? Crown Prince? Humph. Even if he is the king of the Wind and Thunder Empire, I don't want him to be my son-in-law. After all, I'm too old, he. Another burst of smoke passed by, and the old man in black robe disappeared again. This person is Huang Yaoshi, the Dark Master. Accompanied by Dong Lei, who was riding the 9-star Lei Yanhu on the high-speed train, he quickly arrived at Anjiang City. Anjiang City was also in a state of ruin, with the Teethwine demon and the undead army fighting frantically with the NPC soldiers of the Fonlei Empire. In Dong Lei's view, it was obvious that the army attacking Anjiang City was on the verge of collapse. The man who commanded the soldiers to attack Anjiang City was Army Commander Zhou Badong. Army Commander Zhou Badong was carrying epic weapons and had epic equipment on his body. A legion commander who raises war horses has a different worth. Commander Zhou Badong was struggling to fight against the one-tooth demon. He still retreated, but the NPC soldiers in his army suffered heavy casualties. Dong Lei had a good impression of Army Commander Zhou Badong, who had smiled at him in the conference room before.
No longer thinking, Dong Lei rode the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger and rushed towards the Watchtooth Demon and the undead army. Under the bombardment of the Great Retarded Staff, countless undead souls were killed on the spot. I saw Dong Lei speaking to Army Commander Zhou Badong and the NPC soldiers. "Stand back. I'll deal with these." In an instant, Dong Lei rode the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger and fought with the Wangtooth Demon. "As you command, sir." When Commander Zhou Badong saw that it was General Killing Phone, his face lit up and he shouted loudly. Then, the NPC soldiers who commanded their own army retreated. "Don't interfere with Lord Slaughterpeak's battle with Demon Wangtooth." Facing the incoming army of undead, under the attack and bombardment of Dong Lei's Great Retarded Staff, the undead were killed in patches and scattered. Dong Lei used the newly upgraded skill, LV-10 Spell Surge. Through the cooling effect in one go, 8 terrifying orbs appear, bouncing between enemies multiple times, up to 355 times. Moreover, each bounce reduces the magic resistance of the undead army by 1,230%. However, for the undead, reducing magic resistance is no longer useful, because those who were attacked by the bouncing ball have already died. The remaining scattered undead troops continued to kill the soldiers of Zhou Badong's army. In the end, they were wiped out by Zhou Badong and the NPC soldiers. Dong Lei rode the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger and continued to attack crazily with the Tooth-Watching Demon while wandering around. Dong Lei also held the Hex Devil Spear in his other hand, using both hands together. Boom! 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 -55W. -58W. -62W. -65W. As the damage increased, the blood volume of the Tooth-Wang Demon was emptied. Then, another unwilling tooth-gazing demon fell to the ground and died. You successfully killed Wangtooth Demon, Epic Level Deputy Sect, and gained 942,000 experience points, 30 attribute points, and 77,000 military points. Congratulations, you triggered a random 100-fold increase. You gain 984 million experience points, 3,522 attribute points, and 8154 W army points. World announcement: Wind and Thunder Empire, player, Slaughterphone, who has killed Wangtooth Demon, Epic Level Deputy Sect, Wind and Thunder Empire. Game players will gain additional experience in 3 days, military value, rarity of explosive equipment, etc. increased by 200%, the original 6 days plus the 3 days this time, a total of 9 days. Congratulations, you have triggered a random 100-fold increase. You have gained additional experience gained, military value, the rarity of explosive equipment, etc. increased by 3,500%, the original 6 days plus the 3 days this time, a total of 9 days. System prompt: since you killed Wangtooth Demon, Epic Level Deputy Sect, your status has been significantly improved and expanded. You have made the world remember your existence, influence +10. System prompts: the super strong people in the evil camp are fully aware of your deeds and also know your existence. Their favorability towards you is -400%, and the relationship has dropped to the point of collapse, currently in New Old Hate status. Players, please pay attention. When the world announcement reached the ears of every game player, the chat channel barrage responded crazily. It's beautiful. The gain is 200% in 9 days. Ha! Thank you, Master Slayer. Brothers, hurry up and farm the alien beasts. Let the game company go bankrupt. I'm a newcomer. Is this peak killer player so awesome? Above. Do you think the player who kills the peak god is awesome or not when he posts world announcements every day? Made. How perverted is this peak killing boss? What a terrifying opponent. I got it from Aunt Wong next door. Ha! Thank you, Master Surephone. Previously, after Dong Lei accepted Daphne's followers, the announcement of the world caused a large number of game players to not upgrade the exotic beasts but to chat up various NPC rich women to make themselves stronger. This is also a shortcut. After killing this epic deputy leader of the Wangqi demon, Dong Lei quickly picked up the corpse. Congratulations on triggering the random 100-fold increase. You got gold coins, *1211W. Congratulations on triggering the random 100-fold increase, you got 5-fold experience book, *1110. Congratulations on triggering the random 100-fold increase, you got advanced pet skill book, penetration. Congratulations on triggering the random 100-fold increase, you got Wangqi demon fragment, *512.
Congratulations.
After cleaning the corpse of the Wangqi demon, there was a legendary equipment. However, none of them were as good as the equipment on Don Lei, so he put it in the package. However, this advanced pet skill book, penetration, made Don Lei's eyes light up.
Advanced pet skill book, penetration. Level 1. Level, none.
Effect, you can increase the probability of your pet learning advanced skills, penetration, with a 40% chance.
Information introduction, one of the advanced pet skill books. The pet skill book is not very rare.
However, the advanced pet skill book is quite rare. Moreover, this pet skill book is penetrating, which is a very good skill. In this way, when the pet attacks the enemy, it will increase the defense of the armor.
The damage to the enemy will be even higher.
Now, Don Lei has no pet. In several professional games, we won in the first half.
Victory in numbers.
I don't know why the opponent's players were all carried away on stretchers.
They kept calling, and their expressions looked very painful. On the contrary, I think they were pretending. Let our young players look confused and don't know what happened. The opponent's coach yelled and said that our young players hit people? I refuted it on the spot.
Where did you hit it?
Did the referee blow the whistle? Yellow card or red card? Broken leg? It's because you didn't take calcium supplements.
Later, Longwa coach Tai called on our young players to join Longwa players. When the young players saw Coach Tai for the first time, they shouted to him.
It's dark. I was very relieved when I knew it. Although there is a pet column on Don Lei's panel.
But he has not obtained the pet egg yet. After all, pet eggs are as rare as Mount eggs.
He has only taken over one copy now.
However, this advanced pet skill book is still very good. Don Lei plans to keep it for himself and use it when he has a pet in the future.
Then, after glancing at other things, Don
Lei said a word, then closed the panel to check and prepared to go to Fengyang City.
Boring things.
As for the multiplier experience book, it is rubbish in front of Don Lei. He is a man with a random 100-fold increase. How can he go back and only use the 100-fold experience book when he can easily get a 100-fold experience?
The main point is that Don Lei has already seen the introduction of the 100-fold experience book. It cannot be combined with other experience books, amplification and other things.
If it can be combined, then at least in the random 100-fold amplification, even if 100 times are superimposed, there is still a 100-fold existence.
Don Lei secretly felt pity in his heart. Although, his experience pool has billions of experience points. But, in Don Lei's view, the more the better.
At this time, Commander Zhou Badong saw the peak killer, who killed the Wangqi demon with one person.
The NPC soldiers present were all delighted by Commander Zhou Badong, with full of admiration and respect. Commander Zhou Badong drove his black-scaled warhorse to Don Lei. Thank you, General Shifeng. Come to help. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Don Lei raised his hand and thanked Commander Zhou Badong. He had a good impression of Commander Zhou Badong.
At this time, Don Lei smiled at Commander Zhou Badong and said,
Zhou Badong, no need to say more. This is my responsibility.
You will never encounter a demon like Wangqi for the first time.
Don't fight it. You can't deal with this kind of demon. Let me do it. I will come to help. Don Lei certainly hopes to get more things by killing Wangqi demon.
Yes, sir. Even though Commander Zhou Badong was sitting on the black-scaled warhorse, he still clasped his hands and bent slightly, accepting the order.
Also, let some of your soldiers go back to the never-sleeping city. Be sure to tell Guijin. This is my order. Wei Jin cannot leave the never-sleeping city. Dong Lei was worried about the soldiers sent by Li Macho, and wondered if they could go to the never-sleeping city.
In fact, he was a little more careful. He also asked Zhou Badong, the commander of the army, to send some soldiers to the never-sleeping city to express his order.
Dong Lei believed that Gui Jin would obey his instructions. After all, he, Dong Lei, was a powerful general of the Wind and Thunder Empire. It was really as Dong Lei thought. The soldiers sent by Li Macho, the commander of the army, dozens of soldiers of the Wind and Thunder Empire, were on their way to the never-sleeping city. They were caught by a black-robed man in the hands of the lonely sword demon Ling Hutsong. You guys stay here.
After the black-robed man in the lead finished speaking, the 4 black-robed men behind him took action instantly. In an instant, only one soldier of Li Macho was left.
You, what are you going to do?
I am a soldier of Li Macho, the commander of the Fenglai Empire. The black-robed man in the lead pinched the soldier's neck and asked.
Do we introduce ourselves?
Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The black-robed men present laughed loudly.
Then, the black-robed man in the lead said coldly with a sharp look in his eyes. Do I need to tell you what I want to do? Tell me. What are you going to do? Look at your direction, are you going to the city that never sleeps?
The soldier's neck was pinched so tightly that he could hardly breathe. Moreover, his face was flushed, and numbers kept popping up on his head.
-20. -50. -60. -80. Ah!
Spare our lives.
We are under the orders of Corps Commander Li Macho.
We are indeed going to the never-sleeping city to report to Corps Commander Gui Jin. The black-robe leader heard this and used a little more strength in his hands, asking sternly.
What are you reporting? Speak. -110. -200. -230. -240.
Captain Li Macho said, extortion. The soldier was about to say something when he was strangled to death by the black-robed leader. With only a few thousand HP, how could he withstand so much damage? You killed this soldier.
This. You. Hey, I should have left 2 more soldiers.
The other 4 black-robed men looked at the black-robed leader, all of them were a little speechless and helpless, and sighed.
Ha ha ha.
I accidentally used too much strength. I didn't know that this soldier's HP was so low. However, we know what they are going to report to Gui Jin.
They have been intercepted by us. No matter what he does. Just kill Gui Jin and that's it. Walk.
The leader, the man in black robe, looked cheerful. Despite his embarrassment, he shouted and quickly headed towards the city that never sleeps.
The 4 men in black robes behind them didn't say anything more.
They looked at each other for a few times and quickly followed the direction of the leading man in black robes.
As you command. After another obedient words, Commander Zhou Badong raised his head and looked at Dong Lei who was walking away. Dong Lei didn't have anything left to say, and rode the Star Thunder Flame Tiger towards Fengyang City at the speed of a train. This peak-killing general is so powerful. Watching Dong Lei's back quickly leave, Army Commander Zhou Badong muttered to himself. Afterwards, several soldiers were assigned and ordered to go to the Evernight City and report to the commander of the Gui Jin army not to leave the Evernight City. According to Dong Lei's prediction, the army led by Daphne at this moment and the game players should have arrived at Fengyang City.
Because Dong Lei's brothers and sisters were already calling him through the chat channel. Moreover, there were already system sounds coming from his ears. This proves that gamers are already working hard for Dong Lei in front of leaks.
System prompt, you have been rewarded with military industry value. After the army soldiers killed the dead, they received 1/10 of the military industry value. Your army soldiers killed, Necromancer, Black Iron level, and you gained 1 point of military industry value. I really didn't expect that taking the youth training camp would turn into heading for the World Cup. Coach Tai successfully resigned through the support of the young players and allowed me to take office. Our first scene is facing Sakura country. The young players surrounded me and I shouted. Tell me. How do you play this game? Broken leg. Broken hand. Kick off the first hand. Poke their heads. Taste my iron palm. I nodded frequently, they already knew my true story. Window _ tabula equals window _ tabula dot push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabula below article thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 by 250, target _ type, mix. Congratulations, you have triggered a random 100-fold increase, and you have obtained 354 military value. Your army soldiers killed, dead soul, black iron level, and you have obtained 1 military value. Congratulations, you have triggered a random 100-fold increase, and you have obtained 541 military value. Your army soldiers killed, dead soul, black iron level, and you have obtained. Another point, in Dong Lei's view, Daphne, the commander of the army, is his follower. They also had intimate actions, and Dong Lei thought that he needed to be responsible. Daphne also had to help him later, and there were many things. And this group of game players were also his army soldiers. Dong Lei must take extra care of them. This is his first batch of forces. He must not let them suffer too much loss. They are also his leeks. They need to be kept lush. It is very good for him. Soon, at the speed of a 9-star Thunder Tiger, Dong Lei arrived outside Fengyang City. At the same time, Daphne led the army and the gamers to fight fiercely in the undead army. The NPC soldiers and the gamers cooperated very well under Daphne's command. Madly slaughtering the undead army in the city. The NPC soldiers were calm, but the gamers shouted at each other. Damn, where are your blood? Give it to you. Replenish blood. We will give you 1,000 dragon coins at a time. If you do this, everyone will die. Wow! Why are there so many undead armies? I am so happy to kill them. Ha ha ha. 200% gain for 9 days. So much military value. So much experience value. So much gold. So much. Following the great god Shifeng, you can not only drink soup, but also eat meat. So delicious. As everyone knows, for Dong Lei, because you are fighting hard to kill the undead army, it is more delicious for him, and it is very enjoyable to cut leeks. Daphne did not join the battlefield, but commanded the NPC soldiers to fight with the players. The main point is that as the players' levels are upgraded, they want to earn a lot of military value and experience in person. How can they bear to let someone with the strength of a legion commander like Daphne go in and sweep and slaughter the undead? Amidst all the big sister-in-law and beautiful words, Daphne sank. The faces of the NPC soldiers all became very strange and complicated. They couldn't imagine that the dignified and cold Daphne had a shy and obedient side to the opinions of the players. Too, they were shocked and astonished. At this time, the equipment of the game players was also getting better. The equipment they had was almost all bronze equipment. Compared with the previous tattered black iron equipment, it was a great improvement. This made Dong Lei very pleased that his brothers and sisters had developed very well. These brothers and sisters were trained like this, and Dong Lei could tell them to do a lot of things at that time. Now it was considered to be trained in advance. When Dong Lei appeared riding the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger, Daphne was the first to discover Dong Lei. Her eyes were blurred, and her body was heaving more. Soon, when Dong Lei came to Daphne's side, Daphne was the first to speak. Lord Shifeng, I was worried about you, I'm so glad you're okay. Hey! I'm such a powerful person. How could I die so quickly? And now I'm even stronger. And Daphne, after this mission, you should hurry up and learn more. Only then can you use the Brahma sword. Knowledge is easy to learn. Dong Lei was posing, saying that he wanted to improve Daphne's equipment, and it would be stronger enough, so that he would feel more at ease about the things he would arrange in the future. Also, Dong Lei suddenly remembered that the Golden Wheel method was prosperous. He secretly said 3 or 2 words in his heart, too profitable. With just a few simple mantras, you can get a large amount of gold coins or other things. The tutors in the academy are still good. It's too easy and too fast to make money. Well, I will practice well. Daphne answered with a shy look and a mosquito-like voice.
In Daphne's opinion, Dong Lei not only cares about her life, but also cares about her studies.
Dong Lei is really good to her.
Daphne's love for Dong Lei is really too much.
The love is boundless.
And the game players also saw Dong Lei, and the scene was screaming in excitement.
Brother Shifeng, you are back. Are you going to pick up girls again? I want to call a few sisters-in-law. Brother! I am so tired of waiting for you. You are finally here. Ugh. Don't disgust me, auntie, hurry up and make up for me. Now, we have the backbone of the Shifeng god, kill. Thank you, Lord Shifeng. Give us a 200% gain for 9 days, and make a lot of money. Ha ha ha. Of course, the gamers also quickly shouted, asking Dong Lei not to kill these undead spirits. Brother Shifeng, please don't kill the undead army. You will kill them all with one attack. The brothers don't even have soup. Yes. Brother Shifeng, you and the commander of the army, Daphne, just command there. We will kill. Don't dirty your bodies. My sister wants to ask Brother Shifeng to show mercy for a bowl of soup and don't kill the spirit army. That's right. That's right. Brother Shifeng, don't bother you, we will kill. Little did he know that Dong Lei didn't want to go out at all. With the chives working hard to cut, how could he bear not to let the chives grow a little more dense? Dong Lei nodded as a response, but didn't go out. The game players present praised and cheered for Dong Lei again. Dong Lei couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. As long as the chives are well grown, there is no need to cut them by himself. At this time, Dong Lei looked far away and found the center of Fengyang City. There is also an altar of the evil saint. Moreover, the dead souls killed by NPC soldiers and game players. The dead souls kept flying towards the evil saint altar. After circling over the evil saint altar for a while, these dead souls entered the evil saint altar. In this situation, the troops of our own camp continued to kill the dead army. It also made the dead souls fly to the evil saint altar continuously. In this way, these leaks, brothers and sisters have to do 2 jobs. As you can imagine, in a regular game, our players still couldn't escape the VR who was really not blind, and 4 people were sent off with red cards. And there was only 1 goalkeeper left on the opposite side of Sakura Country. The other Sakura Country players, I don't know why they were lying on the ground. The expression of this Sakura Country goalkeeper, now thinking about it, is still fresh in my memory. He didn't even guard the goal, and actually ran to the corner kick, trying to climb over the railing to get out. This is a match to impact the World Cup. In the end, we won the game 20-0. Shocked the entire Dragon Country. Shocked the entire world. Post-match media conference. Who said the Sakura Country is strong? It's vulnerable. I held the microphone and said coldly, and then left the scene. Story, do you like it? If you don't like it, I won't write it later. Dong Lei thought that the gamers had a hard time. In order to make his soldiers less tired, Dong Lei rode the Star Thunder Tiger and rushed to the Evil Saint altar. Just when Dong Lei rode the Star Thunder Tiger and reached the Evil Saint altar at the speed of a train, the surroundings shook, which made Dong Lei's eyes focus, and he stopped riding the Star Thunder Tiger. Roar! The Star Thunder Tiger seemed to have discovered something and roared loudly. Then, the undead army behind him felt the voice of the Star Thunder Tiger and turned around to kill. What are you yelling for? I've said it several times, roar. Did you hear it? Dong Lei turned around and saw the undead army rushing over, and slapped the Star Thunder Tiger on the head again. In an instant, the Star Thunder Flame Tiger suddenly became quiet, lowered its head and dared not roar. Its idea was just to remind Dong Lei that something threatening was approaching, just to remind him. However, Dong Lei did not need its reminder, he could feel it himself. So, for the dignified Star Thunder Flame Tiger, it was really too wronged. And Dong Lei sighed, he had no choice but to hold the big mentally retarded staff in his hand and blasted the undead army coming towards him. Under the skill, LV10 Spell Surge, 8 terrifying magic balls were released,
bouncing between the enemies many times, up to 355 times. As a result, the undead army rushing over, with terrible numbers on their heads, fell down and died one after another. The terrifying magic ball almost bounced to the undead army that the game players brushed behind. In this situation, the undead army that came to kill Dong Lei was cleared. Dong Lei sighed secretly, "These are all leaks, younger brothers and sisters, and his military value." At this moment, the system voice of killing the undead army came to his ears.
"Congratulations, you killed undead.
Black iron level triggered a random 100-fold increase, and you got 121 military value.
Congratulations, you killed undead. Black iron level triggered a random 100-fold increase, and you got 135 military value.
Congratulations, you killed undead. Black iron level triggered a random 100-fold increase, and you got. In contrast, compared with his own army soldiers, it is still a little worse than several hundred military value. At this time, people in black robes appeared around Dong Lei and kept approaching. As they approached, Dong Lei smelled a smell of rotten fish and shrimp. Dong Lei used his tongue to press against the upper palate and held his breath to relieve the stench. Even his mount, the Star Thunder Flame Tiger, smelled the fishy smell. After retching a few times, he vomited his tongue to relieve the fishy smell.
These people wearing black robes could only see their eyes shining with evil light. Other aspects seemed to be too clear,
as if they were blocked by their black robes.
"Damn! You guys eat too much seafood. And you didn't wash your clothes, right?"
Dong Lei cursed in his heart, quickly opened his panel, and checked the information of these guys wearing black robes.
Dead Smelly Black Robe Mage, Epic Elite. Level, 39. Level, Epic Elite. HP, 101W/101W.
Physical/magical attack power, 8.35W 9.34W.
Defense, 15,752. Skills, Black Arrow, Avicii Hell Flame, Dark Binding, Black Hell Flame.
Dead introduction, one of the most powerful dead mages among the dead, often wandering on the coast of the Shuiyu Empire. But after Dong Lei saw the introduction of the dead, he muttered in his heart,
"No wonder. The smell is so strong."
These dead smelly black robe mages belong to the Dead Clan, and are relatively powerful. But they met Dong Lei, and there was only one consequence.
Becoming the contribution of Dong Lei's job transfer task.
Dong Lei held the big idiot in one hand and the Hex Devil Gun in the other, and attacked these dead smelly black robe mages. And these dead smelly black robe mages were also not good, so they were attacked by Dong Lei. In an instant, these dead smelly black robe mages also raised their shell-shaped staffs, shining with light, ready to attack Dong Lei. However, these dead smelly black robe mages did not expect it at all.
Dong Lei used a skill first. Among the weapons in his hands, 16 identical LV-10 bandage curse skills were released.
The release of the skill, countless bandages surged out from the center of Dong Lei, entangled all the enemies within a 10-meter range and could not move, including talking. In an instant, the dead smelly black robe mages surrounding them were all imprisoned by bandages. And red numbers appeared on their heads.
Boom! 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 -45W. -49W. -47W. -46W.
However, due to the undead smelly black-robed mage's blood volume, it is still quite abundant. Under the release of the 16 LV-10 bandage curse skill, not a single undead smelly black-robed mage died.
So, Dong Lei inspected these undead and smelly black-robed mages, and shouted with a sneer.
"You undead stinking black-robed mages have a lot of health.
This is very different from your mage profession. So, I suggest you all go to hell."
Dong Lei took action again, using the Hex Devil Spear and the Great Retarded Staff in both hands to attack these immobile undead smelly black-robed mages once again.
Boom! 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 -46W. -54W. -49W. -52W. Soon, the health of these undead black-robed mages could still withstand Dong Lei's attack.
The standing black-robed mage with the stench of undead became lying down, and the disappearance of the bandage represented their leaving. At the same time, system sounds came from Dawn Lei's ears. You successfully killed the necromantic black-robe mage, epic level elite, and gained 121,000 experience points, 1 attribute point, and 30,000 military points.
Congratulations, you triggered a random 100-fold increase.
You gained 112.3 million experience points, 136 attribute points, and 34,51,000 military points.
3 days later, facing the Kangaroo Country. This is a tough battle. Kangaroo Country is a country with tall people and big horses, so it is easy to deal with. What a great goal!
Because we were sent off a small player in the last game.
As a result, some people with extraordinary force. Some young players who are excellent at defense and offense have no way to play.
Fortunately, there are 23 of us young players. Therefore, there was a slight gap in the strength of the substitutes, which made the match that day extremely fierce. I also know that my 3 substitute starting players actually violated the rules of football. Unexpectedly, one with a hammer, and one with a wrench engaged in a defensive confrontation with the Kangaroo players. Be careful of the 8 Kangaroo players present, causing their heads to bleed in the defensive confrontation. There are also players who have broken their cervical and lumbar vertebrae. You have successfully killed Dead Smelly Black Robe Mage, Epic Elite, and obtained 112W experience points, 1 attribute point, and 31W military value. Congratulations, you have triggered the random multiplier, and you have obtained 133.2 million experience points, 121 attribute points, and 36.4 million military value.
You have successfully killed Dead Smelly Black Robe Mage, Epic Elite, and obtained.
Congratulations, you have plundered all the skills of Dead Smelly Black Robe Mage, Epic Elite, LV1 Black Arrow, LV1 Avicii Hellflame, LV1 Dark Binding, LV1 Hell Black Flame. Just after Dawn Lei killed these Dead Smelly Black Robe Mage, the gamers behind him were stunned again when they saw this scene.
Afterwards, the gamers cheered and praised enthusiastically. It's so awesome.
Brother Sherphone killed them while standing. None of these undead smelly black robe mages could touch him. Why does it feel like Brother Sherphong's strength has become stronger this time?
So scary. Master Sherphong released so many skills at once? I thought I was dreaming.
This time, Brother Sherphong killed these undead smelly black robe mages and gave them another we taught a lesson.
Brother Sherphong, I love you.
After you took off the mask, I knew how handsome you were.
I'll say it again, I'm an ant. If you call me ant again, I'll kill you. You are worthy of being Sherphong.
I was shocked to see that you killed the necromancer with such a beautiful attack.
Gamers were full of yearning and admiration for Dawn Lei, who killed the necromancer in a few seconds.
In their eyes, the terrifying thing about Dawn Lei is that he can kill so easily no matter what he encounters. Almost no one was hurt, and they were shocked and admired. After Daphne saw Dawn Lei without a mask, her heart beat even faster.
Now, looking at Dawn Lei's calm and handsome face, she loves Dawn Lei even more.
After the ant said this, she glanced at the ant, her heart full of possessiveness. Although, Daphne felt that she could not hold the general of the Killing Peak alone. After all, the general of the Killing Peak was too outstanding. However, she might agree to let the ant hold the general of the Killing Peak. In her opinion, the general of the Killing Peak might choose her. It is conceivable that through the appearance of this girl, her heart is so kind. After being called an ant so many times, she endured and said that she was given to her without a single swear word. She is kind in her heart. It was just right when Dawn Lei killed her.
All 10 epic elites of the Necromancer Smelly Black Robe Mage were eliminated. And the skills of the Necromancer Smelly Black Robe Mage were also plundered. However, after Dawn Lei glanced at these skills of the Necromancer Smelly Black Robe Mage, he immediately lost interest. Compared with his current skills, the skills of the Necromancer Smelly Black Robe Mage are too low level. There is no need to use them at all. Dawn Lei put these skills in the skill pile and didn't care about anything else.
At this time, Dawn Lei's 4th level task has completed Task 1, please kill epic elite beasts, monsters, messengers, etc. that are lower than your own level. You need to kill 10 epic elite beasts, monsters, messengers, etc. to prove that you are a powerful traditional mage. And Task 2, learn about your own professional knowledge and improve your 4 knowledge to advanced level. Long before Dong Lei encountered, Ask the Golden Wheel Wang, everything had been completed. Dong Lei was very knowledgeable and had already obtained 1 diamond of knowledge. At this time, fragments of light fell on Dong Lei's body. And Dong Lei's ears heard a series of system voice prompts. You have completed the Traditional Mage Occupation 4 Job Transfer Task, SS. You have obtained 10 attribute points, unlocked the level cap of the 4 job transfers, upper limit, LV49, and unlocked the mage skills. Congratulations, you have triggered a random multiplier and obtained 1342 attribute points. Congratulations, you have triggered a random multiplier, and the costume has a superimposed first level effect, and you have obtained the advanced mage characteristic skill, LV2 Hurricane Calling Wind. Congratulations, you have triggered a random multiplier, and the costume has a superimposed first level effect, and you have obtained the advanced mage characteristic skill, LV2 Heroic Praise. Dong. Boom. Boom. Congratulations, you have upgraded your level. You have reached LV40 and gained 20 attribute points. Congratulations, you have upgraded your level. You have reached LV41 and gained 20 attribute points. Congratulations, you have upgraded your level. You have reached LV42 and gained 20 attribute points. System prompt, your level has reached LV49 and cannot be upgraded. You need to complete the 5th transfer task of the traditional mage profession to unlock the level cap. Due to the billions of experience points stored in the 300 billion experience pool, Dong Lei easily reached LV49. Dong Lei had expected this. Dong Lei got 2 more skills in this job change. They are LV2 Hurricane Breeze and LV2 Heroic Praise. When Dong Lei was about to check these 2 skills through the panel, there was another tremor around him. At this time, the Star Thunder Flame Tiger was much more obedient, and it was no longer roaring. It was afraid of being slapped. The Star Thunder Flame Tiger raised its head and turned its head, looking at Dong Lei. Threw this silent reminder to Dong Lei. Got it. Soon, the smell of rotten fish and shrimp came to Dong Lei's nose again. Dong Lei held his breath again, and the Star Thunder Flame Tiger retched again. Dong Lei didn't need to see it, and he knew that the stinky black robe wizard of the dead spirits was coming again. Dong Lei raised his arms again, and the Hex Devil Gun and the big retarded staff attacked simultaneously. The necromancer had just surrounded Dong Lei when he was attacked. Boom! 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 -55W. -57W. -59W. -62W. In 5 minutes, Dong Lei cleared several waves of necromancers, and there was no more. Then, Dong Lei opened the panel and looked at the 2 skills he had just received. Instantly, Dong Lei's eyes lit up after taking a look, and he quickly upgraded these 2 skills to level 10 through attribute points. The match between our young players in Kangaroo Country was not only intense but also chaotic. The ball was thrown aside, and there was no kicking. The players from both sides were pushing and cursing. The substitutes from Kangaroo Country rushed up. In order to give our young players who were originally able to play and were more powerful, a chance. I don't know who brought so many hammers, wrenches, and other tools. They were all in the hands of our young players. And then there was a pool of blood. It was like looking at a blood-red sea. In the end, we still won. It was a simple 11-0. The opposing players from Kangaroo Country, including substitutes and coaches, were lying on the ground waiting for stretchers. I still remember that the medical staff at that time kept sighing and shouting. Hurry up and call the medical number, there are enough stretchers. Then, these 2 skills were also updated on the interface. LV10 Hurricane Call. Level 10. Effect, gather a powerful whirlwind, which will increase the magic damage by 2,540% to all enemies on its path after being released, and knock them away. For every second of chanting, up to 3 seconds, the whirlwind can float farther, causing 100,000 to 200,000 points of additional damage, and knocking enemies higher. Every time this skill is activated again, the whirlwind can be released earlier and knocked higher and farther.
Cooling time, 20 seconds. Blue bar consumption, 230 MP. Proficiency, 0 out of 100.
Function introduction, advanced mage skill, enemies not only fly higher but also fly farther.
LV10 heroic praise. Level, 10.
Effect, adding nearby friendly heroes and yourself can increase attack power and spell strength by 2450%.
Hint, cannot be stacked. Cooling time, 20 seconds. Blue bar consumption, 230 MP. Proficiency, 0 out of 100.
Function introduction, advanced mage skill, improves terrible attack power and spell strength.
What a pity, if it can be stacked. That would be a god. After seeing these two LV10 skills, Dong Lei's excited expression was revealed, and he was very happy. However, when Dong Lei looked at the prompt information of LV10 heroic praise, he secretly said it was a pity. Without thinking too much, under Dong Lei's attack, Fengyang City was even more broken and almost turned to the ground. In front of him were the corpses of several waves of undead smelly black robe mages, which were even more stinking. Dong Lei endured the unpleasant smell and began to pick up corpses to see if there were any good equipment. Congratulations on triggering the random 100x amplification, you got Wangji Demon Fragment, *195. Congratulations on triggering the random 100x amplification, you got Dead Black Robe, Master Level. Congratulations on triggering the random 100x amplification, you got Gold Coins, *12W. Congratulations on triggering the random 100x amplification, you got Smelly Salted Fish, Legendary Level, *110. Congratulations.
Dong Lei looked through the interface package, and in his opinion, it was just a bunch of useless things. Although these equipments are all very good, they are no longer needed for him. The equipment on Dong Lei's body is stronger and better than them. When Dong Lei saw the smelly salted fish, he looked at the information a few more times. Smelly salted fish, legendary.
Level, 39. Level, legendary. Effect, swallowing this smelly salted fish can quickly stop bleeding from wounds and restore 500 blood points every second.
Function introduction, don't underestimate its smelly taste, but it is very useful for external injuries and blood supplements.
Such a smelly thing still needs to be swallowed? I'd rather have no blood. I'd rather die.
On the spot, Dong Lei threw all the smelly salted fish, legendary, *11W in the package. Suddenly, the whole venue was full of smelly salted fish, legendary, making it even more smelly and fishy. It made the Mount 19-star Thunder Flame Tiger retching continuously, and his eyes rolled several times. Dong Lei also held his breath, and the smell of the smell was a bit irritating.
Wait, let my little brother and sister go pick it up. They should like to eat this kind of thing.
Dong Lei left some attribute points to improve skills, and all other attribute points were added to his intelligence. Suddenly, his basic damage became even more terrifying.
Then, Dong Lei opened his taskbar and looked at his 5 job transfer. Tasks. Traditional Mage Occupation 5 Job Transfer Tasks, SSS. Level, SSS. Task Introduction, the evil camp is constantly attacking the righteous camp, and the righteous strongmen are being eaten away.
As a powerful mage, you should choose to dedicate your strength to the righteous camp to resist the invasion of the evil camp. Please go to Dark Cellar, Level 50 area, for training and kill a legendary Vice Master of the Dark Goblin Beast. And it takes 5 days to stay in the Dark Cellar.
Task 1, please kill a legendary Vice Master of the Dark Goblin Beast. Only then can you prove that you are a top-level mage. Task 2, learn about your professional knowledge and improve your 8 knowledge to advanced level. Task 3, it takes 5 days to stay in the Dark Cellar. Task time, 5 days. Task rewards. 1. 20 attribute points. 2. Unlock level. 3. Unlock mage skills. Dong Lei saw this task, shook his head and sighed. Killing a legendary Vice Master of the Dark Goblin Beast can be killed easily. However, you still need to stay in the Dark Cellar for 5 days. That's very troublesome. After all, there are a lot of strange beasts in the Dark Cellar.
When he approaches, these strange beasts will attack him naturally. In addition, there are many strong men from the evil camp who are also training there.
If Dong Lei kills a legendary vice master of the Dark Goblin Beast, it will cause a noise.
If it is heard by other Dark Cellar beasts, they will face a continuous stream of attacks on Dong Lei.
Or, if it attracts the attention of those evil camp strongmen, they will also be hunted down endlessly by these evil camp strongmen.
At that time, there are king-level and quasi-emperor level strongmen in Bufan, and Dong Lei will be exhausted at that time. Dong Lei still has some self-knowledge. In his current situation, he still has a strong advantage over the strongmen below the quasi-king level. For other game players, they have entered the Dark Cellar, which is equivalent to death.
No need to run for their lives.
In addition, they need to explode equipment, but they need 3 pieces.
Just now I went back to my novice village or the nearest city.
Even at this stage, the various armies of the righteous and evil empires dare not enter the Dark Cellar at will.
You can stop the terrible beasts from rushing into the Dark Cellar by keeping a watch.
Generally speaking, the beasts in the Dark Cellar will not rush into the Dark Cellar at will. However, whether it is the righteous camp or the evil righteous camp, entering the Dark Cellar will be attacked by the beasts. However, Dong Lei has now reached LV49, and is invincible below the king level.
Dong Lei went to the Dark Cellar after forming his own guild.
At the post-match press conference, he praised the performance of the young players. When a conflict occurs during a football match, you must protect yourself. We strongly condemn the kangaroo country for physical contact and conflict during the match. It caused so many interruptions throughout the game.
What? Hammer? Sickle? Wrench? Who handed it to the young players? They thought it was just a mineral water bottle. Let me reiterate. On the football field, it's not about killing. It's about being affectionate. Moreover, there are many big rewards in the Dark Cellar, and Dong Lei will definitely pass by then. However, he doesn't want to stay for so many days. However, these are 5 job transfer tasks, and he has no choice but to complete them. Damn it! If you change jobs 5 times, you'll be SSS level. Will changing jobs 6 times mean you'll be God level? Dong Lei cursed in his heart and didn't want to speak. After all, the current situation is not suitable for talking, and Dong Lei, who can't even breathe, can speak.
At this moment, Xing Lei Yanhu was retching and started spitting, and his eyes were pitifully white. One can imagine how smelly the undead black-robed mage and the smelly salted fish.
Legendary level, *11 WR.
Without thinking anymore, Dong Lei held the great mental retard staff and the hex devil gun and frantically attacked the altar of the evil saint in front of him.
Boom! 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 -5W. -10W. -13W. -24W.
The damage continued to rise, causing more and more damage to the evil saint altar. Soon, the altar of the evil saint was destroyed and disappeared in a short period of time by Dong Lei's attack.
It's as if there is no altar to the evil saint here. At this time, another extremely angry voice reached Dong Lei's ears. Before, it was a guy wearing a mask, and now here comes you. You are all waiting for the Saint Lonely Sword Demon Linghutsong. There was another chill in Dong Lei's back. Lonely Sword Demon Linghutsong. Don't you know that the guy wearing the mask is also me? If you offend me, you will offend me. When I, Dong Lei, have the strength of a saint, you will also wait for me. I've been scared by you twice, and I won't let you go, huh? After Dong Lei heard it, he screamed in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out. After all, the current evil Saint Lonely Sword Demon Linghutsong, Dong Lei is not his opponent yet. Another point is that the current place is not suitable for talking. In the center of Fengyang City, only the undead and smelly black-robed mage and more than 110,000 smelly salted fish were left. The undead army was also eliminated and disappeared with the cooperation of game players and NPC soldiers. In an instant, a large number of game players rushed towards the center of Fengyang City in the direction of Dong Lei. Wada quickly pick up the corpse of the undead and smelly black-robed mage. There were still some things that slipped through the net, and Dong Lei didn't clean them all up. He left some things for his little brothers and sisters.
Also, there are more than 110,000 smelly salted fish, legendary level.
Enough for them to have enough food and clothing. After Don Lei solved this Fengyang city, he planned to leave here first. First, he rode the Star Thunderflame Tiger to Daifunia's side at the speed of a train.
When Xing Leiyin who heard that he was about to leave here, he jumped on his legs so fast. It can no longer bear this place, and it doesn't know how much water to spit out.
Lord, General Slaughter Peak.
Daphne looked at the excited Xing Leiyin who carrying Dong Lei to. Her body was a little excited and her face was shy, and she immediately shouted.
Will you come with us to Rieso Swamp this time?
You lead the army soldiers and my army soldiers to deal with the undead army in Rieso Swamp.
I will go back to the city that never sleeps first. Dong Lei didn't want to dwell on it, so he expressed his thoughts directly. Daphne is not a party member.
The woman who was already his follower and had even kissed her had the most favorable impression of him.
In Dong Lei's view, there should be no high-level undead masters or altars of evil saints in Rieso Swamp.
Therefore, Dong Lei thought that it would be enough to let Daphne lead the soldiers to the pass to solve the problem. He couldn't stay here forever, so he and Daphne headed to Rieso Swamp.
Wei Jin in the city that never sleeps doesn't even know if something happened. Dong Lei also didn't want to worry about Gui Jinfa's problem, so that this mission could be completed perfectly.
That day, before going to the Evernight City and not being ashamed to ask Jinluan Fuwang to improve his advanced level, Dong Lei went to the military headquarters to exchange for advanced knowledge.
Gui Jin was not found inside the military headquarters.
As everyone knows, Gui Jin is also good at cooking.
He was eating like crazy with a few beautiful women. After hearing Dong Lei's words, Daphne looked a little reluctant, as she was about to be separated from Dong Lei again. In an instant, something happened that surprised Dong Lei. What he didn't expect was that Daphne took the initiative to run into his arms.
Then, regardless of the noise in the world, the two of them ate and ate like crazy. Dong Lei's 10 chopsticks also touched the 2 huge steamed buns.
I want to use 10 chopsticks to catch them all. However, the length of the chopsticks cannot cover the entire size of the steamed bun. At this moment, the players couldn't care about the situation of Dong Lei and Daphne.
They covered their noses and frantically groped for something on the corpse of the undead, smelly, black-robed mage. Also, quickly pick up more than 110,000 smelly salted fish.
This smelly salted fish is so stinky. If it wasn't for the good value in replenishing blood, I would have thrown it away on the spot. But this is epic, it tastes so good. There are so many stinky salted fish. It stinks so much. Ugh.
This stinky smell is worse than stinky tofu and durian.
Ugh. It smells so good. It replenishes 500 blood every second. I will swallow it if I can't eat it. That's right, what's so bad about this? It's a great tonic. Just swallow it and you'll be done. Although gamers don't like it, they still pick it up like crazy. After all, this smelly salted fish is indeed a good thing. Dong Lei also used chopsticks to pick up the steamed buns while eating. The eating and picking were almost the same, so he let go of Daphne. Moreover, he pinched and handed a Thunder Flame Tiger Mount egg to Daphne from the package as a reward for her recent hard work. This Thunder Flame Tiger Mount egg is for you. You've been working very hard recently. Then please make another hard trip to Rieso Swamp. What's the big problem? Ask the soldiers to report it to me immediately. I will come to help. Daphne, who was considerate, flushed, generous and proactive, jumped back onto her black-scaled horse. During this period, while Daphne jumped over, Dong Lei saw that her legs were set off by the pair of elegant chiron black silk, master level, he gave her, making them look whiter, tenderer, and more beautiful. Dong Lei had just finished eating and sandwiching steamed buns, and his mouth was a bit dry. He was just busy grabbing steamed buns and forgot about his legs. In the third game, we faced a country that was a swipe my card. Fortunately, it rained a little that day. Otherwise, you can see the players who swiped my card, which scared the pants off several of them. As for how to know, there are a few players who swiped my card. They are a bit and their pants are a bit yellow. They don't dare to touch the ball, I don't know why.
It seemed like he was afraid of getting hurt or something. On the playing field, bumps and bruises are normal. In this game, I guarantee that our young players did not bring any mineral water bottles or anything like that. Window _ tabula equals window _ tabula dot push, mode, thumbspeed 01, container, tabula below article thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 by 250, target _ type, mix.
Then, Dong Lei rode the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger and quickly left Fengyang City.
At the same time, Dong Lei also opened his own panel, went to the friend interface, and sent a message to Yang Hui.
Yang Hui, where are you now? I want to find you.
Soon, Yang Hui replied to the message, and Dong Lei clicked it.
I'm in Night City. I heard that you formed an army and sent soldiers to clear the undead army? Is it on the way now? If you want, take me with you. Some brothers and I want to join. Dong Lei's eyes lit up.
It would be great if Yang Hui was also in Night City.
I'm going back to Night City now, wait for me.
Dong Lei quickly edited the message and specifically told him to continue replying. You and your brothers, help me go to the military headquarters in Night City and see if Captain Guojin is still in Night City.
I want to find him now.
I have a lot of military value in terms of rewards, I will give you some later.
Dong Lei knew that.
Yang Hui was short of money and was also a super rich player.
Yang Hui quickly replied to the message.
My brothers and I will go to the military headquarters in Night City right away.
I'm curious, is there anything you need from Captain Guojin?
Yang Hui, who was far away at the gate of Night City, and the other 4 brothers in real life. They were all super rich gamers, and the equipment on them had reached the gold level by buying from gamers. At this moment, they also wanted to go to the Rieso swamp to see if there was anything they could pick up.
Or in their opinion, going to the Rieso swamp was not dangerous.
They are all gamers of level 10, wearing gold equipment, which is very luxurious. However, these super rich players are not the local tyrant players. What are the words like auntie, smile for me, girl, take off your cover, how much money is here, it's yours, etc. Those who say this are all local tyrant players. They are all quite gentlemanly and decent in their manners, and will not act recklessly. It also led to Yang Hui in his previous life being able to form a powerful game alliance army. Under Yang Hui's call, a group of 5 people quickly rushed to the military headquarters of Night City.
It seems that Yang Hui thought Dong Lei was going to tell him the details. He was just curious and asked.
If Dong Lei wanted to say it, it was his family's business, and Yang Hui understood this very well. However, what Yang Hui did not expect was that Dong Lei actually replied to the message, which made his face change drastically.
Captain Guojin may be assassinated.
We must make him leave Yecheng.
Hurry up, brothers. Go find Captain Guojin and make him leave Yecheng.
Yang Hui shouted quickly to the 4 brothers behind him. Afterwards, a group of 5 rushed to the military headquarters of Yecheng.
Yang Hui knew that if Captain Guojin was killed, Yecheng would be peaceful. Not to mention that they are still in Yecheng. Even if they are far away from Yecheng, they will probably face people from various evil camps and fight against them. In this case, their equipment will be exposed. Although they are short of money, it does not mean that the equipment on them is so easy to get. Some equipment still cost a lot of money and cannot be obtained. In their view, it is a unique equipment. And the soldiers of the army of Limacho, under the order of Dong Lei, Limacho also sent dozens of soldiers to the Night City to tell the situation to the commander Guojin. As a result, these dozens of soldiers were intercepted by 5 black-robed soldiers just when they were about to reach the far place of Night City. As you can imagine, 2 soldiers were left alive. The rest of the soldiers were killed by the other 4 black-robed soldiers except the black-robed soldier who led the soldiers. One soldier was held by the black-robed soldiers, and another soldier was strangled by the black-robed soldiers who led the soldiers and asked, "Tell me, are you going to Night City? What are you doing?" The soldier's face was flushed, and red numbers kept appearing on his head. -20. -30. -18. -16.
The NCP soldier, who was trying hard to keep his breath open, looked very willing for his life, and quickly spoke.
Why did you pinch my neck instead of the other soldiers, and ask me to speak? Ah!
Instantly, a 3-digit number appeared on the soldier's head.
-120. -550. -809. -785. Then, the NPC soldier was strangled to death by the black-robed leader because of his talkativeness. You answer whatever I ask you. You obviously want to die if you talk so much. Then I'll help you.
At this time, the black-robed leader walked over to another NPC soldier and was about to strangle him. The NPC soldier who was held by the black-robed leader looked pale. He didn't want to be strangled to death, so he quickly told them about their situation.
We are here to find General Guijin. We want to tell General Guijin that we want him to leave Night City.
This order was issued by General Killing Peak, who ordered General Limacho to order our soldiers to go to Night City and report to General Guijin.
General Killing Peak? Okay, we know, you go die too.
The leading black-robed general still stretched out his hand to pinch the soldier's neck and twisted it, and the NPC soldier died there.
Just as the soldier died, the black-robed general who was holding him took the initiative to ask. General, how did this General Killing Peak know our plan?
Other black-robed generals also asked.
Yes.
This situation is very beneficial for us. Originally, we wanted to create some events to lure Guijin out.
Now it's difficult. That's right.
The leading black-robed general raised his hand to stop the others from talking and spoke.
Shut up. Have we intercepted all the soldiers who came here to tell Guijin that they were leaving the city?
Maybe, Guijin still knows the specific situation now. According to the news from Night City, Guijin often goes to the white light area of Night City, and cooks with some white light girls to have fun. We are planning to seduce Guijin out, but it seems that we don't have enough time. We can only sneak into Night City, ambush in the white light area, and kill Guijin.
Let's go. Enter Night City quickly. Soon, the 5 black-robed men left this place and went to Night City.
In a short period of time, the 5 black-robed men were outside Night City and entered Night City by climbing the wall secretly.
Moreover, the 5 black-robed men quickly headed for the white light area.
Window_Tabula equals window_Tabula_Tabula.push, mode, thumbspeed 01, container, Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 by 250, target_type, mix. Dong Lei received another message from Yang Hui while on his way to the never-sleeping city. He opened the friend message bar on the panel and clicked on Yang Hui's message.
Shifeng, it's bad.
The military of the never-sleeping city didn't find the commander of the Guijin army.
Dong Lei's face changed, and he quickly closed the message panel.
He stretched out a hand, patted the head of the Star Thunder Flame Tiger, and shouted loudly.
Stupid tiger, hurry up. Hurry up. Let's go to the never-sleeping city. Roar. What's more?
The Star Thunder Flame Tiger roared, and ran harder with his limbs, but still rushed to the never-sleeping city at the speed of a high-speed train.
Its speed is just like that.
Even if the Star Thunder Flame Tiger tries its best, the speed of the Chaos game cannot be accelerated by hitting the tiger's head.
And, from the humming sound of the car, it also learned the sound of the car. This surprised and astonished Dong Lei, and he secretly sighed that he was worthy of being the Star Thunder Flame Tiger. Not only did he learn the humming sound of the car, but he also learned the sound of the wheels rolling, which was a bit awesome. After more than 10 minutes, Dong Lei finally arrived at the never-sleeping city.
At the gate of the never-sleeping city, there were 5 people standing, namely Yang Hui and his 4 brothers.
Dong Lei took the lead in throwing 5 master-level equipment to Yang Hui and his 4 brothers. He gave them 1 master-level equipment each to equip themselves. Amid their delighted and shocked faces, Dong Lei took back his mount, the 1-star Thunder Flame Tiger, and quickly asked. Yang Hui, what's going on? Still haven't found Captain Guijin? You are not allowed to ride a mount in the never-sleeping city. Unless you are a top-level warrior, you can do so.
Dong Lei is now a 9-diamond warrior, and is just a little short of a 1-diamond top-level warrior. By then, there will be no need for such trouble. In an instant, Yang Hui and his 4 brothers all changed their faces and took back their smiles. However, they quickly distributed the 5 master-level equipment. And quickly equipped themselves. Then, Yang Hui scratched his head and spoke in detail to Dong Lei. No. We still haven't found Captain Guijin. When you came here, we searched all over the city that never sleeps. Except for the white light area, we went to the place where people were cooking and cooking like crazy. We didn't find any trace of Captain Guijin. The 4 brothers of Yang Hui behind him nodded one after another, indicating that they really tried their best to find him. This big brother, don't take back the master-level equipment you just gave them. Captain Guijin is the commander of the SSS-Level captain mission, but no one knows where he ran away. Suddenly, Dong Lei frowned deeply. Where did this Captain Guijin go? Could it be? Did he really go to the white light area? At this time, the system did not send the news of the death of Captain Guijin. It should be said that Captain Guijin should not have any life problems. However, we still need to find this Captain Guijin quickly. Another point, didn't he ask Li Macho and Zhou Badong to command some soldiers to report to Guijin, the commander of the army? What is the situation? Why is Guijin not in the military headquarters? Now, I don't know where he is gone. Do you really not care about your own life? Or are you too arrogant? I'll go to the white light area of the city of Never Sleeping to take a look. You can go to various places in the city of Never Sleeping to look for him. Send me a message when you find Guijin. Then, Dong Lei added Yang Hui's other 4 brothers as friends and quickly went to the white light area. As soon as Yang Hui's 4 brothers heard about adding friends, they quickly rushed to add Dong Lei as a friend. In their opinion, they felt that they were already rich in the game. Now, I realize that my roots are nothing, and the gold equipment is just a bunch of garbage. Yang Hui, your brother is a real rich player. So scary. That's right. Since I saw your brother, the first thing he did was to throw us a master-level equipment. He is so rich. We claim that we can buy everything, but look at you. Master-level equipment is just thrown away. I have to pick it up and equip it like crazy. However, the name of this friend seems very familiar. Have you all forgotten to look at the friend's name? I seem to have heard and seen Shifeng somewhere. Shifeng? Player Shifeng? Isn't this often mentioned in the world announcement? That's right. That's right. Yang Hui, you have met a great player. Shifeng is actually your brother. It's so awesome. I even added him as a friend, ha 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 ha. Then, the 4 brothers praised and worshipped Yang Hui. They all entered the chaos game together. Yang Hui of the family had already established many contacts with Shifeng. He also asked Yang Hui to find where the leader of the Guijin army had gone. However, can the identity of the commander of the family Guijin be controlled by the soldiers who have just entered the Fonglei Empire? However, Yang Hui. Can we control the commander of the family Guijin? That's right. Commander Guijin can crush us to death with one hand. We shout at him and tell him not to go to the Never Sleeping City. Will he listen to us? Yes. What should we do if Commander Guijin kills us with his own hands? Then, the 4 brothers asked very practically. They didn't want to offend an NPC commander and lose their soldier status. And they didn't know Guijin's true identity, but he was the crown prince of the Fonglei Empire. In the capital of the Fonglei Empire, Guijin has mastered various knowledge since he was a child and read a lot of books. But he knows nothing about the Baidang area. That's why he has been cooking in the Baidang area like learning. If they knew that Guijin was the crown prince, they might not dare to look for the commander of the army Guijin. Yang Hui was praised by his brothers, and he was very happy. He understood their thoughts. But, they all took Dong Lei's master-level equipment, and each of them got one, and they said quickly, "Let's go. Let's go again. If we find the commander of the army Guijin, we just need to tell Shifeng. And Shirfone said. Just tell the commander of the army Guijin that it was Shirfone who said it.
Other things, we don't dare to control it.
As for this commander of the army Guijin, it is impossible for him to kill us at will after we reveal our identities. This is not in line with the status of the Legion leader.
Let's go.
You are short-handed. If it were other game players, they would have found a piece of silver equipment in the never-sleeping city. Hurry up and help Brother Shirfone to find the trace of the missing Legion leader Guijin.
After hearing Yang Hui's words, the other players nodded one after another, indicating that they understood.
Then, a group of 5 people went to various places in the never-sleeping city to look for the figure of Legion leader Guijin.
Dong Lei walked alone into the white light area.
The white light area of the never-sleeping city was the most popular area. Now, since the undead army heard that they were going to attack, the entrance hall has gone from being crowded with people to being deserted. Many NPC game players quickly fled to the heart of the Wind and Thunder Empire. Now, there are still a few shops open, and they are still operating to satisfy customers' desire to cook. Dong Lei in his previous life still remembers that after the strong men of the Fonlei Empire defeated the army of the dead, this city that never sleeps was revived and became very popular. After all, in the game Chaos, there are not many places where gamers can find a happy place to try something new. You can feel the pleasure in the game and taste the difference between cooking here and the real world outside.
For NPCs, this is the place they dream of coming to. As long as they have money, they want to come here to cook.
When Dong Lei passed by the white light waitresses in these shops, they saw Dong Lei and shouted with their flowers.
Sir, would you like to eat the steamed buns we have here? What's so delicious about the buns? Please come this way. We have ingredients as big as durian here. You can cook rice in dishes with them. TSK. Sir, you look so handsome. It's cheaper to cook rice in dishes with us. Come on.
Let me show you what special ingredients we have in our store first.
You can consider whether you want to cook rice in dishes. The female owners of the store were also wearing heavy makeup, trying to pull Dong Lei into the store, so that he could choose ingredients and cook rice in dishes.
Dong Lei almost walked in several times, but he still resisted his desire and pushed away these female owners. Then, he concentrated on looking for the trace of Captain Guijin Jun alone. However, Dong Lei found that if he didn't walk into these stores, how could he know whether Captain Guijin Jun was in them? If it were Captain Guijin, he would not just stand at the door and watch in this white light area. Thinking of this, Dong Lei's appetite suddenly increased.
Moreover, Dong Lei rubbed his hands and smiled, as if he was very excited and happy.
In the reality outside, although Dong Lei is a standard second-generation rich. However, under the jurisdiction of his family, he has always restrained his thoughts. Every time he wants to cook, he will study obediently to improve his grades. Therefore, Dong Lei in 2 lives has not yet tried the joy of cooking, and knows nothing about kitchen things.
Today, Dong Lei has planned to try it in the game first.
What is this taste? Thinking of this, Dong Lei found a large store and wanted to walk in openly.
After all, Dong Lei was very rich in gold coins, so he didn't care about that.
The main issue was the ingredients.
The variety and characteristics of the ingredients in the big store would definitely make a perfect meal.
This store was called Happy Restaurant.
Dong Lei thought the name was pretty good, so he headed towards the Happy Restaurant.
The owner of the Happy Restaurant also saw Dong Lei coming, and all kinds of welcoming voices came one after another.
Welcome, welcome. Warm welcome. Sir, we have a lot of different dishes here, for you to choose from. At this moment, Dong Lei's face was also full of joy and excitement. Dong Lei wanted to taste the characteristics of this restaurant first before asking about the captain of the Guijin army.
As a result, as soon as Dong Lei stepped into the door of the Happy Restaurant, he looked up and saw a familiar figure. At this time, Commander Guijin Jun walked out of the store with a red head, a smiling face, and a weak leg. Behind him were several beautiful waitresses holding handkerchiefs, winking at Commander Guijin Jun and shouting loudly.
Master, please come more often in the future. You are still awesome at cooking. Yes. After you leave this time, I don't know how many days it will take to see you again. I have been addicted to your cooking these few days. When it comes to cooking, you are still awesome. In the dark, I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so shocking. At this moment, Commander Guijin Jun, who was originally smiling, met Don Lei's eyes and his face instantly withdrew his smile.
Suddenly, the two stood there and paused for several seconds. Later, Don Lei looked slightly embarrassed and said with a smile to Commander Guijin.
I said I came here to find you, do you believe it? Well. Commander Guijin was stunned for a moment and didn't know how to answer.
Ask yourself in this place, you said you came here to find me, General Slaughterpeak.
If it were you, General Slaughterpeak, would you believe it? What kind of area is this place? Don't you know, General Slaughterpeak? Ah. Do you know each other? Are you a regular customer? Did you introduce me here?
Hello, sir. Not only have I stayed here for so long, but I also called my brothers to come over.
There will be a big discount next time.
Young guest, please rest assured.
We are honest in our happy restaurant, and the price is easily negotiable.
At this time, the owner of Xingfu restaurant came over and mistakenly thought that Don Lei and Guijin were regular customers, so he hurriedly welcomed him and shouted loudly. Army Commander Don Lei and Guijin smiled awkwardly again, not knowing how to answer. Suddenly, 5 figures jumped down from the walls on both sides of the entrance to the Happy Inn, and quickly surrounded Commander Don Lei and Guijin. The leader in black robe raised his head, laughed heartily, and then looked directly at Army Commander Guijin.
Captain Guijin, I finally found you. Did you have a lot of fun in the white light area?
The other men in black robes around him, holding weapons in their hands, also laughed and mocked.
Guijin, today next year will be your death anniversary. That's right. Today, Guijin, you can't escape from our grasp. At this time, Guijin, you should not respond, the earth is not working. Commander Guijin looked indifferent and said to Don Lei in front of him. Sir, this way of looking for me makes me feel like you are really looking for me.
Don Lei shook his head helplessly, saying that Commander Guijin probably didn't believe him and came to find him. However, those who simply want to cook like crazy in this happy little restaurant are really incapable of making excuses.
Ah. 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 There is a killer. Help. We're going to kill someone. Run away, sisters. The waitresses and bosses in Xingfu Bistro screamed and ran into the bistro quickly. Sir? Xiaoyu, who are you?
The leader, the man in black robe, was not willing to pay attention to the waiters in the white-lit area, so they ran towards the small restaurant and entered. For, when they heard Captain Guijin actually say the word to the handsome young man in front of them, the 5 of them were quite surprised and shocked.
This young boy is actually the commander of the Guijin army?
It is conceivable that the commander in charge of clearing the undead army this time is the commander of the Guijin army in front of him.
Don Lei didn't have much free time, so he started talking to them. He first opened the panel and checked the information of these 5 people.
Evil Messenger Romance Det Si Duan Zhang Chun, Master Elite.
Level, 49. Level, Master Elite.
Blood Volume, 120W/120W. Physical Attack Power / Magic Attack Power, 15.34W 18.58W.
Defense, 54,621.
Skills, Duan Family Swordsmanship, Wuluwa Light Smoke Technique, Finger Flick Magic, Orchid Acupoint Technique.
Messenger Introduction, Evil Camp Leader, one of the powerful subordinates of the Lonely Sword Demon Linghu Song.
Evil Messenger Qing Yagao Hua Nan Shi Tai, Master Elite.
Level, 45. Level, Master Elite.
Blood Volume, 100W/100W. Physical Attack Power / Magic Attack Power, 10.11W 11.23W.
Defense, 45,221.
Skills, Double Spear Technique, Golden Snake Spear Technique, Slender Bamboo Technique, Spitting Chanting Like Pearls. Introduction of the Messenger, one of the subordinates of Lonely Sword Demon Linghu Song, a relatively beautiful girl in the evil camp.
Evil Messenger Show and Tanchi Honganton, Master Elite. Level, 45. Level, Master Elite.
Blood volume, 80W/80W.
Physical attack power / magic attack power, 8W11W. Defense, 32,155.
Skills, Dragon Mind Technique, Bone Transformation Power, Kong Ming Fist Technique, Bitter Sea of Power. Introduction of the Messenger, one of the subordinates of Lonely Sword Demon Linghutsong, possessing powerful strength. The Evil Messenger, the Unforgivable Blood Knife Old Man, Master Elite.
Level, 43. Level, Master Elite.
Blood volume, 80W/80W.
Physical attack power / magic attack power, 8W11W. Defense, 32,155.
Skills, Blood Knife Technique, Bloodthirsty Mad Technique, Blood Sea Magic, Huafuwu Fist. Introduction of the Messenger, one of the subordinates of Lonely Sword Demon Linghutsong, with excellent swordsmanship and powerful strength.
Evil Messenger Ouyang Ku, Master Elite. Level, 40. Level, Master Elite.
Blood volume, 80W/80W.
Physical attack power / magic attack power, 8W11W. Defense, 32,155.
Skills, Toad Magic, Spirit Snake Magic Circle, Saint Snowpalm, Crane Magic.
Introduction of the Messenger, one of the subordinates of Lonely Sword Demon Linghutsong, the private man of the evil strong Ouyang Feng. Who am I? Do I want to tell you?
Don Lei turned around, inspected the 5 men in black robes surrounding him, and then continued.
Do you want to know? I won't tell you. Ha ha ha.
Lord Slaughter Peak Warlord.
They still want to know your name. Commander Guijin behind him laughed and said after hearing Dong Lei's ridicule.
Then, the 5 men in black robes present all had colons on their foreheads, and they didn't know what to say.
In their opinion, Commander Guijin is afraid of being stupid, right? Tell them Dong Lei's name directly.
Dong Lei turned around, glanced at Army Commander Guijin, and shook his head helplessly, not knowing whether it was right to save him.
Humph. Guijin, you will definitely die today. Here, we can let you go, but you can leave first. Duan Zhengchun, the leader of the romantic debts, looked at Dong Lei coldly and suddenly said.
He did not intend to conflict with Dong Lei, but his current idea was to kill the commander of the Guijin army.
Moreover, the position of Lord Warlord should be quite strong in terms of strength, not so easy to deal with.
Also, if the romantic debt species Duan Zhengchun knew that Dong Lei had destroyed the evil saint altar of their master Lonely Sword Demon Linghutsong,
then, the 5 of them would also want to kill Dong Lei on the spot. That's right. Little, let's let you go, get out of here. Well. The one we want to kill is Guijin. What is your relationship with him? That's it for today.
You don't want to tell us, but this stupid Guijin has already told you, get out.
War General? That's a high position, right? If you don't get out, I'll turn you into a war dog today. The other 4 people, the elegant and noble Nancy Tai, Shou Yushianki Hong Antong, the evil old man with the blood knife, and the handsome Oyanka, also shouted at Dong Lei. General Shifeng. You have to protect me.
Leader Guijin moved a few steps, stood close behind Dong Lei, and said tremblingly.
Without you, I can't do it.
Guijin knew the strength of these 5 black-robed men, and it shouldn't be that simple. Moreover, they came here specifically to kill him, so they were not so easy to deal with. Now, with the help of General Shifeng, he still believed that he could deal with them.
Guijin, I told you I came to find you, don't you believe me now? I came here to save you. Dong Lei turned around, patted Guijin's shoulder, and said earnestly. Believe it. Believe it.
Leader Guijin nodded and bowed, nodded vigorously, and laughed.
Stinky little bastard. No matter what position you hold, if you don't leave, you'll die. Instantly, Duan Jingchuan's face changed and he shouted angrily. Do it. Instantly, 5 black-robed men, Duan Jingchun, the elegant and noble Nancy Tai, Shou Yushianki Hong Antong, the evil old man with the blood knife, and the handsome Oyanka all raised their weapons and attacked Dong Lei and Legion Commander Guijin.
However, the mentally retarded man in Dong Lei's hand had taken the lead and released 8 terrible rays of light. These 8, LV-10 hurricane calling wind, were released and attacked the 5 black-robed men who were rushing over. From Dong Lei's center position, except for the direction of the commander Guijin, 8 powerful whirlwinds gathered and blasted out. It made it impossible for the 5 black-robed men including Duan Jingchun to get close to Dong Lei and the commander Guijin.
Moreover, these 8 whirlwinds directly blew up the roof, and the tiles flew everywhere, which was very conspicuous in the city that never sleeps.
Duan Jingchun, Xingye Gaohua, Nancy Tai and other 5 black-robed men were blown away by these 8 whirlwinds. The 5 black-robed men flew up into the sky, and flew farther and farther before falling heavily to the ground. And, on their heads, terrifying numbers appeared.
Boom! 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 -61W. -60W. -63W. -59W. -62W. General Shifeng, you are too strong, aren't you?
Leader Guijin held his weapon in one hand and covered his mouth with the other, his face full of dull expressions. After looking at the 5 black-robed men flying out, he continued to look confused, and couldn't believe the scene in front of him.
It's simple. Dong Lei shook the big idiot staff in his hand and said lightly. At this time, the 5 black-robed men, Duan Jingchun, the elegant Gaohua Jonan Sitai, Shou Yushianki Hongantong, the evil old man with the blood knife, and the handsome Oyanka, fell to the ground. They stood up one after another, screaming and shouting, and rushed towards Dong Lei and Guijin again. Stinky boy, what secret method do you have? I will definitely kill you tomorrow.
I didn't expect that you would come up with this trick, die. Today, you and Guijin will both die under our swords.
You are wrong. Boy, tomorrow, you will be the one and I will not be the one.
As the 5 black-robed men came to kill, Dong Lei shook his head and sighed.
Hey! You all want to die so badly. Then I will grant your wish. I will be the only one alive today, and you all have to go. Die!
Dong Lei took out the Hex Devil gun in his other hand, and both weapons released strong and dazzling light at the same time. Then, under the cooling effect of the great retarded staff, 16 rays of light were blasted out.
Together with the
8 rays of light from the Hex Devil gun, a total of 24 rays of light attacked the 5 black-robed men.
Swish! 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 Swish!
At this time, the 5 people, Duan Jingchun, Xingye Gaohua Jonan Sitai, Shou Yushianki Hongantong, Shiba Xiaoxuedo Old Man, and Handsome Liank, also wanted to use their skills to attack Dong Lei. Suddenly, the 5 of them found that their skills were silenced. Moreover, they also found that their speed had slowed down a lot. Suddenly, the faces of the 5 people, Duan Jingchun, Xingye Gaohua Jonan Sitai, Shou Yushianki Hongantong, Shiba Xiaoxuedo Old Man, and Handsome Liank, changed drastically, and they all knew what to do at once. But they still ran towards Dong Lei and Guijin. Even if there are no skills and moves, there are still ordinary attack damage situations. As long as the silence is over, the skills can still be used.
That's right.
Dong Lei's passive skill, LV-10 Fatal Silence, passive, as long as the ordinary attack or skill attacks the enemy, it can silence the enemy for 120 seconds and slow down the movement speed by 5%. Therefore, the 5 people including Duan Jingchun, Xingye, Gaohua, Jonan, and Shirtai appeared in such a state, and they could not use their tricks. When Duan Jingchun, Xingye, Gaohua, Jonan, and Shirtai were shocked, they looked up and found 24 rays of light attacking them because they were close to Dong Lei and Guijin. What's more, Duan Jingchun, Xingye, Gaohua, Jonan, and Shirtai's faces turned pale from shock, and they stopped immediately.
What is this? Ah! Is this true? Wow! Damn! What is this? It's over, we're done. Ah! This person is really powerful. Too scary. How can Guijin kill him?
In front of them, every ray of light was very bright. The sword light attacked them, and they were already slowed down. And the sharpness and terrible speed of the sword light made them, Duan Jingchun, Xingye Gaohua, Jonan Sitai and other 5 people, have no time to react.
Boom! 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 86W, 90W, 87W, 85W.
This time, Dong Lei used the skill to snatch the skill from the evil messenger Zui Hunduming Wichendachang. At present, the skill with the greatest damage is LV10 Deadly Sword skill.
And the subsequent evil saint skills are not as strong as this skill.
After all, the effect of this LV10 Deadly Sword skill can release a strong sword light, which can increase the damage of the enemy by 3,410%. In an instant, the 5 people including Duan Jingchun, Xingye Gaohua, Jonan Sitai, etc. fell to the ground and died without any signs of movement. This, wow, ah. Gui Jin showed an unbelievable look on his face, pointing at Duan Jingchun, Xingye Gaohua, Jonan Sitai, etc. in the distance, and then pointing at Dong Lei, speaking stutteringly. Gui Jin couldn't imagine the scene just now at the beginning. Dong Lei could directly summon 8 whirlwinds to attack the 5 black-robed people.
Now, you can actually use weapons with both hands? And, it can also send out 24 moves? Too scary. Gui Jin once thought he was dreaming.
He had never seen such a terrifying sight, and he saw 2 of them in one day. Then, Gui Jin rubbed his eyes frantically and patted his thighs. Finally, he proved that he was not dreaming.
General Shifeng, I admire you very much. I admire you very much. The stuttering Commander Gui Jin praised Dong Lei.
Dong Lei was not willing to take care of Gui Jin, so he rushed towards the 5 black-robed men. At this moment, a series of system voices came out beside Dong Lei's ears. You succeeded in killing evil messenger Feng Liuzuan Zhong Duan Jingchun, Master Elite, and you gained 201W experience points, 5 attribute points, and 15W military value. Congratulations on triggering the random 100-fold increase. You gained 133.5 million experience points, 520 attribute points, and 1565W military value. You succeeded in killing evil messenger chasing souls and taking life Wuchen Thief, Master Elite. You get 180W experience points, 3 attribute points, and 13W military value. Congratulations on triggering the random 100-fold increase. You get 115.2 million experience points, 321 attribute points, and 1388W military value. You successfully killed evil messenger soul chaser Wuchen Thief, Master Elite. You get 175W experience points, 3 attribute points, and 12W military value. Congratulations on triggering the random 100-fold increase. You get 113.2 million experience points, 322 attribute points, 1231W military value. You succeeded in killing evil messenger soul chaser Wuchen Thief, Master Elite. You get. Congratulations, the talent skill is triggered and the random 100-fold increase is triggered. You get evil messenger Feng Ludet Duan Jingchun, Master Elite, all skills, Duan family swordsmanship, 5 Luo light smoke method, finger flicking magic method, orchid point method. Congratulations, the talent skill is triggered and the random 100-fold increase is triggered. You get evil messenger Qingye Gaohua Jonan Sitai, Master Elite, all skills, dual gun method, golden snake gun method, slender bamboo method, spitting like pearls. Congratulations, the random 100-fold amplification is triggered under the skill of the gift, and you have obtained all the skills of Evil Messenger Show and Chi Hong Anton, Master Elite, Dragon Heart Technique, Bone Neon, Empty Boxing, Bitter Sea Impossible. Congratulations, the random 100-fold amplification is triggered under the skill of the gift, and you have obtained all the skills of Evil Messenger 10 Evil Blood Knife Old Man, Master Elite. While listening to the system voices, Dong Lei began to touch the corpse and pick up things. Congratulations on triggering the random 100-fold amplification. You have obtained Feng Lu Sword, Legendary Level. Congratulations on triggering the random 100-fold amplification. You have obtained Dragon Staff, Master Level. Congratulations on triggering the random 100-fold amplification. You have obtained Tyr Taiyin Spear, Master Level. Congratulations on triggering the random 100x amplification. You got gold coins, *2000W. Congratulations on triggering the random 100x amplification. You got 10 times experience book, *110. Congratulations. As Dong Lei picked up the things, he looked into the package to see what was inside. After glancing at it for a few times, Dong Lei sighed. Ah.
It's still the same, there's nothing good.
The best Fenlu sword, legendary, is not something that a mage like him can use. Even if he can become a dual class in the later stages of the game, he doesn't want to be a warrior. After all, his attribute points are all intelligence, and the other class must be a priest. At this time, the last system voice made Dong Lei's eyes light up, and he quickly opened his legion information. Congratulations, you have obtained a military value of more than 500 million.
You have been promoted to a top-level general with 1 diamond. Legion. Official rank, 1 diamond top general. Current special powers.
1. Have the power to accept 1 diamond top general missions. 2. Have the power of war, absolute command rights, can command all generals and legion leaders with lower ranks than oneself. 3. Have the army, limited to 150,000 people. 4. Killing NPC/players who are determined to be seriously guilty will not be punished and receive criminal value. Limited to 500,000 points, more than can offset the criminal value with gold coins.
The top level of the general is a huge leap from the general level. There are only 2 top generals in the Fenlu Empire.
Now, with the addition of Dong Lei, there is only 1 top general. As long as Dong Lei wins over a top general, he can start a war against other empires at any time. At this time, groups of soldiers from the never-sleeping city rushed to this place. The sound caused by Dong Lei's skill just now was still quite loud. After all, the roof of the happy restaurant was blown off. When the soldiers saw that it was Dong Lei and Corps Commander Guijin, their faces looked a little strange. After all, they couldn't imagine that the general and the corps commander would come to this white light area.
This is a place for cooking. What are the identities of the 2 of you? You actually came here.
But they still quickly protected Dong Lei and Corps Commander Guijin, and quickly checked the surrounding situation. At this time, Guijin learned for the first time through his corps commander that Dong Lei had reached the level of a top general with 1 diamond.
Suddenly, Guijin's face was shocked. He was so unreasonable to Dong Lei just now. Dong Lei's current top general status can order soldiers to kill him at any time without anyone's instructions and orders. Because he is one of the top generals of the Fenlu Empire. Your subordinate Guijin greets the top general Shifeng. Instantly, Guijin knelt on 1 knee and shouted loudly to Shifeng. The other soldiers were also very surprised, but they also knelt on 1 knee and shouted loudly. Greetings to the top general.
As a top general, he would be treated like this. All the army commanders and generals of the Fenlu Empire would kneel on 1 knee to salute him when they met him. Including the king of the Fenlu Empire, he had to be polite to Dong Lei when he saw him.
Get up. Dong Lei waved his hand and said lazily.
After Guijin and the soldiers stood up, Dong Lei changed the subject and shouted loudly. I and Army Commander Guijin are here to investigate. And we have found out that this black-robed man belongs to the evil empire.
Now I have executed them all. You should keep a close watch on the never-sleeping city. Don't let any ghosts, farts, and bugs come in casually. Then, Dong Lei turned to Guijin and spoke earnestly. Guijin. You are not a kid anymore. Don't run around. Stay in the military headquarters of the never-sleeping city. Don't go to the never-sleeping city. If you want to wander around in the never-sleeping city, you must bring enough soldiers with you. After all, many people want to see your body. After Dong Lei explained it so clearly, the face of the army commander Guijin turned pale. It seems that this group of hateful evil people are going to let him die. Indeed, if Dong Lei hadn't been at the scene just now, the dead people would not be them alone. It would be him, Guijin. I understand. I will go back to the military headquarters of the never-sleeping city now. Leader Guijin clasped his hands together, nodded and bowed, and then led the soldiers to quickly leave the white light area. At this time, Dong Lei saw a black shadow flash by, and no one saw it except him. So Dong Lei chased after it, and Dong Lei's speed was not slower than the black shadow. Moreover, Dong Lei's two-handed weapons gradually glowed with light, ready to attack at any time. When the black shadow saw Dong Lei chasing after him, and his weapon also emitted an attack, the black shadow immediately stopped and shouted in a delicate voice. Wait. We are one of them.
Dong Lei saw the black shadow stop, and was about to attack, but heard a woman's voice.
And, you said we are one of them?
As Dong Lei approached, he saw the appearance of the woman, which made him a little dazed and surprised, and he couldn't help rolling his throat a few times. If Daphne is a woman with a cool and cold figure and a devilishly hot body,
then this person is extremely tall, light, and looks dignified and elegant.
Her black hair is like lacquer, her skin is like jade, her eyes are beautiful, and her smiles reveal an indescribable charm. Like a budding peony, beautiful but not coquettish, gorgeous but not vulgar, charming and incomparable. Dong Lei felt that this was simply a world apart from the special ingredients in
the Baidang area of the never-sleeping city.
Soon, through his past life memories, Dong Lei knew that the woman in front of him was indeed his own. Her true identity is one of the top swordsmen in the Fonlei Empire. Her name is Tang Tingbai, and she is actually a king level, very unusual and terrifying. In the game, after the warrior's job transfer in the early stage, there are 4 professions: swordsman, gunner, and hammerman.
Fortunately, I didn't attack just now, otherwise there might be a fierce fight.
Dong Lei knew that it would be very difficult to defeat Tang Tingbai. After all, his current strength is only invincible below that of a king, but facing someone at the level of a king, it is not easy for him to defeat him. On Dong Lei's interface, he searched for Tang Tingbai's information.
Tang Tingbai, King Level Sect. Grade? Level, Quasi-King Level Sect. Blood Volume? Physical Attack Power / Magic Attack Power? Defense? Skill? Character Introduction: the top swordsman of the Fonlei Empire, with terrible strength, kind personality, unstable, excellent swordsmanship, and often disappears. That's right. We are our own people, he he. Dong Lei quickly retracted his 2 weapons, scratched his head, and said can.
He didn't intend to offend a king-level swordsman and cause trouble for himself. With Dong Lei's memories, it became clearer that Tang Tingbai had single-handedly rushed into the dark cellar and caused chaos inside. He even killed an emperor-level warrior from the evil camp and became famous in one battle. Tang Tingbai looked at Dong Lei, who was so pragmatic, and burst into laughter. It made Dong Lei feel a little hungry and thirsty, and even wanted to cook like crazy.
Well, I actually came here to save Commander Guijin.
Tang Tingbai also felt that her laughter just now was a little embarrassing, so she quickly changed the topic. Someone gave me a generous offer, something I couldn't refuse, and asked me to take care of Guijin.
Yeah, I didn't expect Guijin to run into this place, which made me react a step slower. But luckily you came over and saved him. Thanks.
At this time, Dong Lei heard the sound of the system. System prompt: your favorability with Tang Tingbai increases by 50%. Congratulations, you triggered a random 100-fold increase, and your favorability with Tang Tingbai increased by 5,640%. Dong Lei hadn't said thank you yet, and it was time for him to do what he needed to do. At this time, Tang Tingbai continued to speak.
Do you want to go to my temporary residence and sit for a while? Tang Tingbai in front of her looked shy. At this moment, the way Tang Tingbai looked at Dong Lei was even more different than before.
She looked a bit like a little girl, with her hands folded and her face flushed, looking very shy.
Okay.
Dong Lei showed an excited smile, almost rubbing his hands like before when he stepped into the happy house.
He was so excited that he did not enter Xingfu restaurant to cook.
Instead, he followed the swordsman to her home. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at Tang Tingbai's residence, which was a courtyard residence.
The 2 of them didn't even push the door, they just climbed over the wall and went in.
It seems that Tang Tingbai is quite lazy, and Dong Lei doesn't have the key either.
I can only follow and climb over the wall. Wait for me here. Tang Tingbai entered her room and asked Dong Lei to wait for her. This disappoints Dong Lei. I came here with you to cook. Now, you just kicked me out? You enter your own room. This is not what I want to see.
At this moment, Tang Tingbai changed from black clothes to her own clothes and came out, letting Dong Lei feast his eyes. The upper body is wearing a sleeveless khaki satin embroidered luaha cloak with folded branches and peony flowers, and the lower body is a light bean green 8-character needle A treasure cloud pattern.
Brocade loose flower skirt.
She was wearing a beige gauze dress with falling flowers and flowing water, and her ears were hung with silk-filled marrow earrings. The long and slender hands are wearing emerald peacock bracelets, and the slim waist is gracefully tied with scattered black rui fringed silk ribbons.
Sorry, will you give me a costume show at the beginning? Then, do you want to cook? Donglei's saliva almost flowed out, and he quickly wiped it off with his arm to prevent Tang Tingbai from seeing it.
At this time, with tears in her eyes, Tang Tingbai raised her hands and handed a notebook to Donglei.
This? What is this? Stop crying. What's going on?
Donglei was stunned for a moment, a little confused.
Wasn't it good at the beginning? I haven't even started cooking with you, and you're crying? Why did you give me a notebook? Could it be? Is this the way to cook rice?
Donglei has heard that when you go to a white-lit area to cook, you can choose between a set meal and a style.
Yes, why are you crying? Could it be? Is there anything you don't want to do? Then you can say it. I'm not someone who wants to try everything. It seems that I can try everything.
Forget it, I hate girls crying the most, so forget it if you don't want it. Thinking of this, Donglei still reached out and took the notebook. Suddenly, Donglei heard the sound of the system.
Do you accept going to the dark cellar to find Tang Tingbai's pet Kata duck, SSS? Donglei was stunned for a moment. This is what he dared to do. Later, Donglei chose to accept it. Your mission accepted.
Anyway, I still have to go to the dark cellar to complete 5 job transfer missions, so I just want to help find him.
Donglei first quickly opened the panel and looked at the content of this task.
Go to the dark cellar and find Tang Tingbai's pet Kota duck, SSS.
Level, SSS.
Task description, go to the dark cellar, find Tang Tingbai's pet Kota duck, and give it to Tang Tingbai.
Task 1, find the pet Kota duck, 0 out of 1. Task time, none.
Task reward. 1. Increase Tang Tingbai's favorability by 200%. 2. Order Tang Tingbai to do one thing as long as it does not violate the interests of the Fonlei Empire. 3. Get Tang Tingbai's ice silk tile leggings, king level.
Ice silk tile leggings, king level? Even if I take it, I dare to wear it.
When Donglei saw this king-level equipment, he shook his head, sighed, and muttered to himself. At this time, Donglei closed the task panel and opened this small book.
The above is Tang Tingbai's painting of her pet Kota duck. The appearance of this Kota duck is very similar to the facial features of a duck. Its body is all yellow, its eyes have very small pupils, and its beak is flat.
In addition, there are 3 black hairs on its head, and its limbs are short and thick. A short tail and webbed feet, with both hands holding its head, are quite cute.
When I met you, I felt that we were acquaintances. This is my pet Kota duck, it's gone. I want you to help me find my pet Kota duck. Will you help me?
Tears from Tang Tingbai's eyes slid down her face, and she looked pitiful and pleaded with Donglei.
Of course. Your pet is so cute. And you are so beautiful. I will definitely find a way to help you find it.
Donglei smiled, stretched out his hand to wipe Tang Tingbai's tears, and said comfortingly.
Anyway, since he has accepted the task, Donglei will definitely help find the Kota duck.
After all, he also wanted to see if the ice silk leg guards could be used.
Many people don't seem to like this short story, so I won't update it. Please give me your recommendation votes and monthly votes. This is the king level. Ah! You are so nice.
Instantly, Tang Tingbai hugged Donglei with both hands, very excited and grateful. Tang Tingbai did not expect that Donglei would agree to find his pet. This was beyond her expectation. After all, the dark cellar is not a good place.
There are countless dark beasts inside.
And their terrifying strength is not comparable here. So, Tang Tingbai was very happy and excited after Donglei agreed. Immediately, she made such a move to hug Donglei.
After Donglei felt Tang Tingbai's excitement, he couldn't help but touch the hair on Tang Tingbai's forehead and smiled.
When Dong Lei looked at Tang Tingbai's stunning face, he was also a little excited and looked at her carefully. At this moment, Dong Lei seemed to be in the chaos game, full of longing for a better life. At this time, the voice of the system came out beside Dong Lei's ear, making him show a naughty expression.
System prompt, you get a 300% increase in Tang Tingbai's favorability.
Congratulations, triggering a random 100-fold increase, you get a 9.55% increase in Tang Tingbai's favorability. Tang Tingbai's favorability for you has reached the extreme.
It can't be improved anymore. As long as you want something, Tang Tingbai will agree. In an instant, Dong Lei smiled and said softly after hearing the system voice. Tang Tingbai, you look very beautiful.
Tang Tingbai was shy and blushed when Dong Lei said this suddenly, and responded in a low voice.
Accompanied by Dong Lei and Tang Tingbai.
From the game, virtual and reality still give Dong Lei different feelings. On the morning of the first day, Dong Lei had a full meal and wanted to leave Tang Tingbai's courtyard residence. The black-robed men who wanted to kill Captain Guojin had been killed by him. And Captain Guojin had returned to his own military headquarters. Next time, he will definitely not be alone. After all, Captain Guojin will never walk around alone again. In Dong Lei's opinion, this Captain Guojin was probably scared. But he had written a letter to the king of the Fonlei Empire, begging himself to stay away from the city that never sleeps. It's better to go back to the capital. Captain Guojin definitely doesn't want to stay here. After all, there are too many people in the evil camp who want to kill him. Dong Lei's idea is right. At this time, Commander Guojin was writing a letter to King Fonlei, asking him to command others. He Guojin Wu. And, there is a king-level person like Tang Tingbai protecting him. As long as Commander Guojin listens to him and does not go out of the city that never sleeps, there should be no big problem. And in Dong Lei's opinion, Commander Guojin should not sneak to the white light area alone. Besides, he also knows that his life is precious. After all, he is also a person who has experienced it. After trying the fun of cooking, he understands the preciousness of life even more. At this time, Dong Lei wanted to go to the dark cellar, and there was nothing else to do. He still had to go quickly to complete his first job transfer task, and help his woman Tang Tingbai find her pet Koda duck. Where are you going? Don't leave me. At this time, Tang Tingbai held Dong Lei's hand, her face was panicked, and she pleaded nervously. At this moment, Tang Tingbai was not like that cold-top swordsman. She looked like a little girl, full of panic and worry when she saw her husband going to the war. After all, Tang Tingbai could not forget this man. Now, looking at Dong Lei's way of leaving, Tang Tingbai felt a little lost and nervous. She didn't want to leave Dong Lei at all, and wanted to follow Dong Lei closely. Even if it was something she promised, she had to protect Commander Guojin Jun. If Commander Guojin Jun asked him to die, he would die. She just had to stay with Dong Lei. Without Dong Lei, Tang Tingbai felt that she couldn't live. Dong Lei was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Tang Tingbai, who had eaten so much food yesterday, would not get up so early. Dong Lei turned around, stroked Tang Tingbai's nose with his hand, kissed her forehead, and said with a smile. I can't stay here forever. I have things to do, and I have to help you find your pet. And you must also keep an eye on Commander Guojin. After all, he is my commander in this mission, so it's better not to die. Another thing, if you can't defeat the enemy, you should run away quickly. Your life is more precious to me than Commander Guojin. Tang Tingbai was shy when Dong Lei said this, and her face turned red in an instant, looking embarrassed. Now Dong Lei actually said such love words to her. Tang Tingbai has been wandering all her life and has never heard such love words. This made her like Dong Lei even more. Then, Tang Tingbai let go of her hand and told Dong Lei to leave. It doesn't matter if my pet Koda duck is not found. As long as you are here. After all, the pet Psyduck, which is now ranked first in Tang Tingbai's heart, still needs to be found. However, Tang Tingbai's only and first thing now has changed from Psyduck to Dong Lei. If Dong Lei knew, he would probably smile foolishly and feel helpless. Compared with the pet Coda duck, he seemed to be a pet himself, or a cute Coda. When Dong Lei heard what Tang Tingbai said, his appetite was opened and he wanted to start cooking.
And Tang Tingbai didn't have any equipment yet.
It made Dong Lei's mouth dry, his throat rolled several times, and he kept swallowing saliva.
With strong willpower, Dong Lei turned around and said softly with his back to Tang Tingbai.
Tang Tingbai, take good care of yourself. I'll tell you again, if you can save me, then save me.
If you can't, forget it. Then, Dong Lei pushed the door open and quickly closed it, then quickly left Tang Tingbai's residence and headed for the dark cellar. The dark cellar is not so easy to enter.
After all, the dark cellar belongs to a terrible place, between the Wind and Thunder Empire and the Fire and Sun Empire, the Fu Empire, and the Water and Imperial Empire.
Each empire is guarded outside the dark cellar.
The strange beasts in the dark cellar are very difficult to deal with. They must be strictly controlled to prevent the strange beasts in the dark cellar from running into their empires and signaling destruction. So, other game players, including many Legion commanders and generals, will not enter the dark cellar at will.
Unless you kill some elite monsters and get the dark cellar transmission access. Or through some personal connections, you can also get in. After all, if you want to die, the soldiers guarding the place will not stop you. Money is more important to them.
However, for Dong Lei, it is still very simple. After all, he is a top-level warrior. There are only 3 top warriors in Fenglai Empire, and he is one of them. However, compared to the other 2 people, Dong Lei still ranks 3rd. Dong Lei Kai is a top warrior with 1 diamond, and the other 2 are a top warrior with 5 diamonds and the other is a top warrior with diamond. They are all men of great merit, all with white hair. After Dong Lei pushed open the gate of the courtyard, he summoned his Mount 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger. He, a top warrior, can roam around on his mount in any city without any restrictions.
When Dong Lei left the Nightless City riding 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger General.
At this time, Dong Lei opened his panel and saw many message colons flashing. Dong Lei patted his head and knew without much thought that the news was from Yang Hui and others.
Last night, after dealing with the 5 men in black robes, Tang Tingbai went to cook.
He had forgotten that Yang Hui and his 5 men were helping him find Commander Guijin last night.
Dong Lei opened the message and took a few glances. Brother Shifeng, we finally found Commander Guijin, and he is now inside the Evernight City military headquarters. Brother Shifeng. Found it. Commander Guijin seems to be coming from the direction of the white light area of Night City. Didn't you find it?
Xiafeng, come here quickly, we are guarding Commander Guijin at the entrance of the military department.
I'm Yang Hui. I'm Yang Hui. Is Brother Shifeng here? We have found Commander Guijin. Brother, where are you?
Dong Lei looked at each of his friends and sent dozens of messages, all with almost the same meaning. They saw Commander Guijin at the military headquarters last night.
Moreover, he has been squatting outside the entrance of the military headquarters, waiting for Dong Lei's arrival. Afterwards, Dong Lei rode the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger and quickly rushed towards the military headquarters of the Nightless City.
When Yang Hui and others saw that Dong Lei was riding a mount and was not restricted by the game, they were all shocked, with expressions of obsession and admiration on their faces.
Xiafeng, you have reached the top level of warrior?
After Yang Hui saw Dong Lei, he looked incredulous and asked in a stuttering voice. When Yang Hui and the other 5 learned about Dong Lei's personal words, they had already reached the position of top warriors. The 5 of them were extremely shocked.
This is a top warrior. The 5 Yang Hui people now are just soldiers. Wow! Brother Shifeng, you are so awesome. You are so awesome. I admire you so much. I hope Brother Feng will give you more help. If you need Brother's help in reality, feel free to mention it. I still have some strength in reality. The 5 of us are still soldiers. Great God Slayer, you have reached the top level of a general. Take it seriously. Later, if the military department has any good missions or good news, please tell me more about it. Ha ha ha.
Suddenly, Yang Hui and the other 5 people started chattering. their faces facing Dong Lei with expressions of admiration. Dong Leilu smiled and said to Yang Hui and the other 5.
Commander Guojin is at the military headquarters, I already know this. Something happened last night, I'm sorry I didn't reply to you. Give. Dong Lei waved his hand again and threw 5 pieces of master-level equipment. Yang Hui and the others' eyes suddenly lit up and they quickly caught them.
And quickly equipped it to his body, with a satisfied look on his face.
When Dong Lei came over, he already knew their occupations through their friends' information. So, randomly took out their professional equipment from the package. Then, when he got to them, he threw it to them. Where is it? Thank you, Brother Shifeng, I'll wait for you for 2 days. That's right.
Brother Shifeng, just say something and let us search all the cities.
In just one night, we understand something, we understand it. He. No need to explain, we are brothers. Thank you, big brother, for the master-level equipment. In Yang Hui's view, another piece of master-level equipment was added in one night. It smells so good. Now, there should be nothing going on in the Evernight City. I'm going to the Dark Vault. You can go over to Esso Swamp to brush off the undead army soldiers. There are a large number of players and soldiers led by Commander Daphne over there. When you go there, you can tell me that it was my order, and you can join.
After Dong Lei gave advice to Yang Hui and the other 5 people, he wanted to rush towards the dark cellar. Yang Hui and the other 5 thanked Dong Lei again. They were extremely excited and wanted to go to Rieso Swamp.
Afterwards, Dong Lei and Yang Hui arrived at the gate of the Nightless City.
When the soldiers stationed at the gate of Evernight City discovered Dong Lei, they all knelt on one knee and shouted loudly.
Meet the top warrior.
The loud voice attracted the attention of many game players and other NPCs in the city that never sleeps. In fact, when Dong Lei rode on the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger, he had already attracted everyone's attention. At this time, when they heard that the man in front of them was actually a top-level warrior, they all showed incredible expressions. Afterwards, many game players and NPCs started to communicate with each other.
What? Top-level warrior? I said, how could he ride in the never-sleeping city? Is this person a game player like us? How could he be? He must be an NPC top-level warrior. But I don't know what his identity is. Yes. But it seems that I can't see it through the panel. Why is that? Can you see the top-level warrior? By the way, shouldn't the 2 top-level warriors of the Wind and Thunder Empire be in the capital of the Wind and Thunder Empire? What does it mean? It means that the never-sleeping city is about to be in danger. Brothers, hurry up. Get out of here. Dong Lei and Yang Hui and the other 5 arrived at the gate of the never-sleeping city and just said goodbye.
Dong Lei wanted to ride the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger to the never-sleeping city, while Yang Hui and the other 5 wanted to go to the Eso Swamp to kill the undead army, upgrade their level, and obtain military value and equipment. Just as Dong Lei rode the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger to the never-sleeping city and rushed to the dark cellar. But not long after Dong Lei rushed, he heard a series of system voices in his ears, which made Dong Lei's face change drastically. World announcement: the never-sleeping city in the west of the Wind and Thunder Empire is about to be attacked by the undead army. Players of the Wind and Thunder Empire, please go to the never-sleeping city to support and eliminate it. Defending the never-sleeping city will get rich rewards, please pay attention to it. When the players of the Wind and Thunder Empire heard this world announcement, the chat channel was scrolling frantically again. What? The never-sleeping city in the west of the Wind and Thunder Empire is going to be attacked by the undead army? I won't go and die. I finally got a silver equipment, and I'll cry to death if it explodes. Damn! My equipment is not complete yet, you want me to go to support? Brother, please be kind. Give me 100,000 gold coins so that I can go to support through the transmission axis. Otherwise, I can't reach the never-sleeping city after running through the map for 2 days and 2 nights. Ah? Is there a war again? I'm afraid. I'm a priest and won't go. There are only ants in this game. Brothers, let's go to the never-sleeping city.
Here's the chance to earn a lot of military value. Fuck, I've been holding my pee for 30 hours, and I'm about to pee. No matter what, let's rush to the never-sleeping city first. Dong Lei rode the Star Thunder Flame Tiger, turned around and quickly returned to the never-sleeping city at the speed of a train. You can't say that. Let's go back to the never-sleeping city to defend against the undead army first. At the same time, the Legion commanders who were assigned by Guijin to clear the location map had all arrived at the Rieso swamp. Leaders Daphne, Li Macho, and Zhou Badong commanded the NPC soldiers to clear the undead army. At this time, they suddenly found a large number of undead armies coming towards them. In addition, there were several groups of undead smelly black robe mages and several tooth-watching demons. As a result, the 3 Legion commanders led the army to retreat quickly towards the never-sleeping city. And the soldiers under Dong Lei were the game players, who fled the fastest under the badge of brute force. Far ahead of the 3 Legion commanders and their soldiers, much faster than the black-scaled warhorse. Leaders Daphne, Li Macho, and Zhou Badong were all stunned and shocked. Just watching the gamers disappear into the sky, the first team arrived in the never-sleeping city. When Dong Lei arrived in the never-sleeping city, Legion Commander Guijin was already in the never-sleeping city with his soldiers. And there was a beautiful figure not far away, watching. In the entire never-sleeping city, according to the news report, everyone knew that the never-sleeping city was facing an attack by the undead. Originally, the remaining large number of NPC residents, waiters and bosses in the white light area packed their luggage, dragged their families, and quickly fled to the central part of the Wind and Thunder Empire. In general, some gamers who came to cook and eat paid gold coins in various small restaurants in the white light area, spent the teleportation axes, and fled. They came here to have fun, not to fight and kill. In this chaos game, they just want to live a comfortable life and experience different funs. In the entire city that never sleeps, only the soldiers of the Wind and Thunder Empire and some gamers came to support. In addition, there are Dong Lei, Captain Guijin, Tang Tingbai, and others. When Captain Guijin saw Dong Lei, he rushed down to the city, knelt on one knee, and shouted, "Greetings, Top General. No need to be polite." Guijin, as the commander of this battle, quickly deployed defenses in the never-sleeping city. Resisting the attack of the undead army is the most critical thing. Dong Lei raised his hand, waved it, asked everyone to stand up, and shouted to Guijin. "Yes. Then I will go to command the deployment." Leader Guijin stood up, responded quickly to Dong Lei's instructions, and rushed to the city again. He commanded the soldiers to arrange defensive fortifications. Dong Lei looked at the beautiful figure on the roof in the distance, waved his hand, and rode the Star Thunder Flame Tiger over. Soon, Dong Lei met Tang Tingbai again. "Shifeng, aren't you going to the Dark Cellar?" Tang Tingbai's face showed surprise, jumped down from the roof to Dong Lei, and said happily, "Isn't the never-sleeping city facing an attack? We still have to defend the never-sleeping city. It seems that the time to go to the Dark Cellar needs to be delayed." Dong Lei scratched his head, smiled, and answered. "However, Tang Tingbai, if you encounter a strong enemy, you must leave here quickly. Do you know? I remind you again." Dong Lei's expression was particularly serious when he said this. He looked directly at Tang Tingbai and reminded her. Tang Tingbai's eyes were filled with tears. No one had ever cared about her so much in her life. Except for the man in front of her. "Well. I know, you said it." Tang Tingbai looked at Dong Lei, nodded, and responded. In fact, at the extreme level of favorability, Tang Tingbai would definitely agree to Dong Lei's request. However, in Dong Lei's opinion, he had forgotten the system's prompts and treated Tang Tingbai as his own. After all, if they died, they would lose their equipment and could still be reborn. But NPCs had no chance to be reborn, and they were dead. Unless. After hearing Tang Tingbai's answer, Dong Lei felt relieved and reached out to touch the bangs on Tang Tingbai's forehead. "Then, Tang Tingbai, you can do it yourself. If you can help the never-sleeping city, help as much as you can. If you can't, leave here early. Even if I am the top warrior of the Wind and Thunder Empire, I will run away if I can't help or beat me." When Dong Lei said this, Tang Tingbai burst out laughing. In Tang Tingbai's opinion, you are already a top warrior, and you still say this. Little did he know that Dong Lei was serious. Dong Lei and Tang Tingbai went their separate ways, and Dong Lei chose to defend the city gate with Army Commander Gui Jin. And Tang Tingbai hid in a place, ready to support at any time. At this time, the five brothers Yang Hui, who had just said goodbye to Dong Lei, fled back from not far from the direction of the Rieso swamp. The five brothers Yang Hui and Dong Lei saw each other, and Dong Lei forced a smile and said, "We met again in a few minutes. Hey! We can't talk anymore." This caused the five brothers Yang Hui to laugh. After more than 10 minutes, the players arrived in the never-sleeping city. Then, within a few minutes, the three Legion commanders, Legion Commander Daphne, Legion Commander Limacho, and Legion Commander Zhou Badong, led the soldiers to the never-sleeping city. With Legion Commander Gui Jin, they quickly commanded tens of thousands of soldiers to continuously reinforce and arrange fortifications. And some players arrived in the never-sleeping city one after another, coming to support and help defend the never-sleeping city. Except for Dong Lei and the players, these players who came to support and help defend the never-sleeping city have begun to be crazy and arrogant. Where are the undead army? I didn't see a hair. If they come, I'll kill them all. Hello everyone, I'm Zha Hui. I'll let you witness how I slaughtered the undead army later. Please give me recommendation votes and monthly votes. I'm watching what you say, and I'm still improving. Window _ tabula equals window _ tabula dot push mode thumbspeed 01 container tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement below article thumbnail 300 by 250 target _ type mix. What's so scary about the undead army? Look at how nervous these NPC soldiers look. I'm afraid they're scared to death. Ha 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 ha. Brothers, the three of us have no purpose in coming to Sleepless City this time. We are here to get rewards and military merit. We finally arrived at the city that never sleeps. Today is the battlefield for Old Man alone. Please don't grab it. If you don't let Old Man enjoy himself, then. Dong Lei also saw the number of game players who came to support, numbering in the tens of thousands. Moreover, the levels and equipment of these game players are not very bad. I also vaguely saw several game players, wearing golden equipment, looking particularly shiny. All of them are so arrogant. Even if they are not his army soldiers. These game players, through their own efforts, are still crazy about taking on other military missions and other dungeons. Or maybe through your own efforts, you can farm monsters to level or above, and you can successfully have your own main profession. At this moment, coming over to eliminate the attacking undead army may be their best opportunity to upgrade and earn military points, experience, etc. After all, in Dong Lei's view, the undead army that came to attack the Nightless City this time must be much larger than the undead army that he went to clear out before. If these gamers are lucky enough, you may also quickly get a large amount of military value, experience, rare equipment, etc. However, when Dong Lei heard the proud words of these players who came to support the game, he smiled. It's true that those who don't know are not afraid. There is a difference between attacking the Nightless City and clearing out the undead army in the past. The number and strength of the undead army must be relatively larger and stronger. At this time, Dong Lei's soldiers, as well as the game players who joined his army, also saw Dong Lei on the city. Afterwards, everyone hurried through the stairs and ran to the city wall, greeting Dong Lei with excited expressions. Brother Slaughterphone! I finally see you! You don't know how many undead, smelly, black-robed mages and long-toothed demons appear in the Rieso swamp. It's so scary. That's right. Under your barbaric metal, not only did our attack improve a lot, but we also ran very fast. Brother Sherfong, without your arrogance, we would have died in the Rieso swamp. How lucky you are. You can pull me down. Mom! The first person I saw running so fast was you. A priest is faster than an assassin. Are all your attribute points focused on agility? I'm telling you. No wonder I call you Bunai. You said you have already done it. You have replaced your intelligence with agility points? Give me an hour's worth of dragon coins. I won't do it anymore. I'm half. With Brother Shurfong here. I can't log off and run for my life anymore.
Compared with other players, Donglei's players are still relatively calm and continue to form their own
teams.
After all, they are all people who have experienced it and know that it is not that simple to kill all the undead army. Daphne was preoccupied with the defense of the soldiers and other matters, and had no time to say a word to Donglei. Donglei looked at Daphne, commanding so hard, and felt sorry for her. However, a pretty image appeared in Donglei's mind, causing Donglei to shake his head quickly and stop looking at Daphne.
Donglei almost forgot that Tang Tingbai was still there.
If she knew that Tang Tingbai still looked distressed when she saw Donglei looking at Daphne.
That scene was a bit embarrassing.
Although, Donglei knew that it would be impossible for him to fall off after his affection reached its peak. Also, the rice is already cooked, so Donglei is at an advantage. Half an hour after the world announcement was issued, bursts of loud noises were suddenly heard outside the city that never sleeps. It was as if the entire city that never sleeps was in an earthquake state, causing them on the ground to beat and roll continuously. In the sky outside the Evernight city, a black cloud suddenly appeared, stretching as far as the eye could see. As the black clouds enveloped them, they realized that they were all the undead army. These tens of thousands of undead troops, densely packed, rushed towards the city that never sleeps. Among them, among the undead army, there might be a huge tooth demon who rushed over with a tooth-shaped weapon. Along the way, the Wang-tooth demon trampled to death countless undead minions. After all, these undead minions stand in the way of the Watchtooth. This is a realistic picture created by the Chaos game based on the actual situation. However, it was recorded in the famous history book, Ancient Wars and War Horses. On the battlefield, soldiers are riding horses to fight. One or two of the horses are fighting, but the other horses can't run faster than them.
They are trying to fight others.
As you can imagine, before fighting the enemy, several soldiers and war horses had already died tragically in the stampede, including the horses that had mixed with other horses. Their feet were trampled off and they turned into corpses. These undead minions cannot see that the Toothwine demon is stronger than them, so they want to use it against them.
As a result, he was trampled to death.
In front of the undead and the Toothwine demon, there were strong men from the 5 evil camps riding Jerry Turtle mounts, holding weapons and roaring strangely.
This kind of mount Jerry Turtle is much faster than the Black Scale Warhorse.
Jerry Turtle, Epic Level.
Level 15. Level, Epic.
Effect, increase speed by 100%. Mount introduction, in the undead army, the high-level mount of the strong man from the evil camp. Jerry Turtle's mount has a pair of big purple eyes, 3-toed feet on all 4 limbs, and a small wavy tail. It belongs to the evil camp and has a very powerful mount, and its running speed is very fast.
When Donglei saw Jerry Turtle's mount, he couldn't help but smile.
In his previous life, he remembered seeing jokes about Jerry Turtle's mount on major funny 2-dimensional video websites late in the game.
Mainly because Jerry Turtle's mount is relatively cute.
Many people like Jerry Turtle's mount on various things printed on it, such as pillows, teacups, backpacks, etc.
There are also some female anchors who are doing live broadcasts wearing Jerry Turtle tops.
Their good figures can support the Jerry Turtle pattern, which attracts some viewers to shout crazily.
Do you think Jerry Turtle is big?
Jerry Turtle is so big.
Wow!
The shell of this Jerry Turtle is so big. Jerry Turtle is not like the black-scaled warhorse and other mounts, which roar and bark randomly. It's not like the kind of Star Thunderflame tiger that not only whines, but also.
Yes, a cute voice will come out shouting Jerry, Jerry, Jerry. What makes this a joke is that one day Black Scale Warhorse asked Hey to borrow money immediately. Black immediately refused to borrow money and asked Black Scale Warhorse to borrow money from Jerry Turtle. So, Black Scale Warhorse went to Jerry Turtle to borrow money. Jerry Turtle snorted coldly. Black Scale Warhorse, do you think I can only ask you to lend me money? No.
At this time, Donglei's game players looked at the endless army of undead, and many of them were scared pale. Including the army commanders Guijin, Joe Badong, Daphne and others, their faces were extremely ugly, and their hands holding weapons were sweating. Not to mention the NPC soldiers, many of them had dull eyes, trembling feet, and trembling teeth.
However, they still stood on the city wall, holding weapons and preparing to resist.
After all, they were soldiers of the Fonlay Empire, people of the Fonlay Empire in life and people of the Fonlay Empire in death. At the same time, tens of thousands of game players who came over were extremely excited and beaming with joy when they saw such a magnificent picture. For them, the undead do not understand the horror of the undead army. At this time, Dong Lei walked up to an officer and asked him for the mission order. Dong Lei's current identity made the officer particularly enthusiastic and quick, and also respected and admired him. Dong Lei planned to improve the enthusiasm of his soldiers and gamers and give them more rewards. Moreover, he also wanted to recruit more gamers to become his soldiers. After all, Dong Lei now has the status of a top-level general with 1 diamond, and can independently own a maximum number of soldiers of 150,000. Before Dong Lei finished editing the mission, a group of nearly 10,000 gamers quarreled with the NPC soldiers, pushed open the city gate and rushed towards the undead army. The NPC soldiers quickly closed the city gate and propped up the city gate with a lot of heavy wood. There was no turning back for these nearly 10,000 gamers who rushed out.
The gamers could jump down from the city,
but they would lose some blood, and it would be difficult to climb up. They could only rely on various things and their own strength. These nearly 10,000 gamers, holding various weapons in their hands, were very proud and arrogant, and rushed towards the undead army, shouting and yelling.
Ha ha ha! You ants, I'm here to kill you. You're all useless undeads, look at me fighting 10,000 alone. Come on. Such a big scene, I'm so happy to kill. Come on. Now, everyone is brothers and sisters. Don't fight for heads. The 5 people riding mounts in front will definitely drop good stuff. Let's kill them. You, look at me, Zhe Zhe Hui, who can kill the undead army in 1 second. The result is predictable. On the regional channel, news of the death of game players was jumping wildly. If you don't love me, you don't love others. Player, killed by the undead army, followed the player was randomly teleported back to the city of Roya, and a dry staff, silver level, was dropped. The player who drank this cup of forgetfulness water and became Mengpo's lover was killed by the undead army and randomly teleported back to the city that never sleeps, and a Qingping sword, gold level, was dropped. The player who waited for you at 8 p.m. was killed by the undead army and randomly teleported back to the novice village, and a Chuangqi knife, gold level, was dropped. The player who saw you and him kissing passionately was at a loss. The player who was killed by the undead army. The dropped equipment will automatically disappear if it is not picked up by others within 10 seconds. It was swallowed by the game, and the equipment remained expensive in the later stages of the game. Dong Lei looked at the situation where more than half of the more than 10,000 game players disappeared in an instant. Dong Lei shook his head and sighed. He was really ignorant and fearless. He didn't cooperate with the NPC soldiers and the defense of the city wall. He rushed out without authorization and was surrounded and killed by the undead army. It was difficult to survive. There are still many game players who dared to rush towards the evil strongman riding Jerry Turtle's mount. It's just digging a hole for yourself and burying yourself, looking for death. After Dong Lei accelerated his task editing, he quickly gave the officer a handful of gold coins and a task order. This officer was the one in the military task window. Now, come and defend the city that never sleeps. His body trembled, and when he saw a handful of gold coins, he instantly felt much better. In the face of huge interests, people will become stronger. The officer quickly stuffed the gold coins and released Dong Lei's task. Instantly, a system voice came to the ears of the gamers of Fonlay Empire. System message, player, Shurphone, released the SSS-Level task, recruiting brothers and sisters to defend the never-sleeping city, SSS, please pay attention to it. Dong Lei was more careful when editing this time, because the game was still for women. So, there was an extra word sisters. For the gamers who originally took over Dong Lei's tasks and became Dong Lei's soldiers, there was an extra task. And these gamers know that brother Shurphone never bullies me. Quickly accepted the task.
And some gamers who were still in the never-sleeping city heard the task released by Surephone.
They couldn't wait to accept the task. After all, they didn't accept the last task and are still regretting it.
Looking at the undead equipment on the gamers who followed the boss Surephone, they were particularly envious. Soon, after the gamers accepted the task, they quickly opened the taskbar and looked at the content of Recruiting Brothers and Sisters to Defend the Never-Sleeping City, SSS.
Recruiting Brothers and Sisters to Defend the Never-Sleeping City, SSS. Task Level, SSS-Level.
Task Introduction: join the Surephone Legion and carry out the SSS-Level defense task in the Never-Sleeping City, the western city of the Fonlay Empire, and you will receive a lot of task rewards and military value.
Task Rewards.
1. Kill a undead, regardless of the level, and you will be rewarded with 50 military value. 2. After defending the Never-Sleeping City, you will be randomly rewarded with military value, 5,000 to 50,000, and gold coins, 10W 10W.
Accept the task requirements. 1. Pay 30 gold coins. 2. Pay 30 military value points. Instantly, the gamers who received the task issued by Don Lay were very excited. Just kill a dead spirit and you can earn back the military value.
At the same time, you can also use the military value to exchange for equipment, knowledge, drawings, and other things.
There is no loss at all.
After defeating the dead army, there is also this random reward of military value, 500-1000, range in gold coins, 500-1000, range. It is said that if you defend the city that never sleeps, you can at least get 500 military value and 500 gold coins.
This kind of task, unless you are a fool, you will not accept it.
At this time, a series of system voices came to Don Lay's ears.
The task you posted, Recruiting Brothers and Sisters who Defend the City That Never Sleeps, SSS, was accepted by the player. Stop hitting.
Congratulations, you triggered the random multiplier and obtained 3,500 military value and 3,510 gold coins.
The task you posted, Recruiting Brothers and Sisters who Defend the City That Never Sleeps, SSS, was accepted by the player. You can't kill people like this. Typing, laughing from beginning to end.
Asking for recommendation votes and monthly tickets.
Congratulations, you have triggered a random 100-fold increase and obtained 9850 military value and 6,554 gold coins. The task you posted, Recruiting Brothers and Sisters to Defend the Never Sleeping City, SSS, was accepted by the player. Go to Wuxian Bridge and walk into Huadao.
Congratulations, you have triggered a random 100-fold increase and obtained 8541 military value and 5,200 gold coins.
At this moment, the gamers far outside the never-sleeping city are already howling like ghosts and wolves. Damn! Who told me that the undead army can be killed at will? Damn! I, a priest, shouldn't come out with you to die. I want to go back to the city that never sleeps. Everyone is dead in a second, and every one of them dies in a second. Fuck! There are too many undead armies. I just looked at the panel now, and there are still the tooth-watching demons, the undead smelly black-robed wizards, and I'm going to piss. These 5 evil strongmen are so powerful that we have exploded so many equipment without exploding their equipment. The remaining game players rushed to the direction of the city that never sleeps. The scene of their battle was too chaotic, and they didn't pay attention to the tasks issued by Don Lay, and they were concerned about escaping. Don Lay listened to the system voices coming from his ears. Many game players quickly took up the tasks he issued. So that Don Lay got a lot of gold coins and military value again. Finally, he defeated the undead army and defended the city that never sleeps. Paying a little bit of military value gold coins is just a small reward for Don Lay. From the beginning of the task, Don Lay has already received more military value gold coins. Then, as long as the game players kill the undead, Don Lay also makes a lot of money, and he always makes money. Hey, there are thousands of ways to cut leaks. As long as you are lucky, the leaks will come to you to cut them. In a short period of time, through the game players accepting tasks, Don Lay's military value gold coins have made a lot of money. For Don Lay, military value gold coins are very valuable.
In the later stage of the game, spending gold coins is like running water, and there is almost no end in sight. And this time, to defend the city that never sleeps, all the game players need to do is kill an undead. Dong Lei obtained 1/10 of the military value through his soldiers, and with a random 100-fold increase, he could get at least 100 military value.
Therefore, issuing such tasks will never lose money, but also make money. Moreover, after these gamers received these rewards, they became more loyal to Dong Lei. It seemed as if they saw a picture, Dong Lei holding a sickle and constantly buying leeks. The leeks kept squeezing over for Dong Lei to cut, and they all showed happy and joyful smiles. Accompanied by the gamers who took the initiative to rush, from nearly 10,000 to 2,000, they ran madly to the city that never sleeps. These gamers saw that the door of the city that never sleeps was closed and could not be opened at all. Suddenly, there were only 2,000 people left, begging for all kinds of grandpa and grandma, begging for apology. They wanted to enter the city that never sleeps, and they didn't want to be slaughtered. Brothers! Dads! Wake up! Open the door! I was wrong. I shouldn't have quarreled with you soldiers. Open the door. My son wants to come in. Open the door, brother. Open the door. Dad, open the door. Forget it. Hello, grandpas. I didn't recognize the real man. I rushed out with a bunch of idiots, and now my grandson wants to come in. Please open the door, grandpas. Dads, I'm not afraid. Open the door. Just let me in, you can do whatever you want. If you don't open the door, I'll use my body to knock the door open. I didn't expect that among these gamers, there is a lot of pride. But, they still can't enter the city that never sleeps, no matter how these gamers knock on the door. He even used his skills to damage the gate of the city that never sleeps. But he still had no intention of opening the gate, causing these gamers to go from begging for mercy to cursing. Damn! You don't want to be told by your father, right? You bastards! I'll come to duel with you as soon as I die. You NPC soldiers, I'll remember you. You won't do anything I tell you to do, you must tear your face apart, right? You sons of bitches, you don't want your father for your own sake? Open the door for your grandpa. I didn't expect that I would die at the hands of you cowards. When I become stronger, I will massacre the city that never sleeps. Which grandpas and dads, do you have a rope or something to pull me up? Let me climb up. These gamers, from begging for mercy at the beginning to cursing wildly, all happened in a few short seconds. It's understandable that when you are in a crisis in your life, you don't know that you can burst out these potentials. In your life, you have also learned to change your face drastically in times of crisis. The gate of the city that never sleeps has been blocked by various logs and other things. Without the order of Army Commander Dong Lei and Guijin, it was impossible to open the door. For Commander Guijin, you yourself have pushed aside his soldiers and rushed out of the gate of the city that never sleeps. Nowadays, you can't even call me daddy or grandpa. If you are going to die yourself, you can't blame him at all. We can't let you enter the city that never sleeps and let its undead army rush in to kill more people. For Dong Lei, he only calls the NPC soldiers grandpa and daddy, but no one calls him. In terms of emotion and reason, I don't know people who don't have family affection. Of course, for the safety of other NPC soldiers and game players in the city that never sleeps. After all, I'm not familiar with it. As for the NPC soldiers, is it my fault now? Are you guys messing with you? You call me daddy, but I also feel sorry for my grandson and son, and want to open it up. But, I can't be the master of my own affairs. Besides, luckily it's not open. Everything has changed dramatically. As the undead army rushed over, Dong Lei also saw the content information of these 5 powerful men from the evil camp through the panel. The evil messenger Iron Corpse is blind and Mei Chao is crazy, quasi-king level elite. Level, 65. Level, quasi-king level elite. Blood volume, 450W/450W. Physical attack power / magic attack power, 35.44W 36.52W. Defense, 10.54W. Skills: Heart Destroying Poem Technique, Yin White Bone Technique, Yin Jinjing Technique, Sun Changing Technique, Hangyue Demon Transformation. Messenger Sheo, the evil camp is one of the most powerful.
General of the Undead Army is also the apprentice of the Dark Mage Huang Yaoshi.
The evil messenger is too conceited, Yuan Qingji, Legendary Elite. Level, 56. Level, Legendary Elite.
Blood volume, 350W/350W. Physical attack power / magic attack power, 28.77W 29.55W.
Defense, 8.95W.
Skills: Golden Snake Sword Technique, Scorpio Dominance, Moving Mountains and Reclamating the Sea Technique, Fengwu Demon Breaking Technique. Messenger Sheo, General of the Undead Army, evil camp. Because of his handsome appearance, he fascinates everyone and makes him often too conceited. Evil Messenger Mu Renqing, Childless and Daughterless, Legendary Elite.
Level, 55. Level, Legendary Elite.
Blood volume, 380W/380W. Physical attack power / magic attack power, 27.55W 30.01W.
Defense, 8.84W. Skills: Fishing Cold Evil Alone, Outer Flying Insect Technique, Yaksha Ghost Legs, Juna Demonic Spear. Introduction of the Messenger, General of the Undead Army, one of the stronger ones in the evil camp. The evil messenger raped and killed Yu Jingzi indiscriminately, Legendary Elite. Level, 54. Level, Legendary Elite.
Blood volume, 380W/380W. Physical attack power / magic attack power, 28.54W 28.99W.
Defense, 9.15W.
Skills: Evil Ghost Explosion, Kanshue Demon Transformation, Sanlu Ghost In, Shumi Ghost Thunder. The messenger introduced: the generals of the undead army, even those from the evil camp, often kill innocent people indiscriminately.
The evil messenger, the ever-changing Mushan Thief, Legendary Elite. Level, 54. Level, Legendary Elite.
Blood volume, 340W/340W. Physical attack power / magic attack power, 25.54W 27.66W.
Defense, 9.22W.
Skills: Ghost Movement, Cloud Climbing and Riding on Snakes, Poison Scorpion Holy Technique, Demon King's Demonic Roar. Introduction by the messenger: the general of the undead army has always maintained strong strength. This time, the evil powerful man who came to attack the Nightless City actually had the strength of a quasi-king level elite like Mei Chao Feng, who was blind in the Iron Corpse. Also, the other 4 people are also epic level elites, which makes Dong Lei's breathing speed up a lot. As the undead army approaches and slaughters the rushing players, the remaining gamers leaned against the door of the Nightless City and began to prepare crazily for death. At this moment, the undead army was within the shooting range of the NPC soldiers. Under the command of Commander Daifuni and Commander Zhou Badong, the NPC soldiers holding bows and arrows fired their bows and arrows. There are also some players who mainly play agility and strength. They also have bows, arrows, and crossbow weapons, and they all come to shoot. For some gamers who belong to professions such as mages and priests, some skills that can attack from a distance are also launched one after another. Soon, in the sky above the city that never sleeps, invisible arrow shadows and skill lights appeared, rushing towards the undead army. In an instant, countless red numbers appeared on the heads of the undead army, and the scene was extremely shocking and magnificent. Dong Lei was sitting on his Mount 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger, holding the Hex Devil Spear and the Mental Retardation Staff in both hands. He also released his skills crazily and attacked the 5 evil powerful men.
Boom! 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 Boom!
Various skills and arrows were fired densely at the undead army. The minions of the undead army who were the vanguard fell to the ground one after another.
The 5 evil strong men, under the crazy use of the Nining manual by the Iron Corpse blind Mei Chao, appeared a huge light shield, which resisted most of the skills and arrow attacks. Among them, Dong Lei's skill attacks are included. However, it was also under Dong Lei's skill attack that this huge light shield was finally broken into pieces and disappeared.
This made Taiji blind and Mei Chao crazy, turned pale with fright, and shouted at the remaining 4 undead generals.
Charge over quickly. Break through the city that never sleeps. Kill Guijin. Kill. 5 evil strong men rode Jerry Turtle mounts and led the charge towards the nightless city. Boom. 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 Boom.
Soon, hundreds of thousands of undead troops rushed to the city that never sleeps. It violently hit the door of the Evernight City, making a loud noise. Even the city walls of the Evernight City were under tremendous pressure and were shaking constantly.
It seems like it could collapse at any time.
The undead minions, relying on the stickiness of their limbs, climbed directly up the city wall without a ladder. Tens of thousands of NPC soldiers and game players frantically attacked these undead minions climbing up. The smelly black-robed mage under the city is also attacking the gate of the city that never sleeps. The gate of the city that never sleeps is on the verge of collapse. He also fired his skills at the soldiers and game players in the city.
The One-Tooth Demon is even more terrifying.
His tall body makes him jump on his feet. Both hands grabbed onto the gate of the city that never sleeps and tried to climb up. This caused Daphne and other army leaders, game players, and NPC soldiers to attack the tooth-watching demon crazily. The entire city that never sleeps is in chaos.
At the same time, Dong Lei Jing rode the 9-star Thunderflame Tiger and flew into the city.
I saw Dong Lei carrying Commander Guijin and quickly riding the 9-star Thunderflame Tiger on the road in the city that never sleeps for a few seconds. Then he dumped Commander Guijin and went forward.
Bang, his.
After Guijin was thrown away, he hit the ground hard and slid several meters before stopping. After that, Guijin quickly climbed up and stood in front of Dong Lei nervously with a panicked look on his face. Dong Lei once again raised his weapons and rode the 9-star Thunderflame Tiger to turn around.
In an instant, the 5 evil warriors riding Jerry Turtle arrived in front of Dong Lei. Smelly boy, who are you?
Mei Chao Feng, the blind man of the Iron Corpse, tilted his head and shouted loudly, relying on the vaguely visible figure. Mei Chao Feng, the blind man of the Iron Corpse, is not really blind, but half-blind, and can still see a little. It's just that she often kills people like crazy, even those in the evil camp, and dares to kill them. There is no difference between her and a madman. In addition, she is the general of the undead army, so she is commonly known as Mei Chao Feng, the blind man of the Iron Corpse. Leave Guijin to us, and we can spare your life. Yuan Qingji, who was too conceited on the side, looked directly at Dong Lei and said, "That being said, I have to cut off your rear before I can let you go." At this moment, Mu Renqing, who was riding on Jerry Turtle and had no children, also shouted loudly, "You stinky boy, since you dared to catch Guijin and run here. You let us chase you here, do you have money? Or do you have a wife or a woman?" The rapist and murderer Yu Jingzi standing on the other side pointed at Dong Lei and cursed. "Hold on, confess and be lenient, resist and be strict. Otherwise, you will be doomed." The last evil strongman, the thousand-change thief Mu Shang, held the weapon of the Fuchin sword, and said arrogantly with a conceited look. Dong Lei raised his head slightly, looked at the 5 people including the Iron Corpse blind Mei Chao Feng and the overly conceited Yuan Qingji, raised the corner of his mouth, and replied with a smile. "So many questions at once. Who should I answer first?"
While speaking, Dong Lei's dual hex-tech devil guns and the mental retarded staff emitted dazzling light.
"Or else. You should die first."
"You don't need to answer if you die."
Instantly, 24 rays of light rushed towards the Iron Corpse blind Mei Chao Feng and the overconfident Yuan Qingji. The Iron Corpse blind Mei Chao Feng and the overconfident Yuan Qingji's faces changed drastically, and they quickly used their skills or dodged to resist and dodge Dong Lei's skill attacks. When the Iron Corpse blind Mei Chao Feng and the overconfident Yuan Qingji and others chased after him, Dong Lei had already added the skill passive, LV10 Heroic Praise, passive, to himself and the nearby game players and NPCs. With the gain of LV10 Heroic Praise, passive, it can increase the attack power and spell strength of nearby friendly heroes and himself by 2,450%.
Hint, cannot be stacked.
Then, Dong Lei grabbed the captain of the Guijin army, rode the Star Thunder Flame Tiger, escaped from the city of the Night City, and ran here.
Because Dong Lei understood that the purpose of this evil strongman was only to break through the Night City.
The most important thing is to kill the captain of the Guijin army, take Guijin's soul, and make him one of the dead spirits.
Dong Lei still understood this based on his previous memory.
Another aspect is that Dong Lei intends to fight with the Iron Corpse blind Mei Chaofeng and others on the city. At that time, more game players will be affected, leading to their deaths, which is what Dong Lei wants to see.
However, Dong Lei does not know that this Guijin Jun commander is actually the crown prince of Fonlei Empire. He is the only son of the king of Fonlei Empire, and he was called to Yeqing to be tempered. Those who know about it outside all mistakenly think that there is only one woman princess in Fonlei Empire. Little do they know that the king of Fonlei Empire is romantic and has planted millions of families to get a male child. Even Tang Tingbai knows the identity of Guijin Jun commander. She is also favored by people on the one hand and generous things on the other. Tang Tingbai is willing to come to Yeqing to help take care of Guijin Jun commander. It is conceivable that if the commander of the Guijin army died, the king of the Fonlei Empire would cry bitterly. Boom! 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 -50W. -55W. -56W. -54W. -60W. With the skill, LV10 Deadly Sword Technique, two sword beams rush towards the Iron Corpse blind Mei Chaofeng and the overconfident Yuan Qingji at high speed. Even the Iron Corpse blind Mei Chaofeng and the overconfident Yuan Qingji try to resist and dodge through skills to avoid being hurt. But they were still hit on the spot by the remaining sword beams. Afterwards, the Iron Corpse blind Mei Chaofeng and others had red numbers on their heads. The strong blood volume was enough for them to support Dong Lei's first wave of attacks. Their mounts, Jerry Turtle, all lay on the ground, unable to move and breathing after losing their health. Except for Iron Corpse blind Mei Chaofeng, the other four overconfident Yuan Qingji were all blocked by the influence of LV10 Fatal Silence, passive, after Dong Lei used skill attacks. LV10 Fatal Silence, passive, effect, when attacking the enemy with normal attack/skill, the enemy can be silenced for 120 seconds and the movement speed is reduced by 5%. Iron Corpse blind Mei Chaofeng has become a quasi-king elite due to fate. Her body has been tempered by the Injin Sutra, and can resist the control and effect of various skill attacks. Therefore, Dong Lei's Fatal Silence skill will cause Iron Corpse blind Mei Chaofeng to be affected by silence. However, the overconfident Yuan Qingji and the childless Mu Renqing, who were legendary elites, could not be sunk. The faces of the four turned pale and their bodies trembled. Because they found that when they wanted to launch a counterattack, they felt powerless and could not use their skills. What did you do to us, you bastard? What the hell is this? It makes you useless? Well, we were all silenced by this bastard and can't use our skills. Why can't I use my skills? You bastard, you are worthless. Go to hell. If the skills can be used, then we will kill them. Kill. The overconfident Yuan Qingji and the childless Mu Renqing, who were pale, glared at Dong Lei with angry eyes and shouted. Before receiving the order from the Iron Corpse blind Mei Chaofeng, the overconfident Yuan Qingji and the other four rushed over like crazy, holding their weapons, wanting to use ordinary attacks to fight with Dong Lei and kill him. Dong Lei looked at them running and said coldly, "Don't say a word to me, you little brat. Didn't your parents teach you to speak and respect people? Shut up." The Hex Devil Gun and the big mental retarded staff in Dong Lei's body once again burst into dazzling light. On the ground of light, countless bandages emerged and rushed towards the overconfident Yuan Qingji and the other four who were coming to kill him. The second and fourth skills, LV10 Bandage Curse, were released and blasted towards the overconfident Yuan Qingji and the childless Mu Renqing and the other four who were coming to kill him. Yuan Qingji and the other four were too arrogant and had no time to react before the bandages invaded their entire bodies, rendering them unable to move. Boom! 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 -65W. -60W. -62W. -63W. -69W.
Accompanied by the damage and effect of LV10 bandage curse, the overconfident Yuan Qingji and the childless Mu Renqing were all tied up in place by thick and strong bandages and could not move.
The mouths of the overconfident Yuan Qingji and the childless Mu Renqing were also tightly blocked by the bandages. In an instant, the overconfident Yuan Qingji and the childless Mu Renqing were all in a state of low health. Only the Iron Corpse blind Mei Chaofeng faced the attack of countless bandages. The Iron Corpse blind Mei Chaofeng squinted his eyes and slowly raised his weapon, the Black Phoenix Claw, legendary, and used the Yin White Bone method move skill. I saw that a huge corpse wreckage formed in front of the Iron Corpse blind Mei Chaofeng to form a light shield, resisting the invasion of Donglei's skill bandage. At this moment, the eyes of the overconfident Yuan Qingji and the childless Mu Renqing were full of begging eyes, and their bodies kept struggling, trying to break the bandage. In their hearts, as long as they could get rid of the bandage, they would definitely kill Donglei. Any action of the evil strongmen is for one purpose, that is, to find a way to kill the other party. And Donglei will not give them any chance. Donglei's double weapons once again released skills and blasted towards the overconfident Yuan Qingji and the childless Mu Renqing. When the Iron Corpse blind Mei Chaofeng squinted his eyes. When he saw that Donglei wanted to kill the overconfident Yuan Qingji and the childless Mu Renqing, the Iron Corpse blind Mei Chaofeng's face changed, and he screamed at Donglei. Wait! Wait! Boom! 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 -68W. -66W. -69W. -68W. -67W. Instantly, the overconfident Yuan Qingji and the childless Mu Renqing died, and the bandages disappeared. Oh? You are talking too slowly. Donglei crossed his weapons on his back, looked at the blind Mei Chaofeng, smiled, and said, "You are looking for death. I will kill you today." The Iron Corpse blind Mei Chaofeng had a ferocious face, raised his weapon, the Black Phoenix Claw, kicked his foot, and rushed towards Donglei like a shadow. Moreover, the Iron Corpse blind Mei Chaofeng rushed towards Donglei while shouting loudly, "Sun-changing technique!" See, the weapon in the Iron Corpse blind Mei Chaofeng's hand, the Black Phoenix Claw, burst out a strong and dazzling light like a small sun. Under the guidance of the Iron Corpse blind Mei Chaofeng, this terrifyingly dazzling light blasted towards Donglei. The sun-changing technique not only has terrifying damage, but also can make the enemy be in a state of dizziness after being killed. Make it unable to deal with the next enemy attack. At this moment, Donglei's body was accurately attacked by this sun-changing technique. Boom! A loud noise came from Donglei's position, and a thick smoke covered Donglei and his Mount 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger. Two red numbers appeared on the thick smoke, one for Donglei and the other for 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger. An almost invisible number is -320. And this number is more conspicuous, -80W. Ha ha ha, I finally killed you, the evil guy. It's revenge for the overly conceited Yuan Qingji and the vain Mu Renqing. Gui Jin. No one can save you today. The blind Mei Chaofeng of the Iron Corpse raised his head, laughed heartily, and looked directly at the commander of the Guijin army behind him, his eyes full of pity, and laughed sarcastically. At first, Commander Guijin hadn't reacted yet. He was supposed to be in the never-sleeping city commanding the soldiers and fighting against the undead army. But he didn't expect that Donglei would lift his body and throw it here. At first, he thought Donglei was a traitor. He wanted to kill him. Then, Guijin also saw the appearance of a powerful evil man, who was here to kill him. After the incident in the White Light area last night, he was immediately attacked by the never-sleeping city today. He was still going to kill him, Commander Guijin. Then, what shocked him even more was the fear of these evil men and the strength of Donglei. So, Donglei pulled him to this place to prevent him from being killed. And he fought against these powerful evil men alone. Now, Commander Guijin saw the terrifying strength of Mei Chaofeng, the blind man of the Iron Corpse, and his skills that were like a little sun. Surprisingly, it seemed that he had also killed Donglei, a top-level warrior. This made Commander Guijin's legs weak, and he staggered a few steps before he stabilized, and he also forgot how to escape. Whose instructions did you accept? Why do so many people want to kill me? Is it because I am the commander of the army that clears the undead?
Commander Guijin was puzzled, and they could compete with each other on the battlefield.
Why do they always come to assassinate him? Regardless of the situation on the battlefield, this evil strongman came to kill him specifically. For Guijin, he couldn't understand this at all. Why is it like this?
So, Commander Guijin bravely shouted at Mei Chaofeng, the blind man of the Iron Corpse.
Ha ha ha, one thing is that you are on the list of the righteous list. Another thing is, you will know it when you die.
Iron Corpse blind Mei Chaofeng did not intend to let the commander of the Guijin army know his identity.
Although, as evil strongmen, they have long known Guijin's identity as the Crown Prince.
However, in the eyes of Iron Corpse blind Mei Chaofeng, letting people die without knowing why is her happiness. As Iron Corpse blind Mei Chaofeng rushed towards the commander of the Guijin army, the closer she was, her weapon, the Black Phoenix Claw, once again burst out with a strong light. At this moment, a figure came out of the thick smoke, riding a 9-star thunder and flame tiger. The face of Iron Corpse blind Mei Chaofeng changed drastically, and he stopped his steps hard, revealing an incredible expression.
That's right.
This person is Dong Lei, and he is not dead as Mei Chaofeng, the blind man of the Iron Corpse, said. Mei Chaofeng, the blind man of the Iron Corpse, mistakenly thought that Dong Lei was the -80W.
Little did he know that Dong Lei only lost 320 HP.
The -80W was the HP of the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger. The 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger has more than 4 million HP, which is enough to withstand 4 attacks of the Iron Corpse blind Mei Chaofeng's sun-changing technique.
With excellent and practical equipment and the defense of the Vajra body, Dong Lei's defense is extremely terrifying. Even if Mei Chaofeng, the blind man of the Iron Corpse, used the terrifying sun-changing technique. However, the damage to Dong Lei was minimal. Moreover, after withstanding an attack, Dong Lei's defense increased again under the effect of the equipment.
This means that the next time Iron Corpse blind Mei Chaofeng attacks, the damage to Dong Lei will be less than -320 damage.
This is why Dong Lei is not afraid at all and resists Iron Corpse blind Mei Chaofeng's day-changing method attack.
On the other hand, Dong Lei also wants to know how good his defense is.
You are not dead yet. No.
I clearly saw such a huge damage value.
Besides, my sun-changing technique can make people dizzy. How are you intact? Not dizzy? No.
Mei Chaofeng, the blind man with Iron Corpse, took a few steps back, unable to believe the scene in front of him, muttering to himself. It attacked my little tiger, and it really hurt a lot. Dong Lei smiled when he heard it, touched the head of his mount, the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger, and said with a smile.
Now, it's my turn to attack.
In an instant, the two-handed weapons continued to rise, aiming at Mei Chaofeng, the blind man with Iron Corpse, and released a terrifying light. 16 extremely fast sword beams were once again released from Dong Lei's Hex Devil Gun and the big retarded staff, and blasted towards Mei Chaofeng, the blind man with Iron Corpse. At this time, the frightened Mei Chaofeng, the blind man of the Iron Corpse, quickly used the 9-in white bone technique. A light shield in the shape of corpse remains appeared in front of Mei Chaofeng,
the blind man of the Iron Corpse, to resist Dong Lei's attack.
However, after being attacked by 10 deadly sword techniques, the light shield disappeared. The remaining 6 sword beams attacked Mei Chaofeng, the blind man of the Iron Corpse.
Boom! 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 -55W. -56W. -55W. -59W.
In an instant, Mei Chaofeng, the blind man of the Iron Corpse, had a red dot on his blood tank, indicating a residual blood state. Mei Chaofeng, the blind man of the Iron Corpse, spat out blood, covered his chest with one hand, and bent over, his eyes full of shock and panic. Instantly, Mei Chaofeng, the blind man with Iron Corpse eyes, turned around and started to flee. He headed towards the gate of the city that never sleeps, trying his best to rush out.
Do you think you can escape?
Dong Lei rode on the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger, and did not chase Mei Chaofeng, but said coldly. He saw that in front of Mei Chaofeng, a figure appeared in the wind. Window underscore tabula equals window underscore tabula dot push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabula below article feed, placement, below article feed, target underscore type, mix. This beautiful figure blocked Mei Chao's escape route.
Wrong. This person is Tang Tingbai.
Tang Tingbai held a purple soft sword, king level, in one hand, with cold eyes, quietly waiting for the blind Mei Chao to run away like crazy. When Dong Lei brought Commander Guijin, Tang Tingbai was also very concerned. She was not only worried about the life safety of Commander Guijin, but she was also more afraid that something might happen to Dong Lei. After all, although they don't have anything to do with each other as husband and wife.
But I have tried all kinds of cooking and cooking methods between husband and wife.
In her heart, even if Commander Guijin dies, Dong Lei will not have any problems. After all, Tang Tingbai has the most favorable impression of Dong Lei, and would think of Dong Lei in nothing. As Dong Lei held the body of Army Commander Guijin in one hand, he began to retreat back. Tang Tingbai also followed Dong Lei closely, and also found the Iron Corpse, Blind Eyes, Mei Chao and 5 crazy people chasing Dong Lei. This made Tang Tingbai's face change, her eyes burst out with strong murderous intent, and she wanted to kill the blind Mei Chao on the spot. After Dong Lei threw away Army Commander Guijin, he turned around on the 9-star Thunderflame Tiger and looked at Tang Tingbai, shaking his head slightly.
Tang Tingbai immediately understood what Dong Lei meant, and she needed to deal with it.
After listening to Dong Lei's idea, Tang Tingbai also pulled out the purple soft sword in her hand. Support Dong Lei at all times, standing behind a bunker with a worried look on his face. Then, Dong Lei killed 4 people by himself, until only Mei Chao, who was blind and Iron Corpse, was left. He turned around in panic and wanted to escape. The other 4, Yuan Xingji, who were too conceited, were actually killed by Dong Lei. This gave Tang Tingbai another understanding of Dong Lei's strength. What's more, Dong Lei's love is even more profound. A powerful man with a strong personality is usually the object of women's admiration and desire.
As Mei Chao fled madly, Dong Lei looked at Tang Tingbai, and Tang Tingbai immediately understood.
Ashamed of sharing the same bed, the two of them who cook and cook together have a good understanding of each other. Then, Tang Tingbai went to the direction where Mei Chao was fleeing and intercepted him. The blind Mei Chao Feng saw a black shadow in front of him, and was startled first. Because the speed of this figure was so fast that she almost didn't react. When Tang Tingbai stopped standing, Mei Chao could almost see Tang Tingbai's true face. Then he stared at Tang Tingbai without stopping. At the same time, Army Commander Guijin looked confused. He had seen Dong Lei easily kill the 4 powerful men from the evil camp before. Now, under such powerful attack, nothing happened. Moreover, he fought back. Let this powerful and fearful evil man escape with his life. The strength of this top warrior of the Killing Peak is so terrifying. I really envy him. The first time I saw him, he was the commander of the army. Now, Shifeng is already a top warrior. How much strength does Master Shifeng hide? Army Commander Guijin looked at Dong Lei's back, and gradually recovered from his dull expression. He admired Dong Lei extremely, then lowered his head and muttered to himself in deep thought. Also, I am on the justice list? What kind of list is this? What's the so-called point? At this time, Iron Corpse blind Mei Chao Feng was already in a state of residual health. No matter how hard he tried to run out, he would never leave again. Mei Chao, who was blinded by the Iron Corpse, raised his Black Phoenix Claw crazily and released a series of black stripes that circled the Black Phoenix Claw. Then, Mei Chao, who was blinded by Taiji, went crazy towards Tang Tingbai and roared loudly. Get away! Han Yu Demon Transformation! I saw that Mei Chao Feng, who was blind in Iron Corpses, dodged when he saw Tang Tingbai, and was still blocking the road. Then he released this fearful move and shot towards Tang Tingbai. A black whirlwind came straight towards Tang Tingbai. Tang Tingbai stared at the whirlwind coming, raised her purple soft sword, and murmured softly. Aha! Sweep across thousands of armies. The light and shadow of the sword flashed past, causing the whirlwind black shadow that came to attack Tang Tingbai to be easily shattered. What? This, how? Iron Corpse blind Mei Chao had a look of horror on her crazy face. This was her strongest damaging move.
Unexpectedly, it was easily scratched by the woman in front of him and disappeared.
Blinded by Taiji, Mei Chao's body stopped abruptly, turned around, and fled in another direction. She has deeply understood that this woman is unmatched by Mei Chao, who is blind, and crazy. If Tang Tingbai and her were to have the same level of strength, there would be a tendency for comparison and jealousy among women. Mei Chao, who was blind with iron corpses, desperately wanted to die with Tang Tingbai. However, Tang Tingbai's strength far surpassed hers, making her a hero and a heroine.
Then he ran away quickly in the other direction of Dong Lei and Tang Tingbai.
I saw Tang Tingbai's body disappearing on the ground in a flash. When Tang Tingbai appeared again, she had already jumped behind the blind Mei Chao Feng. Mei Chao Feng, who was blinded by Taiji, seemed to have sensed Tang Tingbai's pursuit. He turned around and looked over.
His staggering steps slowed down instantly and he almost fell to the ground. Row!
Tang Tingbai had already pulled down the purple soft sword behind him. His eyes were sharp, and he could not stop the iron corpse blind Mei Chao from shouting madly. Aiming at the iron corpse's blind Mei Chao's neck, he focused his strength and slashed past.
Aha!
After Tang Tingbai's purple and soft sword slashed the neck of iron corpse blind Mei Chao Feng, a frightening number appeared on the head of iron corpse blind Mei Chao Feng.
-564W. On the spot, Taiji was blind and Mei Chao stood there madly. At the same time as Tang Tingbai landed, iron corpse blind Mei Chao fell to the ground suddenly, losing all movement and life. Dong Lei also wanted to shout, but found that Tang Tingbai was really too fast. Asha met the top swordsman of the Wind and Thunder Empire. Originally, Dong Lei wanted to stop Tang Tingbai, and he wanted to kill the iron corpse blind Mei Chao madly. They, Gui Jinjun, had the same idea, and wanted to know how evil strong men like Iron Corpse Eyes, Mei Chaofeng, etc., let go of Commander Gui Jinjun so much. Was quickly killed by Tang Tingbai. On Dong Lei's mouth, the sound of slowdown was stopped again by Changxiang. Moreover, Dong Lei also saw the terrifying number, which made his throat roll a few times. This kind of woman seems to be very charming and willing to cooperate with anything when cooking. Even, they are willing to use difficult movements. But a woman like actually has the same picture as. It's scary to be in front of a murderer, it's scary. Let Dong Lei secretly say that he needs to be as gentle as possible the next time he cooks with him. Don't be offended. Dong Lei's ears heard system sounds one after another. You successfully killed evil messenger Yuan Xingji, legendary elite, who is too conceited, and you gain 3.5 million experience points, 10 attribute points, and 85 million military industry points. Congratulations on triggering a random 100-fold increase. You have gained 412.2 million experience points, 1210 attribute points, and 8599W military industry points. You successfully killed evil messenger childless Mu Renqing, legendary elite, and you gain 2.8 million experience points, 6 attribute points, and 70 million military industry points. Congratulations on triggering a random 100-fold increase. You have gained 253.6 million experience points, 654 attribute points, and 75,31,000 military points. You successfully killed evil messenger Yu Jingzi, legendary elite, and you gained 257,000 experience points, 6 attribute points, and 68,000 military industry points. Congratulations on triggering a random 100-fold increase. You have gained 295.4 billion experience points, 684 attribute points, and 69.98W military industry points. You successfully killed evil messenger Qian Chang Yuanjiao Mushang pirate, legendary elite, and you obtained. Congratulations, the skill has triggered a random 100-fold increase. You have obtained all the skills of evil messenger overly arrogant Yuan Xingji, legendary elite, golden snake sword technique, scorpion dominance, moving mountains and reclamation technique, Fengwu demon breaking technique. Congratulations, the skill has triggered a random 100-fold increase. You have obtained all the skills of evil messenger childless Mu Renqing, legendary elite, fishing cold evil alone, outer flying insects technique, Yeksha ghost leg, Jana demon spear. Congratulations, your talent skill has triggered a random 100-fold increase.
You have obtained all the skills of Evil Messenger Trader Yujingzi, Legendary Elite, Evil Explosion, Kanshui Demon Transformation, 30 Luguin, Shumi Goyle. Congratulations, your talent skill has triggered a random 100-fold increase, and you have obtained all the skills of Evil Messenger Ever-Changing Tribulation Mushon Pirates, Legendary Elite. Then, Dong Lei stretched out his hand and slapped his forehead again, forgetting that this iron corpse, blind, Mei Chao's crazy last-ditch attack, should have killed him himself. Instead of letting Tang Tingbai come and kill him, the military value alone would suffer a huge loss.
Moreover, Dong Lei himself was unable to plunder Iron Corpse-Eye's blind Mei Chaofeng's skills, which was a pity. In Dong Lei's opinion, Iron Corpse blind Mei Chao's crazy skills seem pretty good.
If the light shield skill formed by the bones and remains is 100 times stronger than his, the defense should be terrifying.
However, we have always faced such factual issues. There is nothing I can do to change anything, I have to blame myself for everything.
Without thinking too much, Dong Lei walked towards the evil messenger Yuanqingji and started to touch the corpse and pick up things on his own. First, touch the evil messenger Yuanqingji and the other 4 people in front of them.
Congratulations on triggering a random 100-fold increase.
You have obtained the Advanced Pet Skill Book, Iron Bone.
Congratulations on triggering a random 100-fold increase.
You obtained the Golden Snake Sword, Quasi-King Level.
Congratulations on triggering a random 100-fold increase.
You have obtained Gold Coins, *3540W.
Congratulations on triggering a random 100-fold increase.
You have obtained Shumi Golden Armor, Quasi-King Level.
Congratulations on triggering a random 100-fold increase.
You have obtained 10 times Experience Book, *110.
Congratulations. Without thinking, Dong Lei took another Pet Skill Book. Pet Skill Book is a very rare thing.
After all, he forced his pet to gain different strengths. The previous Pet Skill Book is a low-level one and requires millions of gold coins.
Almost all of them are sold at auctions.
In this way, players can get more gold coins.
Not to mention, Dong Lei has already obtained 2 advanced Pet Skill Books.
Dong Lei glanced at the contents of this Pet Skill Book.
Advanced Pet Skill Book, Iron Bone. Level 1. Level, none.
Effect, there is a 40% chance that the pet will learn advanced skills, Iron Bone.
Information Introduction, one of the advanced Pet Skill Books.
Then, Dong Lei quickly looked at the Shumi Golden Armor, Quasi-King Level, and directly past the Golden Snake Sword, Quasi-King Level.
If it's a sword or a knife, what's the use of these?
They are all professional players such as warriors, not Master Dong Lei.
It's all at a glance and doesn't require too many updates. When the Chaos Auction opens, the sale is over.
Shumi Golden Armor, Quasi-King Level.
Level 59. Level, Quasi-King Level. Defense, plus 3.2 W. Equipment bonuses. 1. Defense plus 2,650. 2. Physical fitness plus 3,654.
3. There is a 10% probability of reducing the enemy's physical attack/magic damage by 50%, and the duration is permanent. Function Introduction. The terrifying defense of Shumi Golden Armor, Quasi-King Level, prevents the enemy from causing strong damage, and its resistance is extremely strong. When Dong Lei read the introduction of Shumi Golden Armor, Quasi-King Level, his eyes lit up and he immediately equipped it. He took off his Thorn Armor, Legendary Level, and replaced it with Shumi Golden Armor, Quasi-King Level. Then, Dong Lei threw a skill and quickly used the Stacking Damage skill to upgrade Shumi Golden Armor, Quasi-King Level. A system prompt sounded in Dong Lei's ears again.
Congratulations!
Sumeru Golden Armor, Quasi-King Level, your Overlay Damage skill successfully triggered a random 100-fold amplification. Sumeru Golden Armor, Quasi-King Level, Equipment Attachment Bonus, 100% probability, reducing the enemy's physical attack/magic damage by 80%, for a permanent duration. Afterwards, Dong Lei rode the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger again and headed for the corpse of the Iron Corpse blind Mei Chaofeng, and fumbled again. Congratulations on triggering a random 100-fold amplification, you have obtained Black Phoenix Claw, Quasi-King Level. Congratulations on triggering a random 100-fold amplification, you have obtained 8-fold experience book, *101W. Congratulations on triggering a random 100-fold amplification, you have obtained Black Phoenix Armor, Legendary Level. Dong Lei took a quick look at Black Phoenix Armor, Legendary Level, and it didn't have any advantages. It wasn't even a legendary level equipment, and what he was wearing was actually a Quasi-King level 1.
Dong Lei's vision has become higher now, and he needs Quasi-King level equipment.
As for Black Phoenix Claw, Quasi-King level, it is still a warrior-like equipment.
It is not suitable for a mage like him. Tang Tingbai walked behind Dong Lei and asked with concern and tenderness. Shifeng, are you okay?
It's okay.
It's okay. Tang Tingbai, you are so awesome. He.
Dong Lei turned around quickly, looking at his package without looking at it, and said with a smile. At this moment, Dong Lei's gentle voice surprised Tang Tingbai, and her heart trembled even more. At the same time, Captain Guijin also came over.
Regiment Commander Guijin also looked in awe of Tang Tingbai. After all, he also saw how easily this woman was killed by the evil warrior. Such a woman is not easy to mess with. A woman who kills people is particularly terrifying. Thank you, top warrior General Shifeng. Thank you for the help of this female warrior.
Regiment Commander Guijin clasped his hands together, bowed slightly, and shouted to Dong Lei and Tang Tingbai. At this moment, Commander Guijin had already understood thoroughly that Dong Lei had carried him and thrown him to this place. The purpose was just to save him. If it weren't for Dong Lei, the person who died must be him, Guijin.
Commander Guijin was very clear about this. It's good to know that it was to save you. By the way, Guijin, you are also on the justice list? Not bad.
Dong Lei turned around, looked at Commander Guijin, and said with a smile. The justice list is a list of the evil camp's strong men that is updated in real time. As long as you are on the justice list, you will face various assassinations and ambushes from the strong men of the evil camp. Because, as long as you kill the people of the justice camp on the justice list, you will get generous rewards and rewards. For example, Guijin, the commander who cleared the undead army, is a shining star of the Fenglai Empire during this period. Naturally, he was also listed in the justice list.
Currently, Guijin ranks 100th on the justice list.
It is not because of Guijin's strength, but because of his identity that he can be ranked so high.
Also, Guijin, why do so many people want to kill you? What is the other point that the undead general said?
Dong Lei was a little curious, so he continued to look at the commander of the Guijin army and asked. On this side, Tang Tingbai on the side was also a little curious. The identity of the commander of the Fenglai Empire, the commander of the Guijin army, is indeed rare and precious.
However, these strong men in the evil camp want to kill the commander of the Guijin army like crazy? Is this the only reason?
Moreover, the strong man in the Fenglai Empire also gave her a generous reward for one purpose. That is to let her Tang Tingbai come to protect the commander of the Guijin army. Therefore, Tang Tingbai did not believe that the commander of the Guijin army was only a commander who eliminated the undead army.
This. How do I know? My lord, I am also confused. If I knew that so many evil strong men were ambushing and assassinating, I would not want to be the commander. When the commander of the Guijin army was asked by Dong Lei, he was stunned for a moment, and then responded immediately. He was also in fear, not for the Fenglai Empire, but for his own life. After all, after trying to cook, he seemed to have felt the excitement of the chef. Of course, the commander of the Guijin army did not know his identity, the son of the king of the Fenglai Empire. Looking at Guijin, who looked naive and nervous, Dong Lei also felt that what Guijin said was true. If he knew that so many evil strongmen wanted to take his head, Guijin would definitely not go to the white light area to cook. At this moment, the gate of the entire never-sleeping city made a huge noise. Bang! Boom! The gate of the never-sleeping city was breached by the undead army. Countless undead rushed into the never-sleeping city and fought with NPC soldiers and gamers. Along with dozens of tooth-watching demons, they also climbed to the city wall of the never-sleeping city,
and the intensity was even more chaotic.
Not good. Let's go. Let's eliminate these undead armies.
Dong Lei, Tang Tingbai, and Gui Jin all changed their faces and looked towards the gate of the never-sleeping city.
In Dong Lei's opinion, he didn't want any problems with his SSS mission.
Then, Dong Lei quickly arranged it to Tang Tingbai and Gui Jin. I saw that the commander of the Gui Jin army responded, holding the love flame sword, master level, and rushed forward with big strides.
In his opinion, if
the 5 evil masters were dealt with, these undead armies would be easy to deal with. Therefore, the commander of the Gui Jin army was no longer afraid and took the initiative to charge forward. On the contrary, Dong Lei first grabbed Tang Tingbai and reminded him again.
Tang Tingbai, there are stronger evil masters, remember to escape first. After that, Dong Lei rode the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger and rushed over quickly.
Tang Tingbai stared at Dong Lei's back, and seemed to see a flash of tears of emotion in his eyes.
Then, Tang Tingbai moved his body and disappeared on the spot.
Only a trace of the purple afterimage of the purple soft sword was seen, which stayed for a while. Little did they know that Dong Lei was also muttering to himself while riding the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger. If I also encounter something I can't solve, I will also run first. At the same time, the 3 of them, Captain Daphne, Captain Zhou Badong, and Captain Li Macho, were already in the never-sleeping city, leading the NPC soldiers and gamers in a bloody battle. If it weren't for the skill passive, LV10 Heroic Praise, passive, that Dong Lei had just left, it increased the attack power and spell strength of the gamers and NPCs by 2,450%. The result would have been one-sided. At the beginning, when the NPC soldiers and players were buffing, they easily slaughtered the undead minions and the black iron level ones. But when they encountered the undead smelly black-robed mage and the toothwine demon, everyone seemed a little helpless.
The NPC soldiers and legion commanders have been resisting vigorously.
The game players, on the other hand, were shouting moodily while fighting the undead army.
Gan Lingyan, what is this? There must be too many undead armies. We can't kill them all. You're absolutely right, but I've also earned a lot more military value. Brother Sherfong gave me more. It smells so good. Ha ha ha. Even if I die and my equipment explodes, my current military industry value is enough to replace it with a better one. Ha ha ha.
Fortunately, we have the bonus of the Peak Killer God, otherwise we would have been resurrected in other cities and novice villages.
Where are the bosses of Killing Fong? Where are the commanders of the Gui Jin army? They won't run away, right? What are you talking about? Didn't you see that the 5 powerful evil men are also missing? Are they people who can run away? If they really ran away, tell me. There are only 100 gamers left outside the gate of the Nightless City. From nearly 10,000 at the beginning to the remaining 2 or 3,000, they came with the attack of the undead army. In a short period of time, there were less than 100 gamers left who rushed out of the gate. The battle was extremely brutal. These gamers knew that they could not enter the gate to the city that never sleeps, and they started calling them Yi and Daddy from the very beginning. At this point, we started cheering and cheering each other on. If you kill an undead, you will earn it. Kill it. Brothers, come on. I'm already crazy about you. Soldiers, resist, resist, our mages are already outputting like crazy. For a better tomorrow. We choose heroic sacrifice. After the gate of the Nightless City was breached by the undead army, these game players, who numbered less than 100, also rushed into the gate, shouting crazily. I finally came in. Ha ha ha. Sons, Dad is back. These NPC soldiers are waiting for me. I will go to the teleportation array and leave here first. The rest of my life. I'll hurry up and run to other cities. The stupid NPC soldiers won't open the door. I'll remember it for the rest of my life. I was not afraid of thousands of people blocking me, but I was afraid that the gate of the Nightless City would not open. It was finally opened. Thanks to the undead army, I escaped first. These game players, numbering less than 100, rushed into the city that never sleeps. It was not the first time to fight against the undead army to protect the city that never sleeps. Yes, I want to leave this chaotic battlefield quickly and get a little bit of relief and stability. If you choose heroic sacrifice, let the players who defend the city NPC Dawn Lei's subordinate soldiers solve it. After all, none of them received Dawn Lei's mission and enjoyed the passive gift.
At this time, a system prompt came to Dawn Lei's ear.
Congratulations to Player Slayer, you are officially included in the Justice list, currently ranked 88th. System prompt: when the super strong person in the evil camp knows that you are powerful, his favorability towards you is -1000%, and the relationship has dropped to the extreme. It is currently in the state of death bounty. Players, please pay attention. When Dawn Lei heard these two pieces of news, he was stunned for a long time, and his face became a little confused. 1 second he was mocking Army Commander Guijin for entering the Justice list, and the next second he also entered it. Generally speaking, the NPC players who enter the Justice list have terrifying abilities. Almost all of them are king-level strong men, and they can enter their Justice list. For example, Tang Tingbai is also on the Justice list, ranking 98th. It is conceivable that the Justice camp in the Justice list is almost king-level and strong in strength. Guo Jinjun Commander, but not yet. Then the weak people will face more cruel, evil, and powerful assassinations and ambush attacks in the future. Congratulations to me? What level am I at? Such terrible news came so suddenly. The deathly bounty state is in effect. It seems that our relationship with the women and the evil strong men is extremely good. If you have anything to say, just say it. Why bother to use a gun? Dawn Lei sighed helplessly, feeling that sooner or later he would be on the Justice list. However, to reach the 88th place in the rankings so quickly, the evil camp really shows love to. After all, he is now the top warrior of the Wind and Thunder Empire, and has killed so many evil powerful men. Being included in the Justice list is still excusable. Soon, Commander Guijin joined the battlefield with the Love Flame Sword, Master level. Under the attack of the black-robed mage with the stench of the undead, he was retreating steadily. When Dawn Lei entered the scene, pieces of the undead army fell down and died. At this time, it is not the time for the soldiers and players under his command to increase their military value. The gates of the city that never sleeps have been breached, and it is a moment of life and death. At this time, Tang Tingbai jumped into the city that never sleeps and killed dozens of demons who were getting up and looking at their teeth. With Tang Tingbai's powerful damage, one of the tooth-gazing demons fell to the ground and turned into corpses. Dawn Lei slaughtered the undead army alone and invaded. After more than 10 minutes, Dawn Lei rode the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger and killed all the 10,000 undead troops that came in. Moreover, he resisted the gate of the Nightless City with one person's power. At this moment, Dawn Lei is the goalkeeper of the city that never sleeps. This war lasted for 9 hours. In the end, Dawn Lei and Tang Tingbai, the cooking pair, repelled the undead army with their powerful strength. Afterwards, all the players frantically cleaned up the corpses of the undead army, scrambling for the first place. On the contrary, Dawn Lei rode the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger and pulled Tang Tingbai to a small corner. After a passionate kiss, he led her away from the sleepless city and headed to the dark cellar. After all, there are too many corpses of the undead, smelly black-robed mage. At least it's a black-robed mage with a stinking undead spirit. It's so stinky. The smell of rotten fish and shrimp swept through the entire city that never sleeps. Dawn Lei couldn't bear it anymore. He retched several times, his eyes were filled with tears, and he quickly left this city that never sleeps. Even when Tang Tingbai was kissing her passionately, Dawn Lei wanted to vomit several times. Fortunately, Dawn Lei held back, otherwise what would be the decency of Tang Tingbai to spit out the words? It would be bad if the atmosphere of the hot kiss turns to freezing point. The 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger has a sharp breath. Its eyes are already a little distracted. It even had its tongue sticking out of its mouth for a full 9 hours. Zhou Lei Yanhu didn't know how much saliva came out of retching, and his abdomen was spasming, as if he felt like he was going to die. For Dawn Lei, these equipment and other things of the undead army have become less needed. As for the military value, it has now reached the top level of the 2nd Diamond General. With the efforts of the brothers and sisters, Dawn Lei finally reached the top level of the 2nd Diamond General.
Of course, before Dong Lei left, he also settled the recruitment of brothers and sisters to defend the Never Sleeping City, SSS. At this time, in the observation tower of the Never Sleeping City, Tang Tingbai looked at the back of Dong Lei who was leaving. His eyes and eyebrows were stained with tears, and he murmured softly, "Shifeng is so kind, and he also helped me find my pet Koda duck."
You don't know. Koda duck is not my favorite, it's you. Be careful when you go to the dark cellar. Little did he know that Dong Lei was going to the dark cellar to complete the 5th level task and find her pet Koda duck. But, you have to talk nonsense in front of a woman, I will definitely help you with this nonsense. Induce women to fall in love with your cooking skills, become your food, and be willing to have 300 rounds of eating battles with you on the dining table. Since Dong Lei tried different tastes in the game, he began to look like a veteran. After all, becoming a man requires a lot of lies. During this period, he also secretly ran to Daphne's side and explained some things. The two of them were holding hands and saying a few sweet words. Dong Lei resisted the urge to vomit and rode the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger to leave the Never Sleeping City. However, Tang Tingbai didn't know about these things. Otherwise, with the jealousy of women, Dong Lei might not die. After all, his favorability was at the highest level and could not be changed. However, Daphne might die. This undead saint can't die first because of jealousy. For game players, sweeping the battlefield and touching corpses is the reason why they struggle so hard. Ha ha ha, vomit. I forgot not to laugh and breathe deeply, but there are so many things and equipment, pick up more. Please give more praise. It's not easy to stick to the code, brothers and sisters, please recommend votes and monthly votes. There will be more updates. There are so many equipments and things. It stinks. But there is a fragrance in the odor. Ugh, vomit, vomit. I have to hold on, get more and get out of here. Wow. I got the stinky salted fish, master level, it's great. But it's so smelly, vomit, vomit. The strong fishy smell cannot stop players from touching the corpses of the undead army. After all, the huge profits and rewards make them forget everything and throw up. Yes, the city that never sleeps already stinks so bad. In this attack, except for the 5 evil strong men from Iron Corpse, Blind Eye, Mei Chao and Crazy, no other evil strong men came to attack the Nightless City. It also allowed the Evernight City to be defended so well, even if the gate to the Evernight City was breached. However, it was not attacked and occupied by the undead army. The city that never sleeps can still have fun every night. On days when people cook. And cook every night, the whitelit area can still operate as usual. Some fleeing NPCs and game players for the fun of this game have also returned to the city that never sleeps in the past few days. The NPCs continue to run their tavern business and make a lot of money by selling food. After earning a lot of money, these waiters left the restaurant and found an honest man to marry. Some gamers are also deeply involved, for the sake of honest people. In the game, you have an unforgettable love and a chef who enjoys powerful skills. Especially for gamers who like to cook, the city that never sleeps is a place of excitement and happiness. It always makes people linger and cannot let go. Commander Guojin spent many days squatting in the military headquarters in the city that never sleeps, not daring to come. There were a lot of soldiers under strict guard, as if Commander Guojin was not in command, but like a criminal. Moreover, Army Commander Guojin has already written a letter and plans to retire from the post of Commander-in-Chief, allowing Shifeng and others to take over. He was scared to death and wanted to go back to the capital of Fonlei Empire. So many evil powerful people targeted him and wanted to kill him, which frightened Guojin. Even though the white light area of the city that never sleeps brings him a different kind of fun in life. I don't dare to go there and try other foods to bring the joy of cooking. Cooking is very comfortable, but life is more precious. After repelling the undead army in the Nightless City, game players heard a system sound in their ears. World announcement, Wind and Thunder Empire, players have repelled the undead army after a strong resistance. Wind and Thunder Empire, players have days time to gain extra experience, military value, and explosive power equipment rarity, etc. increase by 200%, the original 9 days plus this time days, a total of 9 days. Another system prompt came to Dong Lei's ears.
Congratulations, you have triggered a random 100-fold increase. You have gained an additional 3,500% increase in experience, military value, explosive equipment rarity, etc., the original 9 days plus this time's daily time, a total of 9 days. Players who protect the everlasting city, of course, know how to do it without Dong Lei and a strong man from the Wind and Thunder Empire. They were slaughtering the undead army crazily, and it was impossible for them to defend the city that never sleeps.
As for Tang Tingbai's identity, they don't know. What's the display on the panel? Number.
The game players were frantically scrolling through the chat system, almost unable to see clearly.
Thank you, Mr. Phone, for protecting the city that never sleeps with an unknown heroine. Let us make a lot of money.
The main thing is to express my strong gratitude to the god of slaughter Phone for being the gatekeeper with his own strength.
If I had known that I would have gone to defend myself, would there be anyone there who could pick up the corpses? I want to go and have a look. Nyobai, the boss of the Peak Killer. Come on, come on. There are so many. The system will be updated after days, and it will be gone. Hurry up. Wow. Players in the Wind and Thunder Empire are so happy.
Killing Fong is so awesome. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have joined the Fire Sun Empire.
What about Mad, this piece of shit, Yanghua, who was the first person to change jobs? Let us also gain some benefits. Mad, I vomited as soon as I arrived in the Nightless City. It really stinks. There are so many things. Brothers, hurry up and pick them up.
Players who originally escaped from the city that never sleeps, those who escaped through the undead army, those who had a romantic night cooking, etc., all rushed to the city that never sleeps. There was no sign of them on the battlefield. After the victory, they came over as quickly as possible to snatch a large
amount of equipment, gold coins, etc. This provoked some gamers who were defending the Evernight City to glare and curse.
As a result, after cursing a few times, my breathing sped up. After my breathing sped up, the stench became even stronger.
Ugh! 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 The angry gamers finally couldn't bear it anymore and vomited crazily.
Some gamers who hadn't vomited originally couldn't bear it when they saw such a scene, and started vomiting. The holographic game Chaos allows you to deeply experience the smell and various perceptions, which are almost the same as reality. As for what is vomited, it is exactly the same as in reality. Although, gamers don't need to eat. In the city that never sleeps and outside the city, there is such a scene. A large number of gamers vomited while touching the corpses to take various dead things from the dead army. The scene was a bit weird. At this time, the gamers who accepted Dawn Lei's task heard the system sound of completing the task from their ears. System prompt: because you completed the task of recruiting brothers and sisters who defend the city that never sleeps, SSS, you received a random reward issued by Shurfeng. Received 868 gold coins. 888 military value. System prompt: because you completed the task of recruiting brothers and sisters who defend the city that never sleeps, SSS, you received a random reward issued by Shurfeng. Received 599 gold coins. 578 military value. System prompt: because you completed the task of recruiting brothers and sisters who defend the city that never sleeps, SSS, you received a random reward issued by Shurfeng. Received 654 gold coins. 875 military value. This time, the gamers in the city that never sleeps have recognized the times and stopped talking. Or, they have vomited enough and can't vomit anymore. But, the gamers' eyes and faces can see smiles filled with excitement and excitement. Continued to post praises in the chat channel, and a large number of barrages filled the chat, scrolling non-stop. Ha ha ha. I got 900 gold coins and 1000 military value. Big brother Shurfeng gave me too much. Good brother. I will always love you. You will always be my good brother. I got 888 gold coins and 656 military value. That's great. You are Shurfeng's soul, even if you die, you are Shurfeng's soul. Remember to inform me of good things. It's so delicious.
Damn, I should have accepted the task earlier. What a pity. I was busy running. Next time Shifeng issues a task, remember to remind me, my headphones are broken.
At this time, Dong Lei had already headed towards the dark cellar, and more than a few minutes had passed. There was no teleportation array around the dark cellar. And the Nightless City was quite close to the dark cellar, so there was no need to teleport to other cities before heading to the dark cellar. After 5 minutes, at the speed of the 9-star Thunder Tiger, they finally arrived outside the dark cellar. In front of them, there was an army of the Wind and Thunder Empire stationed, guarding against the terrible beasts that could break through the formation at any time. On the periphery of the dark cellar, there is a set of formations formed by the strongest men of the 4 empires to prevent the beasts in the dark cellar from coming out. This set of god-level formations is not a complete formation, and there is still a possibility that the beasts in the dark cellar will come out. Each empire has also stationed soldiers to guard and defend, so as to avoid causing a lot of damage and harm to the surrounding towns. And this big formation is also a pass card for entering and leaving. As long as you get the pass card, you can enter the dark cellar, and you can also leave at any time. And the pass card can only be obtained by going to the military industry value of the military department of each empire to exchange. Each pass card requires 1 million military industry value to be exchanged. 1 million military industry value? Maybe for other game players, it is really a lot. For Dong Lei, it is just a little bit. At this moment, Dong Lei is already a top-level warrior with 2 diamonds, and his military value is. However, when Dong Lei came here on the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger, he forgot to exchange it. After holding hands with Daphne and talking about love, he quickly fled the city that never sleeps. Fearing that Tang Tingbai would see him, he killed Daphne. However, what is Dong Lei's current status in the Wind and Thunder Empire? Does he need to exchange the pass card to enter? Just find the commanders of the garrisoned army and take it. Who dares not to give it? Severe punishment awaits. Soon, Dong Lei rode the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger to the direction of the army of the Wind and Thunder Empire. When Dong Lei revealed his identity, the soldiers and commanders knelt and shouted. Then, Dong Lei also successfully met the commander of the garrison defense. Han Yunshi, legendary. Even though Han Yunshi is wearing armor, she is still very beautiful. She has white teeth and red lips, a devilishly curly figure, golden curly hair, and slender legs. I, Han Yunshi, pay my respects to the top general. Han Yunshi knelt on one knee to Dong Lei and shouted. No need to be polite. I am so thirsty from kneeling down so many times just to show my identity. Dong Lei took the initiative to turn down the 9-star Thunder Flame Tiger for the first time and reached out to help Han Yunshi up. A beautiful woman always attracts the attention and kindness of men. When Dong Lei saw Han Yunshi, his eyes lit up and he swallowed a few times. How could he not be thirsty? Thank you, General. Han Yunshi was a little surprised and moved by Dong Lei's support. A top-level general was willing to help a general-level subordinate of hers. At this time, Dong Lei heard a series of system prompts, which made Dong Lei smile strangely. System prompt: you get 80% increase in Tang Han Yunshi's favorability. Congratulations, triggering a random 100-fold increase, you get 8,958% increase in Han Yunshi's favorability. Instantly, Han Yunshi looked at Dong Lei, and became affectionate, with big watery eyes. It made him hungry and thirsty, and he wanted to cook like crazy. With a high favorability, Han Yunshi collapsed on Dong Lei's body, even with the armor blocking him. Dong Lei still felt how magnificent Han Yunshi's 2 cantaloupe ingredients were, and he was surging. Han Yunshi, who woke up, forced herself to regain some consciousness, and asked with a shy and blushing face. Top General, what's the matter with you coming to the dark cellar this time? At this time, Dong Lei also recovered a little, let go of Han Yunshi, coughed, and inspected the soldiers and legion commanders around him. I found that their strange smiles from eating melon seeds and watching the fun quickly changed to a serious look and looking around. Several legion commanders were still talking to each other in strange words. Ah! The weather is very good today. The skin is so blue. Yeah. That's right.
The skin is very blue, very beautiful. Did you see it? What? I didn't see it, I just looked at the sky, the skin was very blue. Dong Lei saw it and muttered in a low voice. Hey! Sex! Everyone likes to see this, and pretends not to see it. Then, Dong Lei looked up at Han Yunshi, whose face was flushed, and said, I'm going to the dark cellar, give me a pass. When Dong Lei said this, the army commanders and Han Yunshi all changed their faces. What? Master, are you going to the dark cellar? Han Yunshi's face became extremely ugly, and she stuttered when she spoke. Well, what's wrong? Dong Lei was stunned for a moment, looking at the shock of the crowd with some confusion and doubt, and asked Han Yunshi curiously. The dark cellar is already a riot. We didn't go to the never sleeping city to clear the undead army. Now, the dark cellar is in chaos, and it seems that something terrible has happened. Master, I suggest you wait until the dark cellar is settled before going there. Han Yunshi clasped her hands together, bowed to Dong Lei, and said seriously with an excited look on her face. The other legion leaders also bowed and clasped their hands together, shouting loudly. Sir! Please don't go into the turbulent dark cellar. The dark cellar often experiences turbulence, and the powerful beasts inside for some unknown reason. These powerful beasts run around randomly, causing huge changes to the originally stable areas. And the game players and NPCs just happen to encounter these powerful beasts, which usually means they will die. Moreover, the dark cellar is different from other places. In other places, no matter what, at most 1 or 2 pieces of equipment will be exploded. And the dark cellar, the equipment that is exploded is more than that, but it requires a full set. However, the most dangerous moment is also the opportunity to gain the most. Dong Lei is still very clear about this. Dong Lei is calm and not afraid of this situation at all. After all, he possesses the LV10 Heavy skill. LV10 Rebirth skill effect. It allows the player to resurrect after death without returning to a new village, town, etc. Players who use this skill will not have their equipment exploded after death. And temporarily increases powerful movement speed. Number of rebirths, 110 times. With 110 rebirth skills, for Dong Lei, what is there to fear? At worst, crazy escape and constant rebirth are enough. Even if you die dozens of times, you will definitely be able to escape. Dark beasts will not squat on corpses like game players. Moreover, the strong men in the evil camp did not know Dong Lei's rebirth situation with such strength. Therefore, Dong Lei is not worried about any crisis situations that may arise in the dark cellar. The big deal is to die and run, to die and run. You all should stop talking nonsense. When I do something, do I still need you people to tell me I don't want to do it? Han Yunshi, give me the dark cellar pass. Dong Lei knew everyone's good intentions, but he was the one who had to go to the dark cellar to complete his job transfer for the first time. Of course I came here to complete the job transfer mission, otherwise why would I come here? Of course, by the way, I'm also looking for Tang Tingbai's pet Kata duck. Dong Lei still remembers this, after all, there is, on the taskbar. Now, how could Dong Lei stay outside like this, waiting for the rioting dark cellar to settle down? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Dong Lei also wants to make a lot of money. Generally speaking, riots in the dark cellar will also explode with a large amount of equipment and other things. Finally waited for the opportunity to riot. I am a top warrior. Why are you watching from outside? Of course I am crazy about getting more things. Dong Lei's voice was a little louder this time. When he said this, everyone present had nothing to say. At this time, Han Yunshi also obediently handed the pass card, a wooden sign about 10 centimeters in size, to Dong Lei in pairs. At this time, Dong Lei heard the system prompt sound. System prompt, your tough style. Increase Han Yunshi's favorability by 200%. Congratulations, you triggered a random 100-fold increase, and your favorability of Han Yunshi increased by 9.77%. Han Yunshi's favorability towards you has reached its peak. It cannot be improved. As long as you want to do anything, Han Yunshur will agree. After, the system will no longer prompt you. After Dong Lei heard this, he couldn't help but shook his head, secretly sighing that this is okay. When Dong Lei got the Dark Cellar pass card, he raised his head and looked at Han Yunshur again. I discovered that Han Yunshur had a different side. Before, she was still a boyfriend and girlfriend. Now, he. As long as Dong Lei wants to do anything, Han Yunshur will agree. Dong Lei looked at Han Yunshur, whose eyes were blurred and her mouth was even drier than, and he even licked his lips. It seems that Han Yunshur is not only powerful on the battlefield, but also has excellent cooking skills in the kitchen. Thinking about this, Dong Lei almost had a stomachache and wanted to drag Han Yunshur to her tent to cook rice. Hey! General Han Yunshur, you continue to station here. I'm going into the Dark Cellar now. Dong Lei shook his palm, trying to make Han Yunshur wake up, and shouted loudly. After reacting, Han Yunshur became even more pitiful, her red face seemed like two apples that wanted to be bitten. Then, Sir General Slaughter Peak, you have to be careful along the way. I'm very worried about you. What if I didn't follow you all the way into the Dark Cellar? Han Yunshur stared at Dong Lei and asked softly. When Han Yunshur spoke like this, all the army commanders present were stunned and couldn't believe such a scene. At this moment, they were looking at each other and communicating through their eyes. Wow! Is this the General Han Yunshur we have seen before? He looks like such a woman? Just now, Master Han Yunshur pressed her body against Master Shifeng. I feel like there is something wrong. She is so embarrassed. She is a talented man and a beautiful woman. Today is an eye-opener for me. None of the top warriors from Suzhou or Han Yunshur were treated like this. The top warrior in Suzhou has a bald head, how could Sir Han Yunshur like it? That's right. Lord Shifeng is indeed handsome. If I were a woman, I would probably submit to him. At this moment, Han Yunshur seemed like a woman who knew she was going to the battlefield, with tears in her eyes. No need. Han Yunshur, you and the other Legion commanders should defend this place. Isn't there a riot in the Dark Cellar? If the alien beasts come out, you can command them to resist. Dong Lei rejected Han Yunshur's kindness and could walk around as he pleased in the Dark Cellar without dying. Even if he dies, he can still resurrect on the spot with his rebirth skill and continue to escape. Han Yunshur, this woman, is not above in terms of strength. If she dies, she will really die. The main reason is that it is not good to be a drag. If it was Tang Tingbai, it would be fine. After all, she is a king-level strength. Thinking of this, Dong Lei felt weird. Which big shot gave Tang Tingbai something? Let Tang Tingbai protect Captain Guojin first? Why not go find her pet Koda duck? However, Dong Lei really didn't ask too much about this matter. I should have asked earlier. Alas! Love not only makes women's minds infatuated, but also makes men's IQ stupid. What is the identity of this Captain Guojin? It's enough to be protected by a king-level strongman. It seems that the identity of Captain Guojin is not simple. Dong Lei frowned slightly, muttering in his heart. Yes. Your subordinates are waiting for